Get lost. You ugly goblin. I am the saintess of the temple. Take your dirty hands off. I will kill you. A golden-haired young woman clad in a white form-fitting top paired with a black coat. Beneath the high slit were a pair of slender legs sheathed in thigh-high white stockings. He go ahead and call. Scream all you want. Su Yen revealed a cold smile. Congratulations on completing the mission. Capture the saintess. Obtained magic immunity S. Magic immunity, immune to all magical damage excluding magical effects. Su Yen squinted his eyes, not expecting this damn system to be quite generous. The rewards were quite generous. He had been a goblin for 7 days. In his past life he was the Prince of Jinzhidu. On the day of his coronation his biological father died suddenly and his stepmother and half-brothers betrayed him. After being reborn he swore he would return for revenge. Little did he expect that he became a goblin. Now the only concern was survival. Death could come at any time in the tribe. The chieftain of the goblin tribe required everyone to hunt every day. If one failed to hunt for 7 consecutive days they would be executed. Today was the 7th day and he finally obtained the golden finger, the demon god system. But this damn system immediately demanded he complete a mission giving no rewards at all and would directly erase him if he failed. The key mission even required hunting down a saintess. No way out, death either way. He decided to take a risk and try his luck in a nearby town. He was lucky enough to encounter the saintess visiting Yueshi town. Fortunately the saintess seemed not very strong and did not notice Su Yen following her in the shadows. He took advantage of her sleep, used self-made knockout drugs to render her unconscious. Then he found a feed sack from a pigpen, stuffed her into it and captured her, thus completing the mission. Congratulations on successfully unlocking the novice gift pack. Congratulations on obtaining SS grade talent skill Devour. Simply by eating you can gain experience and have a chance to obtain skills. SS grade talent. Su Yen was somewhat surprised, not expecting the system bro to give such a generous novice pack. Right off the bat, top tier talent. In his memory probably the entire Jinzhidu did not have a single SS grade skill. Ugh. Polly slowly opened her eyes. She looked down and saw the worst had come true. You're awake. Su Yen turned his head and glanced at Polly. You hideous dwarf. Do you know what you've done? You're dead. The temple will not let you off. I will tear you limb from limb. You bastard. How noisy. Su Yen turned and walked towards Polly. You, what are you doing? Polly quickly became unable to speak. Su Yen continued to check the obtained novice pack. Congratulations on receiving an experience pack. Congratulations on gaining massive experience. Congratulations on leveling up to level 11. Congratulations on becoming a hobgoblin. Awesome. I actually became a hobgoblin in one go. Su Yan's eyes were full of excitement knowing that in his tribe, this hobgoblin was already second only to the chieftain. Every day as long as he patrolled around the tribe and slacked off he could obtain food supplies. Ha! Strange, although my body is full of power there is no change. Su Yen looked down at himself, still the same small stature. He remembered ordinary hobgoblins were about 2 meters tall and extremely burly. But he didn't care, as long as his strength was there it was fine. Su Yen picked up a stone from the ground, applied gentle force with his fingers and easily crushed it. Congratulations on awakening your own potential, it will strengthen the weakest part of your body. The weakest part of my body. Su Yen was a bit confused, he felt his body was quite balanced. He didn't think any part was weaker. Could it be? Su Yen quickly thought of one place. Congratulations. Your eyes have been strengthened, becoming Heavenly IS. Heavenly IS, open personal panel, obtain basic information of anything. He immediately used Heavenly Eye to check his personal information. Name Su Yen. Race Goblin. Level Hobgoblin 11. Skills Devour SSS Magic Immunity S Heavenly IS. Identity member of Chao-Tu tribe. These skills are pretty good, I can know the opponent's information in advance. Su Yan revealed a faint smile, glanced at Polly beside him and carefully examined her. He had to admit that this temple saintess had beautiful fair skin, definitely a rare beauty. Although there were a few bruises on her skin now a little jarring, they would fade in a few days. Su Yan checked Polly's information. Name Polly. Race human. Level obsidian warrior 13. Skills holy light S, heal S, silence A, holy barrier S. Identity temple saintess. No wonder she was so easy to catch, just an obsidian warrior. However, with her here I don't have to worry about injuries in the future. Su Yan glanced at the sky, then restuffed Polly into the sack and hoisted it onto his shoulder. Not bad. My strength is way stronger than before. Su Yan's face showed excitement, but his eyes quickly turned gloomy. Ahead was the goblin tribe where he was born. But although goblins were of the same race, they were not harmonious among themselves. Sometimes they would fight over mates, bleeding everywhere. He touched the rusty iron piece at his waist which he had picked up earlier for self-defense. Su Yan adjusted his mindset, shouldered the sack and walked toward the tribe. Oh. Isn't this Chibusu? He. Where have you been hunting? Did you bring any prey this time? A burly goblin over 2 meters tall walked over. Name Gabudo. Race goblin. Level hobgoblin 14. Identity Chao-Tu tribe guard. Gabudo looked at Su Yan with contempt, reached out to grab the sack. Oh, got a catch today. Let me see what's inside. Whoosh. Su Yan drew the iron piece from his waist and quickly slashed Gabudo's palm. Flesh turned outward, blood dripping. He coldly warned, "Don't touch me." Gabudo was stunned, but the piercing pain quickly brought him to his senses. Bastard! You dare hurt me? You're asking for death. I'll smash you into a meat pie. Gabudo raised his spiked club and smashed it fiercely toward Su Yan's head. This move was very practiced every day. If any ordinary goblin displeased him, they would die under his club. Ordinary goblins, as the lowest stratum of the tribe, were like beasts of burden with no rights, only obligations. Su Yan stepped back, smoothly dodging the attack. Boom! Gabudo's spiked club smashed heavily onto the ground, leaving a deep crater. This move consumed a great amount of his strength, leaving him panting heavily on the spot. Reckless fool. How dare you dodge? I'll kill you. Su Yan let go of the sack, gripped the iron piece and struck swiftly. This was his chance. Pfft. He viciously stabbed the iron piece into Gabudo's eye. Blood sprayed out and an eyeball popped out. Ah! Gabudo covered his right eye and roared. He swung his spiked club furiously in all directions. But Su Yan had already dodged, not hit once. He stood still, his cold eyes fixed on Gabudo, waiting for an opportunity to strike. In his previous life as a prince of Jinzhidu, he had specialized teachers for combat techniques, and after rebirth he still retained those memories. Previously his strength didn't match his skills, he couldn't kill a hobgoblin with certainty. Now that he himself had become a hobgoblin, he had the conditions to kill the opponent. Whoosh! The moment the hobgoblin paused to catch his breath, Su Yan moved again. This time his target was directly the opponent's throat. His movements were fluid. Without any hesitation, the iron piece in his hand swiftly slashed open the hobgoblin's throat. The hobgoblin slapped Su Yan on the chest, desperately clutching his neck. But blood was already gushing out like a fountain, unstoppable. Cough. Cough. Su Yan coughed twice and looked up at the hobgoblin. Thud. He knelt on the ground, holding his neck with both hands. The next second he fell dead. Su Yan curled his lip, stepped forward, picked up the spiked club and casually swung it in the air twice. It felt quite handy. He looked down at the hobgoblin's corpse, a slight smile curling at his lips. I wonder how much experience I can get by eating this body and triggering the talent skill. Crack. Crack. Congratulations. You have successfully devoured the Great Goblin, gaining massive experience. Level Great Goblin 1116. Congratulations. You have additionally obtained the skill Petrification A. Petrification A allows the skin to turn into stone, enhancing defense. Not bad. Su Yan's eyes lit up. I didn't expect to devour so much experience and directly rise by 5 levels. And I even got a rank skill. Su Yan was very satisfied with this result. Once he rises another 5 levels to reach level 21, he will be able to evolve into a goblin warrior. When that time comes, the position of chieftain of this tribe should also be replaced. Gabu Su. A deep voice came interrupting his thoughts. Su Yan turned around and saw a goblin holding a staff appear. Name Gabu Dian. Race Goblin. Level Goblin Priest 23. Skills Fireball B. Summon A. Identity Chieftain of Grasshead Tribe. Summon A can forcibly suppress goblins within the tribe whose level is lower than his own. Su Yan's eyes narrowed, a hint of cold light flashing in his gaze. If it weren't for this skill, I could kill him right now. I'm talking to you, didn't you hear? Gabu Dian raised his staff and shouted loudly. Chieftain. Su Yan quickly lowered his head and replied. What are you doing here? Gabu Dian's tone was cold as he pointed at the minced flesh and broken bones on the ground. Are you secretly eating alone? Su Yan knew that goblins were not very intelligent. Even though Gabu Dian was the chieftain, he only had rudimentary wits and was still easy to fool. No, Gabu Duo gave it to me, Su Yan replied. Gabu Duo. Where is he? Gabu Dian asked. He seems to have a stomach ache. Su Yan shook his head. What a fool. Can't even do proper work. Gabu Dian frowned and muttered a curse. He suddenly looked at Su Yan and asked, Did you catch any prey today? This is your final deadline. I caught some. Su Yan pointed at the sack beside him. Oh. What is it? Gabu Dian walked toward the sack. Su Yan frowned. If Gabu Dian discovered the holy maiden, he would surely take her by force. It's a blazing lizard. Su Yan quickly spoke up. He knew that the blazing lizard had always been a nightmare for Gabu Dian. Last time during the ritual with the blazing lizard, its hard shell almost broke him. Sure enough, Gabu Dian immediately stopped and turned to look at Su Yan. His eyes blazed with fire. Are you doing this on purpose? Chieftain. I set a trap and caught it. Su Yan quickly explained, pretending to be extremely afraid. I would never dare, you stupid fool. Gabu Dian snorted coldly, Get out of here. He'll let you off this time. If it's another blazing lizard next time, you'll die directly. Alright, alright. Su Yan quickly shouldered the sack and hurried toward his dwelling. Strange, is it my imagination? Why does this guy's aura feel stronger? Gabu Dian, stroking his chin, glanced at Su Yan's retreating figure. He walked forward a couple of steps and suddenly stepped on a piece of torn cloth. Isn't this the great goblin's clothing? Gabu Dian picked up the torn cloth, then turned to look at the minced meat on the ground, his eyes puzzled. Could Gabu Duo be dead? Gabu Dian's face quickly darkened. Did Gabu Su kill him? But he's just an ordinary goblin, how could he do it? I must ask him clearly later. And this despicable worm dares to hide things from me, he's really tired of living. Meanwhile, Su Yan did not know that Gabu Dian had discovered him killing Gabu Duo. He quickly arrived at a simple wooden cabin in an inconspicuous corner. After checking that no other goblins were around, he immediately pushed the door open. Inside was less than 3 square meters, very inconspicuous, but Su Yan was satisfied. At least it wouldn't attract attention. He released Polly from the sack and laid her on the haystack on the ground. Polly woke up groggily, looked up and found herself in a small wooden cabin. Was I still taken back by goblins? I'm not going to become their breeding tool like in the legends, am I? No, you are my tool. Su Yan stood with arms crossed, sneering from the side. You ugly goblin. Don't even think about making me bear your child. Dream on. Polly saw the goblin in front of her and immediately yelled loudly. Looks like the lesson wasn't deep enough. Su Yen sneered, not bothering to waste words with Polly. Now that he was back in the tribe, he felt a huge sense of crisis. He needed to increase his strength as much as possible. Hey! What are you doing? Aren't you tired? Thump. Thump. Hey! Gaboo Su! Hurry up and come out. Everyone is waiting for you. A rough voice came from outside the house along with urgent knocking. Su Yen frowned. Was it already so late? Every time the hunt ended, everyone gathered the prey together and put it in cages for display. Every female prey would become the tribe's communal property. Almost all creatures were natural enemies of goblins. Perhaps that's why the heavens had removed goblins' reproductive isolation, allowing them to reproduce with any species. After displaying the prey, the goblins' carnival night would begin. All the prey would be pushed to the center in their cages. Every goblin would randomly pick and complete the ritual. There were no limits on numbers or repetitions. After the ritual, a feast would be enjoyed. Su Yen had no interest in this, even looking at it from the side would disgust him. Although he had been reborn as a goblin, his soul was still human and could not accept the goblin's open-minded concept. Some things he chose to keep private. I dozed off just now. Su Yen opened the door and saw a burly figure outside. Name Gaboo Shao. Race Goblin. Level Great Goblin, 16. Identity Guard of Grasshead Tribe. Fell asleep. Believe it or not, it'll smash your head. The chieftain is getting impatient. Gaboo Shao said bluntly, hurry up and bring your prey with me. My prey. Su Yen curled the corner of his mouth looking at the Gaboo Shao in front of him. Devouring a great goblin could add a lot of experience. Perhaps by devouring this great goblin he could smoothly reach level 21 and evolve into a goblin warrior. Hey! I'm talking to you, can't you hear? Gobshao brandished his spiked club toward Su Yan's head. Are you itching for a beating? If the chieftain hadn't ordered me to bring you, I'd smash your skull right now. The prey is inside, follow me and collect it. Su Yen smiled faintly, one hand concealing a shard of iron behind his back. Who do you think you are, daring to command me? Hurry up, grab your prey and come with me. Gobshao snapped irritably. My prey is human. Su Yen continued calmly. What? Human. Gobshao's true nature surged forth, his eyes gleamed with sudden feral intensity. I've never tasted human before. They say it's especially satisfying. Set your weapon aside first, there won't be enough room to swing inside. Su Yen offered gently. Gobshao glanced around Su Yan's crude dwelling and nodded dismissively, this hovel of yours really needs replacing. He tossed the spiked club carelessly aside, then lunged eagerly for the door. Shink. Na flash of cold light sliced through the air, Su Yan's iron shard cleanly severed Gobshao's throat. You. Gobshao clutched his neck as blood spurted violently between his fingers. He stared at Su Yen in disbelief. A mere common goblin had slain him. I'll tear you apart. Gobshao snarled, sensing death closing in, and determined to drag Su Yen into oblivion with him. Petrify. In an instant Su Yan's skin hardened into stone, effortlessly blocking Gobshao's final lunge. You. Gobshao gaped, stunned. Logically that blow should have sent him flying, but Su Yen stood utterly unmoved, his body as unyielding as granite. Sorry, I'm actually a greater goblin now. Su Yen sneered, then seized the discarded spiked club and brought it down with crushing force upon Gobshao's skull. Thud. A heavy muffled thump echoed like a war drum. Gobshao staggered and collapsed onto the ground. Time for another meal. A sardonic smile curled Su Yan's lips as he lifted the iron shard and severed Gobshao's palm, popping it into his mouth and chewing. Crunch. Crunch. The texture was crisp with a faint metallic tang and a hint of gaminess. Congratulations, you have successfully devoured a greater goblin and gained abundant experience. Level Greater Goblin 1622. I leveled up. I didn't expect to surge 6 levels at once. Su Yan's voice trembled with exhilaration. And next he would choose his path of evolution. Would he become a goblin shaman, or a goblin warrior? Su Yan closed his eyes, sensing a pliable current of energy ebbing and flowing within his core. If he chose the shaman path, that energy would gather in his dantian. And if he chose the warrior path, it would flood his limbs and meridians. Warrior, without hesitation, Su Yan made his choice instantly. At once the energy surged through his arms, legs and spine. His bones cracked and popped like snapping twigs. Knee's height rose to roughly 1.7 meters, yet he still appeared lean. And still his musculature had grown sleek and defined. Especially across his abdomen, where perfect chiseled abs emerged. And, such overwhelming strength, Su Yan savored the transformation, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Now facing a greater goblin, he felt confident he could take on 10 at once. And, congratulations, you have awakened a skill burst rank A, and, burst rank A instantly double physical power for 10 seconds, and, Didn't expect to awaken a skill, excellent. Su Yan quickly mastered it and tested it with a single punch. And boom! The ground shuddered violently, and a deep crater yawned where his fist struck. Impressive effect. Now I'm only 1 level below Gobdian, I'll no longer fall under his summoning influence once we reach parity. Congratulations, you have acquired the additional skill stone, and, congratulations, your petrify skill has been enhanced and upgraded, and petrify rank A, steel form rank S, and steel form rank S transforms skin into impenetrable steel, vastly increasing defensive resilience, and skills can even evolve. Su Yan was pleasantly surprised. This was far beyond expectation. And this breakthrough was undeniably extraordinary. Rank A skill elevated to rank S, his survivability had just soared. Not just 10, I could take on 100. Nays blazing, Su Yan strode purposefully toward the tribal center. In that moment he felt invincible. Okay. Nan open clearing pulsed with goblin revelry. Over 100 goblins gathered there performing their ritual. Ecstatic cheers erupted from the crowd, mingled with piercing cries of agony. And before them stood a cage built to restrain struggling prey. Their captives were wildly varied flame-striped boars, ripple-plumed chickens, earth-drill mice, and, Gobsu, you're late. Everyone's already claimed their prey, you'll have to breed with your fire lizard instead. Gobdian sneered at Su Yan's arrival, but his expression swiftly darkened. Gobsu, where's your prey? Why didn't you bring it? Oh, it was seized by Gobshao, Su Yan replied smoothly, having rehearsed the lie. And he needed another opportunity, to devour more greater goblins and push himself to level 23. Gobdian narrowed his eyes, recalling the recent death of Gobdo. You've evolved. He studied Su Yan, taller than before. Yet still absurdly frail compared to a greater goblin. Contempt blazed openly in Gobdian's gaze. He truly is worthless. Even as a greater goblin he remains the weakest of the weak. Su Yan remained silent. He knew restraint was essential until he ascended further. His current appearance was the perfect disguise, leading others to believe he'd only just become a greater goblin. And who would suspect a goblin could rise from commoner to warrior in a single day? You killed Gobdo. I'd have executed you outright, but now I'll grant you one chance. Win the duel and you live. Gobdian gazed at Su Yan with smug triumph. Though greater goblins held value in the tribe, to Gobdian Su Yan was still trash, expendable, irrelevant, ideal for amusement. After years in the tribe, life had grown dull. And he craved visceral thrills, the crimson spectacle of slaughter, to rekindle his ardor and sharpen his reproductive drive. Su Yan feigned hesitation, brow furrowed in reluctant uncertainty. Do you wish me to execute you now? Gobdian threatened coldly. I accept, Su Yan answered through gritted teeth, while inwardly he was elated. He'd been searching for an excuse to devour another greater goblin, and here it came delivered straight to his doorstep, by Gobdian himself. Ha ha ha. Excellent, let the duel begin. Gobdian raised his staff high. Goblins in the circle parted to clear a central arena, then resumed their frenzied breeding along the periphery. Su Yen stepped calmly into the center awaiting his opponent. Gobki, you're up. Gobdian declared without delay. Tum. Gobki advanced, each footfall trembling the earth beneath him. The surrounding goblins fell utterly silent, awed into stillness by his sheer presence. His frame was colossal, vastly more massive than either Gobdo or Gobsheo. Before Su Yen he loomed like a mountain of living flesh. Su Yen instantly gleaned his opponent's data, and upon reading one particular skill his expression shifted subtly. This just got complicated. Name Gabu Kue. Race Goblin. Level Great Goblin level 20. Identity Gabu Gen's trusted follower. Skill Rebirth A. Rebirth A can self-restore after taking damage. This skill is a bit tricky. Doesn't it mean I can't kill him at all? No, this skill is only grade A. Its effect shouldn't be as terrifying as I think. After checking Gabu Gen's information, Su Yen started thinking on the spot. Seeing him silent on the spot, Gabu Gen thought he was scared and immediately laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Gabu Su, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and make a move. Otherwise you won't have another chance. The surrounding goblins cheered, but none of them thought highly of Su Yen. Fight. Fight. So exciting. I feel like I can fight for another hour. Has Gabu Su gone stupid? He's standing there motionless. In the next second hell be torn to pieces. Gabu Kue has never lost a fight. What is Gabu Su? I bet he won't last 2 seconds. No, 1 second at most. Ha ha ha. I'm going to eat his brain later. Don't any of you snatch it from me. Gabu Kue glanced at Su Yen indifferently, his face full of disdain, his hands clenching into fists with a cracking sound. Scared stiff. That's right. After all, I can crush you as easily as crushing a stinky bug. Gabu Kue raised his thick palm like a large fan and swung it fiercely at Su Yen. Steel eyes. Su Yan's skin instantly turned to steel, emitting a faint metallic sheen. Clang. A crisp sound rang out. Su Yen stood motionless on the spot. Gabu Kue withdrew his hand with a frustrated expression. He felt as if he had hit an iron lump, leaving his palm numb and painful. The surrounding goblins were all stunned at this sight. Did I see wrong? Did Gabu Kue miss? Maybe it's just a test. Otherwise, why would Gabu Su be unharmed? Right. He must be just scaring him. If the real thing comes next. Gabu Kue. What are you doing? This is a fight. If you want to die, you can hold back. Gabu Gen saw that Su Yen was unharmed, thinking that Gabu Kue had held back, and immediately warned him. Gabu Kue nodded and raised his palm again. This time he gathered all his strength, determined to end Su Yan's life with one slap. Damn insect. Just die. But before Gabu Kue's slap could land, Su Yen had already thrown a punch. Burst. His fist instantly unleashed twice the force. Although they were 2 levels apart, Su Yen had evolved into a goblin warrior. The strength of the two was on completely different levels. Thud. Su Yen struck Gabu Kue's chest first, sending him flying backward like a curled shrimp. Boom. Gabu Kue's mountain-like body crashed heavily to the ground. It also crushed several ordinary goblins that were breeding. The originally lively scene instantly fell silent. Even the animals in the cages stopped their screams. Gabu Gen suddenly stood up, rubbed his eyes and looked at Gabu Kue. Confirming that it was Gabu Kue who had fallen, his expression turned somewhat stunned. His mind couldn't process it. This is impossible. The surrounding goblins also began to murmur again. What happened? Gabu Kue was knocked down. Did I see wrong? I saw it too. Su Yen knocked down Gabu Kue with a single punch. How do you think he did it? I don't know, but it's just too incredible. He won the fight, didn't he? Then all our prey won't go to him, will they? I'm not done having fun yet. There's no choice. According to the rules, the goblin who wins the fight gets the highest priority in selection. Rebirth. Gabu Kuei struggled a couple of times, quickly recovered from his injuries and stood up again. Gabu Kuei, get serious. Gabu Dian said impatiently. He thought that Gabu Kuei was too careless, which led to repeated mistakes. Gabu Kuei nodded and looked at Su Yen. This time the disdain in his eyes was gone. Even if he was thick-headed, he could understand. A goblin who could knock him down with one punch was clearly not ordinary. With this skill he's really hard to kill. Su Yen shook his fist and pulled out an iron blade from his waist. Gabu Kuei lunged at Su Yen again. This time he intended to grab him and tear him apart directly. But Su Yen wouldn't give him that chance. Compared to Gabu Kuei, his body was much more agile. Rip. The iron blade sliced across Gabu Kuei's wrist, opening a huge gash. But the wound quickly healed automatically. Ha ha ha, you can't kill me. I have an immortal body. Gabu Kuei laughed triumphantly, his movements even more reckless. Haha, now this is interesting. Gabu Dian showed an excited expression, stood up and walked to the cage of the fire tattoo boar to perform the ritual. Give up resisting. It'll give you a quick death. Gabu Kuei laughed arrogantly, completely ignoring Su Yan's attack. Thud. His fist landed on Su Yan's back. Ha! Gabu Kuei realized that his attack had not harmed Su Yan. In the moment of his daze, Su Yan swung the blade again, cutting open the opponent's vital point. Boom! Su Yan seized the opportunity to grab Gabu Kuei's hands and threw him over his shoulder, slamming him to the ground. Strike while the iron is hot. Without hesitation, Su Yan used the iron blade to temporarily incapacitate his opponent. He didn't believe that a grade A skill could regenerate severed limbs. Bastard, stop! Gabu Kuei roared in panic. The blood from his throat had stopped. But his limbs were all severed and he could only struggle on the ground. As expected, you can't regenerate limbs. Su Yan sneered and ignored him. Gabu Kuei watched helplessly as the other made his move. His regeneration ability could only heal wounds, not restore severed limbs. Don't worry, nothing will go to waste. Su Yan grinned like a demon's nightmare. The surrounding goblins stared greedily at Gabu Kuei as if they would pounce on him at any moment. You! Gabu Kuei's whole face twitched in pain. Other than gasping for cold air, he couldn't even speak. Su Yan grinned and continued cutting with the iron blade. On the other side, Gabu Dian finished his own intense battle. He let out a long breath, turned his head and saw this scene. His cerebellum almost shriveled up. This is impossible. What's going on? Gabu Kuei lost. Congratulations on successfully devouring the Great Goblin, gaining a massive amount of experience. Level Goblin Warrior, 2224. It seems that after level 20 the experience required indeed increased. However, I only needed to level up once, but unexpectedly I reached level 24. Now I have more confidence in dealing with Goblin. Su Yan smiled slightly, sensing the changes in his body. Congratulations on additionally acquiring the skill Recovery S. Recovery S automatically heal injuries when damaged. Recovery speed related to injury severity. I also stole this goblin's skill, though the name is different, the effect is similar. Su Yan narrowed his eyes and looked at Goblin. You, how did you do that? Goblin was stunned for a long time, if not for the evidence before his eyes. He simply could not believe it. The dead have no need to know these things. Su Yan picked up an iron shard from his right hand and approached Goblin. You are committing an act of insubordination. You are seeking death. I will burn you to ashes. Goblin. Held his staff in his right hand, forming a fireball above his head. Boom. The fireball, blazing with fierce flames, crashed heavily towards Su Yan. But Su Yan now had magic immunity, so the fireball had no effect on him. Su Yen emerged from the flames without stopping a sneer on his face. Is that all? What? Goblin Dot couldn't believe his fireball had no effect on Su Yen. He had no time to think about why. Su Yen was getting closer and closer. Summon. Goblin Dot quickly waved his staff to activate the skill. It could control all goblins in the tribe whose levels were lower than his own. But unfortunately Su Yan's level was higher. Goblin Dot. Don't you understand your position yet? Su Yan walked up to Goblin Dot. You're not affected. A cold sweat dripped from Goblin Dot's forehead. No. Your level has surpassed mine. Correct. Then he'll reward you by twisting your head off. Su Yan grinned and reached out to grab his head. I was wrong. Don't kill me. I allow you to share all this with me. I'll give you the 10 fire-striped hogs in the house. Crack. Su Yan twisted off Goblin Dot's head. The chief is dead. The surrounding goblins all erupted into chaos. Suddenly leaderless, they didn't know what to do. Shut the hell up. Whoever makes another noise, I'll eat them. Su Yan turned and roared. The entire tribe instantly fell silent. Among goblins the rule of the strong preying on the weak prevailed. Whoever had the strongest fist was the boss. Now that Su Yan had killed Goblin Dot, in the eyes of the goblins he was the new chief of the Grasshead tribe. Su Yan ignored them, he now prepared to devour Goblin Dot. He wondered if devouring him would grant any skills. He could not afford to slack off, he had to seize every moment to strengthen himself. He knew his greatest threat was not Goblin Dot. It was humans. Not only to return to the Golden City for revenge but also because he had taken the Saintess, which would surely cause the church to send people searching. Either way he needed sufficient strength. Su Yan used an iron shard to cut Goblin Dot's body and began gnawing on it. Actually, goblin meat should be eaten fresh. The longer it sat the easier it would spoil and turn sour. Congratulations on successfully devouring the chieftain, gaining massive experience. Level Goblin Warrior, 2427. Congratulations on additionally acquiring skills Flame Mastery S and Absolute Domination S. Flame Mastery S, you have innate understanding of fire elements, you will master all fire-based skills. Absolute Domination S, you have absolute dominance over all goblins in the tribe, they will be loyal to you and never betray. This Goblin Dot really gave face. 2 strength skills at once. Especially the second one, which is exactly what I need now. Su Yan was very satisfied with the skills he gained and he looked ahead. He found that all the goblins of the Grasshead tribe had prostrated themselves on the ground. Absolute Domination was a passive skill that did not need to be actively activated. From now on I am your boss. Su Yan said unhurriedly. Your task from now on is to multiply. Expand the Grasshead tribe. The goblins immediately cheered. Grasshead tribe. No, that name was too low class, it had to be changed. From now on we are called the Dragon Flame tribe. Su Yan thought for a moment and changed the name. Now continue. Strive to give me 5 offspring each. After giving his orders he turned and walked toward his dwelling. He couldn't bear to watch the goblins' revelry, it was truly an eyesore. Back at his dwelling. Su Yan found that Polly hadn't woken up yet, she must have been exhausted from the earlier ordeal. He sat directly on the ground, picked up a twig and began to calculate. Currently the tribe has 112 ordinary goblins and 4 great goblins. By scale it can barely be considered a level 2 tribe. This strength is at the middle to lower level in the Silent Valley Forest. It seems expanding the tribe is urgent. Su Yan sighed lightly. Polly heard the noise and slowly woke up. She opened her eyes to see Su Yan beside her. She no longer had her previous arrogance, her weak body and hungry stomach forced her to face reality. Moreover, when she had completed the ritual with Su Yan it had actually been somewhat harmonious. Seeing Polly awake, Su Yan immediately stepped forward. You're awake. Give me some food. Polly said through gritted teeth. Heh. Su Yen crossed his arms and looked at her mockingly. Why should I? You. Polly hadn't expected to be refused. I haven't eaten all day, you'll starve to death. Su Yen crouched down, pinched Polly's mouth and showed a fierce gaze. I hope you understand one thing. You are now my prisoner, not the lofty saintess. If you want me to give you food, then you need to have an attitude of begging. Otherwise I don't mind giving you another 100 rounds to help you remember. 100 times. Paula's body trembled, showing a terrified expression. This scene was unbelievable. If that happened, she would truly die. She believed the goblin before her would definitely follow through. I beg you, give me a little food. Polly lightly bit her lower lip, her gaze showing a hint of pleading as she looked up at Su Yen. What did you say? I didn't hear. Su Yen sneered. Is this your sincerity? It seems you're not hungry enough. Polly repositioned herself, kneeling before Su Yen. Her hands trembled slightly as she raised them before him. Her noble head bowed at this moment. I beg you, my esteemed goblin lord, give your humble slave a little food. Ha ha ha. This is the attitude you should have. You are no longer the saintess. So set aside your dignity. Su Yen casually tossed a rotten fruit and laughed heartily. Thank you, Lord Su Yen. Bo Li hurriedly picked up the rotten fruit, wiped it a couple of times and devoured it ravenously. The fruit tasted terrible, but at least it could fill her stomach. Several times she nearly vomited, but in the end she managed to swallow it all. Su Yen stood nearby, squinting his eyes. He had to admit that Bo Li's resilience was commendable. She had potential worth shaping. Su Yen sat down beside her and stroked Bo Li's soft hair. You can rest assured that if I become king in the future, you shall have your laurel wreath. Bo Li lifted her head, blinked her beautiful eyes and gazed at Su Yen. Lord Su Yen. What's the matter? Su Yen asked. Bo Li's eyes were full of admiration. Lord Su Yen, you are different from other goblins. Oh. How so? Su Yen asked with some curiosity. Lord Su Yen, you have more resolve. And more brains and thoughts. Bo Li answered earnestly. Su Yen hadn't expected her to say that. Looking into her eyes, it seemed she was not lying. Could this little girl have fallen for him? Bo Li continued, Lord Su Yen. By the true Lord above. Bo Li is willing to follow you forever. Okay, I understand. I have felt your sincerity. Su Yen knew that the oath to the true Lord was not something a saintess would make lightly. In less than a day this saintess was already throwing herself at him. Near the Yogu forest in Ueshi town. Still no sign of her. A middle-aged man in silver armor roared angrily, a bunch of useless fools. Useless. What are you even good for? A grown woman. How can she just vanish like that? He was Golay, the guard of Saintess Bo Li. Several guards kneeling on the ground were the ones responsible for protecting Saintess Bo Li last night. I'm sorry, Lord Golay. We were guarding the door clearly, but the next morning the Saintess was gone. One of them answered with his head lowered. Golay kicked him down. Do you think the temple will listen to such nonsense? They only want results. Lord Golay, could it be that she was taken by a magical beast? The townspeople said there are magical beasts in the nearby Yogu forest, but guard said. Magical beast. Golay pondered for a moment, then turned and entered the room where Bo Li had slept again. The room had been secured after Bo Li's disappearance to facilitate their investigation. He glanced at the window. Clearly someone had taken her from there while she was asleep. But there were no footprints on the windowsill, which was strange. It seemed someone had wiped them away. Could a magical beast really possess such high intelligence? Damn it! Who could it be? Could it be the townsfolk? Golay stroked his chin, lost in thought. A guard entered from outside and reported, Lord Golay. We've finished the search. The Saintess was not found in any of the townspeople's homes. Golay stared at him, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Not from the town, then someone from elsewhere. If she truly wasn't in the town and was taken somewhere else, that would be even more troublesome. Lord Goulet. You seem a bit troubled. A red-haired youth approached from the side. Adventurer Coulier. Goulet was surprised to see him. What are you doing here? Oh, the Yogu forest is about to enter its blooming season. Is it a problem for me to come and enjoy the flowers? Coulier smiled. If you're here to laugh at me, then go away. Goulet's face darkened. Lord Goulet, don't be impatient. I'm here to help you. Coulier smirked. If you're unsure who took the saintess away, I suggest you split into two groups. Hearing Coulier's words, Goulet's eyes lit up. Right. He could indeed split into two groups to search, which would save time. He immediately turned to his men. If the captor is carrying a person, they can't have gone far. You two come with me to pursue. The rest of you go to the Yogu forest to investigate. Yes, the guards answered in unison. If you find the saintess, I will petition the temple for a reward for you. Goulet said to Coulier. Then thank you, Lord Goulet. Coulier bowed to Goulet in gratitude. Let's go. Goulet immediately left with two guards. If you run into any trouble, you can find me at the tavern. Coulier smiled. All right. The remaining guards nodded to Coulier and then turned to leave. Coulier went to the windowsill, squatted down and picked up a pinch of dirt. He rubbed it between his thumb and forefinger a couple of times, then placed it directly on his tongue. This little fellow is quite careful. But unfortunately he still left a clue. A familiar scent, no mistake. He stood up and looked toward the Yogu forest. The first time I've encountered a goblin that uses its brain, quite interesting. I hope you're worth the effort of killing you. Longyan tribe. Su Yen discovered that as long as he could swallow something, even a pebble, he could gain experience through devour. However, different things yielded different amounts of experience when devoured. For example, a pebble or wild grass only granted 1 experience point. Eating a piece of magical beast meat gave at least 10 experience points. But as his level increased, the required experience grew higher. The key was still to go out hunting and devouring prey. Moreover, he had to work hard to reproduce and expand his tribe's population. Goblins could become immortal cockroaches largely because of their terrifying reproductive ability. In just 7 days a goblin cub could be born. After another 7 days it could run on the ground. And after another 7 days it would reach adulthood and be able to work. Of course, goblins also valued genetics. If both parents had excellent genes, the newborn goblin would have higher aptitude and faster growth. For the tribe to thrive, numbers are key. So we must first solve the reproduction problem. Su Yen stroked his chin, thinking. Perhaps mating with a race that has an extraordinary reproductive capacity could improve this situation. Rabbits. Su Yen quickly locked onto the best choice. Rabbits also had an exceptionally strong reproductive ability. Combined with goblins, it would be a match made in heaven. In the Yogu forest, the rabbit tribe is the charming rabbit clan to the south. I heard that there are some special magical beast races here that have the ability to take human form. The charming rabbit clan is one of them. It seems that in nearby towns many young men or male magical beasts have been lured away by charming rabbits only to be drained dry. Su Yen stretched, left some fruits in the room and then walked out. The sky was still dim. The goblins of the Longyan tribe, after the revelry of the previous day, had all fallen into deep sleep. Su Yen had absolute dominance, so he didn't need to worry about the goblins revolting. He decided to go south alone first to investigate the charming rabbit clan. Su Yen traveled through the Yogu forest, spending half a day to reach the southern area. Walking is a bit slow. If only I could steal a speed-boosting skill someday. He grumbled to himself, then suddenly heard the sound of splashing water ahead. Something moving. The goblin immediately slowed his pace, poked his head out from the grass and looked ahead. He quickly discovered a lake in front of him. Suddenly his gaze narrowed slightly. In the lake a girl was bathing. Su Yen took a deep breath, never expecting the scene before him to be so thrilling. He decided to take another look. It was definitely not because the other party was bathing. And he needed to confirm her identity. Anyone daring to bathe in the dark valley forest was no ordinary person. Soon Su Yen spotted a pair of pink rabbit ears on the girl's head. Charming rabbit clan. Su Yan's eyes lit up, surprised that he had actually found one. Let's check her basic information first. Name Rou Xiaowu, race Charming Rabbit, level 29, identity Deputy Chief of Charming Rabbit Clan, skill 9, segment throw S, Rou Xiaowu. The name sounds nice. She's already the Deputy Chief. Capture the leader to capture the gang, take her down and half the battle is won. Su Yen lurked in the grass waiting for Rou Xiaowu to come ashore to ambush her. Rou Xiaowu stood up from the water, shook her hair dry and stretched lazily. Ah! After a bath I feel so much better. She retied her hair into a scorpion braid, picked up her clothes and put them on. A pink and white short dress paired with white silk stockings. On her fair feet she wore a pair of crystal high heels, making her appear breathtakingly beautiful. Su Yen suddenly dashed out from the grass, lunging toward Rou Xiaowu. Ha! A goblin! Rou Xiaowu reacted swiftly, dodging to the side to avoid Su Yan's ambush. Su Yen frowned, his speed was indeed a weakness. You're a goblin. Rou Xiaowu was momentarily stunned when she saw Su Yen, then exclaimed in surprise. In her impression goblins were all short and disgusting creatures. But the Su Yen before her was about her height, with a robust and perfect physique, especially the abdominal muscles. He also looked far more pleasing than other goblins. Alright then, let's have a direct confrontation. Since their levels were similar and the ambush failed, a heathen fight would do. Anyway, he had a high chance of winning. Ha! This goblin of yours is looking down on me. Take this. Rou Xiaowu attacked Su Yen without another word. Like a spring she launched herself at him instantly. 9 segment throw. In the blink of an eye she was before Su Yen, her long legs striking fiercely toward his abdomen. Steelification. Su Yan's skin instantly turned to steel. Clang. Rou Xiaowu's attacks landed on him with a crisp sound. 9 successive strikes at different positions forced Su Yen back a step, but he remained unharmed. Impossible. Rou Xiaowu landed lightly in the distance, only to find Su Yen standing there completely unscathed. Your skill is indeed powerful. But still a bit lacking. Su Yen twisted his arm and grinned, relying on his 2 skills, steelification and recovery. Her attacks felt like tickles to him. No way. How can I lose to this goblin? Rou Xiaowu gritted her teeth and attacked again reluctantly. But the result was still the same. It's useless. No matter how many times you try. Su Yen stood still, letting Rou Xiaowu strike at will. Since he wouldn't get hurt, he might as well let her exhaust her energy, making it easier to capture her later. Besides, he could enjoy the view since her clothes were with him. Charming lock. Rou Xiaowu suddenly appeared behind Su Yen, attempting to choke him with her legs and throw him to the ground. Burst. Su Yen sneered, doubling the power in his arms. What? Rou Xiaowu never expected Su Yen to grab hold of her legs directly. And his strength was overwhelming, instead sending her crashing to the ground. Damn it! Rou Xiaowu tried to get up, but Su Yen had already pressed down. Terrifying strength. She couldn't break free no matter what. Humph. Rou Xiaowu, you brought this upon yourself. Rou Xiaowu gritted her teeth, staring at the goblin. Let me go. You ugly goblin. Ha. You can shout until your throat gives out, no one will come. Su Yen sneered. It's my turn to show my skills. Suddenly a horrible rumor her mother once told her about goblins flashed through her mind. At the other end of the dark valley forest, at the entrance, 5 guards stood outside. Olet. Are we really going in? One guard asked nervously. Can we handle those powerful demon beasts? Well, just patrol around. Who's bored enough to go in and fight high-level demon beasts to the death? Olet replied impatiently. Our goal is to find the Saintess. Alas! If the Saintess was really taken by a demon beast, it's probably hopeless. Another guard sighed. All right. Shut up. Well, just take a circle inside. Kill a few demon beasts and report back. Olet said. Let's go kill goblins, those creatures are ugly, disgusting. And weak, a guard suggested. Not a bad idea. Olet nodded, immediately deciding to take down goblins. Let's head in first and see if there are any goblin tribes nearby. Congratulations on completing the task. Captured a charming rabbit. Congratulations on receiving an experience gift pack. Congratulations on receiving medium experience. Congratulations on leveling up to level 29. Su Yan's eyes brightened. Not bad. I've reached level 29, just 2 more levels to evolve into a goblin venerable. He casually tossed the clothes back onto Ro Xiaowu. It was true that few of the opposite sex could resist his special charm. Congratulations on obtaining skill Steelification S. Congratulations. Steelification S has stacked and upgraded Steelification S. Invincible Golden Body SS. Invincible Golden Body SS for 3 seconds ignores any damage below level 100 and double strength. Note: duration can increase with usage. 0-100. The Steelification skill has upgraded. Su Yan hadn't expected the rewards from today's task to continue. It directly upgraded his Steelification skill from S rank to S rank. This demon god system is simply incredible. He glanced at the effect, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. 3 seconds of invincibility. This is definitely a trump card. Ro Xiaowu dressed then came to Su Yan's side with a smile and asked, Lord Su Yan, shall we continue? Ro Xiaowu nestled contentedly beside Su Yan. Her eyes sparkled, reflecting her dependence on him, and beneath the surface lay fervent admiration. Su Yan suddenly sighed with emotion. The Meitu tribe truly did not deceive him. This innate ability could probably only be mastered by a goblin. Side quest released: conquer the Meitu tribe. Item provided: paralysis powder. After the effect takes hold, the target will become incapacitated within 12 hours. Oh. A new quest. And they even thoughtfully prepared a prop. The system notification appeared in Su Yan's mind, and then a packet of powder materialized in his hand. Su Yan, I want to take you to meet my mother. Ro Xiaowu suddenly spoke up. Otherwise she's always setting me up with dates. See your mother. Su Yan revealed a slight smile. I have a better idea. He hadn't yet figured out how to broach the subject, but unexpectedly Ro Xiaowu had willingly walked into the trap. What idea? Ro Xiaowu hastily asked. Xiaowu, do you wish for us to be together forever? Su Yan looked into her clear eyes and asked. Of course. I dream of being with you. Ro Xiaowu answered eagerly. I hear the location of your Meitu tribe is hard to find. Su Yan narrowed his eyes and asked. The Meitu tribe was large in number, but the location of their tribe was extremely concealed, making it difficult to find without guidance. No problem, I can lead the way. Ro Xiaowu replied without hesitation. I'll take you there once and you'll know it. Great. Su Yan nodded with a smile. As long as he knew the exact location of the Meitu tribe, he could then collaborate with Ro Xiaowu from within. The Meitu tribe would then become Su Yan's prize. Follow me. Ro Xiaowu was eager to show Su Yan her home. She took his hand and walked cheerfully ahead. Su Yan observed the surroundings, memorizing the route. Actually, it's not that complicated. The reason it seems hard to find is that we've set up an illusion outside our tribe. Ro Xiaowu approached an ancient tree. Once this illusion is dispelled, you'll be able to see our tribe. Su Yan saw her crouch down and turn an inconspicuous stone. Rustle. The surrounding ancient trees suddenly shifted positions. Ahead there seemed to be no change, but the route was now completely different. Ahead is our Meitu tribe, Ro Xiaowu said, pointing forward. Let's go in. No. I need to go back. Su Yan shook his head. Ah. Are you leaving me? Rou Xiaowu grabbed Su Yan's hand reluctant. Xiaowu. I will not leave you. I will possess you and possess your tribe. Su Yan gazed at Rou Xiaowu with utmost seriousness, placing a packet of powder in her hand. I'll come back later. Put this in the food. Okay. Rou Xiaowu nodded without hesitation, a joyful smile returning to her face. I'll wait for you. Su Yan nodded and left, gently shaking his head. Was it that he was lucky or that the Meitu tribe was unlucky? The Meitu tribe had produced a love-struck little rabbit like Rou Xiaowu. He now needed to hurry back and bring the goblins of the Longyan tribe to attack. They would capture all the Meitu here, turning them into tools for their tribe. On the other side, Rou Xiaowu returned to the tribe with a delighted expression. Xiaowu. What makes you so happy? A gentle voice came from ahead. Rou Xiaowu looked up and saw a woman around 30 years old. She was extremely beautiful with black hair and black eyes, a faint smile always on her face. She wore a green form-fitting cheongsam that perfectly displayed her stunning curves. Mother. Rou Xiaowu immediately dashed over and threw herself into her arms. You're how old now, still so clingy? Su Qin revealed a trace of a smile, reached out and patted her shoulder. I caught a blind date for you. It's just right for you to go and take a look. Mother, I've told you so many times I don't need you to catch one, I can catch my own. Rou Xiaowu said crossly. Then go ahead and catch one, Su Qin retorted, looking at her. Aye. Rou Xiaowu hesitated. Hell be here soon. Since hell be here soon anyway, this one of mine is already here, no harm in taking a look. Su Qin laughed. Rou Xiaowu sighed, knowing she couldn't convince her mother, so she resigned herself to go and glance at him. He's a fine young man named Tang San, Su Qin reminded. Tang San. Xiao San. For some reason, upon hearing the name, Rou Xiaowu felt a strange sense of disgust. It sounded like a name for someone who would be a third wheel in a relationship, probably not a good person. Rou Xiaowu arrived at a wooden cabin, opened the door and saw a blue-clad youth tied up inside. He had long blue hair and a resolute expression. Demon. You already have a path to death. Tang San shouted without hesitation. Rou Xiaowu stepped forward and kicked him right in the forehead. Path to your mother's death. I'll kill you first. A set of 9-section throw was delivered directly to Tang San. Tang San's body became covered in blood, and especially a bloody hole appeared on his forehead. Damn it. I am Tang San. How dare you treat me like this? Tang San roared in pain. What's wrong with treating you like this? Rou Xiaowu executed a high kick, viciously aiming at Tang San's vital spot. Crack. Tang San was hit between his legs. Frothing at the mouth, he nearly passed out. You beast. You already have a path to death. Rou Xiaowu kicked out, directly hitting Tang San's head. She made a graceful turn, flipping her scorpion braid behind her, and clapped her hands. I really don't know where mother got such a weirdo. Rou Xiaowu nodded and then walked away directly. Su Qin looked at her doubtfully, then glanced at the cabin. This girl, even if she doesn't like him, she didn't have to go so far. I could have given him to others as a slave. Now he can only be used as food. Rou Xiaowu walked to the center of the tribe and saw many tribespeople preparing food. This must be the food for everyone. She approached nonchalantly, casually glancing around. Then, when the tribespeople weren't paying attention, she immediately sprinkled the paralysis powder Su Yan had given her onto it. Longyan tribe. Bo Li slowly opened her eyes and found Su Yan was not there. However, a number of fruits had been prepared beside her. She immediately picked one up and took a bite. Her eyes lit up and she was filled with joy. Lord Goblin is so kind, he left me not rotten fruit. Bo Li quickly ate one. For some reason her appetite suddenly became huge. Why is my appetite so big? Am I too hungry? She looked down at her lower abdomen and found it slightly swollen and something seemed to be moving inside. This is. Bowley carefully placed her palm on it, feeling the rhythm of life beneath the skin. The next second a look of surprise appeared on her face. Great, I'm pregnant. Su Yen swiftly returned to the Dragon Flame tribe. Most goblins were still out hunting, leaving only 4 senior goblins guarding the tribe's perimeter. He glanced at the sky, noting it was still early, and decided to visit Polly. He wondered if the saintess had truly changed under the rod's discipline. Goblin Lord. As Su Yen entered his dwelling, a graceful figure charged into his arms like a ball. Su Yen looked at Polly in his embrace, noticing her blissful expression. Miss me? Polly nodded earnestly. Polly misses the Goblin Lord. As long as you behave, I won't treat you poorly. Su Yen stroked Polly's hair, a faint smile forming. If the church knew their saintess had fallen to a goblin, their expressions would surely be amusing. Goblin Lord, I have good news, I'm pregnant. Polly closed her eyes, relishing the warmth of Su Yen's palm. Really? Su Yen was stirred, reaching out to touch Polly's belly. Take good care of yourself. I'll bring you some meat tonight. Goblin Lord, must you leave again? Polly asked reluctantly. I have matters to attend to. Stay put, if this will become your norm. Su Yen nodded. Polly's eyes turned into starry orbs as she clasped her hands. That's wonderful. Polly loves this. Goblin Lord, let me give you a gift. Saying so, she raised her hands, gathering holy light magic in her palms. Su Yen narrowed his eyes, sensing no threat, and thus did not stop her. The next moment a mass of pure white light poured into his body, merging with his skin. Su Yen glanced down and noticed his dusky green skin now bore a subtle sheen. This is the holy shield protection. It will keep you safe, Goblin Lord. Polly withdrew her magic and explained. Thoughtful of you, Su Yen said, seeing that Polly was utterly devoted to him. Serving the Goblin Lord is my honor, Polly said joyfully. Su Yen lingered with Polly for a while before leaving the dwelling. Time to get a bigger house. Su Yen looked back at the small wooden hut, then at the late Goblin Point's former residence. Wooden huts are too crude. When I get a chance, I'll build a mud brick house. Su Yen arrived at the Dragon Flame tribe square. Most goblins had returned from hunting. Brothers, how about a change of taste? The goblins immediately gathered around, hopping excitedly. Yes. We want that. Su Yen raised his arm. Tonight, your leader will take you hunting in the Charm Rabbit tribe. Quick, tell me the details. Su Yen kicked that goblin away. What's there to hear about details? Go experience it yourself to know the thrill. The boss speaks the truth, said that goblin, scrambling up with a grin. With Rose Iowa's previous guidance, Su Yen now knew the way well and smoothly reached the outskirts of the Charm Rabbit tribe. Remember. I repeat. We kill all male rabbit demons, capture all females, and burn every trace. Kill. Burn. Plunder. The goblins erupted in cheers, their eyes gleaming with excitement, glowing green like flies drawn to carrion. Move. Su Yen strode forward, reached the entrance, and turned the stone on the ground. The Charm Rabbit tribe. Rose Xiaowu, holding a wine bowl, glanced casually outward. Why isn't he here yet? He wouldn't stand me up, would he? Before her, all the Charm Rabbit tribesfolk had collapsed onto the tables. What's wrong with me today? I've only had one bowl of wine, yet I'm so weak. Su Qin sat nearby, rubbing her head in confusion. Mother, perhaps you were too tired last night, Rose Xiaowu said quickly, worried Su Qin would suspect. Not really, just 2 or 3 times. Su Qin shook her head gently. Once your marriage is settled, I should consider my own matters. Mother, you're so beautiful, you'll surely find someone worthy. Rose Xiaowu spoke. Worthy. Su Qin sighed softly. Do you know how hard those 2 words are? Hard. Rose Xiaowu wasn't sure. At least the first one she met was quite satisfactory. That man you mentioned, why hasn't he come yet? He's not afraid to show up, is he? Su Qin asked. No, he'll definitely come. Ro Xiaowu replied firmly. Soon a clamor arose from the entrance. Oh ho ho! Trouble! Goblins are attacking. A male rabbit demon screamed at the entrance. But the next second a goblin bit his neck clean through. What? Goblins? Su Qin's face turned pale. She tried to rise but was completely weak. He's here. Ro Xiaowa's eyes lit up with joy. He didn't lie to me. You got involved with a goblin. Su Qin realized her expression shifting. Mother, he's different, not an ordinary goblin, Ro Xiaowu quickly explained. Did you drug the food? Su Qin scanned the tribesfolk slumped over the tables. The banquet had only just begun. Everyone getting drunk so soon was clearly unnatural, but she hadn't paid attention earlier. Mother, forgive me. Just consider it for my happiness. Ro Xiaowu pleaded. It's over. The charm rabbit tribe is finished. Su Qin's face turned ashen. Ro Xiaowu quickly comforted her. Mother, no. It's not over. Lord Su Yan will bring us happiness. Su Qin said nothing, staring ahead. Hundreds of goblins charged in. They easily subdued the male rabbit demons and approached the females. The male demons, lying in pools of blood with goblins stepping on their heads, watched helplessly as their partners were taken. Cries and screams rose and fell. Su Qin soon noticed goblins encircling her and Ro Xiaowu. Xiaowu, run. I'll buy you time. Su Qin urged. No, I won't leave. Ro Xiaowu shook her head. If you don't go now, it'll be too late. Things will get out of control. Su Qin saw 4 goblins closing in and grew frantic. A spiked club descended, smashing the 4 goblins into pulp. Su Qin's eyes flickered at the sight. Such overwhelming strength. She looked up and saw a handsome goblin carrying a spiked club approaching. Gulp. She swallowed hard. Those abs. So perfect. A bunch of blind fools. Don't you dare touch these two. Su Yan laid his wolf-tooth club on the ground, swept his gaze around and scolded them with irritation. The surrounding goblins instantly fled, leaving the space to them. Su Yan. You're finally here. Ro Xiaowu immediately threw herself into Su Yan's arms. Of course I came back. I promised you. Su Yan nodded. He glanced at Su Qin. Name Su Qin, race Charm Rabbit, level 32, identity chieftain of the Charm Rabbit clan, skill Holy Mother S. I didn't expect this beautiful woman to be Xiaowa's mother, and her skill is actually Holy Mother. Whoever named it sure has a wild sense of humor. Su Yan checked Su Qin's basic information and muttered to himself. Su Qin looked up at Su Yan. You are a goblin. That's right. Su Yan looked at Su Qin. From now on the Charm Rabbit clan will be incorporated into the Longyan tribe. You. On what grounds? Su Qin gritted her teeth, but her body was immobilized. Mother, please say no more. Ro Xiaowu interjected beside her. Xiaowu, didn't you hear the screams of our clansmen? How can you speak for an outsider? Su Qin felt a pang of heartache. Screams. Ro Xiaowu looked at Su Qin in confusion. But from what I hear, everyone seems quite happy. Su Qin spoke stubbornly. If you want to annex our Charm Rabbit clan, you have to show sufficient strength. Otherwise I will never acknowledge it. Su Yan walked up to Su Qin and lifted her by the waist. You. What are you doing? Su Qin stared at Su Yan's abdominal muscles and asked. To express my sincerity I must demonstrate my strength. Ugly goblin. I will not yield. I would rather die than submit. I will never bow to your disgusting race. Lord Goblin, the Charm Rabbit clan is yours. My Longyan tribe is finally going to grow stronger. Thinking of this, Su Yan revealed a triumphant smile. Lord Su Yan, what are you smiling about? Ro Xiaowu asked, holding Su Yan's arm. Nothing. I'm just happy that my Longyan tribe is about to expand. He pulled her into his arms and replied. After the tribe expands, what do you want to do? Ro Xiaowu asked. March on the humans. Su Yan's face darkened and killing intent burst from his eyes. Lord Su Yan seems to hate humans deeply. Ro Xiaowu was startled by his expression and asked. Humans are the most despicable creatures. Not only are they ruthlessly inhumane toward other races, but they also slaughter their own kind. Su Yan clenched his fists and replied, so. I will take revenge on humanity. He had died at the hands of humans in his past life, and worse at the hands of his own brother. You will surely. Ro Xiaowu placed her hands on Su Yan's chest. Lord Su Yan, you will surely succeed in your revenge. Su Yan quickly calmed his emotions and looked around. Now the Charm Rabbit clan should be under his control. Congratulations on completing the task and conquering the Charm Rabbit clan. Congratulations on receiving an experience gift pack. Congratulations on gaining a large amount of experience. Congratulations on leveling up to level 31. Level 31. I'm going to evolve into a goblin venerable. Su Yan let out a low roar and his body began to change again. His height reached 1.8 meters. His muscles became more defined and his appearance started to take on a more human-like form. His skin changed from emerald green to dark green. Outwardly there seemed to be little difference, but Su Yan could feel that his power had increased many times over compared to before. Boom! He punched the ground directly, leaving a huge crater. Now even facing 100 goblin warriors would be no problem for him. As for greater goblins, he could kill them all no matter how many came. Congratulations! You and your tribe's goblins have received a physical enhancement gaining an additional effect. All offspring growth cycle reduced to 1 day. Su Yan's eyes lit up. This additional effect was simply incredible. Originally the normal process took 7 days, but now it's all compressed into 1 day. In other words, from pregnancy to a goblin cub reaching adulthood only takes 3 days. This was much faster than the previous half-month. Satisfying. Now I'm one step closer to my goal of expanding the tribe. Congratulations on awakening the skill every bush and tree and army s. Every bush and tree and army s. All flora within 1,000 miles can become your eyes. There's more rewards. Su Yan hadn't expected such a simple side quest to grant so many generous rewards. And this skill was amazing. Extremely practical. Su Yan's eyes were full of surprise and he couldn't help but praise it inwardly. With this skill he could predict whether the surrounding environment was safe in advance. He could also prepare before an enemy invasion. Let me test it first. Su Yan closed his eyes and the surrounding plants immediately provided him with vision. A group of goblins were celebrating nearby with the Charm Rabbit clan. He quickly skipped that scene and probed farther afield. Spirit Cat Clan. Su Yan soon spotted a figure flashing by. It was said that the Spirit Cat Clan was renowned for their speed. If he could merge with them he might gain speed-related skills. Su Yan temporarily noted the location of the Spirit Cat and continued probing the surroundings. Humans. Near the edge of the deep valley forest Su Yan detected traces of humans. There were 5 human warriors. Before them lay 5 goblin corpses. Another goblin was tied to a stake, being repeatedly pierced through the body by a human warrior wielding a broadsword. Each time the warrior avoided vital spots, leaving the goblin in agony yet unable to die. The other humans stood nearby laughing arrogantly. Side quest issued: kill at least 1 human, truly a bunch of beasts. Su Yan clenched his fists and opened his eyes again. Even without the system's quest he would still go and kill these humans. He recognized that the dead goblins were from the Longyan tribe. He hadn't expected them to fall victim to humans, and be tortured to death at that. Su Yan took a deep breath. He had already locked onto their location using every bush and tree and army. In his heart he had made the decision immediately. He would go and kill them all. To avenge his tribesmen. Su Yan looked down at his side and spoke to the unconscious Ro Xiaowu and Su Qin. You two rest here first. When I return I'll take you away. Su Yan crouched down and tucked the blanket over them. With absolute suppression in effect, no goblin would dare lay a hand on them. Su Yan lifted his head and a ruthless glint appeared in his eyes. His body shot forward like a missile charging toward the location of the 5 human warriors. Olat's sword suddenly pierced the goblin's throat, ending its life. How boring, it had no resistance at all. Olate kicked the goblin's corpse, which was tied to the pillar, to the ground. Olate, we have already killed 6 goblins and it's getting late. I think we should directly head back to report. A guard suggested. Report now. Olate stepped on a goblin's corpse, saying, that's not out of the question. I was originally planning to destroy a goblin tribe directly. Let's go. It's getting late. Each of us should carry a goblin. Then you can carry 2, a guard said. This yawning valley forest is not safe at night. Well, clean up the goblins here later. Olate nodded and directly pierced through the corpses of 2 goblins with his sword. Alas, what a pity. I haven't had enough fun killing these goblins today. Not enough fun. Do you want me to play with you? A low voice came from ahead. Whoa, who's there? Several guards immediately became vigilant, drawing their swords and staring intently ahead. Olate squinted, tightly gripping the sword hilt, pulling the sword out from the goblin's corpse. Who is it? Show yourself. Stop pretending to be mysterious here. A figure slowly emerged from the darkness ahead. Olate discovered it was a goblin and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He disdainfully raised his sword, pointing at Su Yan. Heh. I was just worried about not finding you and you unexpectedly came to me. Other guards, seeing that it was a goblin, also relaxed their guard, their eyes filled with mockery. Olate, let me kill him. I've been itching to see you torture goblins all this time. A scar-faced guard stepped forward, swaggering towards Su Yan with his sword. Name: Lai Sewer. Race: human. Level: Black Illumination Warrior, level 20. Identity: member of the Divine Court Guard team. Skill: Pursuit Stab B. Have. Su Yan saw the guard's information and a trace of cold indifference crept onto his face. With such strength you dare to come out and embarrass yourself? Ugly ant. Dying under my sword is your honor. Pursuit Stab. Lai Sewer fiercely thrust his sword towards Su Yan's chest. Explode. Su Yan directly gained double the power. Bang. Lai Sewer's head was struck by Su Yan's fist, spinning 360 degrees on his neck. Pa. Lai Sewer's head lay down on the ground. The scene instantly fell silent. Heh. Just a big goblin. Olate coldly snorted twice, staring at Su Yan, but took a step back. Olate, are you sure? I feel like the opponent might be a goblin warrior. A guard nervously spoke. What are you afraid of? We are 3 black illumination warriors plus 1 iron warrior. Even if the opponent is a goblin warrior, so what? Olate encouraged. Let's all go together. Kill him directly. Ah. 3 black illumination warrior guards felt Olate's words made sense and directly attacked Su Yan. Invincible golden body. Within 3 seconds 3 guards swung their swords wildly at Su Yan. Clang clang. They made metallic collision sounds on his body. Su Yan calculated the time and stepped back 1 step as it approached 3 seconds. The 3 guards stared blankly. This. Su Yan stood there as if nothing happened without a single scratch on him. Did you 2 skip meals? Su Yan grabbed the heads of 2 guards and slammed them together. Bang! The 2 heads burst apart. Red and white splattered all over the remaining guard's face. The taste is quite good. If only I could pour a spoonful of hot oil, it would probably be even more delicious. Su Yan tossed the 2 guards aside, licked his fingers clean and looked at the remaining guard. Ah! The guard sat on the ground, turning to Olate for help. Olate, save me quickly. Aren't you an iron warrior? Isn't it a problem to fight a goblin warrior unknown? Su Yen squatted down looking at the guard. Sorry to interrupt, but I'm not a goblin warrior yet. Olate breathed a sigh of relief that made things much simpler since the opponent was just a big goblin. Su Yen smiled wickedly. I am the goblin sovereign. Olate's scalp instantly felt numb. He actually encountered the goblin sovereign at the edge of Yawning Valley Forest. His hand holding the sword began to tremble and he quickly turned to run. I hate those who abandon their companions the most. Su Yen looked up and picked up a sword from beside him and threw it. Goblins excel at this kind of targeting practice. Ordinary goblins without weapons would pick up stones and branches in the forest to make their own. They often use stones to knock out prey from a distance and drag it away. Pfft. The sword pierced through Olate's thigh, pinning him to the ground. Be big brother, please. Spare me. The guard pleaded before Su Yen. Spare you? Who will spare my deceased kin? Su Yen narrowed his eyes and picked up another sword, thrusting it viciously into his neck. The guard's eyes widened as he instantly lost his life. Congratulations, you have killed 4 humans, completing the side quest. Congratulations, you have obtained ordinary swordsmanship A. Swordsmanship proficiency A. Mastery of swordsmanship fundamentals achieved. I've stolen a skill. I didn't expect it to be swordsmanship. Su Yen revealed a smile. If his swordsmanship skill was also what he needed. He definitely wouldn't always fight empty-handed, he would need to forge equipment in the future. To make the Dragon Flame tribe even stronger. Only then would there be capital to resist humans. Learning to use weapons is also very important. It's a pity this time I didn't get an experience package. Su Yen shook his head, sitting on the ground. First let me eat them, it should trigger the talent skill steal. He immediately picked up a guard's corpse and began to gnaw at his neck. Olate's leg was pinned to the ground. The intense pain made him sweat profusely. He raised his head to look ahead and found Su Yen actually starting to eat the corpse of his companion right in front of him. The bloody scene would be unforgettable for life. Especially the scene of disemboweling. Ugh. Olate couldn't help but vomit. You just vomited. Su Yen with a mouth full of blood glanced at Olate and grinned, his white teeth stained with flesh and blood. Name Olate. Race human. Level Iron Warrior, level 27. Identity member of the Divine Court Guard team, nephew of Captain Gray. Skill Divine Judgment A. Gray. Upon seeing this name in Olate's information, Su Yen's expression darkened immediately. An inexplicable surge of anger erupted within him. In his previous life at the age of 10, he and his mother were returning to the City of Gold by carriage when they were ambushed by a mysterious person. To save him, his mother took a sword for him and he fell into the dense forest, narrowly escaping. He had been secretly investigating the whereabouts of the mysterious person and finally discovered his identity. Gray. And he also found out that this matter was premeditated and far more complicated than he had thought. But before he could investigate the mastermind behind Gray, he was killed. This time he must avenge his mother and uncover the mastermind behind it. So he did not immediately kill Olate. Perhaps he could extract some useful information from him. Su Yen's anger gradually dissipated. He readjusted his state and continued to finish eating the remaining 3 guard corpses. He couldn't waste them. Congratulations on successfully devouring a human. You have gained a large amount of experience. I suppose these 4 guards were too low level. They didn't even allow me to level up. After receiving the prompt of successful devouring, Su Yen realized he had not yet leveled up. He speculated that the experience required for leveling up now was likely much greater. He casually picked up a sword from the ground, acclimating himself to its use. Good grief. A goblin wielding a sword. Olate stared at the scene before him, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had never imagined that a goblin could wield a sword with such proficiency, as though he had practiced for over a decade. In his memory, a lowly race like goblins, even given 100 years of practice, would struggle to master even a single technique. Yet this goblin before him was utterly different. Such intelligence, such comprehension. Was he truly a goblin? Su Yen practiced for a brief while then found a vine from the nearby bushes. He tugged at it a couple of times, finding it sturdy enough. He used it to bundle all the dead guards' equipment together, intending to bring it back for the goblins in the tribe. "Oh, sorry, I almost forgot about the one on your leg." Su Yen patted his head, turned around and drew the sword strapped to Aolate's leg. Hiss. Ah. Aolite trembled in agony, nearly passing out. Su Yen stripped the equipment off Aolate's body and put it on himself. As Gree's nephew, his gear was superior to the other guards. The others wore ordinary equipment while his was at least of fine quality. "It's your turn now." Su Yen found another vine and walked toward Aolite. "This goblin cannot be allowed to live. Otherwise he will surely become a great calamity. I must eliminate him." Aolite schemed inwardly, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. He had been feigning weakness all along, waiting for Su Yen to approach. As long as the opponent got within 1 meter of him, death was certain. Su Yen approached Aolite with a rope. "Ha ha ha. Die. You foolish goblin." Aolite suddenly roared. Holy judgment. A massive sword manifested above Su Yan's head, bursting with dazzling golden light as it descended straight down. Clang. A beam of holy light emerged from Su Yan's body, blocking the blow. Oh. Su Yan looked up as the great sword dissipated, letting out a soft laugh. "I didn't expect Beli's holy shield protection to come in so handy. I must reward her generously when we return." Holy light. This is impossible. Aolate's eyes nearly popped out in shock. He had never imagined Su Yen could not only block this sneak attack but also use holy magic. "It's the Saintess." Aolite quickly realized that was the only explanation. But why would the Saintess bestow holy light upon a goblin? She must have been coerced. Yes, that had to be it. Are you talking about Boli? She's my woman now. Su Yen drew both swords and thrust them into Aolate's shoulder blades, looked up at him and smiled, so smooth. Ah. Aolite let out a roar of pain and fury. "You despicable goblin, I'll kill you." Ah. "You'll die a miserable death." "Why so worked up?" "She's not just my woman, she's already pregnant and will soon bear me a brood of goblins." Su Yen sneered as he bound Aolate's body tightly. That holy beautiful Saintess, he had never even touched a single finger of hers nor spoken more than a few words. And now she had been defiled by a goblin. Pfft. Aolite, overwhelmed by rage, lost consciousness. Ha! His mental fortitude crumbles so easily. Su Yen hoisted Aolite onto his left shoulder, carried the bundled equipment in his right hand and prepared to head back to the Lonyan tribe. Suddenly he stopped and glanced back at the 6 goblin corpses on the ground. As fellow goblins of the same tribe, since they had died, they deserved a proper burial. Thus he buried them in his stomach. Congratulations on successfully devouring 6 ordinary goblins. Congratulations on gaining a large amount of experience. Congratulations on leveling up to level 32. Ah, finally reached level 32. Su Yen rubbed his stomach and stood up, carrying Aolite and the equipment away. After devouring those 4 guards, the experience he had gained was only a step away from leveling up. By eating these goblins, the experience just made the cut, allowing him to level up smoothly. Su Yen returned to the Lonyan tribe, where it was empty with only a few scattered goblins. "I need to go fetch Xiao Wu and Su Qin." Su Yen threw Aolite onto the ground and pointed at a few goblins. "Keep an eye on him and take good care of him." "Yes, chief." The goblins immediately agreed and dragged Aolite away. Su Yen turned and headed toward the Meitu clan. It's time to steal a skill to increase speed. He was acutely aware that speed was his current weakness. If he could obtain a related skill, it would greatly enhance his combat prowess. At present the most suitable were the Lingmao clan. He would go and try his luck at the location where he had spotted them last time. By the time he arrived at the Meitu clan, it was already deep into the night. The goblins' revelry had ended and most were fast asleep with only a few still engaged in procreation. Su Yan approached Ro Xiaowu and Su Qin finding them both sound asleep. He lifted both onto his shoulders and shouted to the surroundings, "Wake up all of you! Get up! Back to the tribe!" The rabbits of the Meitu clan were only cooperating because they had been drugged with paralytic powder. He could not be sure that once the drug wore off these rabbits would not resist or attempt to flee. To be safe it was best to lock them in cages before they woke up. Su Yan's voice carried far, instantly rousing the sleeping goblins. Yes. The goblins immediately got up and began to move. Under absolute dominance they would not dare to resist. Ro Xiaowu swayed on Su Yan's shoulder, murmuring in her sleep, "Su Yan, go slower. I'm about to fall apart." What kind of dream is she having? Su Yan chuckled and shook his head. Before dawn they returned to the Longyan tribe. Lock them in the cages. Su Yan gave the order, then carried Ro Xiaowu and Su Qin to the chief's dwelling. The original space was already cramped with just him and Boli. He covered them with straw and turned to find Boli. "Goblin Lord. You're back." Boli, upon seeing Su Yan enter excitedly, threw herself at him. "Slow down, be careful not to strain the pregnancy." Su Yan reached out to steady Boli. "Ahem." Boli nodded happily. "I can't believe the Goblin Lord is concerned about me. I'm so happy." Su Yan touched her lower abdomen and noticed it was starting to show. He guided Boli to sit on the bed. "Boli, today your holy shield protection really saved me. So I've decided to reward you handsomely. Is there anything you desire?" Boli's eyes lit up and she clasped her hands in front of her. "Goblin Lord. Can I truly ask for any reward?" "Then I." Su Yan stretched languidly, then glanced down at Boli, who had fallen unconscious. He stepped forward to wipe the sweat from her brow, covered her with a straw-woven blanket and then walked out of the hut. The sky outside had already brightened completely. He casually loosened up his limbs and strode toward the center of the tribe where Ao Late was tied up by goblins. But before he could get close he saw several goblins beating Ao Late. Su Yan swore that when he initially assigned those goblins to look after Ao Late he had not instructed them to educate him with sticks. After a few screams Su Yan walked over and casually swatted the goblins away. "Take it easy next time. I haven't questioned him yet, don't kill him." Ao Late lay on the ground pale-faced and gritting his teeth. "If you've got the guts, kill me. You disgusting beast. Don't give me a chance to escape. Otherwise I will definitely kill you. Go find your uncle." Su Yan squatted down and stared at him. Ao Late's expression shifted slightly, but he just stared at Su Yan without speaking. "Do you know who captured the Holy Maiden?" Su Yan asked, looking at Ao Late. "Humph. Wasn't it you who captured her? How dare you capture the Holy Maiden? You've even defiled her purity. You're dead. The divine sect will never let you off." Ao Late sneered. "It seems no one knows about this yet." Su Yan curled his lips. Ao Late suddenly felt a chill down his back. How intelligent was this goblin? And how could it read people's expressions so well? "Well, I've basically confirmed what I needed to. Now you can enjoy yourself." Su Yan stood up and left directly. "Wait, aren't you going to ask me anything?" Ao Late shouted at Su Yan's back. "Ask you what? How many members are in your divine court guard? Who is your captain? Or about the strength of the divine sect?" Su Yan stopped glancing sideways at him. Ao Late opened his mouth in shock. How did this guy know all that? Could it be just from looking at him? Could his expression have given away so much? This goblin was too terrifying. By the way, a word of advice, don't open your mouth recklessly. Su Yan curled his lips and turned away. Before Ao Late could react he suddenly saw 4 large goblins approaching. "Kill me if you dare. Ugly goblin. Give me a quick death." Ao Late roared. But soon his voice was no longer heard. Su Yen grinned. A warrior who so enjoyed torturing goblins naturally could not be let off easily. He had to let him personally experience the joy of being tormented so that he would die slowly. Ah! A startled cry came from nearby. Su Yen saw a goblin approaching the cage of the rabbit tribe about to perform the ritual again. Get lost! Su Yen kicked the goblin away. Idiot! Don't you know she's pregnant? That's very harmful to her body. Su Yen scolded, from now on anyone who dares to touch them during pregnancy will be executed. The surrounding goblins who had been eager to try earlier immediately shrank their heads in fear. Today's tasks find nearby iron mines. And food. Su Yen continued assigning orders. Yes. The goblins instantly obeyed and left the tribe. Su Yen, sir. Su Yen looked up to see Ro Xiaowu and Su Qin approaching from ahead. You're up. How do you feel? Su Yen stepped forward with a smile. I'm pregnant. Ro Xiaowu touched her belly revealing a happy smile. Su Yan's eyes lit up, that's great. Then he looked at Su Qin. Su Qin glanced down at her own belly and gently shook her head feeling a bit frustrated. It's okay, these things can't be rushed. Su Yen comforted her with a smile. Goblin Lord. Can I request to release my kinsman from the cage? Su Qin bit her lip and pleaded looking at Su Yen. You know I can't guarantee your kinsman won't try to escape. Su Yen shrugged. Leave it to me. I'll make them all stay voluntarily. Su Qin said seriously. All right. If they stay voluntarily, I'll release them and ensure their safety, and I won't let the goblins act recklessly. Su Yen also made a promise for Su Qin. Su Qin cast a grateful glance at Su Yen, then walked toward the place where the Metu tribe was located. Su Yen, sir, you are so kind. Ro Xiaowu wrapped her arms around Su Yan's strong arm. I'm not a good person. I only do things that benefit me. Su Yen shook his head. But Ro Xiaowu didn't care. In my eyes, Su Yen, sir, you are always the best. By the way, mother is going to give you a present later. Ro Xiaowu blinked. A present? What present? Su Yen asked. That's a secret. Only mother can tell you herself. Ro Xiaowu gave a sly smile. You'll definitely love it. Su Yen glanced toward Su Qin, who was trying to persuade the tribespeople in the distance, and felt a little curious. Xiaowu, do you know the Lingmao clan? Su Yen asked Ro Xiaowu. Lingmao clan. Su Yen, sir, are you interested in them? Ro Xiaowu asked. I need to enhance the goblin's speed. The speed deficiency is still quite obvious. Su Yen nodded. He urgently needed to devour a Lingmao to obtain speed-related skills. Ro Xiaowu thought for a moment. Actually, I encountered the Lingmao clan some time ago, but they don't have a fixed tribal location. They change places every so often, so it's very hard to find them. Su Yen frowned. If that was the case, even the place where he had seen the Lingmao markings would likely yield no clues. Su Yen, sir, don't worry. I might have a way to find the Lingmao clan. Ro Xiaowu suddenly spoke after some thought. Su Yen looked at her curiously. What method? Ro Xiaowu said, the Lingmao clan loves a kind of fish called sea fish. Every year when the sea fish mature, the Lingmao go to catch them. According to the calendar, that should be in a few days. Sea fish. Where are they? Su Yen asked. Well, actually not far from our Metu tribe. I can take Su Yen, sir, there. Ro Xiaowu replied. Wait until you give birth to the goblins tomorrow. Su Yen thought for a moment and nodded. Ahem. Ro Xiaowu nodded and leaned her head happily against Su Yan's shoulder. Goblin Lord, they all agreed. Su Qin came to Su Yen happily. Good, I'll release them in a moment. Su Yen nodded. This Metu tribe was also a fighting force, so he naturally didn't want to restrain them. I heard you have a gift for me. Su Yen asked. Ahem. Su Qin's cheeks flushed slightly. She raised her jade-like fingers and slowly opened her collar. Su Yan's gaze shifted as the collar opened. What, this is simply enormous. Su Yan had never seen such a large crystal before. Around Su Qin's neck this crystal was about the size of a fist. The white crystal flawless and pure shimmered with a seven-colored luster on its surface. Luminous crystal contains the purest energy in the world. Oh. Su Yan was somewhat puzzled by this item's information. It looked like some kind of material. This is the treasured heirloom of our rabbit clan. Our ancestors used it to protect our clan for generations, keeping us from being hunted by natural enemies. Su Qin held it in her hands with a pious expression. A formation. Su Yan seemed to realize something. The Meitu clan relied on a formation to hide their entire clan. If not for Rou Xiaowu leading the way, he would not have been able to wipe them all out. As expected of Lord Su Yan. You guessed it in one go. Rou Xiaowu said admiringly from the side. Su Qin nodded solemnly. This time I wish to present it as a gift to Lord Goblin so that it may also protect the Dragon Flame tribe for generations to come. Su Yan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Generations to come. That's a nice sentiment. Then I'll leave it to you. It's my duty. Everything I have is yours. Seeing Su Yan agree to accept, Su Qin immediately showed a happy smile. Finally she could contribute her strength here as well. This way she wouldn't seem useless. Su Qin held the luminous crystal in both hands and came to the center of the Dragon Flame tribe. She closed her eyes and murmured an incantation under her breath. All the surrounding Meitu clan members knelt on the ground with their hands crossed over their chests. Sacred Mother. A dazzling seven-colored radiance burst from the crystal, instantly flooding the entire tribe. Aelate's eyes were dazzled by the radiance. He looked up and saw Su Qin in the center, then swept his gaze around. His heart was deeply shocked. Previously they had been locked in cages and he hadn't noticed. Now he suddenly realized that this goblin tribe was actually living together with the Meitu clan. Moreover, the chieftain of the Meitu clan was willingly assisting the goblins. This scene made his heart unsettled for a long time. Su Yan narrowed his eyes at the seven-colored radiance within the tribe, and after adjusting slightly he opened his eyes again. Was this the power of the Sacred Mother skill? The seven-colored radiance within the tribe enveloped Su Qin and her entire demeanor changed. Holy and pure motherly grace over the world. The entire process lasted 3 seconds. The seven-colored radiance then all burrowed into the ground and spread outward. Clang! A bell-like sound seemed to ring within the tribe, shaking the heart. The luminous crystal slowly floated into the air, rotating gently. Su Qin turned around with a gentle smile and came before Su Yan. Lord Goblin, the formation has been set. Mother, this formation seems even more powerful than the one arranged by the Rabbit clan. Rou Xiaowu asked in surprise. This is an improved formation I made. Su Qin's face showed a hint of pride. If I have the Moon Knight crystal, I could make the formation not only have concealment abilities but also offensive means. Moon Knight crystal. Su Yan silently noted it down. If he encountered it outside, he would bring it back. Lord Goblin. Now, unless we actively expose ourselves, no one can find our traces. Su Qin looked at Su Yan and spoke. You did very well. Su Yan was indeed satisfied. With this formation, the survival rate of the Dragon Flame tribe had undoubtedly been greatly enhanced. After all, the Dragon Flame tribe was still too weak and urgently needed time to develop. However, how do we enter? Su Yan asked. I have set up a formation stone outside the tribe. As long as you move it, you can activate the formation and enter. Su Qin immediately replied. You did brilliantly. I've decided to give you a great gift in return. Su Yan curled a smile. Yueshi Town. Galay brought 2 guards back to Yueshi Town. His face was full of worry. Clearly he had not found the Saintess. As time passed, the Saintess was likely in dire straits. I wonder how Olate's investigation is going. Galay stopped in front of the tavern, muttered a word and then walked inside. Oh! Isn't this Lord Galay? Calayer saw Galay and raised his glass with a smile. Drinking so early in the morning. Galay frowned. I'm specifically waiting for you, so I'm having a little drink to refresh myself. Calayer grinned. Waiting for me? What for? I have no tasks here. Galay shot him a displeased look and prepared to go upstairs. Looking for your nephew. He hasn't returned yet. Calayer replied loudly. Galay stopped and turned to look at him. What do you mean? Your nephew went to the deep valley forest and hasn't come back yet. Calayer shrugged and drained the cup of wine. Not yet back. Giliai's expression turned grave. Maybe he found a clue and went to save the saintess. I hope so. Calayer sighed. Do you know something? Galay walked up to Calayer, anger showing on his face. Don't get excited. I did find a clue in the saintess room. Calayer grinned. Galay frowned. What clue? 10000 gold coins. Calayer held up one finger. Galay grabbed him by the collar and roared, You little brat. Do you want to die? How dare you extort me? Don't get excited. This clue will help you find your nephew and might even save the saintess. Calayer looked calmly at Galay. If the divine church finds out you lost the saintess, I think you know the consequences better than I do. Take 1,000 gold coins first. I want to hear if you're lying to me. Galay threw over a money pouch. Calayer picked up the pouch, weighed it and smiled. Lord Galay is indeed generous. It was goblins who captured the saintess. Calayer replied. Galay narrowed his eyes and immediately drew his sword, pressing it against Calayer's neck. You're messing with me. How could it be goblins? How could such a lowly race capture the saintess? The high-grade sword's edge was very sharp. It cut the skin on Calayer's neck and drops of blood seeped out. What if the saintess was knocked unconscious? Calayer's face turned serious. This isn't my speculation. I believe my reputation at the Adventurers Guild can guarantee I'm not lying. Galay slowly lowered his sword, his expression uncertain. A cold sweat trickled down his forehead. If the saintess really was taken by goblins, then things would be bad. How about it? This clue is worth 10,000 gold coins. Claire grinned, casting a glance at Gray. If I find out you're deceiving me, you know the consequences. Gray stared at him, his face laced with menace. Don't worry, you'll wait for Lord Gray at the tavern and won't go anywhere. Claire nodded earnestly. Humph. Gray snorted coldly, turned and strode out of the tavern. Claire watched Gray's retreating back, a smile curling on his lips. Little goblin, I bet you've already disposed of those guards, haven't you? It seems your intelligence is far from low. This time I've sent Gray. I wonder if you can kill him. Gray stormed off toward the valley forest with his escort. Lord Gray. Could the Holy Maiden really have been taken by goblins? Impossible. Only ordinary goblins can enter the Holy Maiden's room. Such a lowly race, how could they kidnap the Holy Maiden without leaving a trace? Gray retorted. I bet Claire is just trying to swindle my money. What a detestable fellow. Just wait till I get back, he'll deal with him properly. Su Yen turned over, sprang up from the ground with renewed vigor. He whistled as he walked toward the door. Su Yen pushed it open and found Ro Xiaowu asleep against the wall. Ha! Why are you sleeping at the door? Su Yen stepped forward, lifted Ro Xiaowu in his arms and laid her on the bed. Lord Su Yen. Ro Xiaowu blinked drowsily. Yes, it's me. Su Yen stroked her cheek. You're still weak, you need to rest more. All right. Ro Xiaowu nodded obediently. Su Yen left the room and glanced at the entrance, noticing a puddle of water on the ground for no apparent reason. Ha! Su Yen looked up and realized an hour had passed. Yet the number of goblins inside the tribe wasn't increasing, it was decreasing. Almost forgot. Su Yan quickly headed toward the edge of the territory. The Longyan tribe was now shrouded in an array invisible to outsiders. But the goblins of the Longyan tribe also couldn't get in. Over here. Su Yan stepped out of the array and bumped right into dozens of returning goblins. Remember, from now on, enter the tribe through here. Su Yan walked up to the array stone and manipulated it. Soon the Longyan tribe was revealed before their eyes. The goblins immediately surged into the tribe. Su Yan called one goblin over to guard the entrance, opening the door whenever other goblins arrived. Then he returned to the tribe. Su Yan glanced around and saw mostly fruits, many of which were rotting. Any findings? He picked up an apple at random and bit into it. With a clatter, the goblins tasked with searching for iron ore dropped the stones they had found onto the ground. Su Yan crouched down and casually sifted through them, using his divine eye to inspect each piece, searching for traces of iron ore. This iron ore is indeed quite rare. Su Yan found that most of the stones were useless debris with no sign of iron ore. Any more? Su Yan asked the goblin before him. But all the goblins in the tribe shook their heads. Clearly that was everything. Boss. A goblin stumbled and crashed in. Thud. A stone fell from his body. Su Yan looked down and his eyes lit up. Found it. He immediately reached out and helped the goblin up, noticing that its leg had been pierced by an arrow. Did you run into danger? Su Yan asked the goblin. The goblin replied at once, Boss. We found the iron ore, but we were attacked by another goblin tribe. Only I escaped and I'm injured. Another goblin tribe. Su Yan hadn't expected to encounter his own kind so soon. Goblin tribes were always hostile to one another, following the law of the jungle. Once a weaker tribe was discovered, goblins would inevitably destroy it. Where exactly? Su Yan asked. In the southwest of the forest, the goblin answered. Su Yan nodded slightly, closed his eyes and immediately activated nature's army. He wanted to see the situation for himself so he could find a way to counter them. Since they dared to kill his goblins, he certainly couldn't let that tribe off. Su Yan's vision shifted endlessly through nature's army, exploring southwestward. Soon, by a small stream, he spotted traces of a large number of goblins. Pushing further, he discovered the iron ore deposit. Many goblins were mining it. Su Yan counted there were about 200 ordinary goblins mining, 30 hobgoblins hauling, and 2 goblin warriors standing guard. The tribe was clearly a level 3 or even level 4 tribe. To fully seize this iron mine, I can't act rashly. I need to determine their true strength first. Su Yan made the decision and prepared to end his share of nature's army's vision. This is... Su Yan noticed a goblin warrior grasping a young woman and approaching from a distance. She wore a simple black fitted mini-dress, black armlets on her arms revealing sharp claws, and tall black boots on her long legs. Her unruly black hair was crowned with 2 cat ears. Her cold expression contrasted sharply with her flawless figure. Su Yan recognized her at once. She was of the spirit cat clan, capable of taking human form upon adulthood to find mates and accelerate cultivation. Ha ha ha, look what I caught. The goblin warrior held the young woman by her legs, lifting her high to show off. The other 2 goblin warriors' eyes lit up at the sight of her. They leaned in and sniffed. I smell a maiden's sweetness. Tonight the 3 of us are in for a treat. The young woman dangling in the air fumed, You disgusting, hideous goblins. Just kill me if you dare. The 3 goblin warriors exchanged glances and grinned wickedly. Kill you? That would be letting you off too easily. At least let every goblin in the tribe have their turn first, he he he. After confirming where the young woman was imprisoned, Su Yan ended the vision shared through nature's army. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Don't worry, little spirit cat. You can only be mine. Su Yan addressed the goblins before him. A batch of goblin cubs will be born soon. During this time, stay near the tribe and capture some low-level magical beasts to serve as food. Wait for my orders before capturing the iron mine. Yes, boss. The surrounding goblins immediately accepted the command. Su Yen glanced at the sky and saw that the sun had already begun to set. Night descended like smoke, slowly enveloping the land. It was time to set out to rescue the spirit cat maiden. Fortunately, the iron mine was not far from the blazing dragon tribe. Before total darkness fell, Su Yen arrived near the iron mine. Are they still mining at night? Su Yen noticed that the sounds of mining continued unabated from within the mine. Hobgoblins were still continuously transporting ore. Either they were truly working tirelessly or the goblins on the job had been replaced by a new shift. What a bunch of drudges. For the convenience of guarding, the spirit cat maiden was imprisoned inside the iron mine, watched over by 3 hobgoblins. 3 goblin warriors were outside supervising the ore transport. Earlier, using the every bush and tree skill, he had been unable to gauge the specific strength of the goblin warriors. Name Gute level goblin warrior level 22. Name Gudun level goblin warrior level 21. Name Gushama level goblin warrior level 23. It seems they have only recently become goblin warriors. If no opportunity presents itself, I'll have to force my way in. After learning the strength of the strongest goblins at the mine, Su Yen had already made his calculations in his mind. Soon night fell. Gushama lit a torch in his hand and placed it on the rock wall. All right. Everyone take a rest. We'll continue later. The hobgoblins immediately stopped moving and sat down to rest. Let's rest too. Gushama exchanged a glance with Gute and Gudun. All right. Let's have a taste first. Then give the brothers a little soup. Gute immediately rubbed his hands and laughed lecherously. Hurry up, I can barely wait. Gudun's face was full of excitement. Su Yen noticed that there were a total of 5 hobgoblins resting outside the door. If he went over, he would definitely be discovered. He could only cause a commotion and draw all the goblins together. Squinting his eyes, he gripped the fine sword and groped forward. In a corner of the iron mine, a huge iron cage hung in midair. The spirit cat maiden was imprisoned inside, her hands and feet tightly bound with vines. He. How about it? Changed your mind? Gushama swaggered forward. Dream on. Even if I die, I won't let disgusting creatures like you get the benefit. The spirit cat maiden's cold face showed disgust. It seems you still haven't understood your situation. Gudun sneered from the side. No matter. She's tough now. She'll soften soon. Gute grinned maliciously. Shama. You go first. After all, you caught her. He. Then I won't hold back. Gushama chuckled, opened the cage and reached inside. I love breaking stubborn ones. The spirit cat maiden's eyes glinted coldly and she fiercely bit down on Gushama's palm. Her sharp teeth pierced his skin and bright red blood immediately flowed out. Courting death. Do you really think we dare not kill you? Gudun suddenly raised his rusty sword. Hey! Gushama stopped. Gudun sucked at the wound on his hand and grinned wickedly. What a little wildcat. Looks like you're ready to receive my gift in the cage. Gushama reached out and pulled a vine beside him. The spirit cat maiden's body was instantly suspended in the cage, her limbs locked and unable to move. Get away. Don't touch me. Disgusting goblin. My sister will avenge me if the spirit cat maiden cried angrily. He. Do you really think you were accidentally left alone? Gushama laughed loudly. The spirit cat maiden's face changed. Shut up. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He. I love seeing the despair on a maiden's face. Gushama grinned and walked behind the spirit cat maiden. Fire. Fire outside. Run! An urgent call came. Ha! Gushama turned his head and indeed saw thick smoke pouring in from the entrance. Shama. What should we do? Let's go quickly. Gudun looked at Gushama. Let's go. Gushama decisively walked out. Aren't we taking the spirit cat? It's our first time catching a spirit cat. Gudun said reluctantly. What time is it? Do you want to die? Gushama said irritably. He'll have them send another one later. Gudun's eyes lit up and he immediately followed. Alright bro. Gute, why aren't you moving? Hurry up. Gudun noticed that Gute at the front had stopped. The smoke at the entrance grew thicker, making it impossible to see the situation ahead. He reached out and patted Gute's shoulder. The next second Gute's head fell directly to the ground. Whoa! What the hell? Gudun stepped back in fright. Gushama looked up and noticed the goblin appearing at the entrance. Hey! Which tribe are you from? Dare to cause trouble here? Looking for death? Gudun pointed his rusty sword at Su Yen. Su Yen paid no heed, directly gripping the fine sword and thrusting it straight through Gudun's heart. Gudun's expression froze, not expecting Su Yen to act so decisively. Intense pain shot through him and the next second he collapsed to the ground dead. Are you a hobgoblin? No, a hobgoblin couldn't be a match for Gudun. Are you a goblin warrior? Why is your body so small? Gushama stared at Su Yen and stepped back. Su Yen did not speak but walked toward Gushama. He was not accustomed to talking with the dead. The spirit cat maiden looked out of the cage in confusion just in time to see Su Yen kill Gudun. This goblin looks a bit special. Is he here to save me? The spirit cat maiden's expression turned complex and she shook her head fiercely. What am I thinking? Just a moment ago I was cursing goblins. How can I expect a goblin to save me? However, his swordsmanship is so skilled. It's as if he has practiced swordsmanship since childhood. If he were human it would be completely reasonable. But he is a goblin. How is this possible? Swoosh! Gushama suddenly raised his left hand, which was fitted with an iron box that shot out an arrow. Watch out! But the spirit cat maiden warned anxiously, but it was too late. The arrow shot out very fast, almost instantly upon raising his hand. Pfft. The arrow easily lodged itself in Su Yen's chest. Gushama took the opportunity to swing his rusty sword at Su Yen. Humph. Die, kid. This is the consequence of meddling. Clang. The rusted sword of Gushama struck Su Yen's body, sparking a flash of fire. Yet it did not harm him in the slightest. Instead, cracks appeared on the rusted blade. What? This? Gushama was caught off guard. Was this opponent made of iron? Su Yen activated his invincible golden body, rendering him invulnerable for 3 seconds while doubling his strength. Swish! He swung the fine sword in his hand, cleaving off Gushama's left arm in one stroke. Ah! Gushama stumbled back in pain, his gaze shifting between uncertainty and fury as he stared at Su Yen. Is this all the strength you possess? Truly pitifully weak. Su Yen strode step by step toward Gushama. We are both goblin warriors, yet why is the gap between us so vast? Gushama stared at Su Yen with resentment. Su Yen let out a laugh at Gushama's naive words. You're absolutely hilarious. Who told you I'm a goblin warrior? That conclusion was your own guess, wasn't it? You. Gushama's expression froze. Indeed, he had simply assumed. Could it be that this goblin before him was even stronger than a goblin warrior? The spirit cat maiden watched the battle from her cage, astonished to see Su Yen's body completely unharmed after receiving Gushama's sword strike. She grew curious about what this goblin was truly made of. Why did he seem far more powerful than other goblins? Before I send you on your way, I'll tell you, I am already a goblin venerable. Rest easy. You die without grievance. Su Yen gripped his fine sword, ready to swing and end Gushama's life. Gushama shouted frantically, wait. I can still be useful to you. I know plenty of intelligence about the Wotan tribe. Go ahead, tell me what intelligence you have. If it's interesting enough, I might consider sparing you. Su Yen rubbed his chin, a sly smile spreading across his face. Our Wotan tribe has at least 1,000 ordinary goblins, several hundred hobgoblins and 10 goblin warriors. Gushama hastily blurted everything out, hoping Su Yen would show mercy. So your chieftain is also a goblin venerable? Su Yen asked. Yes. He has reached level 40, always seeking an opportunity to break through. Gushama replied. Su Yen nodded slightly. The next evolution for a goblin venerable was to become a goblin king. Becoming the king of goblins was clearly no easy feat. Where is the Wotan tribe located? Su Yen asked after a moment of thought. Not far ahead. Gushama quickly answered. Just exit the mining area and it's 100 meters ahead. Su Yen nodded slightly but didn't believe him entirely. But verifying the truth of Gushama's words was simple. He only needed to glance at the ground. The hobgoblins of the Wotan tribe while transporting iron ore had left deep ruts on the ground due to the heavy load. Su Yen lowered his head to examine the tracks. The direction indeed matched Gushama's claim. Can you let me go now? Gushama looked at Su Yen with hopeful eyes. Thud. Su Yan's fine sword pierced through Gushama's heart. Didn't you promise not to kill me? Gushama groaned in pain and raged. I said I'd consider it. And the result of my consideration is to kill you. Su Yen curled his lips and yanked the fine sword out violently. As Gushama's heart blood spurted, he lost his life and collapsed in a pool of blood. Sigh, not very durable. Su Yen glanced at Gushama, shook his head lightly and walked toward the cage suspended in the air. Swish. With one stroke Su Yen cut the rope beside him and the hanging cage crashed to the ground. The spirit cat maiden, dazed and bruised, struggled to lift her head. It's on that goblin. Su Yen turned back and searched Gushama's body, quickly finding a brass key. Click. He unlocked the cage and slashed away the vines binding the spirit cat maiden. Thank you. The spirit cat maiden flexed her wrists and stepped out. You're welcome. Su Yen grinned. Your chest. The spirit cat maiden pointed a jade-like finger at Su Yan's chest. Su Yen looked down and realized, the arrow fired by Gushama's hidden weapon was still lodged in his chest. Thud. Without a word Su Yen yanked the arrow out. You need to stop the bleeding. That's too dangerous. The spirit cat maiden watched with concern. But in the next second her expression turned to astonishment. She witnessed the wound on Su Yan's chest healing rapidly until only a scab remained. Once the scab fell off, it would become new skin. This. Could a mere goblin truly do this? Why are you staring at me? Su Yen noticed the spirit cat maiden's fixed gaze and asked curiously. Ah, nothing. The maiden blushed and lowered her head, realizing she had been lost in thought. Su Yen checked the maiden's status panel. Name Zhu Qing, race spirit cat, level 28, identity younger sister of the spirit cat tribe, chieftain, skills nether thrust s nether 100 claws so. So her name is Zhu Qing, a lovely name. Where do you plan to go? Back to the tribe? Su Yen asked Zhu Qing. Yes. I need to verify something. Her expression turned grave. Earlier Gushama had claimed his capture was related to her sister. She wanted to confirm whether she had truly been separated or abandoned by her sister. Thank you for saving me. I owe you a debt. Zhu Qing said, facing Su Yen. Then how can I contact you? Su Yen looked at her with a sly smile. This. Zhu Qing fell silent. If she left and wanted to contact Su Yen again, she would have to plant a mark on him. But planting a mark required them to complete a specific ritual. It seems you're just saying that. Go ahead. Su Yen feigned disappointment and sighed softly. I wasn't just saying it. Zhu Qing spoke anxiously, staring at Su Yen as if she had made a decision. Although he was a goblin, he seemed special. Let this be a dream then. She glanced around and spotted a corner. Come with me. It's too bright here. What are we going to do? Su Yen asked curiously. He had heard of a certain ritual among the spirit cats. But he had never experienced it himself and was somewhat intrigued. You'll know in a moment. Zhu Qing turned her back to Su Yan. Her voice remained steady but her cool face was flushed down to her ears. The two quickly reached the corner. Zhu Qing turned to face Su Yan and spoke with utmost seriousness. I'm going to plant a mark on you now so we can sense each other's position no matter the distance. Oh, interesting. Su Yan nodded. Let's begin the ritual. Zhu Qing took a deep breath and stepped towards Su Yan. That was her character. Once she made a decision she wouldn't dally. Gulei entered the gloomy valley forest with 2 guards. My lord, isn't it getting a bit late? Asked one guard. Are you afraid of the dark? Gulei asked impatiently. No, I'm not afraid of the dark, but I've heard that at night in the gloomy valley forest even at the edges there are great horrors. The guard replied, it seems quite a few steel warriors have lost their lives here. Gulei cast him an impatient glance. You believe such absurd legends? Ruo Ji, don't worry. Lord Gulei is a sapphire warrior, the other guard chimed in, not comparable to those inferior steel warriors. Gulei heard Ruo Li's words and a hint of pride flickered across his face. Ruo Ji nodded but still carefully scanned the surroundings, his right hand already drawing his ordinary sword ready for battle at any moment. Lord Gulei, there seems to be a faint smell of charcoal in the air. Ruo Li sniffed forcefully and quickly looked toward an open area ahead. It should be up ahead. Let's go. Let's check it out. Gulei immediately led the two forward quickly. Crack. A crisp sound echoed in the quiet environment, sounding particularly harsh. Ruo Ji immediately looked down and found himself stepping on a rib. Holy shit, he exclaimed, stepping back a step. But the crackling sounds continued unabated. He looked around his feet and found that there were ghastly white bones everywhere. He shuddered, his hair standing on end and his scalp tightening. Ruo Ji. What are you screaming about? You scared the hell out of me. Ruo Li turned around and asked with a frown. You look at the ground bones. Ruo Ji's voice trembled. Whoa. So many bones. Human bones. And goblin bones. Ruo Li looked down and was also shocked by the sight. Gulei first walked over to the extinguished campfire ashes and reached out to touch them. Someone made a fire here about 3 hours ago. He turned to look at the piles of bones on the ground, then picked up his sword and poked through them. 4 human skulls, 6 goblin skulls. What? What is this? Were both humans and goblins eaten? Ruo Ji felt his mind exploding. Could it really be some great horror? Humans and goblins eaten together. Gulei felt something was off. Why would anyone put humans and goblins together to be eaten? A coincidence? Or was there another reason? He couldn't judge immediately. Keep looking on the ground for any clues. My lord, there are discarded clothes here. Ruo Li immediately pointed to a spot on the ground where many stripped garments were found. Gulei hurried over to examine them. They were guards' uniforms, but the equipment had been taken away. In other words, Gulei's body trembled slightly and he turned around sharply. These 4 heads were all from the guards. They had indeed died in this gloomy valley forest. Lord Gulei, are you all right? Ruo Li asked cautiously. My lord, don't worry. There are only 4 heads, meaning one has survived. Ruo Ji comforted him. That's right. Someone survived. Gulei took a deep breath. The top priority now was to find the remaining person. Let's make a simple cenotaph for the fallen guards here. He sighed and gave the order. Yes. Ruo Ji and Ruo Li agreed together and went to collect the bones and clothes to prepare a cenotaph on the spot. Gulei squinted his eyes and fell into thought. Could Kulir have been telling the truth? Did goblins really kidnap the saint? He glanced at the goblin bones. Things seemed to be clearing up. Olaite and his men were hunting goblins here but encountered a more powerful goblin. This led to the annihilation of Olaite's team, and the one survivor might have been taken away by this stronger goblin. Olaite was a steel warrior. To kill right under his nose meant the opponent was likely a goblin warrior or even a goblin venerable. A confident smile appeared on Golay's face. Things seemed quite clear now. My lord. The cenotaph is ready. Ruaji and Ruali came over. Golay turned and saw the 4 cenotaphs before him. He stepped forward, taking off his helmet with his left hand. Salute the knights. Ruaji and Ruali immediately removed their helmets with their left hands, placed their right hands over their hearts and bowed together. Lord Golay, what do we do now? Ruaji looked at Golay and asked. Find the goblins. Golay said. Goblins. Ruaji was a bit slow to catch on. Is this incident related to goblins? Ruali immediately saw the key point. Exactly. Starting from here, search for nearby goblin tribes. A cold glint flashed in Golay's narrowed eyes. Could we be mistaken? Ruaji thought for a moment and asked. Has such inferior creatures don't deserve to exist in this world? Golay sneered. Even if we target the wrong tribe, it doesn't matter as long as it's a goblin tribe. Well, just slaughter them on sight. It's also doing the world a favor. Lord Goblin. What a great race this is. Your handsome appearance will be engraved in my heart. I am willing to be your eternal servant. After completing the ritual, Su Yen closed his eyes. So this was the effect of the mark. He found that without looking he could sense Zhu Qing's location, truly miraculous. Su Yen glanced at Zhu Qing lying on the ground. Are you okay? Maybe we should go back tomorrow. You've exhausted too much energy for the ritual. I can do it. Zhu Qing gritted her teeth and reached out to support herself against the wall, but her legs gave way and she fell back to the ground. Su Yen sighed. Listen to me. I'll accompany you back tomorrow. His tone was firm and domineering, bringing Zhu Qing a full sense of security. All right. Zhu Qing sat down against the wall. Her originally cold eyes turned extremely tender the moment she looked at Su Yen. In her eyes there was even more happiness. Congratulations on completing the side quest Rescue the Spirit Cat. Congratulations on obtaining the skill Nether Flash. Nether Flash's move like a phantom, invisible and traceless, increasing speed by 10 times for 10 seconds. Note duration can increase with use 0-100. Perfect. Su Yan's eyes lit up at the sight of this level skill. The speed skill he wanted had finally arrived. This skill perfectly filled his weakness in speed. Lord Goblin, what's wrong? You look very happy. Zhu Qing noticed his expression and asked curiously. What if I told you that my speed is faster than yours? Would you believe it? Su Yen snapped back and asked. Zhu Qing shook her head decisively. Impossible. The speed of us Spirit Cat clan is absolutely unmatched in the gloomy valley forest. Su Yen curled his lips and walked up to Zhu Qing. Then let me show you my current speed. Su Yen lifted the unconscious Zhu Qing from the ground in a princess carry. He glanced back at the mine, deliberately choosing not to consume the goblins there. First, the experience gained would be negligible. Second, it would allow him to fabricate a scene of a human attack on the mine. A clear plan had already taken shape in his mind. But he was still missing a crucial catalyst. Su Yen returned to the Longyan tribe with Zhu Qing. He carried her directly into his dwelling. Master Su Yen, you're back. Rose Xiaowu sat on the ground with a large belly, her face lighting up with joy as she tried to rise. Stay seated and rest well. Take good care of the pregnancy. I'll bring you some cooked meat soon. You should be giving birth tomorrow. Su Yen placed Zhu Qing on a bed of straw and gave his instructions. Master Su Yen, rest assured. I will make sure our child is born safely. Rose Xiaowu nodded obediently. She glanced at Zhu Qing and exclaimed, Master Su Yen. You actually managed to get a spirit cat. This is a lone spirit cat that was captured by goblins. I rescued her. Su Yen replied. Wow. A hero saving a beauty. As expected of Master Su Yen. She will surely be devoted to you. Zio's eyes sparkled with starlight as she spoke in adoration. I hope so. Su Yen smiled, rather pleased by Zio's compliment. Where is Su Qin? Oh, she said she felt a bit nauseous and went outside. Xiaowu answered. Master Goblin, were you looking for me? Su Qin walked in from outside, casually brushing the hair from her forehead. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Su Yen asked. No, it's because I'm pregnant. Su Qin cast a tender gaze upon her lower abdomen, gently touching it with her hand. Really? That's wonderful. Su Yen quickly helped Su Qin sit down on the bed. You need to rest more as well. Both of you wait here, I'll get some nourishing food for you. Su Yen immediately walked outside. To expand the tribe they needed a sufficient population. Moreover, the higher the evolution level of the goblins, the greater the innate talent of their offspring. Thus Su Yen paid special attention to them. Master Su Yen is truly considerate. Xiaowu supported her back with one hand and rubbed her belly with the other. He will be a good father. Meeting him is our fortune. Su Qin replied softly. Su Yen arrived at the center of Longyan tribe, where a pile of prey gathered by the goblins from outside had already accumulated. Most were ordinary low-level magical beasts: Tsaiji chickens, black mountain boars, great black oxen. Quickly process these magical beasts. Then light a fire. Su Yen commanded. Goblins usually ate raw meat, but the Moon Rabbit tribe could not, especially those that were pregnant. Yes. Though puzzled, the ordinary goblins dared not disobey Su Yan's order and immediately set to work. Did anyone notice anything unusual while hunting? Su Yen placed a skinned snow mountain sheep over the campfire, sitting cross-legged as he casually inquired. Boss, I found something. An ordinary goblin ran over. Oh. Speak. Su Yen tore off a piece of half-raw mutton and stuffed it into his mouth. I saw 3 humans. They're heading deeper into the Yogu forest. The goblin replied. Oh. Su Yen narrowed his eyes and glanced at the unconscious Ao Late. The appearance of these 3 humans most likely had something to do with him. It was probably his uncle Gulei leading search parties to find him. Gulei, it's been years. This time let me give you a welcoming gift first. Gubu Lu Ren. Su Yen suddenly called out. Boss, what is it? Gubu Lu Ren hurriedly asked. Come here. I have a task for you. Su Yen smiled. Gubu Lu Ren quickly leaned in to listen. Su Yen immediately told him the task, then pointed to an ordinary iron sword nearby. When the mission is complete, this is yours. Thank you, boss. Gubu Lu Ren was overwhelmed with gratitude and excitement as he ran out of the tribe. If everyone works hard, anyone can earn rewards. Su Yen smiled at the other goblins. Oh. Boss is mighty. The goblins immediately erupted in cheers filled with vigor. Those captured magical beasts were likely in for a rough time. Su Yen sat on the ground, continuing to roast the mutton over the fire. His eyes reflected the flames. The bait had been cast. Now all that remained was to wait for the fish to take the hook. Gulei, accompanied by Ru Ji and Ru Li, wandered through the Yogu forest. Apart from encountering a few low-level magical beasts, they had yet to find any trace of goblins. My lord, I'm starting to doubt there are any goblins here at all, Ru Li said beside him. The person who was taken didn't just vanish into thin air. I want to see him alive or see his corpse. Gulei pressed onward with a grim expression. Though outwardly calm, he was inwardly anxious. He knew that with every passing minute the chance of the captive's survival diminished. Suddenly a rustling sound came from the bushes ahead. Gulei immediately stopped and gestured for Ru Ji and Ru Li to halt. It's a goblin. Ru Ji quickly spotted the head emerging from the grass. Ru Li quickly covered his mouth. Gulei gripped his sword and stealthily approached, intending to end the creature's life with one strike. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Gubu Lu Ren leaped from the bush and sprinted forward. After him. Golay hadn't expected Gobulu Ren to flee immediately. He gave chase. Ru Ji and Ru Li swiftly followed. Gobulu Ren soon reached the vicinity of the iron mine. He glanced back at Golay and his companions, then jumped into the stream and disappeared. Damn it! How did that goblin run so fast like a rabbit? Golay exclaimed in frustration. My lord, there's a strong smell of smoke. Ru Ji covered his nose with one hand and fanned vigorously with the other. It's coming from over there. Ru Li pointed in a direction. Let's go. Check it out. Golay immediately headed toward the source of the smoke. He soon arrived at the entrance of the iron mine and found a large goblin lying on the ground. What happened? Was there a massacre here? Frowning, Golay discovered dozens of large goblin corpses at the entrance. He walked forward and saw that it was an iron mine. Dead ordinary goblins lay scattered everywhere. Nearby on the ground lay 3 goblin warriors. Boss, these wounds look like sword cuts. Ru Ji examined the goblin warrior's corpse and concluded. Could there have been a fierce battle between humans and goblins here? Ru Li pondered. Golay nodded. That's possible. And since there are no human corpses here, the humans likely won. But why didn't they take the iron ore? Ru Ji wondered. Damn. Let's get out of here. Golay suddenly realized something and urged. Sir, what's wrong? With so much iron ore, we'll be rich. Ru Ji asked in confusion. Is your life more important or the iron ore? Golay snapped irritably, immediately dashing toward the entrance. What? Ru Ji and Ru Li exchanged a glance and immediately chased after him. Swoosh! A rain of arrows fell from ahead, flying toward them. Fall back quickly. Golay swung his high-grade sword to parry, retreating rapidly. What's happening? Ru Ji pressed himself against the rock wall, his eyes full of shock. If I'm not mistaken, we've fallen into a goblin ambush. Golay gritted his teeth. An ambush? Since when are goblins this intelligent? Ru Li said in surprise. Golay's expression turned grave. Goblins evolve as their level increases and their minds develop as well. I suspect the other side is likely a tribe with a goblin venerable. A goblin clad in rusty iron armor riding a frost lizard fixed its blood-red gaze on the iron mine. He was the chieftain of the Watten tribe, Gubumian. His current strength was that of a goblin venerable, but he was only one step away from becoming a goblin king. Heck, quite a quick reaction. Gubumian sneered. Vanguard force attack. Let me see how long you can hold out. Kill. Hundreds of ordinary goblins immediately grabbed stones and charged toward the iron mine. Gubumian narrowed his eyes. He had just learned that the iron mine he discovered had been annihilated. From the wounds on the corpses he could tell they were all clean sword cuts. Obviously humans were behind this. No other magical beast could execute such sharp swordsmanship. He guessed that the humans would surely come to take the iron ore, so he brought his main force to wait for them like a tiger ambushing its prey. Sure enough, he caught the humans. Sir. You go first. We'll cover you. Ru Ji and Ru Li heard the battle cries, glanced outside, and their hearts trembled. They saw hundreds of ordinary goblins charging, and yet they selflessly blocked in front of Golay. Get lost. I don't need the two of you to protect me. Golay directly charged forward with his sword, unleashing terrifying sword lights. The nearest ordinary goblin was cleaved in two at the waist. Ru Ji and Ru Li also charged out together. The three fought as one, like wolves among a flock of sheep, slaughtering freely among the ordinary goblins. Oh! 3 humans dare to run wild in my territory. Truly they take me for nothing. Gubumian narrowed his eyes, watching the 3 wreak havoc, his face clouded with gloom. Hobgoblins attack. Roar. 30 hobgoblins brandishing maces joined the fight. Sir. What do we do? We can't get out. Ru Ji and Ru Li hurried forward to block the hobgoblins' attack. Although the hobgoblins were not fast, their strength and defense were formidable. With only the strength of obsidian warriors, Ruaji and Ruali were immediately at a disadvantage. Thud. Ruaji was struck in the chest by a mace and sent flying backward. He fell to the ground, and before he could raise his head a mace came down, crushing his skull. Ruaji. Ruali cried out in agony, but Ruaji had already lost his life. No. We have to leave. Goulet suddenly noticed that on the other side of the stream there was actually a group of goblins standing. The leading goblin was watching them mockingly as if enjoying a performance. Beside him were many goblin warriors. He knew that once these goblin warriors attacked, both he and Ruali would die here. "Sir, what do we do? We can't get out," Ruali said frantically. "I'm sorry, Ruali." Goulet sighed. "I will avenge you." Before Ruali could react, Goulet shoved him forward. The next second Ruali fell into the midst of the approaching hobgoblins and was smashed into pulp by maces. Goulet seized the opportunity to cut a bloody path through the ordinary goblins. Selfish. That's what humans are. Gubu Mian picked up a spear from beside him and hurled it fiercely into the distance. The spear traced a perfect arc through the air, heading for Goulet's back. Goulet heard the whistling wind near his ear. He spun around hastily, trying to block with his sword. But it was too late. Squelch. The spear pierced straight through his chest. He staggered and fell into the stream. Dead just like that. How boring. Gubu Mian sighed. Let's go. Back to the tribe. After all the goblins of the Watten tribe had left, the mine fell into silence. After a long while the nearby grass suddenly rustled. Su Yen emerged from within. He glanced toward the stream, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. "Just as I expected, Goulet, I must be the one to personally tear you apart limb from limb." "Boss, what do we do now?" Gubu Lu Ren asked, holding an ordinary iron sword. "Move as much of this or as we can before dawn." Su Yen snapped back to his thoughts and ordered, "Also, after moving the iron, or if there's still strength, take all the corpses here as well." After Gubu Lu Ren returned to report, he immediately gathered all the goblins. Because the system had issued another quest. Side quest released: collect 10 tons of iron ore. Su Yen had to steel himself and take the risk to come. In fact, it was a gamble for him, and now it seemed he had bet correctly. Both Goulet and Gubu Mian believed the other was the real culprit behind their comrades' deaths. After a great battle, the victor, whoever it was, would surely return to rest. He intended to seize the gap and transport as much iron ore as possible back to the Lonian tribe. And all these goblin corpses were delicious food for goblins. A large batch of goblin cubs was about to be born, so no food could be wasted. However, the prerequisite was to finish the side quest first. He walked over to 3 dead goblin warriors, intending to devour them first for some experience. Su Yen suddenly noticed the hidden box on Gusha Mo's left arm. It was what the opponent had used to successfully ambush him. He attached the box to his left hand and found that he could trigger it with his thumb. Pft. An arrow instantly shot out, embedding itself into the rock wall. Interesting. I didn't expect the Watten tribe could make hidden weapons. Su Yen recalled that Gubu Mian had goblins shooting bows beside him earlier. This made him curious about this tribe. He wondered where all these things came from. Could it be that the goblins in this tribe were already this intelligent? Could they even craft weapons? Forget it, I won't think about it now. Once I take over this tribe, the answers will come naturally. Su Yen sat down cross-legged, pulling the 3 dead goblin warriors in front of him. Let's have a midnight snack first. Congratulations. Skill Devour triggered successfully. Experience 30. Experience 30. Congratulations. You have leveled up to 33. Experience 30. Experience 30. Congratulations. You have leveled up to 34. Not bad. 2 levels straight. Su Yan's eyes lit up slightly and he nodded with satisfaction. I wonder how the iron ore collection is going. Su Yen checked the quest info. Iron ore 810 tons. These guys are surprisingly fast at moving things. Su Yen was a bit surprised. He had originally thought it would take all night. Now it seemed much faster than expected. Iron ore 1 ton. Iron ore 1 ton. Iron ore 1010 tons. Congratulations. You have completed the side quest, collect 10 tons of iron ore. Congratulations. You have acquired the skill Burst A. Congratulations. The Burst A skill has been stacked and upgraded. Burst A Explosion S. 10 times the power. Su Yen narrowed his eyes. With this skill, killing enemies above his level became much easier. He finished the remains of the 3 goblin warriors but found no further level up. It seems I'm not full yet. I feel like I can devour a bit more. Su Yen patted his stomach, muttering under his breath. As his strength increased, he noticed his appetite had also grown. He walked outside the mining ground and saw that many of the big goblin corpses had not been removed. There's no need to take these corpses away, I'll deal with them. Su Yen stepped forward, shooed away the approaching goblins and began to feast on the spot. After devouring 5 more big goblin corpses, he leveled up again. He hadn't expected another level. Tonight was satisfying. Not only had his skill improved but his level had also increased. Burp. Su Yen let out a belch and patted his stomach. Even he found it hard to believe that such a small frame could consume so many corpses in one go. Perhaps it was because goblins were driven by an urgent need to eat and evolve that his stomach could store more than imagined. It's almost dawn. Fall back. Su Yen glanced at the sky and gave a decisive order. All the mined ore had already been transported away. As for the remaining unmined ore, he wasn't worried. After all, as long as the mine was here, he would have the chance to empty it completely in the future. The gains from tonight's raid were already sufficient. Elsewhere. Jabumian rode on the back of the Binkpa lizard, leisurely closing his eyes in meditation. These humans were easier to deal with than he had expected. Jabumian suddenly opened his eyes, turning his head to look toward the mining ground. Something was wrong. Jabumian sensed a problem. He had crossed blades with humans before, they would never be so careless. In fact, they were extremely cunning, always making thorough preparations before every operation. How could they have sent only 3 reckless fighters tonight without even a single ally? When something is abnormal, there must be a trick. Move. Go back. To the mine. Jabumian realized he had been careless. He urgently led his troops back to the mining ground. By now it was fully daylight. Jabumian found that the big goblin corpses near the mine had disappeared. He jumped off the Binkpa lizard's back and discovered several more big goblin remains. The opponent had eaten very cleanly, the bones even gleamed with reflected light. Not good. Jabumian's face changed color. As if struck by a thought, he dashed into the mine. The sight before him made his eyes burn with fury. Not only the ordinary goblin corpses were gone but also the iron ore that had taken a day to mine. Everything had been transported away. He had been toyed with. Ah! Jabumian roared in anger and reached out to snap the neck of an ordinary goblin beside him. After the outburst, he gradually calmed down. The 3 humans earlier were just bait. After I left, they sent another team to empty this place. No. If it were humans, why would they want goblin corpses? And with their ruthless nature, how could they let me leave? Could it be that it wasn't humans? Jabumian slapped his head, his temples throbbed painfully. He squinted and looked down at the remains of 3 goblin warriors which had also been eaten spotlessly clean. His earlier thinking had been too narrow. Maybe it wasn't only humans who could wield swords. He glanced at the precious sword hanging at his waist. Perhaps goblins could too. Before we discovered the mine, didn't we encounter a group of goblins? Jabumian asked the goblin beside him. Boss. Yes. We ran into a bunch of ordinary goblins and killed them all, replied a big goblin. Killed them all? Jabumian frowned. His sharp gaze made the big goblin flinch and lower its head. One escaped. Jabumian drew his sword, thrust it straight through the big goblin's chest, ending its life. I don't like lies. Whoosh. Jabumian sheathed his sword and gazed into the distance. The answer was obvious, it was another goblin tribe. That tribe must have at least one goblin venerable. And not so clever. If it were me, I wouldn't have moved or eaten the goblin corpses, that way I could successfully shift the blame onto humans. Jabumian sneered contemptuously. Daring to play tricks on me? You're as good as dead. Longyan tribe. Su Yen stretched lazily, sitting by the campfire and gazing at the sky, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He must have noticed the scene I deliberately left behind, right? He deliberately exposed himself so that the Watian tribe would come out looking for him, thereby increasing their range of activity. That way when humans venture into Yogu Forest, they'll believe only the Watian tribe is there. In the end, the Longyan tribe could be successfully concealed. His target for revenge was humans. He had never considered the Watian tribe a threat. At best they were only useful. Lord Goblin. Boli walked out and sat down beside Su Yen. Why are you out? Su Yen turned to look at her. Forgive me, Lord Goblin, it's just that it's too stuffy inside and I wanted to get some fresh air, Boli quickly replied. Take care of yourself. Do whatever you want. Su Yen nodded. Really? Anything? Boli's eyes sparkled as she stared at him. Of course. Su Yen nodded. Thank you for your grace, Lord Goblin. Boli smiled gently, a soft charm in her expression. Phew. Su Yen exhaled, glanced at the iron ore not far away and asked, Boli, do you know how to forge equipment from iron ore? Forge equipment? In the city there are dedicated blacksmith shops, and in the royal capital there are specialized blacksmiths. Boli recalled, placing a finger on her lips. I see. Su Yen frowned. Would he have to capture some blacksmiths? Lord Goblin, do you wish to forge equipment? I happen to know a race that excels at forging equipment, Boli quickly answered. Who? Su Yen asked. Dwarves. Boli replied. The dwarf race. Su Yen sank into thought. It was indeed a race distinct from humans, and in the past their relationship had been purely cooperative. After the collaboration ended, they parted ways. Do you wish to seek the dwarves' help, Lord Goblin? I know the dwarf princess, I could try. Boli spoke. Thank you for your hard work. After you've given birth, help me arrange an introduction. Su Yen nodded. If he could get the dwarves to forge weapons, that would indeed be an excellent choice. Legend has it that the first divine-grade equipment in the world was forged by the dwarves. Boli replied with a blissful expression, it's not hard work. It is my honor to help you, Lord Goblin. Ao late woke from his coma. Hiss. He drew a sharp breath as a searing pain still throbbed from his buttocks. He estimated that he could only lie prone for the next few days. Holy Maiden. Ao late raised his head and saw Polly sitting beside Su Yen, his expression immediately becoming agitated. He shouted hoarsely with effort, Holy Maiden. Holy Maiden. Polly heard the voice and couldn't help trembling. Who is calling me? That voice sounds so disgusting. Su Yen glanced at Ao late and curled his lips. It seemed he still wouldn't give up. Holy Maiden, it's me. Ao late shouted anxiously. He didn't know why his voice had become like this. It must be the goblin's doing. Who are you? Polly looked at Ao late in confusion. Holy Maiden. I'm from the Divine Court Guard. Have you forgotten me? We were ordered to protect you. Ao late hurriedly spoke anxiously, don't be afraid, I'll take you away from here. No. I don't want to leave here. Polly stepped back and held on to Su Yan's arm, this is my home. It's the home of me and Lord Goblin. I'm not leaving here. Holy Maiden. He is a goblin. Have you gone mad? A.O. Late looked at Polly with astonishment, never expecting her to willingly stay. Lord Goblin is a very special goblin. I like him and am willing to stay by his side. He gives me a full sense of security. Polly answered seriously, I will forever be Lord Goblin's servant, serving him for life. You ugly goblin. Polly answered seriously, I will forever be Lord Goblin's servant, serving him for life. You ugly goblin. What potion did you feed the holy maiden to make her like this? A.O. Late glared at Su Yen furiously, do you know the consequences? You ugly goblin. What potion did you feed the holy maiden to make her like this? A.O. Late glared at Su Yen furiously, do you know the consequences? If the divine church intervenes, the entire Deep Valley forest will be reduced to ashes in an instant. Don't you dare speak ill of Lord Goblin. Polly raised her staff, gathered a white holy light and struck it heavily upon A.O. Late. Ah! A.O. Late was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into a giant tree behind him. Cough! Cough! A.O. Late opened his mouth and spat 2 mouthfuls of bloody foam, feeling as if his spine had snapped. He never expected Polly to strike him with such lethal force. Forget it, Polly. Don't be angry. Be careful not to harm the baby. Su Yen comforted Polly, then supported her as they walked towards the house. Harm the baby? She's pregnant. A.O. Late then noticed Paula's slightly swollen belly. The holy maiden and the goblin had a child. A.O. Late was about to go mad. If this got out, it would absolutely damage the reputation and influence of the divine church. I need to find a way to survive and then seize an opportunity to kill Polly. A.O. Late's expression darkened. After Su Yen sent Polly back to the house to lie down, he came back to A.O. Late. You disgusting goblin, how dare you make the holy maiden pregnant? Do you know what crime you have committed? When A.O. Late saw Su Yen, he immediately cursed, just wait, my uncle won't be able to find me. He'll definitely think I'm here. He will send more people to find me. Then it will be your death. Su Yen suddenly reached out and grabbed A.O. Late's tongue, then drew his sword and cut it off. A.O. Late's mouth continuously spurted blood, he could no longer make a sound. Rest assured, I will take good care of the holy maiden. The people of the divine church will never find this place. As for your uncle, rest assured I will eat him. Su Yen curled his lips and gazed at A.O. Late, just like you. A.O. Late wanted to speak but could no longer make a sound. Su Yen stepped forward, directly tore off one of A.O. Late's arms and put it in his mouth, biting hard. Blame yourself for being Gray's nephew. Su Yen ate A.O. Late's flesh with rancor. Crunch crunch. Su Yen first devoured A.O. Late's limbs, then his facial features. He wanted A.O. Late to die in agony after enduring torment. It was just a trivial bit of interest he was reclaiming. Ah! Suddenly a pained cry came from inside the house. It's Xiao Wu. Su Yen frowned and hurried into the house. What's wrong? He saw Ro Xiao Wu shouting on the straw bed, her forehead covered in sweat. Xiao Wu is about to give birth, Su Qin said beside her, wiping her sweat with her sleeve. Lord Goblin, please go out first. Leave this to me. All right. Su Yen nodded but had not yet left the house when he heard cries from elsewhere. It seems my other clansmen are also going into labor, Su Qin said with a hint of worry on her face. Lord Goblin. Polly stepped forward anxiously. Do you have any skills to help them? Su Yen looked at her and asked. My healing can alleviate their pain. Polly immediately took out her staff and closed her eyes. A gentle radiance burst from her body, enveloping the entire dragon flame tribe. Ro Xiaowu stopped crying and the pained expression on her face slowly faded. The cries from elsewhere also gradually ceased. Polly, don't push yourself. Su Yen looked at Polly and noticed her lower lip and face were somewhat pale. Ugh! A trace of pain appeared on her brow and finally she lowered her staff. The gentle radiance gradually receded back into her body. With an apologetic expression she said weakly, I'm sorry Lord Goblin, I can't hold on any longer. You've done very well, now rest quickly. Su Yan quickly helped her sit down and asked Zhu Qing to look after her. Wah! 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 Suddenly several loud cries rang out. Su Yan quickly stood up and turned around, seeing that Ro Xiaowu had given birth to 10 goblin cubs. These goblin cubs could run and jump as soon as they were born. They scurried around the house in a hurry, crying, "Hungry, hungry." Su Yan smiled slightly and immediately checked the information. Name none, race goblin, level goblin cub, identity son of Su Yan, talent rare. Su Yan knew that talent levels were usually divided into low, common, fine, excellent, outstanding, rare, epic, legendary, mythic. He found that among the 10 goblin cubs 2 had reached rare talent. The remaining 8 were all outstanding. This time a total of 500 charm rabbits were pregnant with an average of 10 cubs per rabbit. That meant this wave produced a total of 5,000 goblin cubs. He led all the goblin cubs to the prepared food. The 5,000 goblin cubs swarmed forward and devoured the food in a sweeping wind, leaving nothing behind. Su Yan noticed that after eating, the bodies of the goblin cubs grew a bit larger. He estimated that by nightfall they would be able to formally evolve into ordinary goblins. Every subsequent evolution would depend on the goblin's own talent. The higher the talent, the higher their potential, allowing them to evolve into stronger goblins. He had already checked the information of the other newborn goblin cubs. Their talents were all fine or excellent, meaning that even the worst ordinary goblin could evolve into a hobgoblin. Su Yan stared at the group of cubs ahead, suddenly discovering a problem. No. It's completely insufficient. Not enough. There's absolutely not enough. Now if you wanted to continue evolving ordinary goblins, the current food reserves were far from sufficient. These little guys were too voracious. Although he had prepared food in advance, they finished it in no time. With no other choice, Su Yan had to gather the goblins and continue foraging for food outside. Fortunately, the Yogu forest where he was located was rich in species, so there would be no shortage of food in the short term. Once this batch of goblins fully matures, their strength should be equivalent to a level 5 tribe. Su Yan revealed a faint smile. He had to admit that the union with the Charm Rabbit tribe had indeed allowed the tribe's strength to increase rapidly. Going straight from level 2 to level 5. Let me get some sleep first. Su Yan had not closed his eyes all night and decided to rest. He lay down and fell asleep directly. Zhu Qing came out of the house and saw Su Yan sleeping soundly. She quietly approached him, gazing at him with deep affection, left a deep kiss. Sorry, Goblin Lord, I have to go. There are some things I must settle. Zhu Qing stood up, her expression turning cold again, and disappeared, leaving only an afterimage. Su Yan slowly opened his eyes, turned over and continued sleeping. Gray opened his eyes and found himself standing in a forest. All around was thick fog and nothing could be seen clearly. Didn't I fall into the water? Gray looked down at his chest and found that the wound had disappeared. He looked up and saw the figure of a woman floating toward him. You. Gray's eyes widened, never expecting to see the princess of Water City. Why did you kill me? An ethereal voice came. I was just following orders. Gray quickly replied. Why did you kill me? The woman approached him. Gray suddenly saw the woman transform into a young man. The young man holding a dagger approached him. Gray quickly stepped back but stumbled and fell to the ground. When he looked up again, the young man had turned into a goblin lunging at him. Ah! Cough! Gray coughed violently twice, his face flushed and opened his eyes again. I am. He looked around and found himself sitting on a bed. Slap! Gray slapped himself, the fiery pain making everything feel real. Phew! He sighed in relief. It was just a dream. Lord Gray, you have quite a unique habit upon waking. If you don't mind, next time you could let me help you. Claire stood at the door holding a bowl of medicine, teasing. How did I end up here? Gray could feel the pain in his chest. I saw you floating by the river this morning, so I called for help at the tavern and got you rescued. I also found a physician for you. It cost 500 gold coins in total. Remember to reimburse me later. Claire smiled and held out 5 fingers. "I'll give it to you later and also settle the remaining 9,000 gold." Gray took the bowl, took a sip, furrowed his brow. The medicine was bitter and had a foul smell, but he forced himself to drink it. "You really are lucky. That blow to your chest just missed a vital spot or you would have been done for." Claire smiled and sat down on a chair. Gray sighed, knowing that this failure was due to his own carelessness. He glanced at Claire. "How did you know the goblins took the saintess?" Claire tapped her head with her index finger twice. "With this. You can go now. Thank you for saving my life." Gray paused for a moment, then waved his hand. "I owe you a favor." Claire nodded slightly without saying much and turned to leave directly. Gray stretched his muscles and found that apart from some pain in his chest he was fine. He got up, put on his equipment and walked downstairs. "Oh. Not resting a bit longer?" Claire was drinking at the bar and asked as she saw Gray come down. 9,500 gold. Gray tossed several bags of gold coins onto the table. "Are you planning to hire reinforcements?" Claire took a sip of wine and asked. "The goblins killed my companion. I won't let them off." Gray clenched his fists and his intense anger made his chest wound ache faintly. "A suggestion." Claire glanced through the money bag. "Hire adventurers." Gray hesitated, then stared at Claire. "Are you advertising for your team?" "If you'd like to hire me, I'd be more than happy, but the price won't be cheap. Of course you can also choose other adventure teams." Claire shrugged. "That way you can save yourself some trouble. After all, your injury won't allow intense activity anytime soon." "I'll think about it." Gray gritted his teeth and sat down nearby. "Or you could put out a bounty. Nearby adventurers and mercenary groups will come and it'll save time." Claire took out a gold coin, tossed it into the air, caught it and slowly opened her hand. "Oh. It's the goddess head facing up." Gray stared at the coin for a moment. "You should have channels to post a bounty, right?" "Of course. I'm a top-tier member of the guild." Claire smiled. "Come with me to the room and get 5,000 gold for the bounty." Gray nodded. "Great." Claire downed the wine in her cup. Su Yen woke up feeling fully refreshed. "Xiao Wu." He looked up and saw Ro Xiaowu sitting beside him. "You just gave birth, your body is still weak. Go back and rest. I haven't seen Lord Su Yen for a long time. I want to look at you more." Ro Xiaowu took Su Yan's arm and gently rested her head on it. "I'm right here, aren't I?" Su Yan smiled. "Are you going to look for Zhu Qing?" Ro Xiaowu looked up at Su Yan and asked. "Yeah." She went back to her tribe alone, him not at ease. Su Yan nodded. "I'm also worried about Lord Su Yan." Ro Xiaowu said. "Don't worry. I'll wait until these little ones evolve into ordinary goblins before I go." Su Yan reached out and touched her braid. Ro Xiaowu looked at Su Yan seriously. "By the way, Lord Su Yan, there's something else I must tell you." Su Yan, Ro Xiaowu, the Spirit Cat clan has actually been intermarrying with the 9-power White Tiger clan for generations. Su Yan narrowed his eyes. "Oh. 9-power White Tiger." Ro Xiaowu nodded. "You must be careful of them when you go. It is said they carry the bloodline of the sacred White Tiger." Su Yan replied, "Good, I understand." Ro Xiaowu showed a sweet smile and leaned on Su Yan's shoulder. "Then Lord Su Yan, can I stay and sit with you for a while?" Su Yan nodded. A system notification sounded in his mind. Longyan tribe population 5,000, tribe level 25, 5126100000. Congratulations on completing the main quest. Expand the tribe. Congratulations on obtaining a weapon gift box. Weapon gift box will randomly obtain a weapon of any quality. Open weapon gift box. Open. Su Yan chose to open it without hesitation. He was rather curious about what the main quest reward, the weapon gift box, would contain. Weapon box opened successfully. Obtained weapon Shifang sword divine grade. Wow! Divine grade. Su Yan hadn't expected the system to be so generous, bestowing a divine grade weapon right from the start. In his past life, even within the Imperial Palace, there were merely a few king-grade weapons. Divine-grade weapons were truly only recorded in legends. Unexpectedly, Su Yan had obtained it so easily. If this were to spread, it would surely drive the entire world into a frenzy. Weapon Shifang sword. Grade divine grade. Status sealed, unlocks one direction per certain number of kills. When all 10 directions are unlocked, it can annihilate heaven and earth. Kill count 01000. Su Yan quickly obtained this information about the Shifang sword, not expecting it to still be sealed. In fact, given his current level, it would be a pipe dream to unleash the full power of a divine artifact. Unlocking it step by step was quite reasonable. Wow! Lord Su Yan, is this your weapon? Rou Xiaowu suddenly noticed the ancient sword in Su Yan's hand and couldn't help but exclaim. Ahem. Su Yan nodded slightly, stood up from the ground and casually swung it twice. How does it look? Rou Xiaowu looked a bit timidly at the sword in Su Yan's hand. It looks so terrifying, as if a touch would take my life. Su Yan curled his lips, his eyes appraising the Shifang sword with satisfaction. It seemed to exude an aura of pressure. Southern part of Yogu Forest. Zhu Qing swiftly darted through the bushes. Familiar with the route, she soon found the stronghold of the Spirit Cat clan. Who goes there? 2 guards of the Spirit Cat clan noticed the anomaly in the bushes ahead. It's me. Zhu Qing emerged from the bushes. You're not dead. The 2 guards glanced at Zhu Qing in astonishment and immediately moved aside. Zhu Qing ignored them and walked into the clan grounds. When the spirit cats within the clan saw Zhu Qing return, they rushed forward in surprise and asked about her situation. But Zhu Qing only shook her head, remaining silent as she walked toward a central house. A cool and aloof voice suddenly sounded. Little sister. You're back. Zhu Qing looked up and saw a mature woman with short black hair walking gracefully toward her. She wore a tight black outfit that perfectly showcased her mature figure. Especially the undulating peaks of her chest, which instantly drew everyone's gaze. Sister. Zhu Qing gritted her teeth and finally squeezed out 2 words. What's wrong with you, child? Becoming so distant with me. Zhu Yun came before Zhu Qing and pulled her into an embrace. Where have you been? I've been searching everywhere for you. I was captured by goblins. Zhu Qing looked up at Zhu Yun and replied. What? Goblins? Those damned wretches dare to touch my sister. Where are they? I'll go kill them. Zhu Yun's face immediately showed a hint of ferocity as she said angrily. They've already been killed by me. Zhu Qing replied. Killed by you? Zhu Yun's expression froze for a moment, then she curled her lips. That's great. You must be careful next time, don't fall behind again. It would be troublesome if you were captured by goblins again. You know, goblins are not only ugly in appearance but also especially disgusting in some aspects. Zhu Qing nodded slightly, her heart full of questions but never finding an opportunity to speak. Alright, you've just escaped, you must be exhausted. Go back to your room and rest. Zhu Yun let go and patted her shoulder. I'll go then. Zhu Qing nodded and walked toward her own residence. Zhu Yun stared at Zhu Qing's back, narrowing her eyes. Her gaze was somewhat complicated as she muttered. Heck, quite lucky. Seems I'll have to deliver you myself lest you ruin my plan. Zhu Qing entered the room and suddenly smelled a strange fragrance. This scent. I smelled it before when I went on a mission with sister. Her body suddenly went limp, losing all strength. What's happening? Why do I have no strength at all? Zhu Qing collapsed onto the ground, feeling dizzy. Ha ha ha, little sister. Are you alright? Zhu Yun walked in from outside, laughing loudly. So it is you. Sister, it really was you who handed me over to the goblins. Zhu Qing glared at Zhu Yun in fury. You caught me, but it's too late. Zhu Yun sneered with her hands on her hips. You escaped, so why come back? Why? Zhu Qing gritted her teeth and glared at Zhu Yun. Why? Don't you understand? Zhu Yun crouched down and grabbed her neck. Only one can marry into the 9-power White Tiger clan, and it must be me. And your existence threatens my plan. Sister. What's so good about the 9-power White Tiger clan? Just for this you want to kill me? Zhu Qing frowned, struggling to breathe. No. I won't kill you. I'll let the goblins deal with you. Zhu Yun narrowed her eyes, her gaze turning cold. You've always been more talented than me since childhood. And your looks are no worse than mine. Keeping you will only be a stumbling block to my becoming the consort of the 9-power White Tiger. We are blood sisters. Zhu Qing couldn't understand. Zhu Yun would actually kill her for a title. Ha! Sister. If it hinders my plan, then this sister is dispensable. Zhu Yun flung Zhu Qing away. She stood up from the ground, turning her back to Zhu Qing. Don't worry, I'll send you back to the Wotan tribe. You can breed offspring for the goblins properly, their entire tribe will surely treat you well. Ha 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 ha. Zhu Qing's eyes were full of fury, she hadn't expected Zhu Yun to become so insane. Guards. Lock this traitor up. Soon 2 guards of the Spirit Cat clan entered, pulled Zhu Qing up from the ground and escorted her outside. Zhu Yun waved her hand and the 2 guards put Zhu Qing into a wooden cage cart. Zhu Qing colludes with goblins. Violates clan rules. Exposed the clan's location. Unpardonable. I now exile her. Zhu Yun walked out of the house and announced loudly, casually fabricating a charge to pin on Zhu Qing. What? She actually colludes with goblins. Disgusting. How could she do that? Yes. She even exposed our location, she deserves to die. Just thinking about goblins is nauseating. Chieftain. Why exile? Just kill her. Yes. Kill her. She's the culprit. Shall be the death of us. Zhu Qing glanced around and shook her head slightly. However, Zhu Yun was not entirely wrong, she had indeed colluded with goblins. But not the goblins she spoke of. Nor did she intend to harm the Spirit Cat clan. Fine. Since everyone advocates execution, then I have no choice but to sacrifice kinship for justice. Zhu Qing, you have disappointed me so much. Zhu Yun deliberately put on a pained expression. Originally she couldn't act because of family ties, but now public opinion was unanimous, the perfect justification to eliminate her. Chieftain, don't be sad. It's because you're too kind that you've been used all along. Yes. It's all Zhu Qing's fault. This has nothing to do with you. Zhu Qing ignored the noises around her and simply looked up at the sky. 2 clear tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. She somewhat regretted coming back. The clouds in the sky seemed to form the shape of Su Yen. She forced a faint smile. Sorry I couldn't bear you a child. Right. Coming back alone like this without even saying a word to me. I'm really a bit angry. A voice suddenly came to Zhu Qing's ear. Ha! Zhu Qing jerked her head up and saw Su Yen standing beside the cage cart smiling at her. Her face immediately lit up with surprise and she called out excitedly, Lord Goblin. Ha! Zhu Yun standing nearby saw Su Yen suddenly appear and frowned. When did this goblin appear? Why didn't I sense anything at all? And he seems to look different from ordinary goblins. Especially those abs. What am I thinking? Zhu Yun shook her head vigorously, averted her gaze and regained her cold expression. He Zhu Qing. I didn't expect your lover to come looking for you. But unfortunately this will be your last meeting. You'll have him die right before your eyes. Her hands extended sharp claws and she lunged at Su Yen. Schwa. Her attack left 2 deep bloody gashes on Su Yan's chest. Lord Goblin, are you alright? Zhu Qin grabbed the wooden bars, her eyes anxious. Don't worry, I'm fine. It seems I'll have to excuse myself for a moment. Su Yan turned around calmly facing Zhu Yun and twisted his neck. Just now, because you're my sister-in-law, I let you take a move. Now it'll get serious. Zhu Yun sneered contemptuously. But then she caught sight of the wound on Su Yan's chest. It was healing visibly. What's going on? This goblin is strange. I must finish this quickly. Zhu Yun's body flickered and she suddenly appeared behind Su Yan. She curled a cold smile, her sharp right claw striking fiercely at his back. Nether thrust. Barring any surprise, this move would pierce his chest and crush his heart. Clang. A crisp sound of metal colliding rang out. Not only did Zhu Yun fail to pierce Su Yan's back, but her fingers were jarred with pain. She showed an incredulous expression. Thighs, how is this possible? There is nothing impossible. It seems your brain has all gone to your chest. Su Yan turned around and looked down at Zhu Yun with disdain. You. Zhu Yun gritted her teeth, too furious to speak. What she hated most was being called brainless with big breasts. Isn't that true? Didn't I tell you just now that I was going to get serious? But you still underestimated me. Su Yan's tone carried helplessness. Ha. Zhu Yun frowned, sensing something wrong. She narrowed her eyes, a hint of chill in her deep gaze. Stop playing tricks on me. Her right hand once again revealed sharp claws, launching an attack at Su Yan's chest. But the next second her right hand passed directly through Su Yan's body. What? Zhu Yun's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. She knew that it was just an afterimage left by the opponent's too fast speed. But a goblin could be this fast. Was this even reasonable? As expected of Goblin Lord. Zhu Qin showed an adoring look from the prison cart. She had personally experienced Su Yan's speed, a speed beyond reason, truly intoxicating. Meanwhile, the surrounding spirit cat people cheered for Zhu Yun. Where did this goblin come from? How dare he fight Chief Zhu Yun? He doesn't know his place. Yeah. The chief was just going easy on you and you thought you were something. Ugly goblin. Surrender now and die obediently. A cold sweat dripped from Zhu Yun's forehead. She had realized that the goblin before her was not to be trifled with. But she felt the eager looks from her tribesmen, and now she was somewhat between a rock and a hard place. However, before she could react, her body was already suspended in midair. You. Damn goblin. Let go of me. Zhu Yun was grabbed by the neck, struggling desperately, but it was all in vain. Su Yan gripped her neck, a smile appearing on his face. Longyan tribe. Attack. Kill. Same rules. Kill the men. Take the women. Thousands of goblins charged into the Spirit Cat clan's stronghold. What? Zhu Yun's eyes widened. From the corner of her eye she saw goblins covering the mountains and fields, and a look of despair crept onto her face. The male spirit cats tried to resist but were quickly pounced upon by 4 or 5 goblins and bitten to death. No, don't. Ugly goblins. A female spirit cat was dragged away by 3 goblins, crying in terror. Cries of anguish rose and fell. The spirit cat clan fell in an instant. No. Zhu Yun's eyes bulged, never expecting that in an instant this place would become a living hell. Goblin Lord, could you please not kill my sister? Zhu Qin hesitated before speaking. Don't worry. Your sister may have a sharp tongue, but she has a good figure. I won't waste her. Su Yan threw Zhu Yun to the ground. But she humiliated you just now, so I must vent your anger. Teach her a good lesson. Zhu Yun's eyes widened, her expression turning panicked. No, don't. Dare to touch the chief. You're asking for death. A group of male spirit cats rushed over from all sides. They bared their sharp claws, glinting coldly, and attacked Su Yan. Heh. Su Yan sneered, gripping the Shifang sword in his hand, and turned to pounce on the group of spirit cats. What? What is he made of? Zhu Yun sat on the ground, her eyes full of terror. Su Yan paid no heed to the spirit cat's attacks. Invincible golden body. Activate. Their attacks could not harm him at all. He swung the Shifang sword, repeatedly striking at the male spirit cats one by one. The kill count of Shifang's sword increased rapidly. 1-1. Kill count 121, 1000. Asai, it seems the males of your spirit cat clan are too few. Su Yan sheathed the Shifang sword and turned to look at Zhu Yun. Bastard. Just wait until I get a chance. I'll kill you. Zhu Yun immediately burst into curses, clearly unconvinced. But Su Yan ignored her and began grabbing the spirit cat corpses to eat. These were delicacies, he couldn't waste them. Zhu Yun gritted her teeth. You ugly goblin. Shut your mouth. Congratulations. Your devour skill has been activated successfully. EXP 40, EXP 50, EXP 40, EXP 70. Congratulations. You have reached level 36. Not bad, another level up. Su Yan spat out a bone and looked at Zhu Yun. Heh. Now it's your turn. Moon Creek Town Tavern. Lord Grey, the bounty has been posted. By now nearby adventure teams and mercenary groups should have received the news. Claire stretched and handed the bounty notice to Grey. Grey glanced at it, briefly nodded, and tossed a bag of gold coins. 100 gold coins for your trouble. Haha, thank you, Lord Grey. You're generous. Claire pocketed the gold coins and glanced at the table. Are you going to report to the Divine Church? I didn't return on time, so I need to give an explanation. Grey nodded. But you shouldn't write it like that. Claire shook his head. What do you mean? Grey asked. You should say that the saint was taken away by the goblin hero. That will get attention. If you write it like this, it will only make your divine court guard look incompetent. Claire picked up the letter, glanced at it, and put it back down. Grey nodded thoughtfully and took a new sheet of paper to revise. Lord Grey, if you ask me for help, I can solve this goblin problem and maybe even rescue the saint. Claire said with a smile. How much gold? Grey looked up and asked. 100,000 gold. Claire held up one finger, smiling. Get lost. Grey said irritably. Claire shrugged, not bothered, and turned to walk toward the door. Before leaving, he looked back. I'll be at the tavern. If you need anything, you can find me. Grey ignored him and continued writing the letter, muttering, I was just careless before. I brought too few people. If I had brought more people, those goblins would have been no match for me. Their side only has a goblin venerable sitting in command. That Claire is somewhat clever, but he's absolutely not getting a bargain from me. Goblin Lord. I will be your loyal servant forever. Su Yan revealed a slight smile and looked down at the side. She was sleeping very relaxed, clearly feeling a great sense of security. Crack. Su Yan shattered the prison cart with one punch. Goblin Lord. Zhu Qin, with tears in her eyes, threw herself into Su Yan's arms. I thought I'd never see you again. Didn't I come find you? Su Yan reached out and wiped the tears from Zhu Qin's eyes. Goblin Lord. Zhu Qin looked up, blinking, gazing at Su Yan with deep affection. Before him she had long lost her cold demeanor. Even an iceberg can melt. Congratulations. Your tribe's goblin speed has been enhanced. All Longyan tribe goblins gain 50 speed boost. Su Yan quickly received the system notification. Although the boost they received was far less than his own, it was still quite good. Only by becoming strong enough can one survive better in this world. Suddenly an ordinary goblin came rushing over. Boss. Something bad has happened. What's wrong? Su Yan frowned, addressing the ordinary goblin. I was patrolling outside and found traces of moon leopards. And plenty of them. The goblin before him seemed frantic, gesticulating wildly. Moon leopards. Su Yan knew this race. they preferred to hunt at night. Their stealth was formidable. Often by the time prey noticed them, the moon leopard had already sunk its fangs into a vital spot. But Su Yan's expression turned puzzled. He glanced at the sky and saw it was not yet dusk. Logically, this was not the time for moon leopards to be active. The appearance of so many at this hour was clearly abnormal. It's the sea fish. Zhu Qing seemed to realize something. It's the ripening season for sea fish now. They are not only our main food source but also a staple for the moon leopard clan. Moon leopards eat fish. Su Yan was somewhat surprised. Zhu Qing gently smoothed her hair and replied patiently, "Goblin Lord, it is indeed so. The flesh of sea fish is rich in Wuxian essence, which greatly aids in enhancing speed. Both we spirit cats and the moon leopards are in desperate need of it. Moreover, sea fish are also a vital food resource for us. Every year we compete with the moon leopard clan over them." "Can you win?" Su Yan asked. Zhu Qing shook her head gently and sighed. "Each time the moon leopard clan seizes the majority of the sea fish. No matter how hard we fight, we only manage to get a meager share. It doesn't matter. From today onward all the sea fish belong to me." Su Yan flashed a confident smile and stretched his limbs. Just when food was scarce, the moon leopards delivered themselves to his doorstep. Side quest released: eradicate the moon leopard clan. "Goblin Lord, let me accompany you." Zhu Qing, seeing Su Yan's intention to deal with the moon leopards, wished to help. These moon leopards are cunning and possess formidable stealth abilities. Rest assured, you stay here and recover peacefully. Wait for my good news. Su Yan immediately shook his head. "Goblin Lord, please be careful." Zhu Qing reached out, wrapped her arms around Su Yan's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Ahem." Su Yan smiled, then turned and left with the energized goblins. "Boss, this is where I discovered the moon leopard's tracks." The goblin guide pointed at a patch of grass. Su Yan nodded slightly, spotting numerous footprints on the ground. But the traces ended there, nowhere else could they be found. He narrowed his eyes and noticed many dewdrops on the nearby leaves. The tree bark felt damp to the touch. There should be a lake nearby. He stood still and immediately used his ability to perceive through all vegetation. 100 meters behind the thicket lay a lake encircled by dense woods. The lake surface was as calm as a round mirror without a single ripple. Even when a forest breeze passed by, not the slightest undulation arose. Where are the moon leopards? Did they vanish? Not on the ground. Could it be? Su Yan found no traces on land, so he immediately sensed the nearby trees. He quickly discovered the moon leopards concealed in the trees. Oh! As expected of masters of stealth, even in broad daylight they can hide their bodies so perfectly. Their limbs were curled tightly into balls, their skins pressed flush against the branches, utterly motionless. A peculiar sheen seemed to shimmer on their hides, as if reflecting light to distort vision. Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly a mass of bubbles erupted from the lake's surface, shattering its tranquility. In the next moment countless bubbles surged from the depths. Oh! The sea fish are here. Su Yan fixed his gaze on the lake, squinting. Splash! Silver-white sea fish leaped and tumbled in the water as if dancing on the surface. These fish look quite plump and delicious. Su Yan noticed each sea fish was about a meter long. Whoosh! Once the lake was almost carpeted with sea fish, the moon leopards made their move. They moved with incredible speed, leaving afterimages across the lake. Every second another sea fish was snatched away by a moon leopard. Su Yan did nothing, he simply watched the scene in silence. Since the moon leopards were helping him hunt, why waste his own effort? The leopards hunted swiftly. In about half an hour the lake was cleared of sea fish. Along the shore several small mountains of sea fish piled up. The entire moon leopard clan gathered at the water's edge. Only then did Su Yan realize they could walk upright, and their arms were particularly thick and strong. Probably from plenty of daily exercise. They held large nets woven from vines, ready to gather the fish and haul them away. Vanguard. Advance. Su Yen first sent ordinary goblins with weaker abilities to draw them out. These ordinary goblins could never evolve into greater goblins in their lifetime. Even if all were sacrificed, Su Yen wouldn't care. Their sole task was to delay the moon leopards as long as possible. Roar. Ordinary goblins swiftly darted through the underbrush, leaving trails of black silhouettes. Ha! A moon leopard lifted its head, sensing something amiss. Something's approaching. Could it be the spirit cats? I was wondering why they hadn't shown up yet. They were waiting in ambush. He, this time we must capture a few spirit cats alive for some fun. Exactly. I hope we catch their chieftain. She must taste exquisite. Swoosh swoosh. Before they could finish speaking, the ordinary goblins launched their ambush. A moon leopard cried out in agony. A goblin had sunk its teeth into its back. Blood splattered everywhere. Where did these goblins come from? You're asking for death. With a pained expression it seized the goblin and brutally tore it in two. But immediately two more goblins emerged from the forest to take its place. Damn it! Have these goblins gone mad? A long wound split open across this moon leopard's chest. Gritting its teeth, it grabbed the goblin's head and smashed it against something hard. Crack. Brains splattered. The other moon leopards were suffering the same fate. Where did these disgusting creatures come from? They're tearing me apart. Mindless beasts. Damn it. They'll wipe out every goblin tribe around here. Soon, amid the curses of the moon leopard clan, all the ambushing ordinary goblins were killed. Strange, why is smoke drifting out? A moon leopard sensed something wrong, its expression turning pained. At that moment Su Yen stood in the forest, lowering his head to blow out the small flame on his fingertip. The moon leopards that had come here were generally above level 20. If he engaged them, the ordinary goblins he brought would stand no chance. To eliminate all the moon leopards he had to use his wits. Utilizing his flame mastery while the vanguard bought him time, he set the dense forest around the moon leopards ablaze. The vegetation here was lush, easily igniting a massive fire. Although the air was humid, Su Yan's flames could ignore that factor. Borrowing the forest breeze that blew toward the lake, the roaring flames instantly sealed off every escape route for the moon leopards. Facing the lake, Su Yen grinned. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy today's performance, burning the red cliffs at Lake Ci. The moon leopard clan, seeing flames blazing all around and a scorching heat preventing their escape, gradually showed panic in their eyes. Damn it. How did it suddenly catch fire? To ignite in such a damp environment. This flame is no ordinary one. Could it be humans hunting us? Everyone charge out. If we're fast enough, we'll make it. A moon leopard suddenly transformed into a blur, charging into the roaring fire, attempting to break through with sheer speed. The blazing flames instantly ignited its fur. The searing heat scorched its hide. Yet it finally succeeded in bursting through the inferno, reaching the outside. I made it. Everyone come over here. The moon leopard called back excitedly. Right, come over and die. Hee. Who? The moon leopard was visibly startled by the voice, quickly lifting its head to look ahead. It saw a goblin holding a sword approaching him. Vile goblin. But before it could finish its words, the goblin's blade had already severed its head. Shifang's sword kills one. Su Yen kicked the moon leopard's corpse away, narrowed his eyes at the lake and commanded, all goblins hear me. Begin the slaughter. He had already stationed goblins at various points waiting for the moon leopard clan to emerge. With that one moon leopard leading the way, those inside, misled by false information, would surely stream out. Sure enough, the trapped moon leopards, hearing the call, grew excited. Brothers, we can break out with speed. Charge. One by one moon leopards dashed into the flames. But what awaited them was not hope but death. This wave of the moon leopard clan was utterly annihilated. Shifang's sword kills rapidly increased. 1-1. Goblin Lord. A graceful figure appeared before Su Yen. Su Yen looked up, puzzled. Zhu Qing, why are you here? Goblin Lord, I brought the clan members who can still move. To see if we can be of any help. Zhu Qing quickly explained her purpose. Su Yan glanced behind her and saw dozens of female spirit cats following. Your people can help carry the sea fish back. Su Yan nodded slightly. Is the battle already over? Zhu Qing asked with some surprise. She thought she had arrived just in time, but it seemed she was too late. Just used my head a little. Su Yan smiled and tapped his forehead. Zhu Qing glanced at the corpses scattered around, a little shocked but with a hint of worry. Goblin Lord, you killed members of the Moon Leopard clan. The Moon Leopard clan will never let this go. They are notoriously protective, especially their chieftain. I think since we've killed, we should finish them off completely. Su Yan nodded in agreement. Yes, I was planning to head to their stronghold. The side quest required him to eliminate the Moon Leopard clan. He had only killed a portion so far, the task was not yet complete. Goblin Lord, should we summon more help? Zhu Qing hesitated before asking. No need. Su Yan shook his head lightly. The Moon Leopard clan is small in number, most of them died here. Those left guarding the stronghold are mostly old, weak and infirm. I alone am more than enough. Goblin Lord, let me go with you, I know the way well. Zhu Qing eagerly sought to prove herself. Su Yan considered and agreed, having a guide on the road would surely save time. Since the Moon Leopard clan always moved their stronghold near the lake when the sea fish were about to ripen, Zhu Qing was very familiar with their lair and led Su Yan there with ease. Goblin Lord, ahead is the Moon Leopard clan's stronghold. Zhu Qing stopped and pointed. Good, let me scout first. Su Yan closed his eyes and used grass and trees as soldiers to survey the stronghold. Just as I expected. He reopened his eyes, now having a general idea of the current situation. Most of the moon leopards here were those with limited mobility, doing simple chores while awaiting the others' bountiful return. Only a few robust guards and the moon leopard chieftain remained. I'll go in first, don't act rashly. Su Yan prepared himself, instructed Zhu Qing, and then walked inside. Who are you? Do you know whose territory this is? A moon leopard charged forward, its sharp claws slamming into Su Yan's chest. Aside from the clang of metal hitting metal, nothing happened. Strong attack. But unfortunately you're up against me. Su Yan grinned, then immediately severed the moon leopard's head with his shufang sword. The blood-drenched head rolled to the side. Su Yan paid no heed and pressed forward. Capture the chieftain first to subdue the clan. A blur dashed out from the largest wooden hut ahead. Su Yan did not dodge, instead he let the enemy attack. Clang clang. The crisp sound of metal echoed from Su Yan's body. The immense force pushed him back a step. He looked up to see a burly moon leopard blocking his path. It was twice the size of other moon leopards looming before him like a small mountain. Name Urugu. Race moon leopard. Level 41. Identity moon leopard clan chieftain. Skill ghostly kill S. A goblin. Urugu glanced contemptuously at Su Yan. How ridiculous. Are you so eager to die that you dare come to my territory? But Su Yan ignored him, gripping his shufang sword and fixing his gaze on him. What, you think you can chop off my head with that? Hilarious. Even if I put my neck right here you couldn't cut it off. Urugu's contempt deepened. In his eyes a goblin such a lowly race could never be his match. Then will you let me take a swing? Su Yan smirked. Go ahead. Right here. Urugu narrowed his eyes, extended his neck and pointed with his left hand. But he kept his right hand behind his back, extending sharp claws that gleamed with a dark light. Explosion. Su Yan instantly erupted with tenfold strength, swinging the shufang sword in his right hand. Die. Ghostly kill. Urugu struck at the same moment, his sharp claws slamming into Su Yan's chest. Clang. A crisp sound rang out. What? Urugu was stunned. He couldn't understand how a goblin's body could be so tough. His attack had left not even a scratch. Ryup. Before he could react, Su Yen cleaved his body diagonally in two. How foolish. Failed the first ambush, didn't learn your lesson and tried a second. Su Yen glanced at the moon leopard corpse on the ground and sheathed his Shifang sword. Shifang sword kills one. Goblin Lord, you obliterated him. Zhu Qing rushed in from outside, witnessing the scene. Her mouth formed an O of astonishment. Can you handle the rest? Su Yen briefly scanned the surroundings, then sat down, tore off one of Uruga's arms and started eating. Rest assured, Goblin Lord, not a single one will escape. Zhu Qing licked her claws lightly, casting a seductive glance at Su Yen. But Goblin Lord, after I complete the task, will you grant me a boon? Depends on my mood. Su Yen said no more and focused on devouring Moon Hook, preparing to absorb its experience. No wonder he's the Goblin Lord, he speaks so coolly. Zhu Qing cast an infatuated glance at Su Yen, then vanished in a blur, slaughtering the surrounding moon leopards. The remaining moon leopards were already weak and feeble, no match for Zhu Qing. It took half an hour for Zhu Qing to finish them off. Congratulations on completing the side quest Eradicate Moon Leopard Clan. Congratulations on acquiring the skill Stealth A. Stealth A. After remaining motionless, you can automatically blend into the surroundings and conceal your aura, remaining undetected. Su Yen showed a hint of excitement. This was exactly the skill he wanted. Though only a rank, it was highly practical. Especially for lurking in the shadows and assassinating, using this technique combined with Nether Flash would ensure invincibility. Su Yan's appetite immediately grew. Skill Devour activated successfully. Experience 200. Experience 200. Congratulations on reaching level 37. It seems you'll soon become the Goblin King. Su Yen smiled, then turned and noticed Zhu Qing staring at him. What are you looking at me for? All dealt with. Zhu Qing nodded earnestly. Good job. Su Yen didn't bother to check, since the system had notified him of the quest completion. The Moon Leopard clan had clearly been eradicated. Zhu Qing stepped forward and placed her hand on Su Yan's chest. Milord, I mentioned earlier that I wished for a reward. Night gradually descended over the deep valley forest. Su Yen prepared to leave with Zhu Qing. Goblin Lord, wait. Zhu Qing quickly stopped him. Su Yen looked at her quizzically. Goblin Lord, it's about to appear. Zhu Qing looked up at the sky. Su Yen glanced upward. In the pitch-black night sky, a crescent moon slowly emerged. Clear moonlight cascaded down as if drawn by something. The next moment he noticed that the stronghold, which had been fading into darkness, suddenly brightened as if it were daytime. Strange. Could it be absorbing moonlight here? Su Yen found this surprising. He observed the ground around him and noticed only a faint fluorescent sheen on the surface. Goblin Lord, I heard the Moon Leopard clan possesses a treasure. Zhu Qing explained. Oh. A treasure. Su Yan's eyes narrowed. If so, the phenomenon here could be explained. The Moon Leopard clan must have relied heavily on this treasure to absorb moonlight essence. But he didn't know where to look for the treasure. He should have kept one alive. He looked down and noticed the fluorescence on the ground. It converged from all directions toward the center, finally gathering at one point. That central point was likely where the treasure lay. Su Yen followed the fluorescence and found the final location, a simple wooden hut. He stepped forward and kicked the wooden door open. Inside, on a small pillar, a pure white pearl floated and sank. Moonlight crystal, a ray of light in the darkest world. Absorbs moonlight essence to convert into energy. Can be integrated into formations as material. Moonlight crystal. Su Yen hadn't expected to find the moonlight crystal that Su Qing had mentioned. Now he could upgrade the formation again. This was a critical time, and he needed to enhance the Longyan tribe's defensive measures as much as possible. Su Yen put away the moonlight crystal and turned to Zhu Qing. It'll take you back to your tribe first to reunite with your sister. Goblin Lord, just head to your tribe directly. Zhu Qing shook her head gently. My sister has already agreed with me. Shall bring the clansmen over. They all wish to join your tribe. Good. Su Yan nodded slightly. You've done very well. It's my honor to help the Goblin Lord. Zhu Qing pursed her lips in a smile, wrapped her arms around Su Yan's neck and leaped into his embrace. I want to rest a while. I'm too tired. Sleep well. Su Yan nodded and carried her straight back to the Longyan tribe. Now all the goblins in the Longyan tribe were newborn. During the battle with the Moon Leopard clan he had eliminated the earliest batch of ordinary goblins with the worst talents. The current ordinary goblins had boosted their speed through the Spirit Cat clan. Thus their transportation speed had also increased. During his absence they had already moved a large number of moon leopard corpses and Z-fish back to the tribe. It was estimated that everything would be transported here soon. Father! Father! Two hobgoblins ran over from the side. Su Yan looked up. These were the two with the best talents among the 10 goblins he had sired. Their levels had already reached 20. Just one more level and they could choose a future profession to evolve. Goblong Goblame. Go pick 2 moon leopards to eat. Su Yan named them after the tribe. Yes, father. Goblong and Goblame happily ran off, each grabbing a moon leopard corpse and devouring it. Oh. Su Yan soon noticed that both goblins' bodies were changing. They were clearly leveling up and about to evolve. Black scales grew on Goblong's sturdy body as if he were wearing armor. Name Goblong Race Goblin Level Goblin Warrior 21 Skills Dragon Scale Armor S Extreme Speed A Brute Force A Talent Rare Identity Son of Su Yan. Meanwhile Goblame's originally tall body began to shrink. Crackle. The sound of bones shrinking echoed. His size kept shrinking until he was only about 1.5 meters tall, just a bit taller than an ordinary goblin. Name Goblame Race Goblin Level Goblin Priest 21 Skills Inferno Bomb S Extreme Speed A Talent Rare Identity Son of Su Yan. Su Yan nodded slightly. It was good that the two goblins had different development paths. They could complement each other perfectly. Goblin Lord. Zhu Yan walked over from the side. She had brought all the Spirit Cat clan members. Your sister has exerted herself a bit. Please take care of her. You can choose any house to live in. Su Yan handed Zhu Qing over to her. Zhu Yan nodded immediately and took Zhu Qing. But she didn't leave right away. Her bright eyes kept roving over Su Yan. Goblin Lord, I also wish to exert myself a bit. I have important matters to attend to. Su Yan immediately refused and sent Zhu Yan away. What a joke, he was a principled goblin. Lord Su Yan, you're back. Ro Xiao Wu came out of the house and ran over happily upon seeing Su Yan. Where is your mother? Su Yan asked. Lord Su Yan is really biased, thinking of my mother and not of me. Ro Xiao Wu pouted and asked. I found the moonlight crystal stone and need your mother to help me strengthen the formation. Su Yan pinched Ro Xiao Wu's cheek. Ro Xiao Wu looked at Su Yan in surprise, as expected of Lord Su Yan. My mother said that the moonlight crystal stone is rarely encountered in 100 years. I didn't expect you to find it. Well, just lucky, I suppose. Su Yan smiled and walked towards the wooden house. Polly and Su Qin were sitting on the ground chatting. Upon seeing him enter, their faces immediately lit up with surprise. Lord Goblin. You girls sit, no need to get up. Su Yan noticed that they were both heavily pregnant and immediately pressed them back down. Polly was pregnant before Su Yan's physical enhancement, so goblin offspring would take 7 days to be born. In contrast, Su Qin became pregnant after the physical enhancement, so she only needed 1 day to give birth. Comparatively, Su Qin's belly was considerably larger than Polly's. Mother, Lord Su Yan found the moonlight crystal stone. Ro Xiao Wu said proudly, as if she had found it herself. That's fantastic. That means I can strengthen the formation here. A glint of surprise flashed in Su Qin's eyes, followed by a joyful smile. No rush, let's wait until you give birth tomorrow before discussing it. Su Yen handed the moonlight crystal stone to Su Qin. Don't worry, I will take care of this matter. Su Qin immediately agreed. Moonstream Town Tavern. Numerous adventure teams and mercenary groups appeared in the tavern holding bounty notices. 5,000 gold coins was no small amount for them. Moreover, the target of the bounty was actually a goblin, making the difficulty ridiculously easy. To them this money was like a gift. Therefore at the moment they received the bounty task, everyone capable of getting there rushed over. The tavern was nearly overflowing with people. Gray originally wanted to go downstairs to communicate with them, but found it to be completely packed with people, leaving no place to stand. In the end, with Claire's mediation, only the team leaders were allowed to converse. Is the 5,000 gold really just for killing goblins? To rescue the saintess, a man in armor asked. Yes. The opposing side should have a goblin lord stationed there. Gray nodded, and it seems they are somewhat clever. Haha. No matter the level of goblin. As long as it's a goblin, it's fine. The man's eyes were filled with disdain. Claire smiled and looked at the man. Shu, you are just a steel level team, don't be too arrogant now. Haha. But I've recently become a sapphire hero. Dealing with goblins is a piece of cake. Shu Ku said disdainfully. Claire squinted her eyes and reminded, I suggest here. Teams below sapphire level should retreat early. Be careful, there could be life-threatening dangers. Nonsense. Goblins are just a bunch of stinky fish and rotten shrimp. Any race can easily kill them. Shu Ku crossed his arms, his eyes filled with disdain. Are you trying to monopolize the bounty on purpose? Isn't that right, everyone? Shu Ke's words immediately drew agreement from other weaker teams. Yeah. What do you mean by that? Your intentions are too obvious. Do we not deserve these 5,000 gold coins? Claire gently shook her head. Sorry, I will not participate in this bounty. Haha, you are afraid. But that doesn't mean we are afraid. Since you're not participating, don't speak too much. Shu Ku sneered. Yeah. This place doesn't welcome you. Hurry up and leave. Claire merely chuckled twice, casually picking up a bottle of wine, recorded on Gray's account. Then went upstairs. Gray frowned, not too fond of Shu Ku either. But after all, gathering everyone was to deal with the goblins. If things got too out of hand now, it would greatly dampen morale. As long as the goblins were dealt with, he didn't care who made the move. He could only hope that the saintess could hold on for a while longer, allowing him to rescue her smoothly. Ha! Nice. Good wine. Shu Ku took a big gulp of wine and stood up. Tonight all the drinks are on me. Gray waved his hand grandly. Everyone can drink to their heart's content. No need. Let's drink when I return in triumph. Shu Ku turned around, picked up his sword and walked out of the tavern. You're not going to look for the goblins now, are you? It's dangerous at night. Gray reminded him. But Shu Ku ignored it, slamming the tavern door shut. Gray gently shook his head, sitting down beside and asking the owner for a bottle of brandy. He looked around. Most were steel-level teams. Only a small portion were sapphire-level teams. There wasn't even a single emerald-level team. Wasn't there a mercenary group earlier? Why did they disappear? He frowned. Although several hundred people going to deal with the goblins was completely not a problem. But having an emerald-level team would be safer. Gray. You look so worried, what's wrong? Don't you trust us? Gray looked up and saw a man with a red beard approaching, carrying an iron rod on his back. Orand. Gray recognized him immediately. He was the captain of a sapphire-level team. He glanced at the badge on the man's chest, revealing a hint of surprise. You have become an emerald hero. Yes. Orand smiled slightly. I was originally planning to go to the guild to upgrade the team's level. But upon receiving a bounty task nearby, I decided to come here to complete your task first. Good, I will rely on you this time. Gray picked up his glass, feeling significantly more at ease. With a quasi-emerald level team, this time would be much more secure. Goblin Face was holding a rag wiping the spear in his hand. In front of him knelt a group of ordinary goblins. Pfft. One of his spears pierced through a goblin's body, lifting it high. What use is keeping you useless wastes? I've been looking for a goblin tribe and I can't even find one after a whole day. The goblin showed a painful expression and died from excessive blood loss the next second. Do you have anything to say? Goblin Face threw the goblin away and glared at the remaining goblins. I discovered something strange. An ordinary goblin answered tremulously. Speak. Goblin Face frowned and asked. When I went out to search I noticed thick smoke rising from the south, so I went to check. I found that the moon leopard tribe was still there, but the moon leopards were missing. The spirit cat tribe is the same. Goblin Face frowned. What of it? They originally had no fixed base, they may have moved away. The goblin hurriedly explained, Boss, I also found blood traces nearby along with many leftover bones. I suspect it was the goblins who did it. Goblin Face fell silent. Both the spirit cat tribe and the moon leopard tribe were not easy to deal with. If it was the goblins who did it, then this goblin tribe must be quite strong. Perhaps they even have a goblin king. But if they were truly that powerful, why didn't they come to take revenge on him? Boss. I remembered. I also found charred thornfish at the flames. The goblin hurriedly added. Thornfish. Goblin Face narrowed his eyes. That makes sense now. It's the thornfish's mature period. If the moon leopards and spirit cats must have fought over the thornfish, giving this goblin a cheap opportunity. Yes. It must be so. Goblin Face became somewhat smug, quickly concluding that the opposing tribe was not strong. All units. Increase patrols tomorrow. We must root out this goblin tribe. Then eliminate them all. This valley forest. Only one goblin tribe is allowed to exist. Boss is mighty. Boss is mighty. The surrounding goblins immediately cheered loudly. Ha ha ha. Go bring the prey caught today and put them in cages. Tonight we celebrate. In the secluded valley forest 4 men walked through the jungle. Shu-ko. Isn't it too rash to come looking for goblins at night? Asked a slightly burly man holding a shield. No, it'll be too late if we wait until daytime. Don't you know how many eyes are on these 5,000 gold coins? The sooner we settle this, the more of them are ours. Shu-ko walked ahead, replying nonchalantly. That's true, it would be fine if this forest only had goblins, but what if we encounter other magical beasts? We're on the outskirts, even at night we won't encounter any danger. Shu-ko stopped irritably. Besides, we're already in. Are you planning to back out now? Let me make it clear. If you quit now I won't give you a single gold coin. The other 3 remained silent, all lowering their heads. Shu-ko showed a satisfied expression. That's more like it. Let's work together, eliminate the goblins and claim the gold. We'll be set for life. Suddenly rustling sounds came from the bushes ahead. Shu-ko stopped dead, staring intently at the bushes. Suddenly he saw a green head emerge. The green head slowly turned, glanced at Shu-ko and the others, then immediately fled in panic, clutching its head. Ah! Humans! A goblin! Shu-ko gripped his sword and dashed forward in a single bound. Shu-ko! The others found the goblin's reaction strange but couldn't quite put their finger on it. They had no choice but to follow Shu-ko. Soon they rushed into a clearing ahead. The goblin they had been chasing stopped. Haha, realizing there's no escape, so you're obediently waiting to die. Shu-ko grinned triumphantly, raising his sword. I can give you a chance to live. Take me to your tribe. Shu-ko. This goblin is acting strange, a companion grabbed Shu-ko, saying, it doesn't seem afraid of you. Shu-ko frowned and looked at the goblin ahead. He found it was just an ordinary goblin, yet its expression was one of disdain. Am I being looked down upon by a goblin? Rage surged within Shu-ko. He swung his sword. A contemptible wretch like you dares to despise me. Clang. A crisp sound rang out. Shuko felt a numbing sensation in his arm as if his sword had struck a chunk of iron. He looked up and saw a burly goblin appear, its body covered in black scales. That sword strike had indeed been blocked by those scales. Shuko stepped back. He had never seen such a bizarre goblin. Shuko, maybe we should retreat, his companions swallowed hard. They felt as if they had fallen into a goblin trap, as if the creatures had deliberately lured them here. Leave. What's there to fear? I am a sapphire hero. After all, it's just a goblin. Shuko was unperturbed, narrowing his eyes at the creature, though his fingers trembled slightly. He, father was right, humans do come out at night. Jebulong grinned hideously, revealing yellowed teeth. Big brother, no need for idle chatter. Just attack and leave one alive. Gabayan emerged with 7 hobgoblins wearing a black robe and holding a staff. All right. Jebulong immediately reached out his right hand to grab Shuko. Despicable goblin. You're asking for death. Shuko cursed loudly, brandishing his sword to strike. Crack. His sword was caught directly by Jebulong's left hand. The 3 companions were dumbfounded, collapsing to the ground. Don't kill us. We won't resist at all. Gabayan shook his head in disdain. So this is humanity. Surrendering without a fight. How ridiculous. With such cowardice, how dare they look down on goblins? The hobgoblins behind him immediately stepped forward and grabbed the 3 like chicks. A night passed. Ah! The pain. A pained cry came. Su Yan opened his eyes, pushed aside the soft little form of Xiaowu, and looked toward the wooden cabin. It was Sukin's voice, somewhat similar to Xiaowa's cries yesterday. She is about to give birth. Su Yan quickly got up and walked toward the cabin. Boli was already kneeling on the ground, casting healing magic to ease Sukin's pain. A sacred white light descended, enveloping Suchin. Sukin's pained expression gradually relaxed, but her face was still somewhat pale. Seeing Su Yan, she forced a smile. Goblin. Master. I'm fine. I have experience. Don't talk, save your strength. Su Yan left the wooden cabin and waited outside. He knew there was nothing he could do. Soon loud cries of a newborn rang out. Su Yan pushed the door open and went in, seeing 9 newborn goblins. Their aptitudes were all outstanding. In the future they could all evolve into goblin venerables. Suchin, how do you feel? Su Yan asked, looking at her. Much more comfortable thanks to Beli's healing. Suchin showed a gentle smile, her complexion recovering its rosy hue. You rest well. I'll take them to eat. Su Yan reached out his arms, picked up the 9 little ones and brought them outside. With the addition of moon leopards and sea fish, the food problem was temporarily alleviated. But only temporarily. After all, they had also added 2 races, the charm rabbits and spirit cats. With the ever-increasing population, food was ultimately an urgent issue. He could take the opportunity to teach the charm rabbits and spirit cats to grow some crops. In the future they could become self-sufficient. If they always relied on the outside, the food would eventually run out. Father. Gabayan approached from the side. Su Yan turned and saw the hobgoblin behind him still holding 3 men. Their strength was all steel hero rank. They were thrown down in front of Su Yan, clearly terrified. As per your strategy, we did find humans. One of them was eaten by Big Brother, Gabayan reported truthfully. Good. Well done. Go claim a moon leopard to eat. Su Yan nodded slightly. Thank you, father. Gabayan's eyes lit up and he immediately turned and left. Su Yan gazed at the faces of the 3, stroking his chin with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Let's play truth or dare. Whoever tells me the truth first will be the one to live. Su Yan's gaze swept coolly across the faces of the 3. Of course it doesn't matter if you don't speak, they'll find out sooner or later. After a brief silence the 3 scrambled to speak. I'll talk. I'll tell you what we came for. Just don't kill me. No. Let me speak. Get lost, don't pull me. Damn it, are you all asking for death? I'm older, so I go first. Get lost, old fool. I've put up with you long enough. The three instantly fell into a tangle, completely tearing apart their former civility. Oh, what's this? Coming to blows. Jebulong walked in from outside, somewhat surprised to see the three on the ground. Jebulong, perfect timing. Drag them away and eat them. Su Yen pointed at the three on the floor and gave the order. After all having answered truthfully, it was time for the grand adventure. Such good fortune. Yes, sir. Father. Jebulong's eyes lit up. He immediately stepped forward and grabbed the three, still not fully sated from his previous meal. No, don't kill us. We'll tell you everything. Yes, we'll tell you everything. We accepted a bounty to kill goblins. That's right. We came to rescue the saintess. Crack. Crack. Jebulong snapped their necks one by one with his hands. What a racket. Do you think father doesn't already know all this? When did I ever ask you to rescue me? Polly happened to come out and upon hearing their words showed a look of disgust. Su Yen stepped forward to support Polly. Why did you come out? You just used healing magic, you still need to rest. I'll roast some meat for you later. Goblin Lord, this is for you. I don't know if it will be of any help. Polly took a folded letter from her bosom. Su Yen took it and opened it, finding it was a layout map of Wuxia town. Extremely useful. Su Yen scanned it and memorized the contents. It would naturally be of great use for his future counterattack against humans. As long as it can help the Goblin Lord. Polly revealed a sweet smile, clearly very pleased. Go back and rest. Let the children out early. Su Yen said with a smile. He was still waiting for Polly to introduce him to the dwarf princess. Okay. Polly gently pecked Su Yen on the cheek, then walked back into the house with a blush. Su Yen smiled. Under his talent skill, no member of the opposite sex could resist his charm. Su Yen looked into the distance and spotted several goblins even smaller than ordinary ones. Are they mutating? Su Yen narrowed his eyes and immediately used the celestial vision to inspect them. Name: Jebeing, race goblin, level goblin assassin, 21 skills, dark strike S, swiftness A, aptitude outstanding, an assassin. So besides warriors and priests, goblins can also evolve into assassins. I was too superficial in my understanding before. Su Yen was slightly surprised after checking the information, but soon showed a satisfied smile. Having this goblin assassin join would undoubtedly be a powerful boost to the entire goblin tribe. After all, the more diverse the professions in a team, the stronger its overall strength. Wuxia Town, the tavern. Gray walked down the stairs after waking up. Good morning, Lord Gray. The bartender greeted while wiping a glass. Has Shook returned? Gray yawned and sat down. The bartender handed him a glass of cold water. It seems he hasn't come back yet. Gray took a gulp and perked up. Still not back. Sigh, going into the Yogu forest at night is very dangerous. The bartender sighed. Besides goblins, there are many magical beasts active at night. Logically, the survival rate on the outskirts should be higher. Gray made an excuse for Shook. He didn't want his bounty mission to start off with bad news. Didn't you nearly get wiped out when you went last night? Claire came down the stairs stretching. I chased a goblin deep into the forest, that's why. Gray quickly explained. Claire cut him off. What if he did the same? Gray was at a loss for words, since the man indeed hadn't returned. This clearly defied common sense. Stop arguing. Alland walked in from outside. I'll take my squad into the Yogu forest and kill every goblin there. Rescue the saintess if she's still alive. Why are you alone? Where are the other captains? Gray asked, puzzled. Oh, those guys worried I'd steal the glory and set off early. Alland shrugged. You know me, I'm easygoing about these things. I'm counting on you. Gray looked at Olland. Don't worry. Olland laughed and punched him lightly on the chest. When I get back you owe me a drink. Deal. Gray immediately agreed. Claire watched Olland leave. Out of all the adventure parties and mercenary groups this time, how many do you think will survive? Survive? What do you mean? Can't they handle the goblins? Gray frowned at Claire. Claire shrugged. I told you these goblins are no ordinary ones. Claire. No matter how clever a goblin is, can it be cleverer than a human? They're still a lowly race. Gray didn't agree with Claire's words and turned to go upstairs. Claire smirked and made a funny gesture at the bartender. The bartender smiled helplessly and handed him a drink. Watian tribe. Jabumian stretched and walked out of his hut. Boss, we have news. A goblin ran up to him. Did you find other goblins? Jabumian asked immediately. No. We spotted human tracks. They seem to be searching for us. The goblin answered. Oh. They must be comrades of the humans from before coming to avenge them. Jabumian narrowed his eyes. Boss, what should we do? The goblin asked. Heh. Kill them all, of course. How dare they treat my territory as their playground, reckless fools. Jabumian pulled out the long spear beside him. Just what I need to evolve into a goblin king. Longyan tribe. Su Yen stretched and sat down on the ground in a comfortable posture. Zhu Yun and Zhu Qing knelt on either side of him. Zhu Yun gently tore off pieces of mutton and fed them into Su Yan's mouth. Zhu Qing held a bowl and fed him water. Father. Just as you predicted. Today a large number of humans have entered the Yogu forest. Gabayan came from the side to report the situation outside. And the Watian tribe. Su Yan pushed aside the bowl Zhu Qing offered and asked. Their patrol goblins spotted the humans and immediately returned. I suspect they went to report. Gabayan answered. Good. Su Yan's eyes gleamed with excitement. He took the bowl from Zhu Qing, raised it and drank a large gulp of water. The show is about to begin. Zhu Yun blinked curiously. What kind of show? The Watian tribe and humans are about to go to war. Su Yan curled a cold smirk. Let the Watian tribe be our scapegoat. Give humans the illusion that the goblins in the Valley of Seclusion Forest have been wiped out. This saves a lot of trouble and keeps them from seeking the Saintess again. For now we're not ready to clash heathen with the divine cult. Divine cult? Zhu Yun's expression shifted slightly. You know of it? Su Yan looked at Zhu Yun and asked. A flicker of killing intent crossed Zhu Yun's face. Yes. Zhu Qing and I, along with our 3 sisters, they were taken by the divine cult. Zhu Qing's eyes also flashed with ferocity. I heard at the time that they were being taken as experimental subjects. Don't worry. They will pay for this. Su Yan reached out and stroked their hair to comfort them. Only then did Zhu Yun and Zhu Qing regain their composure, nuzzling affectionately against Su Yan's chest. Goblin Yen, keep watching the battle. Report to me immediately if anything changes. Do not join the battle under any circumstances. Su Yan instructed Goblin Yen. Yes, father. Goblin Yen nodded and immediately left, gripping his staff. Side quest released: eliminate the invading humans. The quest arrives just in time. Su Yan grinned. It felt like the quests from the system always aligned with what he was about to do. Goblin Lord. Su Qing emerged from the house. How's your body? Su Yan asked casually. Su Qing's face softened into a gentle smile. Goblin Lord, I'm fully recovered. I've come out now to reinforce the formation of the Dragon Flame tribe. Don't push yourself. Su Yan nodded lightly. Your health is what matters most. Su Qing was moved and nodded emphatically. She took out the moonlit crystal and placed it where the flowing light crystal had been. Then slowly closing her eyes, her long lashes trembled slightly. Her pink lips chanted an incantation as an invisible gust of wind swept in. The next moment a beam of light descended from the sky, not harsh but exceedingly soft. Rippling like water waves it spread through the dragon flame tribe. Su Yen reached out feeling as if he could grasp the wave, but his hand simply passed through. Dong! A clear crisp chime rang out as if dispelling all stray thoughts. Su Yen looked up and saw that Su Qin had finished casting. Goblin Lord. I have merged the moonlit crystal into the flowing light crystal. Su Qin reopened her eyes and approached Su Yen. Within 100 li radius around the dragon flame tribe it can conceal auras, within 100 meters it can hide figures. If the dragon flame tribe is discovered by an enemy it will launch an active attack. After hearing Su Qin's introduction, Su Yan's deep eyes lit up. With the formation strengthened, the dragon flame tribe's power rose once more. Now even when venturing out there was no fear of being tracked by humans or other races. Moreover, during battle they could easily launch ambushes. Su Qin, your formation this time has been a tremendous help. Su Yen praised with a smile. Su Qin stepped forward and melted into his embrace, lifting her head with eyes like liquid pools. Since I've helped Goblin Lord, shouldn't you reward me? Valley of Seclusion Forest. A dozen steel-rank teams reached the forest first. Though they didn't move at night, they arrived before dawn. At the same time quite a few sapphire-rank teams also successfully entered the Valley of Seclusion Forest. Their arrival shattered the tranquility of the forest. The weaker magical beast races on the periphery fled in panic. A steel-rank team searched for half a day without spotting a goblin. You think Shu Ku might have taken down the goblins already? Impossible. That guy Shu Ku is all bark and no bite. And if he'd succeeded he'd be bragging about it by now. True. We haven't seen him along the way, he's probably still looking for goblins. One of them swung his sword to cut through the branches ahead, and the path here is especially rough. Wait. He felt something under his foot, looked down and yelped, it's a human head. Whoa. There's a devoured corpse here. What? The others immediately gathered around to examine the skeleton. Someone picked up a sapphire badge from it. He said nothing but everyone guessed. This skeleton was likely Shu Ku's. An inexplicable chill crept down their spines. What happened? How did Shu Ku end up being devoured? Was it the goblins? Countless speculations flooded their minds. Goblin Yen watched from the shadows, sneering. Come. No matter how many show up today, you will all stay here. He glanced in one direction, then immediately crouched and hid. Goblin Mian sat atop an ice lizard gripping a spear emerging from the thicket. Phew. It's quite a distance from the tribe to here. Goblin Mian frowned, then looked down and saw the humans before him. He was momentarily stunned, then flashed a smug grin, ha ha ha. Are you here for revenge? The steel rank team did not feel happy upon seeing Goblin Mian. Instead they felt terror. Not only was he accompanied by a hobgoblin but also goblin warriors. They were completely surrounded. And countless ordinary goblins. The few of them combined were probably no match. Goblin Mian stared at them, then suddenly snarled, not talking. Then die. No, we're just lost. Yes, yes. We definitely didn't come looking for goblins. We're leaving now. We're leaving now. With that they turned and fled. Goblin Mian watched their backs with contempt. Are humans this cowardly nowadays? Go ahead, my darling. The ice lizard opened its mouth and spewed a sheet of frost, instantly covering the adventurer team. The few were frozen solid, immobilized. Ha ha ha. Weak little ants. Swoosh. Goblin Mian aimed and thrust his spear forward. He skewered them like candied fruit on a stick. Ah! Goblin Mian let out a low roar, head raised. As if to flaunt his terrifying strength. He grabbed the spear and lifted them high. His body had grown larger and more robust than before, and sharp fangs sprouted from his lower jaw. Goblin Yen watching from the shadows saw this and his pupils shrank slightly as he muttered. He's evolved into a goblin king. Aeland heard the commotion and looked ahead. Captain. What's going on? Said a man in silver armor wielding a greatsword. The intensity of the sound is somewhat similar to goblins. Perhaps it is precisely our target, Aeland said after a moment of silence. Then let's charge over. Lousy asked. Let's go. First let's take a look. Everyone be careful. Aeland nodded. The quasi-emerald team he led consisted of 5 members in total. Aside from him they were Lousy the melee greatsword user, Brandy the fire attribute ranged attacker, Anan the shadow assassin hunter, and Lane the female healer with a flat chest. Besides Aeland's team, other adventurer squads also heard the commotion. They all rushed closer, fearing that the credit for killing the goblins would be snatched away by others. In their eyes goblins were always the weakest race to be slaughtered at will without any concern, even if it meant genocide. Thus they did not sense any danger. On the contrary, they eagerly wanted to be the first team to slay a goblin and earn more bounty. On the other side, Gob, who had evolved into a goblin king, let out a triumphant laugh. Ha ha ha. Heaven helps me. No matter how many humans come today, they will all die. Standing atop the frost lizard, he gripped a long spear, his crimson eyes glaring fiercely ahead. The bushes rustled and soon a steel team burst forth. They shouted excitedly, "Where are the goblins? Where are the goblins?" But upon seeing Gob they froze. Damn, is this a goblin? Judging by the look, could this be a goblin king? Hell! How is there a goblin king in the outer area? That's impossible. This Galay really screwed us over. The intel never mentioned a goblin king. If I'd known, I wouldn't have come, and the price wouldn't be the same either. What are you standing around for? Run for your lives. The first brave to rush in turned without hesitation. They knew their team was no match for a goblin king. Since you're here, stay and be my lunch. Gob hurled the corpse off his spear, slamming it heavily into the fleeing brave, knocking him to the ground. Roar! The frost lizard slammed its front leg into the ground, spewing a torrent of frost from its maw. The frigid ice quickly enveloped their bodies, freezing them into solid blocks. Kill them all, my minions. Ahahaha. Gob laughed maniacally. The goblins around him swarmed forward, frenziedly tearing at the fallen braves. Screams of agony filled the air. What's happening? The Sapphire team, who had just entered, froze at the hellish scene before them. They quickly noticed Gob nearby and their expressions shifted. Not good. Watch out, it's a goblin king. They hadn't expected a goblin king to be part of this mission. Their gazes fell on the corpses, their expressions growing heavier. The steel team had been completely wiped out. The thick stench of blood permeated the air. Everyone form up. Don't panic. We're all in the same boat. Yes. As long as we work together, even a goblin king is nothing. I suspect he just evolved into a goblin king. We still have a chance. Warriors in front to absorb damage, mages in the back to output. Assassins find an opening. Protect the healer. Most of those who came to eradicate the goblins were from the Sapphire teams. The Sapphire teams were evidently more experienced in combat. They quickly calmed down and made their deployment. Now before Gob stood over 100 braves. Ha ha ha. Good. You all want to die. Then come. Gob let out a low growl, swung his long spear and swept it in a wide arc. All the warriors gathered together, forming a phalanx. Clang. Gob's terrifying strength landed directly on the warriors in the front row. Gripping their weapons to block, they let out muffled groans, the taste of blood already rising in their throats. Roar! The frost lizard spewed frost from its maw and joined the fray. The warriors were packed too tightly to dodge. A massive wave of frost covered them, slowing many and even freezing some in place. He. Skewer your head, his head all in a row. Gob raised his long spear high and thrust it toward their heads. Boom. Boom. The sky suddenly trembled. Gob looked up and saw a torrent of spells, ice rain, holy arrows, fireballs, all descending upon him. A series of horrible muffled thuds sounded as Gob was forced back. The surrounding goblins were also caught in the magical energy, wailing in pain. Ah! It hurts. It hurts so much. What kind of attacks are these? Whoosh whoosh. More than a dozen assassins who had been lurking in the shadows suddenly turned into streaks of blur. They launched a strike at Gob. It was a perfect opportunity. Slice slice. Dozens of wounds instantly opened across Gob's chest. Crimson blood immediately flowed out, forming a sanguine armor. Gob glanced down at his body, his aura turning violent. Very well, very well. So this is how you want to play. Then I'm truly angry now. Gob swung his spear with his right hand, piercing an assassin's body. With his left hand he ripped off another assassin's head and gnawed on it fiercely. A brave shouted, "Everyone work harder. This goblin king is about to fall." They thought Gob was bluffing and already on his last legs. This king is about to fall. Gob narrowed his eyes and smiled disdainfully. He swung his spear forward, charge. Thump. 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 A series of heavy thuds rang out and the ground seemed to tremble. Not good. There are still more goblins around. The braves discovered waves of goblin warriors charging from the bushes on both sides. It's an ambush. The goblins have set an ambush. Everyone don't panic. Hold the formation. Don't break. They can't break through our formation. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly monstrous fireballs fell from the sky, crashing heavily into the warriors' phalanx. The terrifying energy exploded instantly. The warriors were clustered together with no time to dodge. Ah! Such powerful magic. There's a goblin shaman in the shadows. I'm on fire. Help. It hurts. After all, they were a hastily assembled team, far from united. As the goblin warriors from both sides seized the opportunity to ram into them, the warrior phalanx scattered. Who threw that fireball? Gob looked puzzled and blinked toward the sky. But he quickly dismissed the matter. His priority was to deal with the braves before him. Especially now that gaps had appeared in the hastily formed team. It was the perfect opportunity for him to strike. Jebumian, gripping his spear, charged directly into the midst of these warriors and slaughtered them indiscriminately. The brave fighters of the Sapphire Squad were already utterly routed. They had no will to fight, yearning only to flee this place at the first opportunity. But Jebumian had long made his deployments. The periphery was entirely swarming with goblins. They were already surrounded. Ha ha ha. All of you die. Jebumian let out a maniacal laugh. Gabayan, hiding in the shadows, narrowed his eyes. Go ahead, slaughter each other to your heart's content. In the end, the only victor will be my father. A crafty smile curled on his face and he turned and left. Longyan tribe. Su Yen gently covered Su Qin, who was unconscious, with her eyes rolled back with a coat. Gabayan rushed back in a flurry to report father. They are already locked in battle. The chieftain of the Watian tribe has even evolved into a goblin king. Su Yen nodded. Good, I understand. Father, isn't it time to snatch the spoils? Gabayan asked. Not yet. Su Yen shook his head. You can rest for a while too. Not yet. Could there be some unstable factor? Gabayan looked puzzled. But when he raised his head again, he found Su Yen had already returned to the hut with Su Qin. Second brother, don't try to fathom father's thoughts. Jebulong sat cross-legged on the ground, a pile of bones before him. Evidently he had just feasted. Gabayan slowly lifted his head. I only want to share some of father's burden. Just follow father's instructions. Father is always right. Jebulong stood up. Let's go. Ha! Gabayan looked at Jebulong in confusion. Jebulong waved his hand grandly. Father said we should go to the Spirit Cat tribe and the Charm Rabbit tribe, select desirable targets and then mate. All right. Gabayan nodded and followed Jebulong away. Elsewhere Jebumian had gone berserk. The ground was littered with the corpses of humans and goblins. The thick nauseating stench of blood filled the air. Who else? Jebumian growled, raising his spear high. As expected of a goblin king. He actually slaughtered all the adventurers. Aaron strolled out unhurriedly from the side. He had just arrived and hadn't expected to see such a sight. Heh! Another 5 come seeking death. Jebumian's eyes were bloodshot as he sneered, aiming his spear at Aaron. Boss, let me kill him. Lao Si growled, gripping his black iron sword. No rush, we can chat a little more. Aaron advanced unhurriedly, taking down the staff from his back. Speaking of which, my 7-kill staff has never tasted the blood of a goblin king. You're courting death. Jebumian swung his spear, thrusting fiercely at Aaron's face. Aaron caught the 7-kill staff in front of him, easily evading Jebumian's strike. Heh, so you're a newly ascended goblin king. Are you sure you can defeat me? Aaron stood to the side, a cold smile curling on his lips. Jebumian said nothing, whirling his spear in a relentless barrage of attacks. But Aaron's movements were nimble and he landed a blow on Jebumian from time to time. This made things extremely uncomfortable for his opponent, and soon Jebumian bore many more staff wounds. The ice soul lizard stepped forward, spewing frost to help. But Bolandi always unleashed flames at the first moment, neutralizing the frost. The ice soul lizard warily watched Bolandi and did not try again lightly. Heh, what are you looking at? Want to turn into a roast lizard tonight? Bolandi chuckled smugly. I can't go on like this, I'll be worn down to death. At that moment Jebumian's mind calmed down considerably. He knew if he continued he might well be killed here. Attack together. Kill these humans. But no sound came from around him. Ha! Jebumian found that aside from a few ordinary goblins beside him, the rest of the goblins had vanished. Ha ha ha, Roger, you've worked hard. Aaron laughed heartily, retreating with his 7-kill staff. Jebumian saw armored figures emerging from the surrounding thicket, each holding a spear in their right hand and clutching a goblin corpse in their left. The leader wore red armor and rode a black horse. They were the only mercenary group this time, the Catalonia mercenary group. It held the title of King of the Sapphire mercenary groups. Captain Wuxia was already a green gem brave. The goblins Jebumian had ambushed around were all eliminated. Goblin King. You're all alone now. Just submit to death. Aaron sneered, stepping forward, his 7-kill staff at the ready. Jebumian gritted his teeth, glancing around. Roar! The ice soul lizard suddenly opened its mouth and sprayed a sheet of frost toward the mercenaries in the rear. Jebumian suddenly leaped up, wielding his spear and charging toward the rear. Trying to flee. Lion had been lying in ambush for a long time. The moment Jebumian tried to escape, he struck him down from midair. Jebumian crashed heavily to the ground, his stamina was completely depleted and he had no strength left to fight back. Swish swish. Countless spears instantly rained down on Jebumian, piercing him like a sieve. You lot. Take us to your tribe. Aaron pointed his 7-kill staff at the few ordinary goblins on the ground and barked. Yes. Yes. Please follow us. Those goblins immediately got up and headed in one direction. We won't join the rest of the search and rescue. Wuxia looked at Aaron and spoke. Leave it to me. Aaron nodded and led his team away. Take the Goblin King's corpse. Let's go. Wuxia waved his hand grandly and rode his war horse, preparing to lead the mercenary group out of the Yoga forest. Longyan tribe. It's about time. Su Yen opened his eyes inside the wooden hut and rose. Lord Goblin. Polly saw Su Yen about to leave and quickly stood up. What is it, Polly? Su Yen asked. To give the Goblin Lord a blessing, of course. Polly waved her staff and a ball of holy light immediately entered Su Yan's body. A faint luster was left on his surface. Thank you, Polly. Su Yen smiled and patted Polly's head. He had experienced before that this skill could save his life at a critical moment. As long as I can help the Goblin Lord, that's enough. Polly blinked her bright eyes, her gentle gaze tender as water. She suddenly stepped forward, stood on tiptoe and pecked Su Yen on the cheek. Be safe, okay? Father. Are we making a move? Gobel Flame shoved aside the spirit cat maiden upon seeing Su Yen emerge, eagerly stepping forward to ask. The time is almost right. Su Yen nodded slightly. Then who do we strike first? Gobel Flame quickly inquired. Su Yen gently shook his head. Our enemy has always been only one. That is the humans. Gobel Flame looked at Su Yen with some confusion. Then the Watian tribe. If nothing unexpected happens, the Watian tribe no longer exists in the Deep Valley Forest. Su Yen replied, lowering his head. Gobel Flame's eyes widened. How is that possible? They had a Goblin King emerge. What does a Goblin King matter? Su Yen chuckled lightly and strode directly out of Dragon Rock tribe. Gobel Dragon. Bring the men and follow. We're going to pick up the scraps. Yes, father. Gobel Dragon immediately agreed, then summoned a group of goblins. As he passed Gobel Flame, he slung an arm around his shoulder. Exactly. What's a Goblin King? Isn't our father just a Goblin Venerable? But I think not even a Goblin hero could be his match. Hearing Gobel Dragon's words, a flash of enlightenment seemed to cross Gobel Flame's mind. Don't overthink it. From my experience, if you don't understand something, just follow father. You're bound to gain something. Gobel Dragon replied boisterously, then strode off. Just follow father. That's the way. Gobel Flame's eyes cleared again, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun. On the other side, the Catalonia Mercenary Corps moved leisurely toward the exit of the Deep Valley Forest, bathed in sunlight. Their atmosphere was exceptionally relaxed, having finished off the Goblin King without a single loss. This time, thanks to the captain, we played it smart till the end, otherwise we'd never have pulled off this perfect victory. Yeah. Those fools couldn't even kill goblins quickly. If it were us, we'd have been done long ago. Exactly. What does it matter if goblins are a lowly race, even if they have a Goblin King? Still dies at our hands. The 5,000 gold bounty was way too easy. Hope more missions like this come up. Roger rode on his black horse, a faint smile on his face. With this Goblin King slain, he could formally apply to become an Emerald Mercenary Corps. He might even gain an audience and recognition from the king. Russell. Suddenly a great blaze erupted ahead, blocking the Catalonia Mercenary Corps path. The mercenaries buzzed with discussion. What's going on? Why is there a sudden fire, and such a big one? Yeah. The wind is blowing inward too. Maybe we should go around. Roger frowned. Given the weather, a fire shouldn't have started naturally. But he couldn't explain the appearance of this flame. And if they put it out before passing, it would waste too much time. Let's go around it. Roger made the decision at once. The group immediately veered aside to bypass the fire ahead. Finished killing the goblins and planning to leave already. Su Yen stepped out slowly from the shadows, arms crossed. Name Roger, race human, rank Emerald, brave, level 42, identity captain of the Catalonia Mercenary Corps, skill explosive thrust. As his eyes instantly acquired all information about Roger. A goblin. The mercenaries paused at the sight of Su Yen, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, is this goblin brainless? Daring to come alone, isn't that just asking for death? Hilarious. He's trying to act tough, so damn funny. Doesn't he know he's a lowly goblin? Who gave him the nerve to block our mercenary corps? Roger glanced at Su Yen with interest, his face thick with contempt and disdain. Vermin. He raised his spear and thrust it fiercely at Su Yen. The spearhead pierced straight through Su Yan's chest. Pathetic, he was about to mock, but found Su Yan's body merely flickering twice before dissipating. Disappeared. Roger frowned, surprise flashing in his eyes. No, the opponent was too fast. Roger instantly realized. In an instant he felt an extremely terrifying pressure bearing down. When he looked up, Su Yan was already right in front of him. The 10 directions sword in the opponent's hand was already descending toward his head. Explosive thrust. Gritting his teeth, Roger swung his spear, thrusting forward with all his might, aiming straight for Su Yan's heart. The air crackled with a snapping sound accompanied by terrible sparks. The corners of his mouth curled, his face full of scorn. "Tisk, no wonder they're a lowly race, no brains at all. Using a sword against me, pure suicide. My spear will end your life before you even get a chance to use it." But the next second confusion and shock replaced the expression on Roger's face. Clang! His spear was somehow blocked just outside Su Yan's body. As if hitting some kind of metal. The opponent's body felt like steel, impossible to pierce even a hair. Invincible golden body. Explode! Su Yan's power instantly surged 20-fold. The 10 directions sword in his hand continued its descent, cleaving Roger's head clean in two. What a waste, couldn't even block one strike. Su Yan sighed lightly. 10 directions sword, kill count 1. Kill count 333, 1000, and Roger's death spanned merely a few seconds. No one could react in time. The scene fell into a brief silence, so quiet that every rapid breath was audible. Su Yan glanced at the reddened white brain matter staining the 10 directions sword, dipped a finger in it and sucked it into his mouth. Fresh and tender, smooth as tofu. The remaining members of the Catalonia mercenary corps instantly erupted. Am I seeing things? Roger. Captain Roger is dead. I can't believe it either. Too absurd, he got killed by a goblin probably because he was too careless. What do we do? Should we retreat? This goblin doesn't seem weak. Retreat my ass. There's a bunch of us here. It's just one goblin. This disgusting thing has to die. The Catalonia mercenary corps immediately encircled Su Yan. Su Yan's appearance was very lean, easily mistaken for a mere goblin warrior. So the mercenaries still didn't take Su Yan seriously. Come on out. I'm not interested in this trash. Gobel Dragon and Gobel Flame immediately led goblins out from the side. Great Father. I'm so sick of these idiots' chatter. Gobel Dragon cracked his wrists, glaring at the mercenaries. A bunch of fools. Always insulting goblins. Just wait till I tear you apart one by one. Big brother, just go ahead and strike. I've got your back. Gu Baiyan stood beside Gu Belong, raising his staff. All right. Gu Belong instantly sprang up from the ground, transforming into a streak of shadow. That goblin's speed. So fast. The members of the Catalonia mercenary corps widened their eyes as they witnessed Gu Belong's move. They realized their eyes could not even track his position. Not only Gu Belong but the other goblins he brought along were also extraordinarily swift. In the air they could only barely catch a fleeting blur. Were these even goblins? They were completely different from the goblins encountered earlier. Thud. The other goblins struck as well. Though not as ferocious as Gu Belong, they still left wounds on the mercenaries. Screams echoed one after another. Gu Baiyan gripped his staff, providing support from the side. A trembling roar resounded from the sky. Countless fireballs blazed the heavens crimson as they descended. The mercenaries had no time to dodge the fireballs, they were all struck and engulfed in flames. Chaos erupted on the scene. Ah! Where did those flames come from? They're burning me alive. Help me put them out. What do I do? Rolling on the ground does nothing. Hey, why are you clinging to me? Get off. Let me out. I don't want to die here. Skill Devour activated successfully. Experience 200. Experience 200. Congratulations. You have reached level 38. Experience 200. Experience 200. Congratulations. You have reached level 39. Father. It's all dealt with. Gubalong dashed over eagerly holding a head in his hand as if drinking from it. Gubayan stood nearby, eyes gleaming with excitement, seemingly still craving more. Gubalong and Gubayan exchanged glances but remained silent, standing patiently aside. Experience 150, experience 150, experience 150, experience 150. Congratulations. You have reached level 40, only one step remained to become the Goblin King. Father, are we going back now? Gubalong stepped forward to ask. No, it'll take you all to wipe out another wave. Su Yen grinned, casting a glance into the distance. Gubayan's eyes lit up at Su Yan's words. Watian tribe. Ahead is our tribe. The few goblins leading the way quickly spoke up. Ao Land looked ahead and indeed spotted numerous wooden huts. He signaled to Lao Si beside him. All right. Lao Si swung his greatsword, cleaving a goblin in two. Ah. Why? We led you here, why kill us? The other goblins cried out in panic. Heh. Killing goblins needs no reason. Ridiculous. Lao Si sneered disdainfully, then swept his greatsword horizontally, slicing the remaining goblins in half. Fresh blood splattered across his cheek, still warm. Search for the saintess. Find her dead or alive. Ao Land commanded immediately. Yes. The squad members entered the tribe to conduct a search and rescue. Occasional goblin screams echoed through the air. Clearly the goblins guarding the camp were being slaughtered. Lion the healer stayed close to Ao Land for safety. Ao Land, after this mission can we get married? Lion stepped forward, linking arms with Ao Land. I promised you, once we become the Emerald Adventurer Squad I'll marry you. Ao Land forced a smile, patting Lion's short hair. If it weren't for using Lion's connections in the Adventurer Guild, he would never have bothered to seduce such a fickle woman. You're so sweet. Lion leaned her head on his shoulder. Captain, there's no trace of the saintess. Lao Si emerged from the front carrying his greatsword. Lion quickly and discreetly released Ao Land's arms, smoothed her hair and averted her gaze. After this mission, well, get married, okay? Lao Si sneaked a glance at the flat-chested woman and asked, after all, you're carrying my child. Are you threatening me? Didn't I say you have to become an emerald brave first? Lion glanced at him contemptuously. I'll work hard, you have to wait for me. Lao Si vowed earnestly. I should have left some alive. Bulandi walked over from afar, sighing. Could there be other goblin tribes? En approached and asked. Lion shook her head. We've scouted, there's indeed only one goblin tribe active around here. Burn this place down. Ao Land commanded after a moment of silence. What? But the saintess? Lao Si asked in surprise. The saintess was killed by the goblins. Ao Land cut him off. To give her a dignified departure, we'll have her cremated here. Everyone immediately understood Ao Land's intention. Ao Land glanced at Bulandi without a word, then turned and left. All he needed now was to complete the mission and smoothly become an Emerald Adventurer Squad. Nothing would stand in his way. Bulandi nodded slightly, raised a hand and hurled a ball of flame to ignite the Watian tribe. Has such a brilliant excuse, how did you come up with it? A sudden voice rang out from ahead. Ao Land's expression shifted as he stared intently into the distance. What's going on? Is there someone else here? He tightened his grip on the 7-kill staff. If the opponent was within his capability, he would have to silence them. Who's there? Come out. Lao Si gripped his greatsword, glaring ahead. Su Yen, with a blade of dog's tail grass dangling from his lips, sauntered out of the shadows. He emerged before the crowd spat out the grass and said. Good afternoon, everyone. Looks like you're about to have a barbecue. A goblin. Ao Land and the others were instantly filled with questions at the sight of Su Yen. They had speculated about various identities but never expected that the owner of the voice would be a goblin. Ha didn't expect any survivors. We didn't go looking for you, but you've delivered yourself right to us. Closing the quotation, Lao Si gripped his greatsword, a scornful smile curling on his lips. This greatsword of mine has slain no less than 1,000 goblins, if not hundreds. And you will soon become one of them. Ao Lan noticed that Su Yen stood there with a calm expression, seemingly without any fear. Wait a moment. Closing the quotation, Ao Lan wanted to stop him. But Lao Si had already made his move, his voice carrying from afar, no matter. It's just a goblin. Closing the quotation, but before his greatsword could descend, his head was already severed. Too much nonsense. Su Yen kicked the rolling head away from his foot. Lian instinctively hid behind Ao Lan. Ao Lan found his opponent's swordsmanship was superb and his behavior very strange. It seemed as if the creature before him was not a goblin but rather a human. When had goblin intelligence evolved to such a degree? Bulan Di and Lian also flashed a hint of surprise in their eyes, turning to glance at Ao Lan. What are you going to do? Ao Lan tried to calm himself down. Purely from appearance it was impossible to judge the opponent's rank. But based on his ability to instantly kill Lao Si, he was at least a goblin venerable. Oh, I heard you've killed many goblins. I'm here to avenge them. Su Yen licked the blood off his sword, revealing a sinister grin. Vengeance. You. Lian sneered. Don't think that because you succeeded with a sneak attack you can be so insolent. The next second Lian's body rapidly vanished from the spot. Lian's speed is second to none among the mercenaries. This goblin will never catch him. Bulan Di sneered from the side. His death is imminent. Closing the quotation, Ao Lan said nothing but stared fixedly at Su Yen. Lian suddenly appeared behind Su Yen, his right hand flicking out a pitch-black dagger, slashing fiercely toward his neck. Ha, reckless wretch. Lian's lips curled upward, but the next second his expression froze. His body passed directly through Su Yen. This. An afterimage. Ao Landa's face changed drastically. This goblin was too absurd. How fast was his speed? Lian was nothing but trash in front of him. Lian, watch out. Ao Land quickly called out in warning. But Su Yen had already appeared behind Lian. Puchi. Su Yan's 10-direction sword pierced through his chest. Are you looking for me? Lian heard Su Yan's voice like a demon's whisper from hell, his eyes widening in terror. But before he could react he lost his breath. Who's next? Closing the quotation, Su Yen withdrew his 10-direction sword and looked up at Ao Land. Ah. Lian. Bulan Di growled, gathering flames in both hands and hurling a massive fireball at Su Yen. The terrifying flames radiated scorching heat, towering over a man's height. Father. Gubu Yen was worried and wanted to intervene, but Gubu Long stopped him. You must trust Father. Gubu Yen nodded, his gaze fixed on the battlefield ahead. But Gubu Long stopped him. You must trust Father. Gubu Yen nodded, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. Humph. Disgusting goblin. Burn to death. Lan spoke with a malicious, venomous look. Ao Lan stared at the fireball, inexplicably feeling a sense of unease in his heart. The terrifying fireball rapidly closed in on Su Yen. Comparing magic. Su Yen grinned, also gathering fire elements in both hands and unleashing a fireball of his own. Did I hear that right? You lowly. What? Bulan Di never expected Su Yen to actually summon a fireball, and one that was twice the size of his own. The scorching aura made him feel a hint of suffocation. The fireball Bulan Di had thrown was directly devoured by Su Yan's. Su Yan's fireball rapidly approached the sinister man and swallowed him as well. Ah! Every inch of Bulan Di's skin was being scorched by the flames, and piercing screams continuously came from within the fireball. It echoed through the forest. Only when the flames dissipated did Bulan Di's scream cease, but he had been reduced to a charred corpse. A cold sweat dripped from Ao Landa's forehead in just a few exchanges. He had quickly lost 3 companions. This goblin seemed several times more powerful than the goblin king Gobumian. Could there be another goblin tribe nearby? The goblin that captured the saintess was actually someone else. In an instant Ao Land thought a lot. But the most important thing now was to escape quickly. Ao Land glanced at Lion beside him. It was said that goblins were fond of the opposite sex and each time took at least an hour. Perhaps he could use Lion to buy himself time to escape. Lion. Ao Land looked at Lion with an expression of deep affection. Lion looked at Ao Land in confusion. Do you love me? Ao Land asked. Yes. Closing the quotation, Lion didn't know why Ao Land was suddenly confessing at a time like this, but she nodded immediately as she still relied on him to take her away. If you love me, then help me. Ao Land placed his hands on her shoulders. Help you? Are you injured? Lion was somewhat puzzled. Ao Land hurled Lion toward Su Yen, then turned and ran into the depths of the thicket. The moment she was pushed out, Lion knew she had been betrayed by Ao Land. You bastard! Die a miserable death. I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Su Yen grabbed Lion. Don't worry, you won't die. Closing the quotation. Disgusting beast. Take your paws off me. Or I'll bite you to death. Ugly, despicable creature. Go die. Don't touch me. Lion immediately started cursing when she saw Su Yen. Ha! Don't worry, I'm not interested in ugly women. Closing the quotation, Su Yen sneered and casually tossed Lion aside. Gubulong. Gubulong walked out with a wicked grin. All right, father. Leave her to me. Lion saw the mountain-like Gubulong before her and her eyes widened, a look of despair spreading across her face. This will break me. Closing the quotation. Then she saw the group of large goblins behind Gubulong and her vision went black as she fainted. He. Gubulong cackled, grabbed her by one foot and dragged her into the jungle. Ao Land swiftly fled through the secluded forest, casting occasional glances over his shoulder to ensure no goblins were pursuing him. He had never imagined that one day he would be defeated by a single goblin. The Catalan mercenary corps can't have gone far. If I can catch up to them, there's still a chance to survive. Ao Land steadied his nerves and continued on his way. He suddenly detected a thick coppery scent of blood wafting through the air. It seems I've reached the place where the goblins were slaughtered earlier. He muttered to himself as he walked forward, then stepped on something round and firm. A skull. Ao Land's heart quivered at the sight of the skull. It was evident that it had been picked clean. A vague unease crept into his heart. Could it have been devoured by that goblin he encountered earlier? It seemed there was indeed another goblin tribe, or perhaps that goblin was a straggler. After parting the grass ahead, Ao Land stepped into a clearing. There, lying scattered across the ground, were many human corpses, all clad in armor. They were members of the Catalan mercenary corps. Judging by the numbers, the entire group had been wiped out. Roger couldn't have. Ao Land scanned the area but found no trace of Roger's body, clinging to a sliver of hope. Maybe only part of the Catalan mercenary corps had perished. Roger might have managed to escape with some of the others. Are you looking for this? Su Yen suddenly appeared before Ao Land and casually tossed a piece of clothing at his feet. Ao Land looked down and quickly noticed the green-gemmed hero medal on the chest. Roger was dead. Despair engulfed him. Why aren't you running? Su Yen crouched down, looking at Ao Land with a smile. I've heard that human flesh tastes better if it's exercised before death. Did you kill them all? Ao Land raised his head to look at Su Yen, his expression complex. Who else? Su Yen grabbed Ao Land's clothes to wipe his 10-direction sword. How did you do it? Is your tribe ruled by a goblin hero? Ao Land's voice trembled. Su Yen flashed a sinister grin. Do you really think goblins have no brains? I'm just a goblin venerable. Ao Lan stared at Su Yan in disbelief. The revelation that his opponent was merely a goblin venerable sent shockwaves through his mind. How could this be? The power Su Yan displayed was far beyond what a goblin venerable should possess. Time to send you off. Su Yan stood up, raising the 10-direction sword. Can you spare me? I can offer you beautiful women. Food. Ao Lan's face twisted with fear. Su Yan had little interest in beautiful women, but the food was somewhat tempting. The tribe was expanding and a large population demanded a massive supply of provisions. Noticing Su Yan lost in thought, Ao Lan's expression turned ruthless. A goblin is just a goblin. Fooled by a single sentence. He abruptly raised his 7-kill staff, from the top of which protruded a sharp blade. He lunged at Su Yan's throat. Clang! A flash of holy light erupted. Hala's holy barrier protection successfully blocked Ao Lan's ambush. Ao Lan was stunned by the holy radiance. This was unmistakably a skill from the divine church. Yet it appeared on a goblin. A holy maiden. He quickly arrived at a possibility. But why would a holy maiden bestow holy light skills upon a goblin? Ao Lan couldn't comprehend. Human cunning and treachery, that's another thing I despise. Su Yan's 10-direction sword descended instantly. Ao Lan tried to block with his 7-kill staff. Explosion. A burst of 20-fold power erupted. Crack. The 7-kill staff snapped. The 10-direction sword continued its downward arc, severing his head as well. 10-direction sword kills 1. Kill count 335-1000. Congratulations on completing the side quest. Eliminate the invading humans. Congratulations on acquiring the skill Sword Proficiency A. Your Sword Proficiency A has been stacked and upgraded. Sword Proficiency A. Sword Mastery S. Sword Mastery S. You have mastered human swordsmanship and can now execute sword techniques. Su Yan allowed a smile to surface as the reward came at just the right moment. With mastery achieved, some sword techniques he had learned before his rebirth could be easily executed now. Congratulations on obtaining an experience gift pack. Congratulations on receiving a massive amount of experience. Even with this massive experience boost, I haven't leveled up. It seems the required experience to level up is growing. Moon Creek Town. Gray stood at the entrance of the tavern, gazing toward the secluded forest. There was still no sign of anyone returning. Strange. Almost a whole day has passed. Why hasn't a single person come back? Claire sat inside the tavern sipping brandy. Lord Grey, come join me for a drink. Stop waiting. I observed earlier, it was just a single goblin venerable. With so many adventure parties and a mercenary corps, how could it take a whole day? Grey frowned. Could the goblin tribe be hiding deep? Maybe they're all dead. Claire joked half seriously. Impossible. A lowly race like goblins could annihilate humans. Absolutely impossible. Grey refused to believe it. Claire chuckled softly. First, are you sure the one you saw was the tribe's leader? Second, are you certain there's only one goblin tribe in this secluded forest? Finally, if goblins were brainless, how could they have captured the Holy Maiden? Grey hesitated, but still couldn't accept that goblins had wiped out the teams. Even if everything you said is possible, you have to understand, we're dealing with goblins. The most despised race in nature, a race any other can trample underfoot. Claire said nothing more and simply drained her glass. The secluded forest. Experience 200. Experience 200. Congratulations. You have reached level 41. Finally broke through to level 41. I'm going to become a goblin king. Su Yan let out a roar, his skin glistening with a faint metallic sheen. His appearance hadn't changed much, but his strength seemed to have increased tenfold compared to before. If he encountered Ao Lan now, he wouldn't even need explosion, he could crush him with one hand. Congratulations on awakening the skill Overlord's Aura S. Overlord's Aura S. The Overlord's Aura expands to become your personal domain, pressuring enemies while revealing the positions and numbers of foes outside your field of vision. With practice you can even predict enemy movements. After reading the description of Overlord's aura, Su Yan's eyes lit up. This skill is incredible. Extremely practical. Su Yan marveled, knowing it would greatly enhance his combat capabilities. Su Yan suddenly sensed the grass nearby rustling. His eyes narrowed and he released a wave of Overlord's aura. Who's there? Father. Do not strike. It is us. Gobulin and Gobuflam emerged together from the underbrush. Sweat beaded on both their brows and their frames quivered incessantly. Their eyes were brimming with terror. Thump. Gobulin and Gobuflam knelt before Su Yan in unison. They could not fathom why, but upon beholding Su Yan an overwhelming sense of oppression seized their hearts. It was as if a boulder pressed upon their chests. Su Yan regarded Gobulin and Gobuflam, simultaneously sensing the greater goblins they had brought. In an instant he discerned their positions and even their numbers. Indeed, this sovereign aura was heaven-defying. A cryptic smile curled on Su Yan's lips as he withdrew the sovereign aura. Gobulin and Gobuflam felt a sudden release. The dreadful pressure vanished in a blink. Is the warlord tribe dealt with? Su Yan inquired. Yes, father. We have ransacked the warlord tribe and brought out all its resources, Gobuflam replied hastily. Good. Return directly to the Flame Dragon tribe, Su Yan said with a casual wave. Father, we found a box in a wooden hut. Gobuflam handed an iron box to Su Yan. Oh. Su Yan took the iron box and noticed the intricate patterns on its surface. Clearly this box was no ordinary item. It did not belong to a mere goblin tribe. Most likely Gobumian had acquired it from somewhere. Su Yan opened the iron box and found a book inside. The 100 Solutions of Hidden Weapons. His eyes lit up at the title and he promptly leafed through it. It contained detailed diagrams for crafting hidden weapons. There were methods for hundreds of such devices. The hidden weapon he had retrieved from Gorbakil was the sleeve arrow described herein. That was the most basic of hidden weapons. Others included the blood drop storm, pear blossom needles, peacock feather and Yamas notice. With this 100 solutions I can forge an arsenal of hidden weapons. Excitement tinged Su Yan's voice, but his priority remained seeking the dwarves to forge arms. Father, beside the iron box there was also a large chest. Gobuflam spoke up. Su Yan looked up and saw Gobulin lugging a chest nearly as large as himself, setting it down heavily. Su Yan hastened to open the chest, discovering it filled with sleeve arrows and other hidden weapon equipment. Excellent. There are even ready-made ones. I can equip the goblins with these. A look of pleasant surprise crossed Su Yan's face. Unable to forge weapons for now, these would serve as a temporary solution. One could imagine that goblin assassins once armed with hidden weapons would see a significant boost in their strength. Moon Creek Town. Gray gazed at the darkening sky outside. Yet not a single adventurer or mercenary band had returned. Damn it. Gray downed his drink in one gulp and slammed the cup on the table. Another round. The bartender promptly refilled his glass. Your wounds haven't healed. Too much drink is bad for you. Claire approached, wine glass in hand. A whole day has passed. It seems worse than I imagined. Not a single survivor. Stop your dumongering. Gray shot Claire an irate glance. We sent them to deal with goblins. Not some terrifying magical beast. How could they all be wiped out? Then where are they? Does killing goblins take a whole day? Claire asked with a smirk. Goblins are cunning. Maybe chasing them wasted time, Gray quickly rationalized. Or they won and are celebrating on the spot. Lord Gray. Claire's gaze bore into him. Stop fooling yourself. A flicker of panic crossed Gray's face as he shoved Claire aside. Claire took a sip of wine, smiling. Didn't you send someone to investigate? They should be back by now. Gray ignored Claire, his eyes fixed on the doorway. Soon a figure rushed frantically into the tavern. His subordinates were dead and the adventurers and mercenaries had all departed. He had temporarily hired a clever steel brave from Moon Creek Town. The task was to scout the valley forest and uncover why the group had not returned. Well, have they returned? Gray sprang to his feet and strode toward the man. Cammy panted heavily, his face twisted in terror, and shrieked. Dead. Dead. All dead. What dead? Who is dead? Gray grabbed Cammy by the shoulders. Humans. All human corpses. All killed by goblins. Cammy answered frantically, his body trembling violently with fear. What? Are you sure? Killed by goblins. Gray's body quaked, his voice trembling. Yes. I saw it. Cammy lifted his head to meet Gray's eyes bloodshot. Not a single survivor. Not a single survivor. How could this be? It's impossible. Gray staggered and collapsed to the ground. Ha ha ha, dead. All dead. Ha ha ha. Cammy's taut nerves snapped, plunging him into madness as he dashed out of the tavern shouting hysterically. Lord Gray, do you believe me now? Claire crouched down smiling as she gazed at him. Gray looked up at Claire, feeling a helplessness he had never known. All this devastation merely for the sake of killing goblins. Why? Gray finally uttered the two words after a long silence. Have you heard of the goblin demon god? Claire did not answer immediately but posed a question instead. The goblin demon god. Gray gave him a peculiar look. That far-fetched tale. I've heard bits and pieces. Claire rose to his feet, clasped his hands behind his back and narrowed his eyes. Legend says the goblin race was once the most formidable in all realms. Under the leadership of the goblin demon god, none dared provoke them. Yet they incurred the envy of the gods, who united, leading myriad races against the goblin demon god. The gods could not tolerate a goblin becoming a deity. To protect his race from annihilation, the goblin demon god willingly sacrificed himself. But the surviving goblins were cursed by the gods, becoming the most wretched of races. The legends say the goblin demon god only slumbered, never truly died. Every century a sliver of opportunity for his return arises. As Gray listened to Claire's words, a dawning realization, and incredulity, crossed his face. You can't possibly think a goblin demon god will emerge from the valley forest. Claire looked at Gray with utter seriousness. I wasn't sure before, but now I'd say there's a 1% chance. You're overthinking this, right? Gray frowned. Claire shook his head and produced a token from his hand. The moment Gray saw that token, his body jolted and he shot to his feet. Holy crap! Have you lost your mind? This was a golden token, its surface adorned with carved dragon patterns. At its center the character King was inscribed in small seal script. A royal capital bounty order attainable only by warriors of bronze rank or higher. Once issued, the entire capital would mobilize to capture the wanted individual. Across the entire Water City there were fewer than 10 warriors who had reached the bronze level. This illustrated just how rare the royal capital bounty order truly was. Have you lost your mind? Gray stared at the token in Claire's hand and demanded, You're using a royal capital bounty order? For a single goblin? You'll be the laughingstock of everyone. Claire shook her head gently. I don't intend to issue the bounty right now. Then. I will personally deal with the goblins in the ravine forest. If something happens to me, I'm entrusting you to issue this royal capital bounty order. Claire placed the bounty order solemnly in Gray's hand. Trust me with this. Are you sure? Gray asked, somewhat flattered. Who else can I trust here? Claire said with a grin. Follow me to my room. Gray said, turning and running upstairs with the royal capital bounty order. Claire hesitated, then followed him into Gray's room. He saw Gray bent over. You don't need to sell yourself just for a bounty order. Claire coughed. What are you talking about? Gray pulled a chest from under the bed. He wiped his sweat, opened the chest, revealing a dazzling pile of gold coins. This. Claire glanced inside. I remember you need 100,000 gold to hire someone to kill the goblins. Hey, race exactly 100,000 gold. Gray said, hands on his hips. Want to count? No need. Keep it here for now. I'll collect it when I return. Claire smiled. I'll go rest now. You're not going alone, are you? Gray asked uncertainly. Those goblins in the ravine forest are no joke. Haha, I'm not that foolish. Claire stretched, yawned, and closed the door. Gray rubbed his nose. Did I just get subtly roasted? Dragonflame tribe. Great Goblin Lord. I will become your most loyal slave. Great Goblin Lord, you are my true master. I dedicate my entire life to you. Su Yen turned his head and glanced at Lion, noticing she seemed quite fond of this place. He shook his head gently and sat down beside a chest filled with hidden weapons. Lord Su Yen, what is this? Ro Xiaowu approached and asked. This is a hidden weapon. Su Yen took out a wrist crossbow and strapped it onto his arm. Whoosh! A dart shot out, embedding itself into a wooden pillar nearby. Wow! What impressive equipment! Ro Xiaowa's eyes lit up. Here, take one. Su Yen fitted a wrist crossbow onto Ro Xiaowa's arm. Just press this button to use it. Really? Ro Xiaowu was somewhat flattered. Of course. Su Yen smiled, then took out two more and fitted them onto Zhu Yun and Zhu Qing, who had just emerged from inside. Thank you, Great Goblin Lord. Zhu Yun and Zhu Qing were also overwhelmed with gratitude. Having seen the weapon's power, they were thrilled. Su Yen shook his head lightly. The wrist crossbow was the most ordinary hidden weapon in the chest. It was of little use to him. He rummaged through the chest and found a flat box-like hidden weapon. It was about 7 inches long and 7 inches thick, with 16 characters inscribed on it. Draw blood on release, return empty is ominous. The most urgent of urgents, the king of hidden weapons. Rainstorm pear blossom needles contains 27 silver darts, hailed as unmatched under heaven. Su Yan's eyes grew excited. He hadn't expected to find such a top-tier hidden weapon inside the chest. With this weapon he now had a formidable means of survival. He had studied the 100 solutions of hidden weapons and already mastered the use of the rainstorm pear blossom needles. Father. We're back. Gu Bulong and Gu Baiyan returned from outside. Su Yen looked up and saw that the two had both become goblin elders. All the great goblins Gu Bulong had taken out had evolved into goblin warriors. All the great goblins Gu Baiyan had taken out had evolved into goblin shamans. Good. Su Yen nodded slightly. The ravine forest seemed to have returned to its former peace, but he knew it was only temporary. As long as the Saintess remained missing, they would never let the matter rest. To survive, they must seize every opportunity to grow stronger. After returning to the Dragonflame tribe, he had ordered Gu Bulong and Gu Baiyan to lead the goblins out to devour and evolve, while also bringing back food to prepare for the next batch of goblin hatchlings. For now, take the others out to level up. Su Yen instructed, about to continue studying the hidden weapons. Father. I spotted a group of 9-power white tigers near the Spirit Cat tribe's territory. Gu Baiyan said. 9-power white tigers. Su Yen was taken aback, turning to look at Zhu Qing and Zhu Yun. Great Goblin Lord, it's almost time for the 9-power White Tiger clan and the Spirit Cat clan to form a marital alliance. They must be coming to choose a bride from our Spirit Cat clan. Zhu Yun's expression shifted, her voice laced with worry. Su Yen looked at Gu Baiyan. How many of them are there? About 100 or so, Gu Baiyan replied. They've probably already entered the territory. I've heard the 9-power white tigers are renowned for their strength. This is the perfect chance to boost our tribe's power. Su Yen stood up with a smile. Lord Gu Baiyan, our Spirit Cat clan has already left. The 9-power white tigers will give up and leave once they can't find us. There's no need for you to risk yourself. Zhu Yun said with concern. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Besides, if the 9-power white tigers don't find you, they won't let it go. Better to strike now than wait for them to come to us. Su Yen explained with a smile. Side quest released: eliminate the 9-power white tiger clan. Seeing the quest prompt, Su Yen grinned. Now I have even more motivation. Father. Gu Baiyan and Gu Belong called out, clearly eager to join the fight. As Su Yen passed them, he ordered, Gu Belong, take 1,000 goblin warriors. Gu Baiyan, guard the camp. Yes. The two immediately obeyed. Not a trace of defiance existed toward Su Yan's commands. Lord Su Yen, let me go with you. Zhu Qing stepped forward. No, I should go. Zhu Yun shook her head. After all, this trouble started because of our spirit cat clan. Enough, you two don't need to argue. Both of you come with me. Su Yen grinned, walking out of the tribe. I'm looking forward to seeing the expression on those 9-power white tigers' faces. Ha ha ha. Beauties. Incoming. With a rough voice, hundreds of upright walking tiger demons entered the spirit cat clan's tribe. Their fur was pure white with strong and developed limbs. They seemed full of explosive power. However, on their chests there were several black stripes. Some had 1, some had 2, and the leading white tiger had 3. What's going on? Where is the spirit cat clan? Hu Dala's smile froze as he saw the empty tribe before him. Your Highness, there seem to be traces of battle, said the jolly white tiger beside him. Hu Dali glanced down and indeed found many spirit cat corpses, but his eyes narrowed as he noticed something wrong. Strange, why are all the dead males? Where are the female spirit cats? The other jolly white tigers also noticed the issue. Where are the women of the spirit cat clan? Have they all been taken away? The spirit cats are not weak, and they are known for their speed. To take them all away without leaving a single one, is that possible? Hu Dali walked 2 steps forward and looked around. Your Highness, could it be the Moon Leopard clan? They have always been hostile to the Spirit Cat clan. Earlier the Spirit Cat clan even asked us for help to compete with the Moon Leopard clan over Tsiyu. A jolly white tiger suddenly spoke. Hu Dali nodded slightly. That is indeed possible. We warned them before. This time they are so ungrateful. It seems we should make them disappear from the deep valley forest. Your Highness. Rest assured, I have already arranged for scouts to check the Moon Leopard clan stronghold. Another jolly white tiger spoke. Hunyo, well done. Let's go over there too. Since there are no beauties, this place is no different from a garbage dump. Hu Dali shook his head. Your Highness. Suddenly a jolly white tiger ran in from outside. What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? Could there be any danger in this outer region of the deep valley forest? Hunyo glanced at Hu Dali and then scolded him impatiently. The Moon Leopard clan is gone, replied the jolly white tiger. What do you mean gone? Is their tribe empty too? Asked Hu Dali. Yes. Their tribe has not a single moon leopard, answered the jolly white tiger. But I saw blood-stained signs of fighting and a few moon leopard bones. Oh. The Moon Leopard clan has also been wiped out. Who could be the one taking away the female spirit cats? Hu Dali was puzzled. He didn't care whether the Moon Leopard clan had been annihilated, he only cared about the whereabouts of the female spirit cats. Hu Dali. A delicate shout came. Hu Dali looked up and saw Zhu Qing and Zhu Yun appearing from nowhere. His face immediately broke into a delighted grin. Hee, so you are still in the tribe. I thought you had been taken away. Hu Dali. This is not a place you should come to. Zhu Yun stared at Hu Dali and said. How dare you, a spirit cat, speak to the prince like that? Hunyo scolded him. Beauty, what are you saying? I came to choose a consort. Hu Dali stared at Zhu Yun and Zhu Qing's figures. I can take both of you as my princesses. You can serve me together. You. Zhu Qing looked at Hu Dali with disgust. You are only fit to pick someone's teeth. Don't disgust me here. Your Highness, she called you a toothpick. Hu Niu looked at Hu Dali. I heard it. Hu Dali slapped Hu Niu on the head impatiently, then looked at Zhu Qing. You sisters better not be ungrateful. You need to know that offending me will have dire consequences. Do you want the Spirit Cat clan to disappear completely? I hope you think it over clearly. Zhu Yun and Zhu Qing ignored him but stepped back and came to Su Yan's side. They both kissed Su Yan on the cheek, then looked at Hu Dali and said in unison, we have thought it over. Su Yan showed a slight smile, sitting on a large stone looking at Hu Dali with a calm expression. Goblin. You actually chose a despicable goblin. Seeing Zhu Qing and Zhu Yun kiss Su Yan at the same time, Hu Dali was almost mad with rage. Sorry, but not only them, the entire Spirit Cat clan now belongs to me. Su Yan smiled, correcting Hu Dali's mistake. Ah. I'm furious. Hu Dali roared in anger, his bloodshot eyes almost spitting fire. You despicable goblin. How dare you? I will kill you today. The Spirit Cat clan and the Jiuli White Tiger clan had intermarried for generations. The Jiuli White Tigers had always considered the Spirit Cats as their harem. Unexpectedly they had been defiled by a goblin. Hu Dali felt his head turn green. Kill me. Su Yan smiled, touching the 10 directions sword at his waist. You probably don't have that ability. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. Do you know what you are saying? Hu Dali laughed angrily, turning to look at the Jiuli White Tigers beside him. Brothers. This goblin actually says I don't have that ability. What a joke. His Highness has now awakened the 3 powers. He can crush him with one hand. Truly a reckless fool. Does he even know how to spell death? Goblins are born vermin. Just looking at them makes me sick. They just waste air living. They should die quickly. The surrounding Jiuli White Tigers were cheering Hu Dali on and mocking Su Yan. How dare you insult Lord Su Yan? Zhu Qing and Zhu Yun bared their teeth at the group of Jiuli White Tigers, their fingers extending sharp claws ready to strike. Don't rush. Su Yan patted their hands and shook his head gently. Leave it to me. Seeing Su Yan's intimate gestures with Zhu Qing and Zhu Yun, Hu Dali felt his head was about to explode. I'll crush your head right now. Hu Dali growled, and the 3 black stripes on his chest emitted light. Su Yan noticed his power seemed to be increasing. What are these black stripes? Su Yan asked curiously. Zhu Qing lowered her voice and explained to Su Yan, these stripes are a unique talent of the Jiuli White Tigers. Each stripe can double the Jiuli White Tiger's power. With 3 stripes he can triple his strength. Su Yan nodded thoughtfully and smiled. Then it'll be interesting. Lord Su Yan, be careful. Zhu Qing warned with concern. Relax. Su Yan rolled his neck and walked toward Hu Dali. 3 power omnipotence. Hu Dali growled, his muscles bulging as he concentrated all his power into his tiger palms. His 2 tiger palms immediately glowed with a faint golden light and slammed fiercely towards Su Yan's head. Hu Dali was full of confidence, his eyes filled with mockery. Dying by my hand is your honor. But the next moment his voice abruptly stopped. Su Yan had disappeared from before him, causing his attack to miss. Where did he go? Hu Dali looked around but couldn't catch sight of the other. He seemed to have vanished. Slash! A shout rang in his ear. Behind you! Hu Dali quickly turned, but Su Yan's 10 directions sword had already fallen. Explosive! 10 times the power surged forth. Su Yan effortlessly cleaved Hu Dali's body in 2. Princess. Dead. She's dead. After a brief silence, the surrounding Jiuli White Tigers were all wide-eyed. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and even their voices trembled slightly. They had assumed Hu Dali would dispatch the goblins as effortlessly as cutting through vegetables. Yet who would have thought he was killed by a goblin instead? He didn't even have a chance to resist. Am I seeing things? The princess was taken down. Taken down. He was one shot by this goblin with a single sword stroke. Is this even a goblin? How can it be this absurdly strong? I feel like his power is even more terrifying than us Jioli white tigers. Su Yen licked the blood off his sword blade and looked up at the group of Jioli white tigers. The rest of you, will you come at me together or one by one? I suggest you all attack at once so I can save some time. Hearing Su Yan's words, the Jioli white tigers were immediately enraged again. Brothers! This is too arrogant. A mere goblin dares to insult us, unbearable. Yeah. Isn't he just a goblin? With so many of us here, one punch from each tiger and he's dead. Exactly. The princess just got careless. Everyone attack together. Avenge the princess. The furious Jioli white tigers immediately charged at Su Yen without hesitation. For one thing, with Hu Dali dead here, returning empty-handed would be impossible to explain. Better to capture this goblin first and then leave, at least they'd have something to report. For another, Su Yen was alone, posing no threat to them whatsoever. In the eyes of the Jioli white tigers with so many kin present, capturing Su Yen would be a matter of moments. Lord Su Yen. Zhu Qing and Zhu Yun wanted to join the fight. It's fine, just a few sick cats. Su Yen smiled and stopped them. I don't even need to lift a finger. Father. Leave it to me. Zebulong appeared with 1,000 goblin warriors. After devouring the Yuebao clan, the goblins of the Longyan tribe had gained the ability to conceal themselves. They had been hiding in the surrounding bushes all along, unnoticed by the Jioli white tigers. Where did these goblins come from? How did they just appear out of thin air? What the hell? Did we stumble into a goblin nest today? There are so many of them. We're surrounded. The Jioli white tigers were all shocked at the sight of the goblins. They had no idea where they had come from. Everyone stay calm. They're just goblins. No matter how many of these lowly creatures come, the result is the same. That's right. Just a bunch of goblins. However many show up, we'll slaughter them all. The Jioli white tigers quickly calmed down, composed themselves and readied for battle. Father. These sick cats have filthy mouths. May I tear them apart? Zebulong turned back to ask Su Yen. As you wish. Just leave them alive, I need them for the sword sacrifice. Su Yen grabbed Hu Dali's corpse, sat down and began to eat. Congratulations. Devour skill activated successfully. EXP 400. EXP 400. Alright. Brothers, charge. Zebulong's face lit up with excitement as he rushed forward. The other goblin warriors joined the assault. So fast. The Jioli white tigers tried to strike back but found the goblins' speed astonishing. They couldn't even track their movements. By the time they reacted, the goblins had already attacked. You were the one running your mouth just now, weren't you? Zebulong appeared beside a Jioli white tiger, his thick arm covered in black dragon scales locking its neck in a death grip. With his other hand he directly tore out its tongue. The Jioli white tiger shook violently in agony, blood gushing from its mouth. Like a small fountain. Boring. Zebulong smashed the tiger's ribs with a palm strike, dropped it to the ground and lunged at the next target. There were only about 100 Jioli white tigers but over 1,000 goblin warriors. On average, each Jioli white tiger had to face 10 goblin warriors. Against ordinary goblins, the Jioli white tigers would have no problem winning. But these 10 warriors were from the Longyan tribe. Their bodies had been enhanced. The Jioli white tigers were at a disadvantage in speed. Often before they could land a blow, their bodies were already covered in wounds. One by one the Jioli white tigers lay in pools of blood, their eyes all filled with the same terror. Were these really goblins? They were utterly terrifying. If allowed to grow stronger, the Yogu forest would truly be turned upside down. So strong. No wonder it's Lord Su Yan's tribe. Zhu Yun spoke with admiration. Zhu Qing's eyes sparkled as she watched the goblins fight. Thanks to Lord Su Yan's cultivation, the goblins have achieved such greatness. Su Yan grinned, picked up the Shifang sword and strode forward. All these Jiuli white tigers were still barely alive, perfect for his Shifang sword. The sword sacrifice. The kill count of the Shifang sword rapidly increased. 1. Kill count 4561000. My arm is a bit sore. Su Yan sheathed the Shifang sword and shook his arm lightly. His body was drenched in blood, a gruesome sight. But it was all the blood of the Jiuli white tigers. You've worked hard, Lord Su Yan. Zhu Yun quickly stepped forward to massage Su Yan's arm. Jebulong. Take all these Jiuli white tigers back. Su Yan immediately summoned Jebulong and gave the order. His mission was to annihilate the Jiuli white tiger clan. Killing only Hudali, who had come to select a bride, was far from enough. Now he needed to locate the Jiuli white tiger clan and eliminate them. Zhu Qing, do you know where the Jiuli white tiger clan is? Su Yan turned to ask Zhu Yun. Zhu Yun and Zhu Qing exchanged glances, their eyes apologetic, and shook their heads helplessly. Weren't you forming a marriage alliance? How come you don't know where the Jiuli white tigers are? Su Yan found it odd. It was indeed a marriage alliance, but each time only the chosen princess was taken away. So we also don't know where the Jiuli white tiger clan actually resides. Zhu Yun answered. Su Yan frowned. It seemed he couldn't eliminate the Jiuli white tiger clan for now. Forget it, let's head back first. Su Yan pondered before speaking. The Jiuli white tiger clan was not as easy to deal with as the Yuebao clan. Without thorough preparation, it was unwise to act rashly. Su Yan returned to the Longyan tribe once more. Upon entering, he immediately heard the loud cries of newborns. What happened? Su Yan asked as he saw Gobu Yan approaching. Congratulations, father. The first wave of the pregnant spirit cat tribe and the second wave of the pregnant charm rabbit tribe have given birth to their young, Gobu Yan replied immediately. Population of Longyan tribe 6100. Tribe level upgraded from 5 to 6. 1203-110-0000. Congratulations on advancing the Longyan tribe to level 6, unlocking vegetable seeds for you. Su Yan's eyes lit up upon hearing the system notification. Vegetable seeds. This is great, he can now grow his own food. With the population continuing to increase in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about food shortages. This reward is truly a timely boon for him. Lord Goblin. Have you dealt with the 9-strength white tiger tribe? Su Qin asked, noticing the 9-strength white tiger carried by the goblin warrior. Yes. The 9-strength white tigers destined for marriage have all been dealt with, Su Yan nodded. My lord Su Yan, we must eradicate the roots of this threat, Ro Xiao Wu remarked as she approached. Su Yan shook his head. I wish I could, but I do not know the location of the 9-strength white tiger tribe. I know, Su Qin responded immediately. You know. Su Yan looked at Su Qin in surprise. My father is the chief of the 9-strength white tiger tribe. Su Qin replied with a serious expression. What? Mother, why have you never told me about this? Ro Xiao Wu asked in astonishment. Su Qin's expression turned cold. There is nothing to say. He is nothing more than a scoundrel who abandoned his wife and children. Does the 9-strength white tiger tribe still seek a marriage alliance with the charm rabbit tribe? Zhu Yun asked in surprise. Su Qin shook her head. It's not just with the charm rabbit tribe. There are also alliances with the peacock tribe, the Nyo tribe, and the shark tribe. Once chosen as a consort, if they fail to produce satisfactory offspring, they will be discarded. Or bestowed upon their subordinates, becoming mere playthings. The 9-strength white tiger tribe truly is despicable. They have harmed so many races. Ro Xiao Wu clenched her fists, her face filled with anger. This 9-strength white tiger tribe must be eliminated. Zhu Qing also looked indignant. Wiping them out is also a way to rid the Yogu forest of a scourge. Indeed, I'm somewhat impressed by the audacity of the 9-strength white tigers. They spare no one. The chief of the 9-strength white tiger tribe is at the demon emperor level. He leads the 9-strength white tigers residing in the central part of the Yogu forest. The demon emperor level is equivalent to the goblin king, surpassing the goblin monarch by 2 realms. Su Qin picked up a stick and began to draw on the ground. This area has no magical beasts that can challenge them if they can reign here. However, if they venture deeper, they will encounter even stronger magical beasts. Su Yen stared at the map Su Qin had drawn on the ground. She had highlighted the position of their enemies. Lord Goblin, this period happens to coincide with the chief's secluded meditation. Perhaps it's an opportunity. Su Qin looked up at Su Yen. All right. I understand. Su Yen narrowed his eyes, preparing to eliminate the 9-strength white tiger tribe. I want to go too. Ro Xiao Wu immediately expressed, I've already given birth. It's not like I have anything else to do right now. We're going too. Zhu Qing and Zhu Yun also chimed in. Su Yen frowned and commanded, no. It's too dangerous. All of you stay behind. Seeing Su Yen issue the order, they immediately lowered their heads and dared not speak. They feared disobeying Su Yen's commands. You all have a more important task to complete. Su Yen took out the vegetable seeds he had obtained and placed them in front of them. What is this? Ro Xiao Wu asked curiously, blinking her eyes. Are these seeds? Polly, with her belly showing, came out and immediately spoke upon seeing the seeds on the ground. Exactly. Su Yen nodded. Here we have potatoes, tomatoes, eggplants, peppers. Various vegetable seeds. These will become our tribe's food source in the future. Why do we need to plant these? Isn't there already a lot outside? Can't we just go collect them? Zhu Qing asked, somewhat perplexed. Right now we can rely on collecting to solve our food problem, but in the future, as the tribe's population increases to tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions, will we have enough food then? Su Yen looked at Zhu Qing and explained, if we wait until then to consider self-sufficiency, it will be too late. I'm sorry, Lord Su Yen, I didn't consider this thoroughly, Zhu Qing said, lowering her head with some shame. Truly worthy of being Lord Su Yen, he has thought so far ahead. Lord Goblin, leave this to me. I have some understanding of this matter, Polly spoke up from the side. You have difficulties moving, just have them assist you with whatever you need. Su Yen approached and glanced at Polly's belly. Polly nodded. I promise to complete the task. Su Yen smiled and turned to look at the goblins before him. Gobu Ying leads the goblin assassins, stay hidden and follow. Gobu Long leads the goblin warriors, advance with me. Gobu Yen leads the goblin priests, set off half a day later. Yes. The goblins answered without hesitation. Watching Su Yen lead the team away, Ro Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with admiration. Lord Su Yen is truly handsome. You little girl, it's only been a short while and you're already like this, Zhu Qing teased with a laugh. Sister, how can you criticize others? Zhu Yun leaned in and whispered, do you want me to tell everyone about your bedwetting incident last night? Sister. Zhu Qing's face turned beet red. Alright sisters, don't forget the task assigned by Lord Goblin, Su Qing hurriedly called out, steering the topic back on track. As long as everyone follows my instructions, planting vegetables is actually quite simple, Polly said confidently. We need to loosen the soil first. At the tavern, Gray arrived downstairs and saw Claire sitting at the bar drinking. Your teammates haven't arrived yet? Gray asked curiously. They should be coming soon, Claire replied, exhaling the scent of alcohol. I have already notified them. But they all have their own tasks. It won't be quick for them to arrive. I still don't know who your teammates are. Have I heard of them? Gray asked as he sat down next to Claire with a drink. Claire grinned and glanced at Gray. They're all lunatics. You probably don't know them. Oh. Lunatics. There aren't many of that caliber, especially at the bronze level, Gray said with a laugh after taking a sip of his drink. For example, the 1,000 gold swordsman. Claire looked at Gray slightly tipsy. The 1,000 gold swordsman. Gray's expression changed slightly, the eldest daughter of the Walker family, the first family of the Water City. Nora. Claire did not respond but suddenly looked toward the door. A figure suddenly flashed into the doorway. Who is talking about me behind my back? Gray's body trembled as he quickly turned his head to look. He saw a girl with twin ponytails walking in from outside. I just sent out the message during the day and you arrived in the evening. Nora was wearing silver armor, black knee-high boots and a long sword at her waist. She sat down directly at the bar and took a sip from her glass, saying, "It's rare for you to issue an emergency notice. I happened to be nearby. As soon as I finished my business I came straight over." Nora. The first genius swordsman of the Walker family. She became an emerald warrior at the age of 20 and is hailed as the most talented among the younger generation of the Walker family. The family has high hopes for her, hoping she will lead them to a new glory. Now at 21 she is just a step away from becoming a bronze warrior. Once she breaks through she will be the youngest bronze warrior swordsman in the Water City. One can only say her future is limitless. What are you staring at me for? Nora felt Gray's gaze and her expression darkened. Sorry. I'm just too excited to see you here. Gray quickly expressed his apology. Nora, be a little polite. He is the big financier of my task this time, Claire teased with a smile. Oh. Nora shot Gray a glare. If you keep staring like that next time I'll gouge out your eyeballs. Gray hurriedly nodded. Don't worry, I definitely won't do that again. Claire gently shook her head and took a sip from her drink. Where's Kaya? Isn't he always the most eager one? Nora asked casually, swirling her glass. He probably arrived last night or early this morning. Claire nodded. Kaya. Is the Kaya you're talking about the ranger from the Forest clan? The one known as the fastest in the Water City? Gray asked excitedly, grabbing Claire's arm. Why are you getting so excited? Nora frowned. Sorry, I usually only hear rumors. I didn't expect to see the real person, so I got a bit excited. Gray scratched his head apologetically. Kaya has been an orphan since childhood, but his speed talent is extremely high. He became a ruby warrior at the age of 23. Moreover, relying on his extraordinary speed, he once exhausted a bronze warrior to death. Gray is absolutely confident in Claire's ability to eliminate the goblins this time. 2 of the teammates are already this strong. The remaining unknown teammates surely won't be too weak. Previously he only knew that Claire had a considerable reputation in the Adventurers Guild. He didn't expect that all of his teammates would be such remarkable individuals. He should have asked Claire for help sooner, so it wouldn't have dragged on until now. Saintess. I'm sorry. Gray cried, shedding 2 lines of tears, pounding his chest in regret. Has he always been this neurotic? Nora glanced at Gray with a look of disdain. Maybe. Claire ignored it and finished her drink. Nora ordered another drink from the bartender and looked at Claire, asking, So who exactly is the target this time? What made you gather us again? I remember you once said that being invincible is too lonely and you want to pursue a different path. Claire did not answer immediately, just looked at the glass in his hand and chuckled. Ah. There are too many uncertainties in life. Just like this time. So what exactly is the target? Nora stared into Claire's eyes, certain that whoever Claire was taking seriously would not be simple. Goblin. Claire slowly uttered 3 words. Nora was stunned for a moment, then crushed the glass in her hand. She drew the sword at her waist and pointed it at Claire's neck. Are you kidding me? Claire looked at Nora with an expression of calm. Nora gritted her teeth and retracted her sword. She realized Claire was not lying. She turned angrily. I've had enough. I rushed here at the risk of my life. And you're telling me to deal with a goblin? This is a huge insult to me. Please don't tell others we were once teammates. Claire. Gray saw Nora about to leave and urgently looked at Claire. What if I say he is a demon god? Claire asked. Nora's footsteps towards the door suddenly paused. She turned back to look at Claire, the goblin demon god who is said to transcend all deities. Correct. Claire nodded. He knew that for geniuses what they value most is their own achievements. If there is a chance to kill a recognized powerful boss, no one would miss that opportunity. Nora returned to the bar and sat down again, staring into Claire's eyes. She needed to confirm whether he was telling the truth. The goblin demon god is a legendary existence. But the goblin demon god has been dead for so long. Nora stared at Claire. And how can you be sure this valley forest is where the goblin demon god is? I have my confidence. That's why we must eliminate him completely before he grows. Claire's tone became serious. Nora hadn't heard Claire speak like this in a long time. She didn't ask further. All right, I believe you. Claire smiled widely and downed his full glass. Sigh. I'm tired. I'm going to rest upstairs first. Kaya stretched and walked upstairs. Gabu Long hastily looked around. Father, where are those sick cats hiding? Su Yen smiled and directly pushed Gabu Long forward. Go over there and you'll know. Gabu Long stumbled forward. He found himself in an open space. Father, there's nothing here. Gabu Long scratched his head and looked back in confusion. Su Yen remained silent, waiting patiently. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Soon a faint rustling sound came. A forest breeze blew. A group of 9-power white tigers emerged around Gabu Long, encircling him. He father didn't lie to me. So you sick cats were hiding here. Gabu Long showed no panic, his eyes burning with excitement. The surrounding 9-power white tigers looked at him with contempt and disappointment. What a lousy catch. Thought we'd snagged something good, but it's just a goblin. This goblin is hideous, black and grimy, all scales. Forget it, just kill it. Should find a chance to clear out the goblins in this dark valley forest. Such a lowly race shouldn't exist in this world. A 9-power white tiger strode directly toward Gabu Long, lifting its massive paw to strike. What a nuisance. Gabu Long sneered, instantly dodging the tiger's attack. He thrust both arms forward, unleashing brute force. He sent the 9-power white tiger flying. The tiger coughed up blood, staring at Gabu Long in astonishment, unable to believe the terrifying strength. Hey! Did you skip a meal? Getting knocked away by a goblin. So embarrassing. Don't ever claim to be of the 9-power white tiger clan. Yeah, quit wasting time. Get serious, will you? The other tigers all thought he had underestimated the opponent. The knocked-away tiger felt frustrated, swallowing the bitter experience. He stood up, directing his fury at Gabu Long. Damn it! It's all your fault. You deserve to die. The tiger lunged again, swinging its broad paw down at Gabu Long's head. Nice move. Gabu Long's eyes gleamed with excitement as he swung his fist to meet the attack. What? The tiger found his strike, missing again. The next moment Gabu Long's fist slammed into its face. It felt as if a small mountain had struck it. Its consciousness faded instantly. Alas, what a pity, no brains splattered. Gabu Long sighed, looking at the unconscious tiger. Su Yen shook his head lightly, stepping out from the side and placing a foot on the tiger's head. Brains splattered instantly. Like this. 10 directions, sword kill count 1. Kill count 457, 1000. The nearby 9-power white tiger stood dumbfounded. First, a 9-power white tiger was slain by a goblin in 2 exchanges. Then a lean goblin crushed its head with a single kick. When had goblins become so outrageously strong? This was too absurd. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they would have thought it an illusion. Father, want to compete on who kills more 9-power white tigers? Gabu Long waved his fists excitedly. There are 49-power white tigers around. Su Yen nodded slightly, drawing the 10 directions sword. Let's see who finishes them first. Alright. Gabu Long nodded eagerly. The surrounding tigers overheard and grew furious. What big talk from these two goblins. They dare to compete over who kills more of us. What a joke. They think just because they caught us off guard and killed one they're invincible. Let's compete too, see who kills these two vermin first. Fine. The one who kills them first treats everyone to meat. And a night with a vixen. Ha ha ha. Su Yen said nothing directly, unleashing his overlord's aura. An invisible force spread outward. A terrifying pressure descended instantly. Ah. So uncomfortable. I feel like kneeling. What's happening? My chest feels like a stone is pressing on it. I can't move. The 9-power white tigers had never experienced such an eerie sensation, frozen in place. Explosion. Unleash tenfold power within 10 seconds. Nether flash. Increase speed tenfold within 10 seconds. 3 strength skills used simultaneously. And none of these tigers even reached the Yawang Demon King level. Before Su Yen they couldn't last 3 seconds. 10 directions sword kill count 1. 10 directions sword kill count 1. Kill count 497, 1000. Gabu Long had barely stretched his limbs when he found the surrounding tigers already dead. Bring the bodies. The 9-power white tiger tribe settlement is nearby. Su Yen stowed the sword and walked past Gabu Long. Gabu Long's expression froze for a moment, then turned into admiration. As expected of my father. 9-power white tiger tribe. On the grassy periphery. A group of female 9-power white tigers were fetching water and cleaning prey. Compared to the males they had voluptuous figures. But unlike charm rabbits and spirit cats' transformation abilities, they stood upright, still sporting tiger heads and covered in white fur. Big brother has been gone so long. Why isn't he back? Could he have run into trouble picking a bride? A burly 9-power white tiger emerged from a wooden hut. He was Hu Dallas' younger brother, Hu Early. Big brother probably has too many choices. A slightly leaner tiger who solemnly spoke. Hot choices. He must be indulging in the spirit cat tribe. Father is so biased, why can't I go to the spirit cat tribe instead of the ox people? Hu Early clenched his fists in anger. Shoo. Hu solemnly glanced at a humanoid ox-head demon inside the hut. Be careful, sister-in-law might hear. Ha. Even if she hears, so what? Once she enters our 9-power white tiger tribe, does she think she can leave? Hu Early sneered. No worries, second brother. I heard the peacock tribe is recruiting spouses recently. After father finishes his seclusion you could bring it up. Hu solemnly lowered his voice. Hu Early smirked. Ha ha ha, not bad. The 7-colored peacock is said to be able to transform upon reaching the Yawang Demon Emperor. Second brother. Hu Sanli's expression froze, he rubbed his eyes. What? Hu Early asked impatiently. Second brother. Weren't our tribe's maidens preparing food just now? Hu solemnly asked. Nonsense. I'm not blind. Hu Early snapped. But. They're gone. Hu solemnly pointed ahead. Hu Early followed Hu Sanli's gaze. The female 9-power white tigers who had been preparing food just a moment ago had vanished. Only overturned buckets remained on the ground, and the cleaned prey was also missing. There were over a dozen female 9-power white tigers. Gone just like that. Slap. Hu Early smacked Hu Sanli across the face. Second brother, why did you hit me? Hu Sanli covered his cheek in pain. I'm checking if this is a dream. Hu Early gritted his teeth. Su Yen stretched lazily and strolled out unhurriedly. Relax, it's not a dream. It's real. Big brother. It's a goblin. Hu Sanli exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Su Yen. Do you think I'm blind? Hu Erli retorted impatiently. He stared at Su Yen before him. Where did you take them? By now they should be indulging in the joy that was always meant to be theirs. Su Yen curled his lips into a smile. Just over a dozen female 9-power white tigers. Dispatching 100 hidden goblin warriors was more than enough to abduct them without a trace. Second brother, it's just a goblin. Let's kill him and force him to return our kin. Hu Sanli said with irritation. Shut up. Hu Erli shot Hu Sanli a glare. He could see that this goblin was no ordinary foe. Though goblins were spurned by other tribes, one had to admit that with their constant evolution their displayed strength was ever increasing. To have spirited away the 9-power white tigers undetected meant this goblin tribe was far from simple. You're smarter than your brother. Su Yen smiled at Hu Erli. Is he dead? Hu Erli narrowed his eyes at Su Yen. Yes. Su Yen patted his stomach. Second brother, don't fall for his bluff. How could a single goblin kill big brother? He took over 100 guards with him. Hu Sanli said incredulously. Hu Erli ignored Hu Sanli and fixed his gaze on Su Yen. What is your purpose here? To annihilate you. Su Yen drew the 10-direction sword. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Second brother, did you hear what that goblin just said? He wants to annihilate us. Hu Sanli burst into laughter. Has he lost his mind or was he kicked by a donkey? Whoosh! Su Yen swung his sword, severing Hu Sanli's head in one stroke. Hu Erli's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't even seen Su Yen move. The goblin had appeared before Hu Sanli and killed him in less than a second. A chill of terror crept down Hu Erli's spine. Was this creature before him truly a goblin? He was more like a demon. With power like that he could rampage through the central Yogu forest unchecked. Could he be a goblin king? Can you spare my life? I'll cooperate. Hu Erli knelt before Su Yen. Su Yen narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected Hu Erli to be so adaptable. If this one grew stronger he would become a future threat. He couldn't be spared but he could be used. When does your father emerge from seclusion? Su Yen asked. 2 more days, Hu Erli replied. Good. Summon all the 9-power white tigers in your tribe. Su Yen addressed Hu Erli. All right. Hu Erli let out a roar. Immediately a flood of 9-power white tigers poured forth. Su Yen surveyed the scene. There were nearly 1,000 9-power white tigers in total. Excluding the females, over 700 could be slain, just enough to meet the count. It was indeed a formidable tribe. No wonder they dominated both the outer and inner regions. When the 9-power white tigers emerged and saw the goblins standing alongside Hu Erli, they all wore puzzled expressions. Hu Erli stepped back with a smirk. I thought goblins were supposed to be clever, seems I overestimated them. Oh. You think I'm surrounded? Su Yen smiled back at Hu Erli. Otherwise are you saying you've surrounded me? Hu Erli sneered. Haven't you realized I let you gather all the 9-power white tigers on purpose? Su Yen said calmly. That way I won't have to worry about any escapes. Hu Erli's face drained of color. Through gritted teeth he said, Ha, futile struggle. Who do you think you are? Just a goblin. Do you really believe you can wipe out the 9-power white tiger clan? Dream on. Father. These female 9-power white tigers really are something else. Jebulon walked over with a look of satisfaction. Brothers, did everyone get their share? Su Yen asked. Rest assured. All 1,000 brothers have savored them equally. A few unfortunate ones died, truly a pity. Jebulon sighed. Hu Erli overheard their conversation and instantly understood what had happened. His expression darkened. Oh. Time for a fight. Ha 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 ha. Perfect, I was just warming up. Jebulon exclaimed excitedly, spotting Hu Erli and the other 9-power white tigers. You two are courting death. Hu early clenched his fists. Us too? What are you talking about? Jebulong scratched his head. Are you blind? What? Before Hu early could react, screams erupted all around. He turned around and saw emerging from nowhere over 1,000 goblin warriors charging straight into the midst of the 9-power white tigers. Don't panic. They're just goblins. Hu early roared. Unknown, they're no match for us. Who said it's unknown? Su Yen grinned. Suddenly over 1,000 goblin assassins darted out, turning into streaks of shadow that plunged into the tiger ranks. They sought opportunities to deliver fatal blows. Stay steady. All of you gather around me. Don't give them an opening. Hu early's fur was soaked with sweat as he continued commanding. A howl. The remaining 9-power white tigers unleashed their myriad phenomena power. Only then did they catch their breath and regroup. Ha 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 ha. I've formed an impenetrable fortress. Your assassins are useless now. And your warriors can't break through. Hu early looked at the dense formation of his kin, a smug smile spreading across his face. Now it's our turn to harvest. Oh really? Su Yan's expression remained calm, a meaningful smile curling his lips. I was worried I wouldn't be able to concentrate you all. Thank you for solving my problem. Hu early frowned. Stop bluffing. You think you can break this formation? Gabayan, Su Yan said evenly. Father, I'm here. Gabayan emerged from the shadows, staff in hand. Finally my turn. I've been waiting forever. Hu early sensed something ominous. Suddenly over 1,000 goblin priests appeared around them. Fireballs of all sizes rained down like a torrential downpour. No. Scatter. Scatter, damn it. Hu early shouted frantically. But the tightly clustered 9-power white tigers were already lacking agility, and now space was cramped. They fell into chaos, unable to dodge, becoming nothing but sitting ducks. In an instant the group of 9-power white tigers was engulfed by flames. The stench of burnt fur spread rapidly. Su Yen strode forward 10 directions, sword in hand. My great sword has been thirsting for blood. The number of enemies slain by the Shifang sword increases by 1. Fools. A bunch of fools. Get away from me. Hu early roared in anger, but the surrounding jolly white tigers completely ignored him. He was trapped in the center, forced to watch as they fell one by one into the sea of flames. Su Yen appeared before Hu early, having split a jolly white tiger in half with his Shifang sword. One more to go and it's you. I am a great demon hero. You think you can kill me? Dream on. Hu early let out a low growl. Wuli Wanxiang. 5 black stripes appeared on Hu early's body, enhancing his strength. A 5-fold surge of power erupted, making his body resemble a small mountain. A whoa. Hu early let out a roar. Cross slash. His sharp claws crossed in the air, drawing a cross towards Su Yan's chest. Invincible golden body. A faint golden light enveloped Su Yan, blocking Hu early's strike. He immediately swung the Shifang sword in response. This is 20 times the power. Even if Hu early had become a great demon hero, it was barely enough. How? How is this possible? Hu early realized that his full force attack had only left a white mark on Su Yan's body, his eyes widening in disbelief. His eyes were filled with incredulity. But he had no chance to uncover the truth. The next moment his body was split in half. The number of enemies slain by the Shifang sword increases by 1. Congratulations, you have reached 1,000 enemy kills with the Shifang sword. Unlocked 1 aspect, Ascend to Heaven. Ascend to heaven, you can traverse the heavens and earth, soar through the cosmos and stand in the void. To unlock the next aspect you need 100,000 enemy kills. Unlocked. Su Yan's eyes lit up with excitement, having finally surpassed 1,000 enemy kills. He successfully unlocked the first aspect of the Shifang sword, Ascend to Heaven. In summary, he can fly now. Su Yan gently waved the Shifang sword and pointed to the sky. The next moment he shot up like a rocket. With a thought he could change direction. Father can fly. Gobu Long looked up astonished by the afterimage left in the sky. Gobu Yen smiled, I think as long as it's father no matter how outrageous it all makes sense. Ha ha ha, second brother, you are right. Eldest brother, do you want to choose one of the female jolly white tigers? Their endurance is exceptional. I've tested it. 100 brothers can handle it. Eldest brother, you choose. Gobu Yen gently shook his head. Su Yan, after experiencing ascend to heaven for a moment, returned to the ground. He sheathed the Shifang sword. Where is Gobu Long? Su Yan noticed only Gobu Yen standing there. Eldest brother, I've already taken the female jolly white tiger away. Gobu Yen replied. So eager. Su Yan gently shook his head and walked towards the wooden house nearby. He lightly flicked the lock of the wooden house open with the Shifang sword. Gobu Yen peered inside, discovering it was actually a prison. Other races' females were being held captive. The jolly white tiger had deceived them into marriage agreements. They were imprisoned only to be summoned when needed. Moreover, if they displeased them, they would be directly given to their subordinates. They were not here to become queens but slaves. You can take these people away, Su Yan said to Gobu Yen, if you like you can use them yourself. Yes. Gobu Yen nodded, sending people to take them away. Father, do you want to stay? The battle isn't over yet. Su Yan gently shook his head, standing in the center of the tribe. The task completed prompt had not appeared yet, indicating his task was not finished. It seems he needs to kill their clan leader to completely eradicate the jolly white tiger clan. Father, I'll stay to help you. Gobu Yen immediately spoke. This is my own business, you staying will only complicate things. Su Yan glanced at Gobu Yen, leave immediately. Yes. Seeing Su Yan's serious tone, Gobu Yen immediately turned to leave. Su Yan sat on the ground, placing the bodies of Hu Erli and Hu Sanli together. He tore off an arm and began to gnaw on it. Alas! Whose 2 sons are these? Why are they all dead? Dare to kill my son? A deep voice suddenly echoed within the tribe, sounding as if it came from all directions, resonating in Su Yan's ears. Gobu Yen halted, turning back to glance at the jolly white tiger tribe. Father, there's danger. Second brother, don't look. Follow father's orders. Returning will only bring trouble. Gobu Long grabbed Gobu Yan's arm and pulled him away. Su Yan slowly lifted his head, chewing on the tiger meat. He could feel the ground shaking violently as if an earthquake were occurring. No wonder it's the Demon Emperor, this display is impressive. Su Yan calmly looked ahead, quietly waiting for the clan leader of the jolly white tigers to appear. Soon a figure appeared before him. Name Hu Commander. Race jolly white tiger. Level Demon Emperor, level 63. Identity clan leader of the jolly white tigers. Skills Wuli Wanxiang S cross/S Hell Rift SS. Su Yan looked up astonished to find Hu Commander had transformed into human form. He appeared as a middle-aged man radiating a strong aura of killing intent. Su Yan could feel the pressure emanating from him. You killed my 2 sons. Hu Commander's white hair danced without wind and his black eyes stared coldly at Su Yan. Not 2 but 3. I killed all 3 of your sons. Su Yan replied calmly. Ha 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 ha. Goblin. I will make you wish you were dead. Hu Commander laughed maniacally, a powerful aura bursting forth from him. Your 3 sons said the same thing. Su Yan stood up from the ground, speaking slowly. Your sons tasted quite good, would you like to try some? Pfft. Hu Commander trembled slightly, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Su Yan squinted, realizing he had forcibly broken through in advance. Coupled with Su Yan's provocation causing his internal energy to go awry, this was his opportunity. Otherwise, with a 20-level difference between them, Su Yan had no chance at all. I wonder if their father's taste will be even better. Su Yan raised the Shifang sword in his hand. A woo. Hu commander let out a roar. A terrifying divine sense erupted instantly. Transforming into a phantom of a white tiger in the air, it lunged towards Su Yen. Overbearing aura. Su Yen instantaneously expanded his own aura, transforming the surroundings into his domain. The approaching white tiger phantom trembled slightly within the overbearing aura. Su Yen swiftly swung the 10 directions sword in his hand, cleaving it apart in midair. This was the opponent's mental attack designed to catch one off guard. Once intercepted midway, it could be effortlessly neutralized. Swoosh! Hu Siming immediately lashed out with his tiger claw. The sharp claws interlaced in the air, forming a cross. Su Yen paid no heed and actively swung the 10 directions sword toward Hu Siming. Clang! The cross slash left only 2 white marks on Su Yan's body, vanishing in the blink of an eye. But Su Yan's 10 directions sword pierced fiercely into Hu Siming's chest. Hu Siming lowered his head and sneered, "Ah! A lowly goblin dares to break my flesh. I haven't even exerted myself yet." Su Yen curled a smile. 20-fold power burst forth. Coupled with the 10 directions sword, a divine artifact. He easily tore through Hu Siming's defense. Pft. The 10 directions sword pierced through Hu Siming's chest. Crimson blood gushed out instantly. What? Hu Siming shuddered slightly, never expecting Su Yan's power to be this formidable. Impossible. Even a goblin sovereign did not possess such strength. And his sword techniques were razor-sharp, almost every strike lethal. If the opponent were a top-tier swordsman from the royal capital, everything would make sense. But he was merely a goblin. "I'll see you off." Su Yen suddenly turned the 10 directions sword sideways, cutting toward one side, aiming to cleave Hu Siming's body in half. Omnidirectional myriad manifestations. Hu Siming gave a low growl. His muscles swelled rapidly. 8 markings granted him 8-fold power. Su Yan's 10 directions sword was seized directly in his grip. Thud. He yanked the sword out of his chest. Su Yen instantly withdrew the 10 directions sword and stepped back. He frowned. The initial burst of power had run its course. Moreover, he realized that the opponent's 8-fold power seemed stronger than his own. "You are formidable. But unfortunately you must still die." Hu Siming's body slowly levitated into midair. A pair of white wings could be seen sprouting from his back. Su Yen could sense vast energy surging from the surroundings, converging into his body. "This is my ultimate strike. You shall die beneath it. It is your honor." Hu Siming spread his hands and lifted them slowly. Swoosh swoosh. 10 streaks of cold light appeared, transforming into 10 blades surrounding Su Yen. Su Yen felt his body imprisoned in place, unable to move. A pitch-black void suddenly opened before him. The dark abyss resembled the maw of a colossal beast, seeming to devour everything. Hell Rift. A black tiger claw wreathed in black flames suddenly emerged from the void. The claw grabbed Su Yen directly, squeezing with force. Crack. A crisp sound rang out. That region of space cracked like glass and eventually shattered. Ha! I swept through the entire central region of Deep Valley Forest with this move back then. Foolish goblin, you brought this upon yourself. Hu Siming landed back on the ground. Though I am wounded, dealing with a goblin is still effortless. I only pity my 3 sons. Father has failed you. No worries, I can send you down to accompany them. Su Yan's voice suddenly came. Hu Siming jerked his head up and saw Su Yen standing before him, completely unscathed. Impossible. Hu Siming stared at Su Yen as if seeing a ghost. Who would have thought your grand spectacle was merely magical attack? Hilarious. Su Yen looked at Hu Siming with a mocking expression. Though his magic immunity physique could not negate control effects, it could nullify damage. I wager you cannot use that foolish move a second time. Su Yen stepped closer to Hu Siming. Is this all the 9-fold White Tiger clan amounts to? How pathetic. Thud. Wuxia coughed up another mouthful of blood, his body lurching violently. What cultivation level are you exactly? Me. I've just evolved into a goblin king, Su Yan answered truthfully. A goblin king. I lost to a mere goblin king. I actually lost to a goblin. Wuxia's heart churned, defeated by a goblin across levels. His face was a mix of emotions. Hey, goblins are the strongest. Su Yan gripped the 10 directions sword and struck toward Wuxia. Swoosh! Wuxia spread his wings and soared into the sky. Where there is life there is hope. Goblin. You wait. Once I recover I will uproot your entire tribe. Wuxia glanced downward and spat out his threat. He found that Su Yan was no longer on the ground. What happened? Where did he go? You won't have that chance. Su Yan's figure suddenly appeared before him. Wuxia turned around and saw Su Yan holding the 10 directions sword. His eyes widened in utter disbelief. You can fly without wings. Of course. Su Yan thrust the 10 directions sword piercing Wuxia's chest. He knocked him from the air and pinned him firmly to the ground. Wuxia shuddered, looking up at the goblin before him. By now he could not muster a trace of strength. His eyes were filled with resentment and confusion. Resentful at dying thus and baffled as to why a single goblin could be so terrifying. But there was no time left for such thoughts. Su Yan withdrew the 10 directions sword and severed his head. Congratulations on completing the side quest, eliminate the 9-fold White Tiger clan. Congratulations on receiving an experience gift pack. Congratulations on receiving experience of utmost terror. Congratulations on leveling up to level 49. This experience is impressive. Utmost terror indeed helped me jump 8 levels. Su Yan's eyes lit up upon seeing the system notifications. Congratulations, all goblins in the tribe gain strength and power. All Dragon Flame tribe goblins receive a 50 power boost. Not bad. Su Yan nodded with satisfaction. It seemed the goblin dragon's strength would rise another notch. Congratulations on acquiring the 9-fold White Tiger clan's ultimate technique, fusion technique. Whoa. There are more rewards. Bro's system is generous this time. Su Yan was slightly surprised by the next prompt. Fusion technique allows randomly fusing 2 skills of the same rank to obtain a stronger skill. A stronger skill. Most of my skills are S-rank now. After using this fusion technique, couldn't I get another S-rank skill? Only one use available. Do you wish to use it? One time only. I choose yes. Su Yan decided without hesitation. His current situation was far from safe. He needed to strengthen himself by any means necessary. Only by surviving could he plan for the future. Congratulations on successfully fusing the skills Recovery S and Flame Mastery S. I didn't expect Recovery to be fused. I wonder what he'll get. Su Yan felt a hint of anticipation, for Recovery's effect was already formidable. Congratulations on successful fusion. Congratulations on your successful fusion. You gained the passive skill Undying Phoenix Body SSS. Undying Phoenix Body SSS integrates the phoenix's rebirth and immortality into the flesh, granting undying properties. In battle it continuously recovers injuries and grants powerful flame attack abilities. SSS rank. Su Yan had never expected this fusion upgrade. It directly granted him another SS rank skill. And it was the Undying Phoenix Body. With this physique it undoubtedly allowed him to stand undefeated. In battle he grew stronger with each fight. He could feel a terrifying energy surging wildly within his body. A phoenix cry rang out. In Su Yan's eyes 2 clusters of flames ignited. His body instantly blazed with searing flames. The surrounding temperature skyrocketed in an instant. The houses of the Jiuli White Tiger tribe immediately caught fire and vanished in moments. When Su Yan's gaze returned to normal, the flames on his body withdrew into his body. A flame mark appeared on his forehead. The undying phoenix body is truly powerful. Su Yan looked around. The Jiuli white tiger tribe now lay as nothing but a scorched black land. Good thing I didn't burn Husiling to death, this is a Yao Emperor level body. Su Yan looked down at Husiling's corpse. Apart from some blackened surface it was not destroyed. Instead a scent of roasted meat wafted over. Delicious. Good timing, I'm hungry after the fight, let's eat. Su Yan immediately sat down, tore off a piece of Husiling's flesh and began to feast. Congratulations on successfully activating the Devour skill. Experience 1200. Experience 1200. Congratulations on reaching level 50. I've broken through level 50. Just one more level and I'll become a goblin hero. Su Yan glanced at the remaining one-third of Husiling's corpse. But to level up again, Husiling alone might not be enough. He dragged over the corpses of Hu Erli and Hu Sonli as well. After eating this family of 3 it should be enough. Yueshi Town Tavern. Sir, you're awake. The bartender smiled and handed him a glass of water. Where is Collier? Goulet drank a glass of water, patted his slightly dazed head and asked. Lord Collier went to sleep after you got drunk, the bartender replied. He saw me asleep and didn't lend a hand. Goulet stretched and twisted his body. Damn Collier. Get out here. Goulet suddenly heard a voice and turned to see a young man walking in. The other wore a Green Ranger outfit with a long sword at his waist. But most striking was the ruby badge pinned to his chest. Are you Kaya? Goulet stared at the young man in front of him, stunned for a moment. Kaya squinted and the next second appeared before Goulet. Who are you? How do you know me? I was chatting with Collier yesterday and he mentioned you. Goulet felt as if he had only blinked. The other had appeared right in front of him. That speed was astonishing. Where is he? Kaya asked. I'm right here. I heard your voice early in the morning. Collier came down from the second floor yawning. Swish. Kaya appeared beside Collier. I rushed over the moment I got your message. I haven't rested all night. Collier turned to look and found Kaya's eyes bloodshot, but his expression was full of excitement. Go get a room and rest. You're in no condition to complete a mission. Collier withdrew his gaze and walked downstairs. I knew I'd get to fight alongside you again. Kaya didn't leave but followed excitedly, asking, tell me, who is the target this time? It's not a Yao Saint, is it? Goulet, hearing Kaya's words, shuddered. This guy really dared to think. It's goblins. Collier walked to the bar and sat down, signaling the bartender to pour a drink. Kaya paused, his excited expression turned puzzled, then the next second became furious. He appeared beside Collier in an instant, snatched the glass and smashed it onto the bar. His tone was angry. You explain this to me clearly. Goblins. You called us back just to kill goblins. Calm down, hear him out. Goulet hurriedly urged. But before he could approach, a dagger flew right past his ear and stuck into the wall. Goulet froze in place, not daring to move. The opponent is a goblin demon god. Collier unhurriedly picked up the glass again and replied. Kaya's pupils contracted as he stared at Collier in surprise. Are you sure? When have I ever led you into something unprepared? Collier retorted. Kaya took a deep breath, his eyes becoming excited again. Ha ha ha, I knew you wouldn't let me down. When do we leave? You go to sleep right now. The members aren't all here yet. Collier gave Kaya a calm look. Who else hasn't arrived? Nora. She's always last, Kaya asked. No, on the contrary, this time she's the first, she's still resting. Collier glanced up at the second floor. It's Luke and Leo who haven't come. Those two guys so outrageous. Kaya curled his lip, seemed not to dare say more, and walked directly upstairs. Collier gently shook his head. Don't worry, they'll definitely be here in a couple of days. Luke and Leo. Goulet eagerly leaned in after Kaya left. The genius warrior and genius mage. Heh. What genius? 35 years old and only just became a bronze brave, Collier laughed and shook his head. A 35-year-old bronze brave. In the history of Water City that's already top 10. Goulet said excitedly. Collier finished his drink and glanced at Goulet. Geniuses are a century in the making. Not something you see everywhere. Then who in your opinion is a genius? Goulet was curious. In Collier's eyes, what kind of person was a genius? Gold City Su Yen. Collier looked down at his glass and said. Goulet's face changed slightly at the name, his gaze becoming complex. Suddenly there was silence. But Collier didn't mind and continued, he became a bronze brave before 20 years old, unrivaled across the entire continent. He is the true genius. His talent is the pinnacle of existence. Alas, it's just a pity he died young. Collier looked up and noticed Goulet hadn't spoken, so he looked at him puzzled. Hey, what's wrong? Nothing. I'm a bit dizzy, going to rest. Goulet quickly stood up and hurried upstairs. Wasn't it you who asked? How strange. Collier glanced at him, then turned his gaze outward. If he were still alive, he would have become the most brilliant star of this continent. Experience 1200. Experience 1200. Experience 830. Experience 1000. Congratulations. You have reached level 51. Su Yen swallowed the last piece of meat and the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Finally level 51. Those father and sons were truly helpful. A smile crept across Su Yan's face as he rose to his feet. He could feel the transformation within his body. He was about to evolve into a goblin hero. Su Yan's eyes blazed with a brilliant golden light. His muscles began to ripple as he channeled the overwhelming power coursing through him into every limb and fiber of his being. A sharp hiss escaped his lips, his expression twisted in pain. It felt as though his muscles were being torn apart and then stitched back together. Yet he could sense his body growing stronger with each passing moment. Every part of him was becoming more resilient than before, unyielding, indestructible. With a low growl, Su Yan's eyes returned to their normal hue. But a faint golden glow lingered in his pupils. His physique remained unchanged, though its lines seemed more refined. Yet the power he could unleash had increased tenfold compared to before. Even if he were to face the full-strength Tiger Commander, he was confident of victory. Such was the might of a goblin hero. Congratulations. You have awakened the skill Overlord's Armament S. Overlord's Armament S enhances the body's defense by fortifying the flesh. With practice it can boost strength and even empower weapons. This newly awakened skill is even more formidable. It's like an enhanced version of the Overlord's aura. Su Yan's eyes lit up at the effect. He could still use the Overlord's aura to amplify his power. I've gained so much this time. Unable to suppress a grin, Su Yan left the Jolly White Tiger tribe and returned to the Longyan tribe. Having been away for a night, he wondered how Polly and the others were doing with the planting. No, don't. A terrified scream echoed from within the tribe. Su Yan strode inside and soon saw Ron being held down by two goblin warriors. Jebulon was holding a red-hot branding iron, pressing it directly onto Ron's face. An agonizing scream pierced the air. White smoke billowed as Jebulon lifted the iron, leaving the character, slave, branded on Ron's cheek. Father, do you think this looks good? Jebulon grabbed Ron's face to show Su Yan. Where did you get that branding iron? Su Yan looked at the branding iron with surprise. Although they had brought back iron, or he hadn't taught the goblins any forging techniques. Father, I found it among the equipment you brought back earlier, Jebulon answered. The equipment I brought back? Su Yan nodded slightly. What kind of twisted things wouldn't those humans do? A branding iron was the least of their depravities. Who taught you how to use it? Su Yan asked. With Jebulon's intelligence, he would only wield the iron as a weapon, never knowing its true purpose. She taught me. Jebulon released his grip and pointed at Ron. It's quite amusing. Hee hee, I am now the slave of the great goblin lord. Pregnant. Jebulon quickly grabbed a rope and led Ron away. Then he'll have to lock her in a cage. Goblin lord. Polly rushed over enthusiastically upon seeing Su Yan return. Zhu Qin, Zhu Yun, Rou Xiaowu and Su Qin followed closely. You scared me to death. Su Yansama, you're finally back. Rou Xiaowu hurried forward, hooked her arm around Su Yan's elbow and rubbed against his chest affectionately. Did they die? Su Qin stepped forward and asked. Dead. Apart from the females sent here to help with breeding, the entire Jiuli White Tiger clan has been wiped out. Su Yan nodded slightly. Excellent. That misogynistic race deserves extinction. Su Qin breathed a sigh of relief. How are the vegetables coming along? Su Yan turned to Polly. Well, we've planted all the seeds, Polly replied promptly. I just don't know how long they'll take to sprout. If we had the Yuming grass clans help, they could shorten the growth cycle. Zhu Qin interjected. I doubt they'd help. Su Qin's expression turned awkward. What's wrong? Did you have a conflict? Zhu Qin asked. Earlier I kidnapped the third son of their clan to arrange a blind date for Xiaowu. Su Qin lowered her head and spoke softly, sneaking a glance at Su Yan. Oh. Su Yan looked down at Rou Xiaowu. Rou Xiaowu quickly explained, it was that Tang San, right? Su Yansama, I didn't like him at first sight, so I killed him on the spot. Xiaowu, if you didn't fancy him, you could have just beaten him up and let him go. No need to kill him, Su Qin said. I think Xiaowu did the right thing. Su Yan revealed a faint smile. If some blind fool comes knocking, killing them is no big deal. If the Yuming grass clan holds a grudge, I wouldn't mind wiping out another race. With his devouring skill, even if the Yuming grass clan refused to cooperate, he could find another way to obtain the ability. The Yuming grass clan lives deep within the Yogu forest. They are essentially the guardians of its depths. Su Qin explained to Su Yan. Many monsters attempting to enter the inner regions have been killed by them. Oh, deep in the Yogu forest. Su Yan narrowed his eyes. With a demon emperor already ruling the central region, the creatures in the depths were bound to be even more formidable. Goblin Lord, you've just dealt with the Jiuli White Tiger clan. You should take a short rest before considering the Yuming grass clan issue, Su Qin cautioned. Right. Su Yansama, there are plenty of interesting things we haven't done yet. Rou Xiaowu tugged at Su Yan's arm. Like making babies. Side quest unlocked brick by brick. Brick by brick. With the rapid population growth beyond expanding territory, housing is crucial. Solve the shelter problem for all tribe members. There's something more important now. Su Yan received the quest prompt and glanced around. Currently the Longyan tribe consisted only of crude thatched huts. Even so, most goblins had no place to sleep. Priority was given to pregnant female monsters. Building houses to resolve the housing shortage was urgent. The fastest method was to construct thatched huts. What is it? Rou Xiaowu was puzzled, unable to see anything more important than procreation. Building houses, Su Yan replied. Building houses. Rou Xiaowu pouted. What was so important about that? It was way less fun than making babies. Great Goblin. We can help build the houses. Su Yan looked up to see the female Jiuli white tigers kneeling before him with profound humility. Them. Su Yan was surprised by their demeanor. Hadn't they been brought back only moments ago? How had each of them become so meek and submissive? After they returned, the goblins of the tribe took turns educating them, Rou Xiaowu murmured as she leaned in. Su Yan understood at once they had submitted from the heart. The Jiuli white tiger males spent their days forming alliances with other tribes and had surely neglected the females within their own. Now, with the goblins offering warmth, they were likely experiencing something they had never known before. Good. You all start twisting hemp rope. Prepare to erect the thatched huts later. Su Yan nodded slightly as he issued the orders. He turned to the surrounding goblins, everyone, go quickly and gather wood. Yes. The goblins of the Longyen tribe mobilized at once. Great Goblin. What shall the rest of us do? Ro Xiao Wu asked. He glanced at them and allowed a faint smile. You mentioned building houses, why not? Thanks to everyone's efforts the Longyen tribe's population had now surpassed 10,000. Thatched huts were the easiest to construct. Under Su Yan's direction everyone worked in orderly fashion and they completed the task before night fell. Every member of the Longyen tribe now had a place to live. Su Yan's eyes brightened. He had not expected the system to upgrade the houses for him free of charge. This saved him a vast amount of manpower and resources. He scanned the surroundings. The crude thatched huts had all become wooden houses. His former wooden house had been upgraded into a brick and tile dwelling. Though it could not compare to the castle of his previous life, it was certainly much more comfortable than the prior cramped conditions. At least now they could sleep without being packed in. With the next upgrade the houses might become multi-story and then each person could have a private room. Gubuing. Su Yan called out suddenly. Boss. A small black goblin appeared before him, barely reaching halfway up his calf. Take your squad to scout the outskirts of Yogu Forest. If there is any sign of humans, report to me at once, Su Yan ordered. Yes. Gubuing vanished at once. Father, are you still worried about humans? Gubu Yan asked from the side. Better to be cautious, Su Yan replied. So many humans died, would they still dare come? Gubu Yan asked, puzzled. There will always be the reckless. We must guard against what has not yet occurred. Human cunning exceeds your imagination, Su Yan said, glancing at Gubu Yan before going to inspect the new brick and tile houses. Gubu Yan nodded thoughtfully. It seems there is much I must learn from father. For the next 3 days Su Yan rested within the Longyen tribe. Each day was spent attending to the 3 daily meals. Gubuing reported to Su Yan on a regular schedule. No one dared set foot in Yogu Forest anymore. It seemed to have returned to its former calm. The Longyen tribe's population swelled by 7234, advancing the tribe to level 6 with 19265 experience out of 100000. Ah! A cry rang out. Bo Li screamed in pain from inside the house. She was in labor. Previously, when others gave birth, her healing had eased much of their suffering. But Bo Li could not cast her healing upon herself. Father. Gubu Long led La En over. Su Yan's eyes brightened at the sight of La En. As a healer she could surely relieve Bo Li's pain. Cast your magic now and ease Bo Li's suffering. Su Yan urged, pulling La En into the wooden house. Very well, my respected great goblin, your servant La En will serve, she replied. La En's face lit up. She stuck out her tongue as she began the incantation. Soon a gentle white light enveloped Bo Li's body. Bo Li's pained expression eased considerably and her body relaxed. Rest assured, great goblin, leave this to us, Su Qin said. Su Qin spoke from the side. During their time with the Longyen tribe she had attended every birth and had become richly experienced. Ahem. Su Yan led La En back out and handed her to Gubu Long. How is father? Did that help? Gubu Long asked. Yes, it helped, Su Yan nodded slightly. I'm glad she could assist father. Come on, I'll reward you. Gubu Long cheerfully took La En away. Hearing Gubu Long's words, La En's eyes rolled and she stuck out her tongue, visibly excited. Father. Gubu Yan approached from the side. Guess what I caught? Su Yan looked at Gubu Yan and saw a rope in his hand. At its end was a massive lizard whose entire body shone white and crystalline. As it drew near, a chill swept over them. Bingpa lizard. Su Yan recognized it. It had once been the goblin's mount. It possessed the ability to exhale frost. Su Yan stared at the Bingpa lizard for a moment and an idea struck him. He could form a cavalry of goblin riders. Where did you catch them? Su Yan asked. We found their nest in the central part of Yogu Forest, Gubu Yan answered immediately. He snapped his fingers. I killed all the male Bingpa lizards and brought back the females, he said. Su Yan looked beyond Gubu Yan and saw 400 or 500 Bingpa lizards led in by goblin priests. Following them were goblin warriors dragging the corpses of another 400 or 500. Father, how about them? They can be ridden day and night. Gubu Yan asked as he approached Su Yan. Excellent, Su Yan replied. Su Yan nodded. Pair each Bingpa lizard with a goblin. From now on each lizard must follow its assigned goblin until the goblin dies. Understood. Gubu Yan grasped Su Yan's meaning at once and turned to carry it out. Su Yan nodded faintly. He noticed Gubu Yan's intellect had risen markedly in recent times. Many of his thoughts no longer required explicit explanation. Gubu Yan could intuit them, saving much time. Su Yan narrowed his eyes. These Bingpa lizard cavalry were only the beginning. He planned to forge wolf-mounted, tiger-mounted, leopard-mounted, even dragon-mounted units. Su Yan turned and sensed a disturbance at his side. He drew the 10 directions sword and thrust into the void. A black goblin tumbled to the ground. Boss. It's me. Gubuing dropped to one knee, his expression urgent. They're here. Su Yan said, fixing him with a gaze. Gubuing nodded. They've arrived. In Moonstream Town at the tavern. Claire approached the bar asking, is it ready? Yes. The bartender immediately handed a wine gourd to Claire. Claire, are you using a gourd to carry wine? Nora glanced at him and asked. Yeah. A gourd is convenient for carrying wine and not easily damaged. Claire nodded. But isn't that the main point? We're going to fight monsters and you're bringing wine. Kaya looked at Claire oddly. Aren't you afraid of getting drunk halfway through the fight? For refreshing myself. Claire grinned, fastening the wine gourd to his waist. Hee, Claire, you've changed quite a bit. A man in silver armor stood by the table, resting his hands on a pitch-black greatsword. Redhead. If it weren't for waiting for you, we would have set off long ago. Kaya shot a disapproving look at Luke. Luke stroked his short red hair, frowning. This time it's not my fault, it's all because of here. Who knew my sister would suddenly come? Leo scratched his head helplessly. Is it your crazy sister Shalon? Kaya frowned and asked. Nora said with annoyance, what crazy? Sister Shalon is the president of the Magic Association. Be careful or you might end up as a toad. Kaya quickly closed his mouth and glanced at the sky. It's not too late, but we're letting the goblins live for 3 more days. Claire didn't pay much attention and walked toward the door. Wait. Luke and Leo exchanged glances and quickly followed. What's wrong? Claire looked at Luke and Leo. That's right. It's goblins. Nora said, gripping the hilt of her sword. But it's the goblin demon. Kaya chimed in. Luke and Leo opened their mouths, but upon hearing their response immediately swallowed their words. Is there anything else you want to ask? Claire looked at them. No, nothing more. Luke immediately shook his head. I have nothing either. Leo followed suit, shaking his head. All right, let's go. Claire smiled slightly as he left the tavern. Gray stood at the window on the 2nd floor watching Claire and the others leave, holding the bounty notice from the royal capital. If Claire fails, he will have to carry out this bounty notice from the royal capital instead of him. Damn it. If it weren't for Su Yan escaping back then causing the mission to fail, I wouldn't have been abandoned, reduced to becoming a captain of a guard team. Gray clenched his fists and slammed them on the table. It's just a pity I couldn't kill you myself. It's all your fault. In the Valley Forest, this is so boring. Why are there no monsters around? Nora pouted casually, swinging her sword, her impatience evident. Not only are there none here. There aren't any monsters nearby either. Kaya jumped down from a tree. He had already scouted the area. Could it be that the goblin tribe and the hero team mutually perished, both sides dead? There's no goblin demon at all. Nora voiced her thoughts. The possibility of that is less than 1%. Claire ignored her and continued to walk ahead. We need to trust the captain. Luke carried the great sword and walked forward. Suddenly Claire stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Is there a monster? Nora immediately perked up and asked. Claire remained silent and moved forward. The ground here was covered in bloodstains, but they had already dried up. What about the corpses? Have they all been eaten? Nora stepped forward, glancing around suspiciously. Other than some bones, the corpses should have been removed. Claire squatted down to inspect before standing up. It's the goblin's preference. These beasts. They all deserve to die. Nora gritted her teeth and spoke. That's right. Goblins like this shouldn't exist in the world. Kaya echoed. Leo, why have you been silent? Luke glanced at Leo beside him and asked. Leo extended his hand, revealing a small golden bug that landed in his palm. His expression changed slightly. We're surrounded. Everyone looked up, spotting black figures darting through the surrounding bushes. What are those? They're so fast I can't even see clearly. Nora frowned, gripping her sword. Are they spirit cats? But they don't seem to be active in this area. Kaya drew his dagger. Claire took a sip of wine, his gaze sharpening. It's goblins. Whoosh! Goblin warriors burst out from the bushes. Their speed was astonishing, appearing in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Holy shield! Leo shouted, waving his staff. A golden light shield immediately appeared around their bodies, resembling an inverted bowl. Thud thud. The goblin warriors that charged out collided with the shield and fell to the ground. These disgusting creatures are so fast. Nora immediately swung her sword, attacking the goblin warriors. Nora and Luke both retaliated. Soon numerous goblin corpses lay on the ground. I thought they'd be formidable, but they're just like this. Nora's eyes filled with disdain. Filthy breeds are still filthy breeds. What does speed matter? It's not just speed, there's also strength. Claire frowned. Their physical speed is stronger than ordinary goblin warriors. You're overthinking it. Even if they've strengthened, I can kill as many of these goblins as they send my way. Nora disdainfully glanced at the goblin corpses on the ground. The goblins we're here to deal with can't possibly have just this level of strength, right? Kaya spoke with some disappointment. Although they are stronger than ordinary goblins, it's still not enough. Claire continued, walking forward. Our actions must have been discovered. Everyone be careful. This is likely just a vanguard team. A vanguard team? Captain, you're joking, right? Luke looked surprised. These are goblin warriors. Even in a high-level goblin tribe, they're strong beings. They would be sent out as cannon fodder. Claire, I'll say this up front, if we keep encountering goblins like this, we shouldn't cooperate anymore in the future. Nora spoke arrogantly. Everyone stop arguing. As a team we should prioritize harmony. I'll go scout ahead. Kaya forced a smile, said a few conciliatory words, then disappeared into the bushes. After they left, Su Yen leaned against an ancient tree, revealing a faint smile. This time they really think highly of me. 3 bronze heroes. 2 ruby heroes. Side quest issued: eliminate the invaders. Eliminate the invaders. If the tribe's dignity cannot tolerate foreign desecration, please protect the tribe and eliminate the enemies. Father, what's the next step? Goblin Yen asked from the side. The probing is over. Clear the corpses and then. Su Yen smirked. We should take action. Nuola crossed her arms and fixed her gaze on Liao. Liao. Are you even capable? Where is your Shao Jin Feng? Why has it not returned? A fine sheen of cold sweat dotted Liao's brow. Don't worry, wait a little longer. Nuola pressed on. Liao, have you lost contact with the Shao Jin Feng? Kalair turned toward Liao and asked. Yes, Captain. I don't know why, suddenly I can't reach it. That shouldn't happen. Liao answered, panic etched across his face. The Shao Jin Feng were magical bees he had specially bred with sorcery, trained to scout the surroundings and track enemies. He had used them so long that they had never once failed him. Never mind them, they're probably dead. Kalayer said nothing else and walked on. Dead. Dead. Li Ao cried out, eyes wide. Li Ao glared. Captain. Thighs is impossible. Xiao Jinfeng are masters of concealment, how could they have been found? If they're dead, Nuola replied curtly. What a waste of time. Nuola scowled at him and strode forward. Lu Ku patted Li Ao on the shoulder, offering only a look rather than words. Su Yan trailed them in silence not far behind. He opened his palm and inspected a handful of Xiao Jinfeng, murmuring, so these things are actually so valuable. I wonder how much experience they grant. With that thought, Su Yan opened his mouth and shoved every Xiao Jinfeng into it. Crunch. Crunch. The little Xiao Jinfeng tasted rather pleasant, fragrant and crisp. Experience 1020. Experience 920. Su Yan blinked, surprised at the system's experience notifications. Each Xiao Jinfeng granted a substantial amount of experience. I wonder how many more he has, Su Yan muttered and walked on. Elsewhere, Nuola's patience snapped and she halted. Kalayer. How much longer? Haven't you noticed we've circled the perimeter of this Yogu forest? Kalayer stopped and looked up at her. You didn't notice. I noticed. Nuola shot back, hands on her hips, glaring. I noticed you're making a fool of us. Kalayer lifted a gourd and took a sip of wine. There is nothing in this whole Yogu forest, yet you claim there is a Jebulin Moshen here. Isn't that mocking us? Nuola snapped. The entire Yogu forest is empty, don't you find that strange? Where are the low-level fiends? Kalayer stared at Nuola and tapped his temple. I expect you to do your duty, go and sweep this area first. Nuola froze, then enraged lunged forward to argue. Who are you calling brainless? Lu Ku hauled her back. Do you not understand the captain? He added, Nuola, you used to trust the captain the most, what's changed? Nuola snorted. Do you really believe there is a Jebulin Moshen? Since the captain vouched for it, there is some credibility. He has not lied to us, Lu Ku replied. How naive, Nuola scoffed. What if this time he really has deceived us? Nuola countered. Lu Ku paused and then smiled. Then he has deceived us, either way we are already here. Nuola narrowed her eyes. Fine. I'll see for myself this so-called Jebulin Moshen. Li Ao, still fretting over his Xiao Jinfeng, fell to the rear of the party. Unaware, he drifted away from the group. Hey! That golden seeming bee, did you release it? A voice called unexpectedly from ahead of him. Li Ao halted and looked down to see a pair of green feet. Puzzled, he raised his head and found Su Yan standing before him. Go, goblin! Li Ao shouted and hastily invoked magic. An orb of energy rocketed towards Su Yan's chest. Pop! A soft sound followed. The energy orb collapsed like a bubble and vanished at Su Yan's chest, leaving him unscathed. This. Li Ao's eyes widened, the creature before him seemed unfazed by magic. Su Yan smiled faintly. Do you still have those golden-looking bees? It was you, what did you do to my Xiao Jinfeng? Li Ao demanded. Li Ao stared daggers at Su Yan. Oh, they're called Xiao Jinfeng. Right, do you have any left? Su Yan grinned, they taste rather good. These are Xiao Jinfeng I have carefully raised with magic for 10 years. You actually ate them. Li Ao snarled, waving his staff. A vast golden cage sprang up and encircled Su Yan. I'll kill you. You wretched goblin. Li Ao screamed, his staff lashing out in frantic bursts. Daofeng Long Wan. Razor-like blades twisted through the air, whipping toward Su Yan with deadly intent. They crackled and struck, yet upon touching his body the blades simply fell uselessly to the earth. Tianhua Liuxing. Li Ao swept his staff again and again. Giant fireballs birthed from nothing and rained down like a meteor shower upon Su Yan. Still there was no effect. I forgot to tell you, I possess magic impervious physiology. Your spells avail me nothing, Su Yan said, picking at his ear. Magic impervious physiology. How could such a trait exist? Li Ao stared in astonishment. Did this not render him invincible? You are the Jebulin Mo's hen. Li Ao recalled Kalair's words and his pupils tightened. Su Yan shrugged. Ha! That is my target name. Right now I am only a Jebulin hero. He drew the Shifang Jian from its sheath. Su Yan unsheathed the Shifang Jian. Hand over the Shao Jin Feng and it'll give you a quick end. Dream on. I fell behind, my captain will notice and come back to save me. I just need to hold out. Li Ao cried. I only need to hold on. Li Ao shouted. Shinsha Aoi shield. He brandished his staff and shrouded himself in a golden barrier. This is magic of the silver hero tier. Li Ao sneered at Su Yan. What can you, a mere Jebulin hero, possibly do to me? Su Yan hefted the Shifang Jian and unleashed Baolai. Tenfold force erupted, sustained for 10 seconds. Crack. Su Yan's first blow did not obliterate the shield, but it left a fissure across its surface. Li Ao trembled. He had not expected his barrier to crack. He had never encountered such a thing even when struck by silver heroes before. This shield had been his last resort, a desperate expenditure of every ounce of energy to survive. If the shield broke, death would be certain. Su Yan's Shifang Jian lashed out again and again. After 3 seconds the Shinsha Aoi shield was webbed with spider-like cracks. Crack. With the next strike Su Yan shattered the shield completely. Li Ao looked on as Su Yan raised the Shifang Jian once more, but there was no time left to muster a defense. Cursed goblin. My sister is Shalan. Li Ao ground his teeth in a final threat. She is the head of the Magic Association. Do you understand the consequences of killing me? With a single merciless stroke Su Yan severed Li Ao's head. Crimson blood spurted from his neck as life fled from him. Su Yan casually replied, What do I care who your sister is? He picked up Li Ao's head and took a sip from it. Then he reached into Li Ao's body, searching, and soon discovered a sealed wooden bottle. Placing it close to his ear, he could hear a buzzing sound coming from within. The little golden bee that had been in Li Ao's mouth should be inside. Su Yan opened the lid and immediately stuffed the bottle mouth into his mouth. The little golden bee flew out at once. Crunch. Crunch. Su Yan quickly chewed. It wasn't crispy despite being fresh, but it had a hint of sweetness. Experience 1020. Experience 920. Experience 820. Experience 1120. Congratulations. You have obtained an additional skill, Concealment A. Congratulations. Your Concealment A skill has been stacked and upgraded. Concealment A. Concealment S. Concealment S. Actively hide your aura and blend into the surrounding environment without being detected. I never expected that eating the little golden bee would also upgrade my skill. Su Yan smiled slightly, but now there was no time to eat the corpse. He still had to deal with the remaining humans. Soon enough goblins would come to take the body away. On the other side Kolair stopped and crouched down to examine something. Why aren't we moving? Asked Noala. The goblin tribe is nearby. Kolair looked up and glanced around. Are you sure? But there's nothing around here. Noala curiously peered about. Yes. There are no traces of any monsters nearby. Kaya returned after searching the surroundings. How peculiar. I even went specifically to the central area and found that monsters there are pitifully scarce. Could it be that the goblins have moved deeper? Lu Ko speculated. No, they are right here. Kolair stared at the traces on the ground, narrowing his eyes. There's no mistake. Then where are the goblins? Noala asked with arms crossed. Where's Li Ao? Kolair suddenly turned his head to look. Isn't Li Ao? Lu Ko turned around and suddenly realized there was no one behind him. Strange, he was just here a moment ago. Are you sure? Kulir frowned. Lu Ku had been following Kulir and wasn't sure when Li Ao had wandered off. This guy is so stupid. He can't even keep up with the team. Noala snorted coldly. If it weren't for his sister's reputation, he wouldn't have been able to join our party. I'll go look for him, Lu Ku said. Boom. Lu Ku suddenly looked up, sensing a fluctuation of magic ahead. Li Ao is in danger. Lu Ku quickly exclaimed. Let's go help him. No need. He's already dead. Kulir glanced into the distance, then looked away. Hey. What do you mean? Li Ao may be useless, but he's still a bronze brave. How could he be killed at the edge of the Ghost Valley forest? Noala glared at Kulir resentfully. Kulir said nothing and continued crouching down to examine. I'll go check him fast. Kaya proposed. I advise you not to go, Kulir said without looking up, seemingly studying something, unless you want to die. Kulir. Li Ao is our teammate. I can't stand by and let him die. Sorry. I can't listen to you this time. Kaya instantly vanished from his spot. What about you? What are you doing? Noala watched Kulir's actions and asked. There's an array formation here. Kulir didn't look up but picked up a branch, searching for something. Array formation. Noala's expression first froze, then she burst into laughter. What a joke. Are you saying goblins understand formations? That's hilarious. How could such a lowly race comprehend something so profound? Lu Ku stood by, looking strangely at Kulir, also finding his idea somewhat absurd. If you have time to question me, you'd better figure out how to protect me and ensure I can successfully break this formation, Kulir said unhurriedly, continuing to fiddle with the ground. Protect you? What, are we surrounded or something? Ridiculous. Noala snorted, then glanced around and quickly noticed that from the surrounding bushes a large number of goblin warriors had appeared at some unknown time. There were at least 1,000 of them. When had they appeared? Noala's heart trembled. She hadn't sensed the goblins' arrival at all. Lu Ku's expression also shifted slightly, having no idea where the goblins had come from. Forget it. Let's kill them first. Lu Ku gripped his heavy sword with both hands and immediately charged at the surrounding goblins. His body spun rapidly like a black top. Ha, just a bunch of goblins. No matter how many come, it's the same. Noala sneered contemptuously, drew her sword and dashed out. The blade light in her hand danced swiftly, bursting into dazzling radiance. Sword shadows surged, shredding the goblins that came close. Not bad. Gabu Long stood not far away with his arms crossed. I can't wait to make a move. Gabu Wing hung from a tree, a dagger clenched between his teeth. Give them a little taste first, then play slowly, Gabu Yen said with a smirk. Meanwhile, Kaya had left the group. He swiftly dashed toward the location where the magical energy fluctuations had originated. His speed was so fast that he arrived nearby in the blink of an eye. Soon he smelled a whiff of blood. Phew, I knew that as a genius mage Li Ao couldn't have encountered any real danger on the outskirts. Kaya revealed a smile, parted the bushes before him and stepped into a clearing. However, the sight before him made his expression freeze. Li Ao lay on the ground, his head rolled off to the side. He was dead. Li Ao. Kaya could hardly believe the scene before him. Kulir was right after all. Li Ao was truly dead. Who did this? Come out now. Kaya approached Li Ao, growling with fury. No need to shout so loud. I'm right beside you. Su Yen leaned against a large tree, toying with the Shifang sword in his hand. Goblin. Kaya's face changed slightly at the sight of Su Yen. His expression grew serious. He hadn't even noticed the other's presence. He didn't even know when the opponent had appeared. You're his teammate, right? Why so slow? His body has already gone cold. Su Yen glanced down at Liao and smirked. Kaya clenched his fist staring fiercely at Su Yen. You're dead. Damned goblin. You want to kill me? Su Yen looked at Kaya with a puzzled expression. Die. Kaya teleported in a flash appearing right before Su Yen. The dagger in his hand sprang out instantly stabbing fiercely toward Su Yen's throat. Seeing Su Yen make no move he was sure the other hadn't reacted and a smug smile curled at the corner of his mouth. When it comes to speed even a bronze brave might not be my match let alone a mere goblin. But the next second a look of shock spread across his face. Kaya discovered that his dagger had actually pierced straight through Su Yen's body. Yet the opponent's form merely wavered before vanishing. It was only an afterimage. That goblin's speed was astonishing. Kaya's heart jolted, he had never anticipated such a turn of events. Suddenly a chilling sensation washed over him. Whoosh! He swiftly dodged aside. Ryup! But Su Yan's 10 directions sword still slashed his arm and blood immediately stained his clothes. Kaya gritted his teeth ignoring the wound on his arm. You're slower than I expected. Too bad, I thought killing you would take some effort but it seems unnecessary now. Su Yen licked the blood off his 10 directions sword, a smile curling on his lips. Humph. A mere goblin. I have 10,000 ways to kill you. Kaya fixed his fierce gaze on Su Yen and raised his dagger once more. In his eyes goblins were nothing but the lowest of creatures. With a few tricks he could easily overpower opponents of higher ranks. Kaya leaped again. But this time he did not vanish, instead his body trembled at an extremely rapid frequency. The next moment he split into countless clones surrounding Su Yen. Die, wretched beast! All the Kaya clones struck at once, making it impossible to tell which one was real. But Su Yen did not need to know which was real. Invincible golden body. Clang clang. Kaya attacked with blinding speed, his arms turning into a blur of shadows. Cold flashes rained down on Su Yan's body. In 3 seconds he struck over 100 times. Yet not a single blow managed to injure Su Yen. Ah! Kaya gasped and recoiled sharply. He looked down at his hand, the one gripping the dagger trembled, covered in blisters from the burn. Want to try a few more times? Su Yen asked with a smile, watching Kaya. His invincible golden body had faded. He wanted to test the effects of the undying phoenix body. But Kaya had only touched him before being seared back by the flames. Kaya gripped the dagger with his left hand, lifting his head to glare at Su Yen. Ah! Die! Ryup! Su Yen swung his 10 directions sword, lightly severing Kaya's left arm. Ah! Kaya gritted through the pain and collapsed to the ground. For the first time fear crept into his eyes. Was this really a goblin? In speed, strength and every other aspect it was overwhelmingly powerful. And just now it had used sword techniques. A goblin demon god. Kaya recalled Claire's words. Claire was right. There really is a goblin demon god here. Kaya grew panicked and the way he looked up at Su Yen changed. Oh. Another one calling me a goblin demon god. Su Yen walked up to Kaya. Who told you there was a goblin demon god here? Kill me. I won't say anything. This time I was careless. Kaya gritted his teeth, staring at Su Yen. I should have listened to Claire. Claire. Never heard of him. Su Yen shook his head lightly and raised his 10 directions sword. Since you won't talk, then die. 10 directions sword kills 1, kill count 210,000. Kaya's head separated and rolled to the ground. Gulp. Su Yen took a sip, then looked ahead. It seems there are still experts among the humans. I wonder how long they can last. On the other side, Nora had gone into a frenzy, swinging her sword repeatedly. She cut down one goblin warrior after another. Ryup. Suddenly a dark shadow flashed by. Her arm was sliced open. Blood seeped out from her fair skin. What was that? Nora frowned but failed to catch the assailant's trace. Be careful. There seems to be more than just goblin warriors here. Luke also noticed the anomaly but managed to dodge. These cunning bastards, they even dare to ambush. Nora growled in anger, swinging her sword once more. Countless sword lights flew from her body, slaying all the goblins that came close. Strange, why can't we finish them off? Luke kept swinging his heavy sword. As a bronze rank brave, killing these goblin warriors should be effortless. But their numbers seemed endless. More than a dozen goblin warriors constantly attacked him. Ha! This trash race only wins by numbers, right? Nora sneered disdainfully. Her eyes narrowed as she knocked down a sneaking goblin assassin. Oh, so it's a goblin assassin. Ugly and pitch black. Nora glanced at it with utter contempt. Bitch! I've held back long enough. Jebulong charged out and rushed at Nora. Sensing danger, Nora swung her sword. Dragon scale armor. Dense black scales instantly covered Jebulong's body like a suit of armor. Nora's attack only left white scratches on the surface. Ha! Nora realized this goblin was different. She looked up and saw a goblin covered in scales. Every goblin here is uglier than the last. Little wench, I'll show you what I'm made of. Jebulong growled, swiping his sharp claws at Nora. Hey, disgusting thing. Watch me chop you into pieces. Nora snorted coldly, lunging with her sword. Nora, watch out for the ambush. Luke noticed that while Nora was locked in battle with Jebulong, dozens of dark figures were closing in on her. Mind your own business. Gabayan, gripping a staff, stepped out from the side. He waved his staff and a massive fireball shot forth. Boom! Luke was knocked back by the fireball. Such powerful magical energy. He frowned and turned his gaze to Gabayan. There's even stronger. Gabayan grinned. Behind him stood over 1,000 goblin priests. What? Luke's heart shuddered. What kind of goblin tribe had they provoked? Over 1,000 goblin priests. Rumble. A terrifying roar echoed. Luke saw the goblin priests launch their attack simultaneously. Elemental energies rained down on him like a deluge. Don't hold back. Use your army-shaking shield. Claire suddenly reminded him. Almost forgot. Luke quickly stepped back, pulling a huge shield from under his cloak and raising it in front of him. The shield radiated blazing light, completely blocking the goblin priest's magical assault. Gabayan frowned, surprised that his organized attack was neutralized by a single shield. Luke breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Claire. Captain, thanks. Claire ignored him, still focused on deciphering the formation. Stay focused. Watch your back. What? Luke hadn't reacted when a black shadow landed directly on his back. Clang. The opponent's dagger struck his back with a harsh metallic clang. But the attack failed, blocked by his armor. What the hell? Luke swiftly swung his greatsword to turn around, but the figure had vanished. A hint of lingering fear crept into his heart. If not for the armor, he would be dead by now. Goblin Shadow, your ambush seems ineffective. Goblin Flame chuckled beside him. Humph. A cold snort echoed from the shadows. Luke regained his composure. He stood still, shield in his right hand and greatsword in his left. Then he closed his eyes. Playing tricks. If I can't break your armor, I'll just slit your throat. Goblin Shadow seized the opportunity to strike again, this time aiming for Luke's throat. Neck hardening. Luke's eyes snapped open. A faint shimmer spread across his skin. Clang. Goblin Shadow's dagger was repelled, blocked by the skin itself. Luke's skin felt like steel. The sneak attack failed utterly. Whoosh. Luke swung his greatsword, bringing it down fiercely on Goblin Shadow's head. Goblin Shadow's face twisted in shock and he disappeared from sight. Ha ha ha. Die. Luke swung his greatsword again, slashing wildly around him. Every goblin that came close was cleaved in two with ease. Damn it! Goblin Flame gritted his teeth, realizing that neither magical nor melee attacks seemed to have any effect. Luke's strength appeared even greater than before. Well done. Have everyone retreat. Su Yan appeared beside Goblin Flame and spoke. Father. At Su Yan's arrival, Goblin Flame's expression lit up with excitement and his anxious heart finally relaxed. Luke looked up to see the goblins withdrawing, then noticed Su Yan approaching alone. You are their leader. Yes. A faint smile crossed Su Yan's face. Your flesh looks tough. I wonder if it will be more chewy than your companions. Luke's face darkened. What did you do to them? They're dead, of course. Su Yan drew his 10-direction sword. Don't worry. Soon I'll send you down to join them the same way. Impossible. How could a goblin like you hurt them? Luke shook his head, gripping his greatsword as he lunged at Su Yan. You're lying to distract me. Ha! But Luke found that his greatsword had barely descended before Su Yan effortlessly sidestepped it. Such speed. Luke frowned and glanced at Su Yan. He swung horizontally. Again he struck nothing. Yet his opponent moved as if on a leisurely stroll. Your aim is off. Let me teach you. Su Yan lashed out with the 10-direction sword. Explosion. Tenfold force instantly surged into the blade. Ha! Come on. Luke had been itching for a direct confrontation, and now his opponent was charging straight at him. A smug grin spread across his face as he raised his greatsword to meet the attack. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Luke felt a tremendous force wash over him. His hand nearly lost its grip on the greatsword. How can his strength be this immense? He glanced down at his palm. The tiger's mouth had split open, blood dripping from his wrist to the ground. Not bad. Again. Su Yan grinned and swung the 10-direction sword once more. Luke's expression shifted and he quickly raised the fortress-shattering shield before him. Muffled impacts rang out in succession. Luke braced his body behind the shield, but an overwhelming force continued to batter him. A searing pain shot through his shoulder. The fortress-shattering shield. It shattered completely. Luke was flung to the ground by the sheer force. He sat up and saw that the shoulder bracing the shield was a mess of blood and flesh. Gritting his teeth, he looked ahead and his face changed. The fortress-shattering shield lay in fragments on the ground. He knew intimately how formidable that shield's defense was. Even a silver champion couldn't break through it. Yet this goblin had not only neutralized its defense but shattered it completely. A bronze champion, nothing special. Su Yan approached Luke, the 10-direction sword in hand. You are the Goblin Demon Lord. Luke recalled Claire's words, staring at Su Yan. I am not yet. Su Yan swung the 10-direction sword down at Luke. Captain. Luke called out in desperation. Alas. Claire let out a soft sigh and glanced back at Luke. A light barrier enveloped Luke. Clang. Su Yan found that his 10-direction sword was deflected by the barrier. He looked to the side and soon spotted Claire crouching on the ground. Yet there was something peculiar about the man. Though he was clearly there, he seemed utterly inconspicuous. Not a single goblin was attacking him. And if Su Yan hadn't sensed the skill's fluctuation, he might have overlooked him entirely. Snatched from death's grasp, Luke immediately gripped his greatsword and stepped back. Thank you, Captain. Claire rose with a faint smile. No matter. I was almost done breaking this formation, but it seems unnecessary now. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Su Yan. It was you who led them to hunt me? Su Yan asked. Indeed. For the sake of humanity, I cannot allow a goblin demon lord to emerge. Do you think you can win? Just the three of you? Su Yan asked. Claire glanced to the side where Nora, entangled with Goblin Dragon, was locked in a fierce struggle. Blood stained her body, her clothes were soaked through, whether hers or the goblins' it was unclear. Claire withdrew his gaze and shook his head lightly. Originally I had a tenfold certainty. But now only half remains. Nora, come back. Claire called out and a wave of energy enveloped Nora. Su Yen noticed a white hazy light radiating from Claire linking with Nora. The wounds on Nora's body healed instantly. She seized the opportunity and returned to Claire's side. Why call me back? I was about to win. The real enemy has arrived. Claire pointed at Su Yen. This is the goblin demon lord you mentioned. Nora glanced at Su Yen. He's just an ordinary goblin. Still as disgusting. Bitch. How dare you insult my father? Goblin dragon with his fiery temper lunged forward again. Su Yen stopped him. Get back. He looked at Nora and said in a calm, unhurried tone. Such a pretty little face. It'd be a shame not to brand a slave character on it. What did you say? You lowly beast. I'll kill you. Noala brandished her sword and swiftly thrust it toward Su Yen. Though her words were foul, her skill was undeniable. The sword tip bloomed like a flower, transforming into countless specks of light that seemed to converge from all directions. It was impossible to dodge. Su Yen stepped back and vanished instantly. Ha! He's gone. Noala's confident strike missed and she frowned, her tone tinged with irritation. Be careful. Don't treat him like a goblin. Kulir warned. Shut up. Noala gripped her sword and swept it around her. She suddenly realized that not only Su Yen but also the goblins that had been appearing one after another had vanished without a trace. Everything before seemed like a dream. Be careful, this place is too strange. Lu Ku gritted his teeth. He had fought Su Yen before. The opponent's strength was terrifying. If not for Kulir, he might have already fallen here. Kulir suddenly warned, Lu Ku behind you. Lu Ku quickly held his great sword to block behind him. Almost at the same moment Su Yan's 10-direction sword descended. Buzz. A metallic tremor sounded. Lu Ku felt his arm sink, nearly losing strength. However, the soreness quickly dissipated. Thanks, Lu Ku said over his shoulder. Don't get distracted. Kulir closed his eyes. His body was linked to both Lu Ku and Nuala by a faint white light. Lu Ku came to his senses and found Su Yen had disappeared again. Damn. These three humans are quite troublesome. Do we really not need to help father? Gubu Long gritted his teeth, hiding anxiously in the shadows. Don't worry. Just follow father's plan. Gubu Yen shook his head beside him. We were only meant to cause a distraction. It's enough if we achieve that. But. Gubu Long looked worried. No buts. The opponents are 2 bronze braves and a ruby brave. You're not even a goblin king, what can you do? Gubu Yen retorted irritably. Gubu Long was momentarily speechless. Didn't you say before that we should trust father? So don't worry, Gubu Yen continued. Do you think father can win this time? Gubu Long asked solemnly. Of course. Gubu Yen answered without hesitation. If father loses, then all of humanity will be buried with him. In the Shui Ji-Du, this place is as prosperous as ever. Goulet smiled with emotion, looking around at the streets on both sides. He had not kept his promise and had arrived at the Shui Ji-Du ahead of time. As a precaution, he decided to issue the Wangdu bounty order early. Goulet arrived at the notice board and quickly noticed the first notice. It seemed to have been posted for a long time. The paper was somewhat worn. But it was still placed in the most prominent position. Wangdu Supreme Search Order Princess Fu Leia has suddenly disappeared. We hope all citizens can provide useful clues. Once confirmed, the highest reward is 10,000 gold. Fu Leia has not been found yet. Goulet was a little surprised. He had heard about this matter. Now counting, she had been missing for 5 years. It had been posted all this time, meaning there had been no news of Fu Leia in 5 years. How strange could she have vanished into thin air? Golay also knew something about Fu Leia. She was recognized as a prodigy of the Shui Jidu. At the age of 15 she became a ruby brave. She had broken the historical record of Shui Jidu. She was even specially designated as the heir to the throne, entrusting the future of Shui Jidu to her. However, it was unexpected that she disappeared in the royal palace 5 years ago. Some said she might have been assassinated and dismembered, others said she might have run away from home. In short, there were many versions but no clues at all. The royal family probably hasn't given up on Fu Leia. After all, no corpse has been found. Golay shrugged, just sighed a little, and then walked toward the nearby building. After all, the life or death of Princess Fu Leia had nothing to do with him. Inside the registration office of the building, a man in armor was dozing on a chair. People rarely came to post notices here. So this post was usually a sinecure. You came, slept, and woke up to clock out. The job was extremely easy. But to get this position you needed some connections behind the scenes. Sir, Golay came to the desk and said cautiously. Na Duo immediately woke up, looked at Golay and frowned. His nap was interrupted and he was clearly displeased. Sir, I'm here to issue a bounty order. Golay smiled. A bounty order? I'm busy today. Come back tomorrow. Na Duo waved his hand dismissively, intending to go back to sleep. I want to issue a Wangdu bounty order. Golay placed the token on the table and stared at Na Duo. Na Duo saw the Wangdu bounty order and nearly fell off his chair from shock. How many years had it been since someone issued a Wangdu bounty order? After all, those who possessed such an order could be counted on 2 hands. Please go ahead. Na Duo's tone immediately changed. He knew that the holder of such an order was of supreme status and not someone he could provoke. I want to issue a Wangdu bounty order. Eliminate all goblins in Yueshi Town's Yogu Forest. Golay said unhurriedly. Na Duo was recording, and when he heard Golay's words his pen paused. He looked at Golay oddly. What did you say? What do you want to eliminate? Goblins, are you deaf? Golay repeated. You. Na Duo wanted to curse but glanced at the Wangdu bounty order and held back. You're not joking, are you? Is there a problem? Golay stared at Na Duo coldly. Who says a Wangdu bounty order cannot be used to eliminate goblins? No problem. Na Duo shook his head, lowered his head and continued recording. After finishing he handed it to Golay. Sir, is there anything to add? Yes, just post it as is. Golay left the Wangdu bounty order and turned to leave. The Wangdu bounty order could only be used once and would be reclaimed by the royal family after use. Therefore its holders rarely used it. Take care. Na Duo said with a flattering smile. Golay didn't look back and left directly. After confirming that the other party had left, Na Duo looked down at the content and couldn't help but complain, this guy is really crazy. Issuing a Wangdu bounty order just to eliminate goblins. Killing such lowly creatures, why would you need a Wangdu bounty order? An ordinary bounty order would suffice, right? Su Yen concealed his aura and remained in the shadows. He realized that with Claire present he couldn't kill Luke and Nora. The injuries he inflicted were quickly healed by her. With this shift his own stamina was being drained instead. I need to think of a plan, Su Yen mused. He examined the trio's information and suddenly a smirk crept across his face. How interesting. Claire. What exactly is this goblin? Nora frowned, questioning. After multiple exchanges she had long shed her initial contempt and grown serious. In a direct confrontation she was no match for this goblin. The goblin demon god, Luke replied, his tone grim. He had fully believed Claire's words. If it were a demon god we'd likely be dead by now, Nora countered. He's still growing. Claire said with closed eyes. We can't let him mature or hell pose a threat to all of humanity. Claire, with you here we're invincible. Killing this beast is only a matter of time. Nora snorted coldly, gripping her sword once more. You three are quite united. Su Yen slowly emerged from the shadows, this time without launching a sneak attack. Humph. You lowly creature. What do you know? Come and die. Nora struck immediately upon seeing Su Yen. Clang. Su Yen raised the Shifang sword to block her attack, and the terrifying force sent her staggering back. Nora felt both arms tremble from the immense power, and fresh blood dripped from her tiger's mouth. Yet the condition soon faded and the wound healed. Hee, what use is your strength? You can't kill me. Nora said smugly. Su Yen sneered. Aren't you afraid of being betrayed by your companion? Impossible. Claire is our comrade. Nora shook her head. Comrade? Are you sure? If she's a comrade, why hide her true identity? Su Yan's gaze settled on Claire. Claire furrowed her brow and opened her eyes. Stop sowing discord here. Luke swung his heavy sword and charged. Su Yan easily dodged, appearing on the other side, fixing his eyes on Claire. Am I wrong, Princess Freya? His heavenly eye could see through her true form. He quickly deduced that Claire was a woman disguised as a man using a false identity. From their conversation it was clear her companions were unaware. Princess Freya. Luke and Nora halted, turning to Claire in disbelief. Claire stared calmly at Su Yen, though a storm raged within her heart. So this was the strength of the goblin demon god. He had seen through her true identity. Impossible. I've met Freya and she's a different person. Besides, Claire is male. Luke quickly denied Su Yan's words. Disguises aren't hard to pull off, are they? Su Yan retorted with a smile. Nora glared at Claire. Are you Freya or not? Nora. Don't fall for this goblin's trick. What does it matter if she's Freya? Luke urged. Once internal division resurfaced, they would be doomed. It matters. My brother was killed by her. Nora screamed, eyes red. That was an accident, Freya said, shaking her head. It really is you. Nora swung her sword, charging at Freya. Clang. Luke blocked Freya's path, facing Nora. Have you lost your mind? Do you want us all to die here? Get out of my way. I'll avenge my brother. What does it matter if I die here? Nora shouted passionately. Sigh. Freya shook her head gently. Luke, step aside. We've failed. Better to die at a comrade's hands than at the goblins. Claire. Freya. Whoever you are, you're both my comrades. Luke pleaded. Pull yourselves together. Gobulin scratched his head in confusion. Brother, do you understand what's happening? Why are they fighting each other? Gobayan sneered. This is humanity, capable of suspecting even their own allies. But at least father has won. Thud. Su Yen used nether flash to appear behind Nora, piercing her shoulder blade with his sword. Thump. He then punched her on the back of the neck, knocking her unconscious. Nora. Luke swung his heavy sword at Su Yen. Ha. Su Yen gave a cold laugh. King's might. An overwhelming oppressive aura instantly stalled Luke's movement. Su Yen narrowed his eyes, gauging the trajectory of the attack. He sidestepped, withdrew the Shifang sword, and slashed horizontally at Luke. Explosion. Luke couldn't block in time and took the full brunt of Su Yen's strike. He crashed heavily to the ground. The armor on his chest was cleaved open, flesh turned outward, exposing bone. Retrograde sword. Impossible. How did he master that sword technique? That can't be. Freya replayed Su Yan's movement in her mind, muttering in disbelief. Su Yan glanced at Freya, who stood dazed instead of saving Luke. Hey, giving up are we? Su Yan sneered, ignoring her, and seized the chance to attack Luke again. Damn goblin. Even if I die, I'll take you with me. Luke growled and a brilliant light emanated from his body converging on his heavy sword. It felt as if a giant hand gripped the blade. Divine giant sword. The heavy sword now blazed with divine light, its might terrifying as it bore down on Su Yan. Invincible golden body. Sensing the pressure, Su Yan activated his invincible gold body without hesitation. Haha. I win. Luke laughed as he saw Su Yan sent flying. This strike had drained all his strength and even burned his life essence. His power was now nearly that of a golden brave. He lay on the ground beaming with pride. He was the man who killed the goblin demon god. Father. Goblin rushed forward anxiously. What are you doing? Get back. Gobian grabbed him. I'll kill that bastard. I'll tear him apart. Goblin snarled. Don't worry, father is fine, Gobian said quickly, barely holding him back. Father is fine. Goblin glanced at him and then toward the front. Su Yan stood up slowly, brushing dust off his clothes. He looked at the triumphant Luke and curled a smile. Is that all? You're really not impressive. Luke saw Su Yan appearing before him completely unscathed. His expression froze instantly and his eyes became extremely vivid. After a long moment he forced out a few words, this. How is this possible? Goblins are the strongest race. Su Yan raised the 10 directions sword in his hand, pointing it at Lu Ku. I will make all humans understand this. Is this the power of the demon god? We were too careless. Lu Ke's eyes showed regret. If only they had all obediently listened to Kolai Air no Princess Fu Lei Ya's words. If they had united, how could this outcome have come to pass? Crack. Su Yan directly severed his head with the 10 directions sword. 10 directions sword kills 1. Kills at 310,000. The blood of a bronze brave is indeed more delicious. Su Yan caught the blood sliding down the blade and tasted a drop in his mouth. Why did you use that sword move just now? Fu Lei stared at Su Yan demanding. None of your business. Su Yan sneered. You're hiding quite a few oddities yourself. I need to study you thoroughly. Please tell me, this is very important to me. I want to know where he is. Fu Lei pleaded desperately. How annoying. Su Yan, somewhat impatient, knocked Fu Lei unconscious with a chop of his hand and caught her in his arms. He looked at her face, which was resolute and seemed handsome. Clearly she had used disguise arts. Su Yan had encountered this technique before his rebirth. He extended a fingernail and gently scraped Fu Lei Ya's cheek. Immediately a separation of skin appeared at the chin. This was the seam of the face mask. Rip. Su Yan tore off Fu Lei Ya's face mask in one motion, revealing her true appearance. She had a fair, alluring face, and her red short hair had turned into light peach-colored long hair. Her green eyes gave her a kind and elegant look. Her excellent figure and voluptuous fiery little bunny made one feel they would fall just by glancing. What a beauty! Su Yan was also surprised after seeing Fu Lei Ya's true appearance. Father. Gabu Long rushed over. Are you alright? It's nothing. Su Yan withdrew his gaze and looked up at Gabu Long. Father, what should we do with her? Gabu Yan pointed at Nuala lying on the ground. Lock her up first. No goblin is allowed to touch her. Su Yan instructed after a moment's thought. Yes. Gabu Yan immediately nodded and made arrangements. Then he'll carry the corpse. Gabu Long slapped his chest and hoisted the headless Lu Ku onto his shoulder. Su Yan, holding Fu Lei, walked toward the Longyan tribe. Congratulations. You have completed the side quest Eliminate Invaders. Congratulations. You have obtained skill Burst S. Congratulations. Your Burst S skill has been stacked and upgraded. Burst S Nuclear Burst SS. Nuclear Burst SS can instantly unleash 100 times the power for 5 seconds. 100 times the power. Su Yan's eyes narrowed and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. This meant he could now instantly kill Lu Ku. Even if Fu Leia helped him secretly, it would be useless. Goblin Lord. Zhu Qing and Zhu Yun, possessing innate advantages, came to Su Yan's side immediately. They each took one of his arms left and right. Humph. Rose Xiaowu noticed there was no place for herself and pouted, but quickly put on a smile. Lord Su Yan, are you injured? I can heal you. Do you need help taking care of her? Su Qing quickly noticed Fu Leia in Su Yan's arms and stepped forward to offer. Yes, she's just unconscious. Keep an eye on her for me, I still have questions for her. Su Yan nodded and handed Fu Leia to Su Qing. Don't worry, you'll take good care of her. Su Qing nodded. You three guard nearby. She is a bronze-grade brave. Su Yan instructed. Do you need me to tie her up? Rose Xiaowu picked up a hemp rope and asked. I'm really good at it. Su Yan quickly covered her mouth to stop her dangerous remarks. Goblin Lord, you're back. Bo Li heard the noise and came out of the house. Bo Li, how are you? Feeling better? Su Yan went to Bo Li and asked. Just a bit weak, but it's nothing serious. Bo Li shook her head gently. Su Yan walked toward the house. Let me see the newborns. He reached the door and saw two goblin cubs that were already able to stand. Their talents were all rare and they would at least become goblin kings in the future. Go find something to eat. Su Yan carried the two goblin cubs out and set them on the ground. They immediately cheered and scampered off into the distance. Newborn goblin cubs always had designated people providing them food to help them grow quickly into great goblins. Goblin Lord. She is the princess of Shueiji-Du. Bo Li covered her mouth in surprise, looking at Fu Leia. You recognize her? Su Yan asked. Bo Li shook her head. When I traveled in Shueiji-Du, I saw her search notice on the bulletin board with her portrait on it. Search notice. Su Yan frowned. Goblin Lord, don't worry. Princess Fu Leia has been missing for 5 years. The royal family must have given up the search. Even if they search, they won't come to such a remote place. Bo Li saw Su Yan's worry and quickly comforted him. Su Yan's brow relaxed. All right, you all watch over things here. I have some matters to attend to. Goblin Lord, why are you in such a hurry? What are you going to do? Zhu Qing asked in confusion. I just saw that you seem to have brought back another woman. Rose Xiaowu crossed her arms and said. Ah. I'm jealous. Zhu Qing immediately understood. At the door of a wooden house. Nuala felt a sting coming from her shoulder. She slowly opened her eyes and found herself sitting on the ground. Where is this? She tried to get up and discovered an iron chain around her neck was fastened to the door. It's useless. You can't escape. A voice came from beside her. Nuala turned her head and saw La'an bound here just like herself. What place is this? Nuala asked. You don't even know. This is the Goblin Lord's tribe. La'an's eyes lit up as he said excitedly. Goblins. Nuala frowned. She had been captured by goblins. Damned beasts. Disgusting, filthy creatures. Don't give me a chance. Otherwise he'll kill you. Don't worry, he'll get you out. Nuala looked at La'an and comforted him. Get me out. I don't want to leave. La'an shook his head. Nuala thought La'an didn't believe her. My family is the first clan of Shueiji-Du. When they find out I'm missing, they will definitely come to rescue me. Then we can leave together. La'an's eyes turned cold. I'm not leaving. If I leave, how can I receive the goblin's grace? You. Nuala was utterly speechless upon hearing Lane's words. Someone. She's trying to run away. Lane called out loudly. Shut up. Are you insane? Nuala said anxiously. If you say another word, I'll tear your mouth apart. What's the matter? Su Yen walked over just hearing Lane's shouts. Respected Goblin Lord. This woman wants to destroy this place. Lane's gaze instantly turned devout. She said her family is the top family in the City of Water and they will come to rescue her. Nuola shot Lane a vicious glare. He looked exactly like a bootlicker. Oh. Su Yen looked at Nuola with interest. His heavenly eye could see that Nuola's identity was the young miss of the Walker family. But he didn't know that the Walker family had some background. Nuola said disdainfully, "What? Scared now? If you're scared then let me, the young lady, go." Let you go? That makes me even less willing to let you go. I'm just worried about lacking food. Su Yen grinned. Then you can wait here to die. Damn you. Nuola cursed. Su Yen stepped forward, heaved Nuola onto his shoulder and walked toward the house. I suppose I'll have to resort to torture then. Put me down, you disgusting goblin. Take your filthy hands off me. Thump. The wooden door slammed shut. But Nuola's curses still came from inside. Beast. I'll kill you. Get away. I'll make you suffer 1,000 cuts. Lane sat at the door with a look of envy and sighed, doesn't she know that goblins specialize in dealing with stubborn mouths? City of Water Bulletin Board. After Nadwa posted the notice, people immediately crowded around, blocking the area completely. What kind of joke is this? Actually issuing a royal capital bounty order to exterminate goblins. If it weren't for the token beside it, I'd really think it was a joke. Once the royal capital bounty order is issued, all factions within the City of Water must respond. Looks like Moon Creek Town is going to get lively. I think it's somewhat interesting. I might go watch for fun. Anyone want to team up? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Imperial Palace Main Hall. A refined middle-aged man sat on the throne, rubbing his nose bridge. He was Outa, the king of the City of Water. Your Majesty. Urgent news. A guard rushed in hastily from outside the hall. Outa quickly looked up at the guard and asked, "What is it? Is there news about Fulia?" No. The guard hesitated and shook his head. The bright look in Aode's eyes dimmed again. What matter? Someone has issued a royal capital bounty order. The attendant quickly replied. What? Outa looked up. The ministers standing in the hall also showed astonished expressions. How many years had it been? It seemed that since the royal capital bounty order was instituted, no adventurer had ever issued one. Unexpectedly, an adventurer had now issued one. Could it be that some extraordinary monster had appeared? Speak quickly. What has happened? Outa urged. If a powerful monster had appeared near his royal capital, it indeed needed to be eliminated as soon as possible. The attendant hesitated, closed his eyes, took a deep breath as if mentally preparing himself, and then spoke, "Exterminate goblins." After the attendant said this, the entire hall fell into silence. Outa doubted his ears. Say that again. Exterminate what? Goblins, the attendant answered word by word. Absurd, a man standing nearby rebuked. Use the royal capital bounty order to exterminate goblins. What a joke. The other ministers also chimed in, indeed. Exhausting the nation's resources to deal with goblins. That's just insane. Yes. Why issue a royal capital bounty order to kill goblins? Just send a few people and they could slaughter them easily. Could it be that a goblin king or a goblin saint has appeared? Outa frowned deeply, remained silent for a moment, then said, regardless. According to the rules of the royal capital bounty order, we must send someone. Who among you is willing to go? All the ministers fell silent, though they had been clamoring earlier. But this was not a good assignment. Killing goblins would not bring much reward. After all, in everyone's eyes, goblins were the weakest race. If they lost, it would be even worse, an absolute laughingstock of the entire royal capital. No matter how you looked at it, it was a thankless task. I am willing to go. A man suddenly stepped forward. Auda looked down and saw a man in silver armor. His eyes lit up slightly. Diamond Knight Khalees. This was a silver rank adventurer, the strongest within the entire city of water. Khalees. Are you sure? Auda asked. I am sure. Khalees nodded. Auda nodded slightly. Good. I await your triumphant return and I will reward you handsomely. Thank you, Your Majesty. Khalees immediately turned and left. The surrounding ministers began to murmur, absolutely insane. Khalees is actually going to kill goblins. Isn't that using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Yes. This is a silver rank adventurer. Instead of guarding the royal capital he goes to kill goblins. Isn't that ridiculous? I really don't know what he's thinking. It's downright embarrassing. Auda frowned, stood up in displeasure and said, all of you shut up. He turned and left directly. This bunch of useless people. When he needed them they didn't step forward. Now that someone had stepped forward they were gossiping behind his back. Temple Branch. A man clad in golden armor sat on a high seat holding a book in his hand. Lord Temple Master. An attendant immediately entered from outside. Someone has issued a royal capital bounty order. Jilly's hand holding the book paused. After a moment of silence he looked up at the attendant. What is the content? Exterminate goblins. The attendant replied. Jilly frowned at the attendant. Are you sure? Absolutely certain. The attendant nodded. I confirmed it 10 times. Heh. How ridiculous. Jilly sneered. Just send a few people over. Yes. The attendant immediately nodded and prepared to arrange it. Just. Since someone issued a royal capital bounty order it cannot be taken lightly. A clear cold voice came from the doorway. Jilly looked up and saw a woman holding a scepter walking in from outside. She wore a purple gold crown on her head and a purple gown with a high slit revealing her long fair legs. Her skin was fair, her face nearly perfect, especially her noble aura. The sight of her instantly inspired a desire to kneel in worship. Jilly trembled and without hesitation knelt on one knee. Welcome Your Holiness the Pope. De Rohan gazed straight ahead, paying no heed to Gary kneeling on the floor. Clutching her scepter she turned and seated herself on the throne, crossing her long slender legs. Gary remained kneeling, head bowed, stammering, Your Holiness, why have you come? See for yourself. De Rohan carelessly tossed a letter onto the ground. Gary scrambled over, picked up the letter and glanced at it. His eyes widened and his fingers clutching the envelope began to tremble. That damned Grey. How could he fail to protect the Saintess? Allowing her to be captured by goblins. Is this the holy guard you have cultivated? De Rohan spoke unhurriedly, her tone calm yet exuding an air of authority that intimidated without anger. Your Holiness, please don't be angry. I will immediately fetch Grey and hand him over for your judgment. Gary hastily replied. Thud. De Rohan abruptly thrust her scepter onto the ground, releasing an invisible force that spread outward like ripples. Gary's body was sent flying. Ridiculous. Is this the time for blame? We still don't know the Saintess situation. De Rohan's icy voice rang out. Your Holiness, rest assured I will go at once to rescue the Saintess. Gary responded hastily. Take your holy knights with you. Consider it fulfilling the royal bounty. De Rohan said calmly. Isn't bringing the holy knights a bit excessive? Gary asked in surprise. The weakest among the holy knights were bronze-tier heroes. Would you rather be the Pope? De Rohan's gaze turned cold. I will lead the holy knights to Wuxia town immediately. Sweat trickled down Gary's temple as he nodded, placing his right hand over his chest. By the way, take this pouch. De Rohan tossed a silk pouch. Gary caught it swiftly. Open it when you see the Saintess. De Rohan reminded him. Yes. Gary nodded at once and turned to leave. After Gary departed, Rowan fixed her beautiful eyes on the void, musing, the saintess was taken by goblins in Wuxia town, and the royal bounty is also for eliminating goblins. The goblin tribe appearing in Wuxia town must be no ordinary one. Longyan tribe. Noble goblin lord, I am willing to be your slave for generations. I will tell you anything you wish to know. Please continue with the torture. Creak. The wooden door was pushed open again. Su Yen dragged the chains, fastened them to the door, and strode away. Nora rolled her eyes, sitting on the ground panting heavily. So. Still want to leave? La En, who had been sitting on the ground, scrambled up as she emerged. Not anymore. Nora shook her head weakly. It's actually wonderful. My earlier thoughts were foolish. That's the right attitude. Let me tell you, I've experienced even more thrilling things. La En leaned close to Nora's ear and began describing with great enthusiasm. Su Yen returned to the only brick-and-tile house in the tribe. Goblin lord, you're back. Everyone stood up as he entered. Su Yen nodded slightly, pushed the women aside, and fixed his gaze on Freya. She had woken up but sat quietly on the bed. When Freya saw Su Yen, her eyes brightened again. I didn't tie you up, why didn't you leave? Su Yen asked with a smile. I want leave. Freya stared at Su Yen with determination. I want to know the answer. You're persistent. Su Yen shook his head lightly. You said you recognized the sword move I used just now. The backtracking sword. Freya nodded. Su Yen frowned. That name was known to only 2 people in the world. And the other person had vanished 20 years ago. Where did you hear that name? Su Yen asked. Because I gave it that name. Freya replied. Su Yan's expression shifted slightly as he carefully examined the Freya before him. His sealed memories opened to 20 years ago. In the Golden City Gardens, he had encountered a girl in a water blue dress. My name is Little Hibiscus and am a prodigy. Humph. You don't believe me. I can teach you swordsmanship, but you have to call me master. It's okay if you don't. I'll teach you my strongest move. Watch closely, this is my own creation. It's called the backtracking sword. Consider yourself lucky. Even if you forget me, don't forget it or I'll be angry. Su Yen snapped back to the present, gazing at Freya, your little hibiscus. Your brother Su Yen. Freya's eyes widened, then her expression turned to joy. She threw herself into Su Yan's arms, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. I knew it. I knew you couldn't be dead. They were all lying to me, you're still alive. How touching. Polly wiped the tears from her eyes, moved. True feelings are the rarest thing in the world. Su Qin's eyes were also filled with emotion. To think 2 people separated for 20 years can still reunite. I wonder if in my next life I can be Lord Su Yan's woman. Ro Xiaowu said with reverence. Zhu Qing and Zhu Yun said nothing, but their expressions were equally moved, happy for the reunion of Su Yan and Freya. Let's step outside. Su Qin suggested softly, leading the others out of the brick house. They left the 2 some space. After so many years apart, now meeting as different races, there must be much to say. Brother Su Yen, how did you become a goblin? Freya looked up at Su Yen and asked. I did die, but I was reborn, as a goblin. Su Yen replied. Who killed you? I'll avenge you. Freya said angrily. My younger brother Su Tong. Su Yen glanced out the window. But I'll return to settle that score myself. If you ever need anything, brother Su Yen, don't hesitate. Freya respected his choice. Ahem. Su Yen nodded with a smile. Why did you run away from home? It's dangerous out there. Freya, father wanted me to marry Nodin, the eldest son of the Walker family. I refused. Under pressure I proposed a martial contest, only those who could beat me could marry me. But I accidentally killed Nodin. To avoid implicating my father, I decided to leave home. I also wanted to prove myself, that I'm not a hothouse flower. I can make my own way in the world. Su Yen reached out and stroked Freya's light peach hair, showing a gentle smile. You've worked hard, little hibiscus. You've done it. Brother Su Yen is the one who truly worked hard. Freya shook her head, a smile blooming on her face. No wonder there was such a powerful goblin in Yogu Forest. It's you, brother Su Yen, that explains everything. Little hibiscus, from now on with me here no one will force you to do anything you don't want. Su Yen promised, looking into Freya's eyes. Freya's gaze flickered as she stared at Su Yen's lips. Brother Su Yen, there's something I've always wanted to do. I hope you'll allow it. What? Become your woman. Xiao Wu, what are you eavesdropping on? Su Qin bent down and tapped Ro Xiao Wu on the head. Ouch. That hurts. Mother, go easy on me. Ro Xiao Wu clutched his head in pain. I just wanted to hear about the new sister's strength. Are you out of things to do? Su Qin pulled him up. Didn't Polly teach us cooking? Go help and prepare the Goblin Lord's feast. Oh. Ro Xiao Wu rubbed his head and followed Su Qin away. Inside the brick house, Su Yen held Freya in his arms and asked, Nora, what do you think we should do? She has good talent and looks. Brother can keep her. Freya smiled sweetly. Tell me the truth. Su Yen gave her a firm squeeze. Nora is backed by the Walker family, the first family in Water Capital. Her family must know she's here. If she doesn't return for long, the Walkers will send people to find her. Freya stuck out her tongue in reply. Oh. You mean I should let her go? Su Yen looked at her. Freya shook her head. On the contrary. Brother can use her as a hostage to restrain the Walker family. And gain more benefits. You once wanted to kill me to save humanity, but now you're helping me instead. Su Yen laughed. Freya's cheeks flushed slightly, but her eyes were resolute. Because I had heard that brother Su Yen was killed by goblins and I wanted to avenge you. But now that I know you stand against all humanity, I will stand with you. Su Yen said nothing, only pulled Freya tightly into his embrace. Oh, I almost forgot. Freya frowned. Back then, to eliminate the goblins, I left the royal bounty order with Gray. If I didn't return, he was to issue the order in Water Capital. I need to get the token back. Gray. Su Yan's eyes narrowed. It's time to settle this. Brother has a grudge with Gray. Freya noticed the odd look in Su Yan's eyes. He killed my mother. Su Yan's eyes blazed with endless hatred. Aunt Ellie was killed by Gray. Freya's expression shifted, anger surfacing. I won't let him off either. Ellie was the princess of the former king of Water Capital. After her death the nation mourned for 3 days. This also left the king without an heir, so upon his death the throne passed to the most esteemed minister Oder. He was Freya's father. As a child, Freya often visited Ellie due to her father's relationship, and the two were extremely close. Ellie had even promised to arrange a childhood betrothal between her and Su Yen. Little Furon, let me handle it myself. I can't go to Moon Creek Town, help me lure him here. Su Yen withdrew his gaze, his eyes turning tender again. Don't worry, brother Su Yen, I'll take care of everything. Freya immediately tried to rise, but Su Yen held her down. You can leave tomorrow, your body won't withstand it now. All right. Freya nodded obediently, her eyes full of love as she looked at Su Yen. Rest well here. Su Yen covered her with the blanket and left the brick house. A wave of exhaustion struck her. She had indeed tired herself out. But Freya fell asleep with a smile on her face. Today was the second happiest day of her life. The happiest was the day she met Su Yen. Su Yen left the brick house. Lord Su Yen, come quickly. We've prepared dinner for you. Ro Xiao Wu waved happily upon seeing Su Yen. Su Yen walked forward to a simple wooden table. It was just enough for them to sit. On the table were grilled meat, a pot of broth and some fruit. Did you make all this? Su Yan hadn't expected that they had learned to cook in his absence and done so quite well. Try my lamb soup. Ro Xiao Wu immediately served Su Yan a bowl. Su Yan took a sip and found it quite tasty. It was already on par with ordinary human home cooking. Eat all of you. Don't wait for me. Su Yan finished the soup and noticed they were all staring at him. Lord Su Yan. I have written a letter of recommendation for you. Give it to the dwarf princess and she will help you. Polly handed the letter to Su Yan with both hands. Ahem. Su Yan nodded slightly and tucked the letter away. Though he had never been there, he knew roughly where the dwarves lived from his past life. They were south of water capital, trading with it regularly. His mother had also told him legendary tales about the dwarves. How are the vegetables? Su Yan tore off a piece of lamb and chewed as he asked. No change yet. The cycle might be a bit long. Polly replied. Side quest issued: shortened vegetable cycle. Shortened vegetable cycle. To live long you must eat well to ensure a balanced diet. Solve the vegetable cycle issue within 3 days. Ahem. Su Yan received the quest prompt in his mind. It seems before heading to the dwarves I need to visit the depths of Ghost Valley Forest first. Lord Su Yan, what did you say? Polly asked. Nothing. Just full and feeling like some exercise. Su Yan stretched. Ro Xiao Wu, who was eating meat, perked up his rabbit ears, his eyes sparkling. The Nethergrass clan. A woman in her 30s stood on a grassy field. Her exquisite face was breathtakingly beautiful, as if she were the center of the world. She had long azure hair cascading freely behind her shoulders, wearing a blue-gold gown with a slit revealing her fair legs. She was Yu Yinin, the chieftain of the Nethergrass clan. At this moment her gentle face was filled with anger. What? The Charm Rabbit clan is gone. Yes, chieftain. The Charm Rabbit territory was burned to the ground. A man knelt on one knee to answer. Could they have been ambushed by some demon? Any news of Sanson? Yu Yinin asked. No. The man lowered his head. The young master may have. Shut up. As a grass-type demon, can't you even find a person? Send everyone out to search. I want him alive or dead. Yu Yinin gritted her teeth. Yes. The man turned and left. Yu Yinin's sapphire blue eyes like a blue crystal held a chilling gaze as she looked ahead. Whoever it is. Who dares to touch my son, I will never forgive. Experience 890. Experience 900. Experience 1200. Experience 1200. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 52. Experience 1200. Experience 1200. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 53. Not bad. It truly tastes good. He glanced at the sky. The east was already showing the pale light of dawn. Today he would set out for the depths of the Yogu forest to seek cooperation with the Ghost Grass clan. Brother Su Yan. Fulia came out of the brick-and-tile house early in the morning. Xiao Furom, why are you up so early? Why not sleep a little longer? Su Yan asked. I'm not sleeping. I need to hurry to Yueshi town. Fulia shook her head and playfully stuck out her tongue. And I'll trick Brother Golidi into coming. If he doesn't, I'll tie him up and bring him. Take care, Su Yan cautioned. Ahem. Fulia took out a human skin mask. I have this. I'll be safe. Why don't you eat something? There's roasted meat here. Su Yan pointed to the ground. You need energy. Fulia patted her belly with its defined lines and shook her head. I ate plenty yesterday. Can't eat any more. I'll have some later. Xiao Furong. Seeing Fulia about to leave, Su Yan suddenly thought of something. Brother Su Yan, is there anything else you need to tell me? Fulia asked. If you have time, buy some clothes in town and socks. Su Yan reminded. Socks. Fulia quickly understood Su Yan's intention. Okay brother Su Yan, I understand. Leave it to me. Fulia ran to Su Yan, planted a big kiss on his cheek and then left cheerfully. Father. Jebulong stood nearby setting up a furnace and heating a branding iron red hot. What's the matter? Su Yan walked over. Father, you took a new slave yesterday. Do you want some ritual? Jebulong asked. Ritual. Su Yan stared at the branding iron, then turned to glance at the hut where Nora was held, revealing a slight smile. In front of the hut, Nora was awakened by the sound of drinking. She frowned and turned to see La'an drinking water from the ground. Why don't you use your hands to drink from a bowl? Nora asked. La'an pointed to the brand on his face. I don't have that privilege. Besides, if you use your hands you won't get to eat today. Nora said nothing. Although she had accepted Su Yan, she really couldn't accept this method. Do you want to try? You'll get used to it. I can finish quickly now. La'an pushed the basin in front of Nora. Nora shook her head. Even though she had called herself a dog yesterday, that didn't mean she could adapt to such an eating method. Nora. Su Yan came before Nora. Lord Goblin. La'an straightened up ingratiatingly. Su Yan pushed La'an aside and came before Nora. Lord Goblin, are there any orders? Nora no longer had the arrogant demeanor of yesterday, instead she looked submissive. Follow me and you'll see. Su Yan directly unlocked the chain on the door and led her away. La'an, sitting on the ground against the door, showed a smile. Looks like I'll need to prepare 2 basins. Nora followed behind Su Yan and noticed that the surrounding goblins prepared to make way when they saw them. Things were not as she had imagined. She breathed a sigh of relief. She only hoped to be exclusive property, not a plaything. She saw Su Yan stop and looked up curiously to find a furnace ahead. Su Yan walked over to the furnace and picked up a branding iron. Even from a distance one could feel its searing heat. Don't move, Su Yan commanded domineeringly. Nora nodded, though nervous she dared not resist. Sizzle. The moment the branding iron fell, white smoke rose instantly. Nora gritted her teeth, sweat beading on her forehead, but she didn't make a sound. Good perseverance. Su Yan casually tossed the iron back into the furnace and led her back to the hut. On her face was now a conspicuous character: slave. Father, do you need my help? Jebulong asked proactively as Su Yan was about to leave. No need. Where is Gabayan? Su Yan asked. He said he was going to complete the task you assigned, Jebulong answered. Su Yan nodded slightly. This Gabayan was indeed diligent. Aside from the ice soul lizard, he didn't know what else he might bring back. Go and help him. You might be of use, Su Yan instructed. Then he took out his 10-direction sword and soared into the sky, disappearing from the tribe. Jebulong had already witnessed Su Yan's ability to fly, so he wasn't overly surprised. A trace of excitement on his face, he said, Come. Follow me to help second brother. The 10-direction sword, after unlocking its directional flight, moved with great speed. Within a few breaths they arrived at the middle of Yogu Forest. The nether flash consumed its own energy, but flying on the 10-direction sword required no expenditure. To avoid alerting the enemy, Su Yan decided to approach the depths slowly from the middle. After eliminating the 9-power White Tiger clan in the middle area, the number of monsters here had greatly decreased. Many of them were low-level monsters sneaking in from the periphery. A few reckless monsters tried to ambush Su Yan, but he simply ate them as snacks. This grass element seems to counter my skill. Su Yan wanted to use every blade of grass as a soldier to scout the Ghost Grass clan. However, this skill itself relied on plants to become his eyes. If he targeted plants, it would only show a patch of black, rendering the skill useless. Su Yan suddenly found his foot entangled by something. He looked down and saw a hand grasping his ankle. A hand. Su Yan noticed that the hand was attached to a pitch-black plant. He forcefully lifted his foot. The entire plant was uprooted by him. A humanoid figure also appeared before him. Name Tangyao, race Ghost Grass, level Demon King, level 41, identity guard of the Ghost Grass clan, skill entangle AO, a guard of the Ghost Grass. It seems I have arrived at the Ghost Grass tribe. Su Yen saw the information of the figure on the ground and revealed a slight smile. Stop. Take one more step and I'll take your life. Tang Yao threatened. I wish to visit the Ghost Grass tribe. Su Yen decided to use courtesy before force. It wasn't good to be fighting and killing all the time. Tang Yao cast a contemptuous look at Su Yen. A mere goblin. Such a lowly race deserves to visit. Get lost. Su Yen did not grow angry, instead he slowly raised the 10 directions sword. He fixed his gaze on Tang Yao and said nonchalantly, perfect timing. My 10 directions sword requires a second round of sacrifice to unlock the second seal. Let it begin with you. Enough talk. What makes you a mere goblin so arrogant? Entangle. Tang Yao's face turned cold as he raised his hand and waved. From his sleeve flew a massive black leaf which swiftly coiled around Su Yan's body. Once my nether leaf has you bound, it will corrode you into liquid within half an hour. Tang Yao sneered with smug satisfaction. But Su Yen remained calm, gazing at him. Oh. Half an hour. I wonder if your leaf can burn that long. Still running your mouth when death is at hand. Tang Yao dismissed Su Yen entirely, pressing his fingers to tighten the leaf's grip. Whoosh! Suddenly a terrifying blaze erupted from Su Yan's body. The leaf was instantly reduced to ashes. What? How is that possible? Netherweed is impervious to fire. Tang Yao stared in disbelief, never expecting a goblin's flame magic to ignite the nether leaf. He stepped back, eyeing Su Yen warily. Whoosh! The 10 directions sword flew from Su Yan's hand, piercing straight through Tang Yao's chest. Flames surged once more, reducing him to ash. Netherweed is indeed immune to ordinary flames, but mine are not. Su Yen pulled the 10 directions sword from the ground. No, I need to be more careful. Turning them to ash means I can't eat them. He walked forward with a hint of self-reproach. Who dares invade the Netherweed clan? As Su Yen ventured deeper, Netherweed guards emerged from the surroundings. All were between levels 30 and 40, but there were over 1,000 of them. Su Yen gripped the 10 directions sword and glanced around. He was surrounded. Yet a flicker of excitement gleamed in his eyes. So many offerings, what a feast! A puny goblin dares to storm the Netherweed clan. It seems we Netherweed have been too low-key. Even such a lowly race dares to act insolently. Truly tired of living. Let's finish off this disgusting creature. As the Netherweed guards realized it was only a goblin, they erupted into curses. Their eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. After all, goblins were universally acknowledged as a lowly race spurned by all others. Su Yen ignored them, slowly tightening his grip on the sword's hilt. A tongue of flame spread from his palm to the 10 directions sword. Ha, so this is why he dared to come, he knows fire magic. What a joke. Doesn't he know Netherweed is fireproof? Goblins are weaklings. Not only are they weak in strength, but they have no brains either. They don't deserve to live in this world. Su Yan's action drew more mockery. Oh. So weakness means unworthiness to live. What a twisted worldview. Su Yen sneered, vanishing from his spot in a blur. So fast. Where did he go? Ah. It hurts. Why can this fire hurt? Help. I don't want to die. Save. Damn it. This goblin is absurdly strong. Run. Su Yan's power instantly plunged the Netherweed guards into panic, but it was too late. The 10 directions sword, ablaze with phoenix fire, cut through the guards with fiery ease. This time, however, he restrained his power, leaving their bodies intact instead of reducing them to ash. The kill count of the 10 directions sword rose swiftly. This number of Netherweed guards isn't enough. Su Yen grabbed a guard that had reverted to its original form, stuffing it into his mouth and chewing. The reproduction rate of grass-type demon beasts is always the fastest. Even the weakest grass-type demons number in the tens of thousands. It was clearly unreasonable for the netherweed to mobilize only a little over 1,000 guards. Perhaps they are all out. Su Yen pondered while munching on the netherweed. The taste is truly awful, but at least it's not very filling. He kept stuffing the netherweed into his mouth. After devouring more than 1,000 stalks in one go, he let out a burp. His mouth was filled with the flavor of grass. The experience required for leveling up increased, and after consuming so many netherweed he only gained 4 levels. Still, it was something for nothing, so Su Yen paid it no mind. He continued deeper into the netherweed tribe. He could feel the environment growing more humid. Lifting his hand, he saw beads of moisture on his skin. Are the netherweeds so destitute that they don't even sleep in houses? Su Yen had seen no buildings along his path. The surroundings seemed barren. We netherweed most enjoy sunlight, wind and rain. If we had houses, how could we absorb nourishment? A gentle yet commanding voice sounded. Su Yen looked up to see a stunning woman appear. He immediately read her information, the netherweed clan leader. Goblin. This is no place for you. Yu Inin frowned, eyeing the intruder. Leave now and they'll pretend I never saw you. Su Yen was surprised by her leniency. I came to request your clan's help in shortening the growth cycle of vegetables. He stepped forward, stating his purpose. Oh. You seek our help. Yet your first act upon arrival was to slaughter 1,000 of my guards. Is that your way of asking? Yu Yinyan's voice turned icy. Yes. If you refuse, I will kill until you comply. Su Yen met her eyes, speaking unhurriedly. Do you truly believe the netherweed clan has no one to defend it? Yu Yinyan's azure eyes glinted coldly as she stretched out her jade hand and waved. An invisible sound wave spread swiftly, brushing over the grass and forming ripples. A massive blue formation appeared on the ground. Yu Inin curled her lips. This is the summoning decree of my netherweed clan. Once the formation is active, all clan members will return no matter the distance. Upon the blue formation a patch of eerie blue light descended. Su Yen saw dense crowds of netherworld guardians emerging wave after wave from within. His eyes brightened with a hint of excitement. This is great. It seems today I can unlock another facet of the 10-direction sword. How about it? Scared, aren't you? Yu Inin, seeing tens of thousands of guards emerging from the formation, looked smugly at Su Yen. These were all sent out to search for Tang San, now temporarily summoned back. But she frowned, noticing that Su Yen wasn't afraid. Instead he seemed excited. What's going on? With so many netherweed guards, a single spit from each could drown him. Where does his excitement come from? Although goblins might have preferences for certain things, these guards are all male. Could this goblin be? At that thought Yu Yinyan's eyes widened in shock. Scared? I'm scared. Thank you for the reward, chieftain. Su Yen grinned and rubbed his hands. Reward? So you are indeed. Yu Inin clenched her fists. Everyone attack. Catch this goblin. Don't let him succeed. Yes. The surrounding guards immediately unleashed massive leaves that wound toward Su Yan's body. Tens of thousands of netherweed leaves turned the area into a black ocean, quickly engulfing him. Humph. Yu Inin snorted coldly, a hint of disdain on her lips. Hey, it seems I overestimated you. What waves can such a lowly race stir? Chieftain, there seems to be a burning smell. No. Black smoke is rising. So hot. What's happening? Is there a fire? Don't panic. We netherweeds are not afraid of fire. Suddenly the guards in front became agitated. Yu Inin narrowed her eyes, sensing something amiss. She had sensed over 1,000 guards being killed earlier, but didn't know what method Su Yen used. She closed her eyes, intending to sense what was happening at Su Yan's location. Not good. Everyone scatter. The moment she closed her eyes she immediately opened them again and quickly retreated. She felt an incredibly scorching energy erupting from Su Yan's position. It even made her heart palpitate. But it was too late. A blaze like a surging fire dragon erupted from the center. The sea of netherweed leaves turned to ashes in an instant. The nearest batch of netherweed guards perished under this terrifying energy. Kill count 1231, kill count 244510000 flame. Yu Yinyin looked at Su Yan in astonishment. Why did his fire magic harm the netherweed clan? This setting was too unreasonable. Having lived in this deep valley forest for so many years they had never feared fire. Never expected that today their clan would suffer heavy losses from fire. What's more, it was fire magic cast by a goblin. Since when had goblins become so powerful in magic? Yu Yinyin's mind was filled with too many question marks, each one shocking her worldview. Let's talk. Yu Yinyin could tell this goblin was no ordinary one. Her clan was completely suppressed by this flame. If this continued, no matter how many there were, they would all be killed by him. For the sake of her clan she was willing to make some sacrifices and talk with this goblin to understand what he actually wanted. Still need 8,000. Su Yan roughly calculated that the 10-direction sword needed about 8,000 more kills to unlock. He didn't intend to exterminate the netherweed clan after all, he still needed them to help him procreate. No, to shorten the growth cycle of vegetables. What? Yu Yinyin was puzzled. What did this number mean? Was he going to take so many of her clansmen? It'll kill 8,000 more than we can talk. Su Yan looked up with a faint smile. Yu Yinyin froze, anger rising on her face. Damn goblin. Don't go too far. We're not yours to kill as you please. That's right. We netherweeds are not to be trifled with. Everyone attack together. Kill this goblin. Avenge our brothers. Su Yan appreciated their toughness. He raised the 10-direction sword in his hand and phoenix flames ignited on its blade. Let me show you my newly learned sword technique. He turned into a blur and charged into the netherweed guards. Kill count 1222 199. Ah. Stop burning. Stop burning. It hurts. Please stop. I was wrong. I won't provoke you anymore. Everyone run. This fire is unstoppable. Chieftain. Help. I don't want to die. The wails of the netherweed guard spread across the mountains and fields. It made Yu Yinyin's body tremble. Too much. This goblin was too much. Nether realm. A powerful aura of royal might instantly spread out. Kill count 199 66 88. Congratulations. Your kill count with the 10-direction sword has reached 10000. Unlock 1 facet. Earth dive allows burrowing into the ground, free movement, ambush combat or sneak attacks. To unlock next facet, kill count required 1000000. Unlocked. After successfully unlocking another facet of the 10-direction sword, Su Yan sensed a pressure from ahead. He looked up and saw Yu Yinyin being lifted into the air by netherweed. Around her the netherworld guardians transformed into netherweeds. Their bodies began to grow wildly, emitting golden light. Su Yan felt the pressure on him growing stronger. The pressure seemed to gradually increase from a boulder to a small hill. Goblin. You have angered me. I'll make you die. Yu Yinyin flung open her hands and the golden netherweeds quickly coiled towards Su Yan's position. Not afraid of phoenix fire. Su Yan discovered that after turning gold the netherweeds were immune to phoenix fire. He wanted to temporarily retreat, but his body felt as heavy as lead and he couldn't move. He knew it must be the effect of her nether realm. Kingly aura. Su Yan immediately released his kingly aura to form his own domain. To resist this pressure. Earth dive. Gaining respite, Su Yan immediately burrowed underground. What? Yu Yinyin had never expected this goblin could burrow into the ground. Her expression changed slightly, a sense of foreboding rising. Ah. Pain. So painful. What kind of sneak attack is that from behind? Damn it. No. Don't touch there. The surrounding clansmen screamed one after another. She could feel a scorching aura rising from underground. Her nether realm could only protect the clansmen above ground from harm. But it could not protect their roots buried in the soil. As long as Su Yen ignited flames underground, these clansmen would still be doomed. Bastard! Come out. Stop messing around in there. Get out. Yu Inin shouted anxiously as she watched her clansmen die one after another. At that moment a voice suddenly came from behind her. Oh Ayin, can't you hold on even for this short while? Kill count 66, kill count 66, kill count 66, kill count 111, 510, 0000. Stop it. I told you to stop. Yu Yin immediately turned to look at Su Yen. Su Yen looked at Yu Yin, who was trembling with anger, and a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Have you agreed to help me? What do you really want to do? Yu Yin stared hard at Su Yen. I want you. Su Yen paused as he scrutinized Yu Yin from head to toe. Impossible. Yu Yin's expression changed immediately. I will never submit to you. I haven't finished speaking. Su Yen looked at her with great interest. I want you and your kin to help me shorten the growth cycle of plants. You should not go too far. Yu Yin's face showed a mix of shame and anger. Ah, Yin, you wouldn't want your kin to be slaughtered by me, would you? You can be immortal, but can your kin? Su Yen spoke slowly. Even if you can help your kin resurrect, my phoenix fire is enough to ensure their eternal demise. You. Yu Yin glared at Su Yen, her fists clenched in anger. You are despicable. If the other party insisted on killing her kin, she truly could not stop them. And she absolutely could not let her kin be neglected. Despicable. I am giving you a choice. Su Yen shrugged and replied innocently, An. My patience is limited, I don't have time to waste with you here. No. The leader cannot agree. Yeah. He is just a goblin. We are the guards deep in the Yugu forest. How can we help such a lowly race? Leader, we are not afraid of death. We don't need to make any sacrifices for us. The surrounding guards saw Yu Yin in difficulty and immediately began to shout in support. Noisy. Su Yen directly swung the Shifang sword, harvesting their lives. Kill count 666, kill count 178, 110, 0000. I agree to help you. Yu Yin hurriedly exclaimed, just stop killing, I will help you. No. Su Yen shook his head. Why? Didn't we just agree? I promised to help you and you wouldn't kill my kin. Yu Yin's expression was somewhat anxious. Yes. I said that, but not anymore. If you want me to stop, I need to add another condition. Su Yen spoke slowly. Since he had already grasped Yu Yin's weakness, everything would be easier. You shameless person, don't push your luck. You are making me angry. Yu Yin exclaimed. Fine, then I will continue to kill. Su Yen raised the Shifang sword. What else do you want to add? Yu Yin bit her lip, looking aggrieved. What do you want? I said from the beginning. Su Yen walked up to Yu Yin. I want you. Yu Yin's body trembled, her gaze fixed on Su Yen. Can you handle it? You just need to answer whether you can or not. If you hesitate again, it will be 3 conditions later. Su Yen squinted his eyes, scanning Yu Yin's figure. I agree to help you. Yu Yin hurriedly agreed, all for the sake of the entire Yuming grass clan. A little sacrifice from her was nothing. Su Yen grinned, looking at the naive Yu Yin. He didn't know how she became the leader of this clan. He reached out and grabbed Yu Yin's slender hand, feeling soft and comfortable. Yu Yin wanted to struggle, but Su Yen's strength was great and she couldn't break free. Let's complete what you promised first, Su Yen said, staring at her. Oh, I will go back to the clan with you. Yu Yin lowered her head, not daring to look at Su Yen. No, I meant something else. Su Yen shook his head. Here. Yu Yin's voice trembled a bit. I think it's quite nice. Su Yen suddenly pulled her into his embrace. Yu Yin gritted her teeth, her fair face almost dripping with blood. She was still at a critical moment, extending the leaves of the Yuming grass to wrap around them. As a temporary room. No. Let go of the leader. You disgusting goblin. You beast. May you have no good end. This is my most sacred goddess. No. Leader. Don't be fooled. Leader. Hold on. We are coming to save you. The surrounding male Yuming grass saw Yu Yin bearing such tremendous pressure. One by one they grew furious, surrounding forward. They wanted to rescue Yu Yin. The Shifang sword suddenly broke through the air, carrying burning phoenix fire slashing through. It turned these meddling male Yuming grass into ashes. Kill count 999. Kill count 278-010-0000. Su Yen looked at Yu Yin in front of him, grinning. Your guards are indeed loyal. I'm sorry, Goblin Lord, it was my fault. Oh, no problem. Would it be alright to kill all the male Yuming grass? Yes, everything will be according to the Goblin Lord. By the way, let your female kin come back with me later. To serve as guards in my tribe. Listening to the Goblin Lord. Please do not linger any longer. Shut up. I don't need you to teach me. Yes, I'm sorry. Goblin Lord. The Shifang sword once again struck at the male Yuming grass, leaving no survivors. But left their corpses intact. Kill count 999. Kill count 999. Kill count 999. Kill count 4278-010-0000. Soon the central Yuming grass leaves disappeared. Su Yen supported Yu Yin standing inside. At this moment Yu Yin looked at Su Yen with tender eyes. All remaining kin, listen up. We will head to the Long Yen tribe together. Guard the peace of the tribe day and night. Yu Yin immediately spoke loudly. Yes. All female Yuming grass immediately obeyed. In this grass-based tribe everything is based on the words of the leader. As long as the leader gives an order they cannot resist. Thus the leader's power is immense. And Yu Yin knew that they would all thank her in the future. She was securing benefits for them. Su Yen with the Yuming grass clan smoothly left the depths of the Yugu forest. After they left, a graceful figure flashed by. A head popped out from behind a large tree. She had long golden hair, a beautiful human face, but her ears were pointed. She blinked her large blue eyes, looking outside in confusion. Strange. Where did the Yuming grass guarding the depths go? Why have they all disappeared? No, I must hurry back to report to my mother. Longyen tribe. Su Yen returned with Yu Yin and a large group of female Yuming grass. Goblin Lord. You're back. Su Qin stepped out from the house, but upon seeing Yu Yin her expression shifted slightly and she quickly turned away. Su Qin. Yu Yin immediately called out to Su Qin upon seeing her. What a coincidence. Su Qin's face flickered with embarrassment. Save your excuses. My son was sneak attacked and taken by you. Where is he now? Yu Yin stepped forward to confront her. He is dead. Su Qin hesitated for a moment. Dead? How did he die? Yu Yin advanced furiously. He was accidentally kicked to death by my daughter. Su Qin replied. Yu Yin clenched her fists in rage. You. He was my only son. I will make you pay with blood. Enough. Su Yen released his kingly aura beside her, silencing Yu Yin. Su Qin let Xiao Wu apologize later. Su Yen looked at Su Qin and spoke while signaling with his eyes. I'll arrange it right away. Su Qin nodded quickly. Having a child isn't hard. It only takes a day. Su Yen turned to Yu Yin. From now on you shall bear only my children, no others. Understood. Su Yan's words were domineering. Yu Yining looked up at Su Yan, finding no rebellion in her heart. Yes. Yu Yining gritted her teeth and finally sighed. She could see now that Su Qin was clearly Su Yan's woman. And there were many female Charm Rabbit tribe members around. Obviously the Charm Rabbit tribe had integrated into the Goblin tribe. Still reluctant. I know about your son too, he was already despised by heaven and men. It's better that he died so he won't ruin the Yuming grass clan later. Su Yan reached out and gave her a pat on the backside as he spoke. I am willing, Goblin Lord. I wish to have only your children. Yu Yinyan's face flushed crimson and she answered meekly, head lowered. Su Qin stole a glance at Yu Yining and let out a faint smile. Truly the Goblin Lord was formidable, he had already subdued Yu Yining. Is Polly awake? Su Yan asked Su Qin. Oh, Sister Polly is awake. I'll go fetch her. Su Qin immediately headed toward the house. Goblin Lord. Paula's voice came from inside. The next moment a white figure darted forward and plunged directly into Su Yan's arms. All right, first take me to see the vegetables. Su Yan said as he held Polly. Goblin Lord, please follow me. Polly nodded immediately and led Su Yan toward an empty plot. This was all useless land that Polly had used for planting. Yu Yining stepped before the land and gave it a brief glance. Her willow leaf brows immediately furrowed. Yin, what do you think of this land? Su Yan asked. No good. Yu Yining shook her head. The soil quality here is very poor, vegetables will have a hard time surviving. No wonder they're growing so slowly. Polly muttered under her breath. Is there a way to change it? Su Yan asked. Of course. Yu Yining showed a gentle smile, since I've promised you my lord I will certainly resolve it. Do you need help from your clan? Su Yan surveyed the land. No need, I can handle it alone. Let my clan first adapt to the tribe, later they can nurture well. Protect the tribe. Yu Yining shook her head. Yin, I appreciate your hard work. Su Yan smiled. It's no trouble. Yu Yining shook her head and transformed into a giant Yuming grass. Golden edges were visible on its leaves. She plunged her roots into the soil, extending endlessly until she covered the entire planted field. Oh! Su Yan quickly noticed many vegetables sprouting and quite a few had grown tender shoots. They're growing! Polly exclaimed with excitement. I will improve the soil quality within a day. After planting, vegetables will mature in 3 days and be ready to eat. Yu Yinyan's voice came from within the giant Yuming grass. Good. Su Yan nodded slightly. Shortening the cycle to 3 days. This speed was almost miraculous. Before his rebirth he knew vegetable planting took at least half a month. Congratulations on completing the side quest, shortened vegetable growth cycle. All members of the Longyan tribe gained 50 increased lifespan. Su Yan hadn't expected that this time would directly increase the entire tribe's lifespan. Goblins' lifespans were indeed much shorter compared to other races. An ordinary goblin could live at most 10 years. If not for the lack of reproductive isolation, goblins would have long gone extinct. Congratulations on obtaining the skill All Grass as Soldiers S. Congratulations. All Grass as Soldiers S has been stacked and upgraded. All Grass as Soldiers S. All Grass as Soldiers SS. All Grass as Soldiers SS. You have gained deeper understanding of grass. Not only can you use them as your eyes, but you can also command them to launch attacks. Oh! Su Yan's eyes lit up at the upgrade of All Grass as Soldiers. This skill was absolutely powerful. Before it allowed long-distance observation and reconnaissance, and now it could also launch attacks from afar. Tripping someone up or making subtle moves without their knowledge would be effortless. This side quest reward feels great. A smile unconsciously spread across Su Yan's face as he left the place. Su Yan soon heard a strange sound. He walked forward and found tens of thousands of human grass in the square wrapping up goblins. What's going on here? Su Yen saw Gobu Long walking Rian and asked. Father. They are performing a ritual. Gobu Long answered enthusiastically, this is the first time I've witnessed the prowess of the Yuming grass clan. My lord. Rian can do it too. Rian knelt on the ground and immediately looked up. Shut up. Gobu Long kicked him irritably, when the master speaks is it your turn to interrupt. Rian tumbled to the ground, quickly scrambled back to his knees and apologized, sorry I spoke out of turn. Then keep an eye on things. And show restraint. Su Yen patted Gobu Long's shoulder. Rest assured I know what I'm doing. Gobu Long nodded immediately. Su Yen was about to head back to his room to rest when he saw Gobu Yen return to the tribe. Father. I got it. I got it. Gobu Yen approached excitedly. Goblin King. Su Yen suddenly noticed that Gobu Yen had evolved into a Goblin King. However, outwardly there was no particular change. At most his green face looked even more sinister. Where did you get this staff? Su Yen noticed that the staff in Gobu Yan's hand was of top-tier quality. I found it on that mage. Gobu Yen answered truthfully. Su Yen nodded slightly and said nothing more. He already had a divine tier weapon, this top-tier grade was beneath his notice. Su Yen asked, by the way, what did you mean by got it? Ah, I almost forgot. Gobu Yen slapped his forehead. He turned his head and shouted behind him, quick. Bring them all in. Let my father see my success. Su Yen looked towards the entrance. He soon discovered ferocious monsters being led in by goblins. These monsters were wolf-like in form but 2 to 3 times larger. Most of their fur was gray but the fur on their backs was golden as if coated with a layer of gold leaf. Name None Race Golden-backed Song Wolf Level 31 Skills Recovery A Claw Strike A. Father, I captured all these golden-backed Song wolves from the middle of Yogu Forest. They originally wanted to occupy the territory of the Jiuli White Tiger clan but I wiped them all out. Gobu Yen replied with a proud expression. Not bad. Su Yen nodded slightly. The skills of these golden-backed Song wolves seemed decent too. How many are there? Su Yen asked. I just counted it, there are 521 female golden-backed Song wolves, Gobu Yen replied. Same as the ice soul lizards assign 1 goblin to each golden-backed Song wolf. Su Yen nodded slightly. From now on the goblin tribe would have wolf riders. Deep in Yogu Forest the area was filled with pine trees, oaks and other unknown species. Mountain streams converged into a river on the ground cutting through the entire canyon. The nearby meadows were full of flowers. There were many castle-like buildings in the vicinity. A graceful figure was swiftly darting through. She was the elven girl Sai La who had been scouting the area before. She wore a green one-piece short skirt, her long legs encased in a pair of white boots. Attached to her waist was a quiver and she held a bow in her hand. But what was most striking was her abundant chest, yet it did not affect her speed at all. Sai La quickly arrived at the central elven castle. Don't stop me. Urgent. Move aside. She swung her bow, pushing aside the elven guards who tried to approach, and strode quickly into the palace. Mother, something's wrong. Sai La rushed into the palace and cried out anxiously. Inside the palace there was a bed. It was covered by gauze curtains around it. She also had long golden hair and long ears. But her features besides beauty carried a touch of maturity. She wore a white bodycon dress, her fair legs sheathed in black stockings. It gave a strong impact. But at the moment she was reclining lazily on the bed, holding a grape in her fair fingers, gently bringing it to her lips. With a soft slurp it was enveloped by her lips and swallowed into her mouth. As she chewed gently, the grape mixed with her saliva went down. She was the elven queen Luo Qingcheng. What is it? Luo Qingcheng's voice sounded as if she had just woken up. It seemed listless. The Netherweed clan has disappeared. Sai La knelt before Luo Qingcheng with cupped hands. The Netherweed clan. Luo Qingqing perked up, narrowed her eyes and placed the grape back into the fruit bowl. Her long lashes fluttered as she looked at Sai La. What do you mean disappeared? The Netherweed clan blatantly broke their promise and left without permission. Sai La explained. The entire tribe left. Luo Qingqing sat up, crossing her legs. Yes. Sai La nodded. Luo Qingqing stood up and walked out from the bed. With her hands placed in front of her, she had a dignified demeanor, her beautiful face naturally carried an authority without anger. She did not answer immediately but paced back and forth beside Sai La. In the quiet empty palace the clicking of her crystal high heels echoed repeatedly. Mother. How about I go investigate? Sai La said urgently. Luo Qingqing stopped and stood before Sai La. Go investigate. Yu Yinian values promises the most, she would never break them easily. Something must have happened. Okay. Sai La nodded. After you find out, think of a way to help her solve it. Luo Qingqing thought for a moment. Yes. Sai La immediately turned and disappeared from the palace. Luo Qingqing rubbed her temples and sat back on the bed. What a hassle. Being this queen is so tiring. Every day there are endless worries. I really want to go see the outside world. In Yueshi town, Freya transformed back into the appearance of Claire. She noticed that there seemed to be many more adventurers in town. Although their levels were not high, there were even white porcelain adventurers. But for a remote small town it was quite unusual. The last time so many adventurers appeared it was because of Gray's bounty. Could something have happened again? She felt that during the few days she was away Yueshi town must have undergone some changes. Freya immediately went to the tavern. You're still alive, the bartender said in surprise when he saw Claire enter. I've only been away for a few days, how can you be sure I'm dead? Freya frowned and retorted. I heard it from Lord Grey. He said you died in Yogu Forest. He was going to avenge you. The bartender glanced at Freya's shadow on the ground and answered. Where is he now? Freya asked. He has already gone to Water City saying he wanted to post some bounty order. The bartender tried hard to recall. When did this happen? Freya frowned. 2 days ago, the bartender replied. Damn it. Freya gritted her teeth. She hadn't expected Gray to act on his own. If it were before she would have thought it was a good thing. But after learning Su Yan's identity it became a ticking time bomb. She knew very well the consequences of the royal capital's bounty order being issued. No matter who the target was, all factions in Water City would send people. The low-level adventurers appearing now were probably just here to join the fun. Has Gray returned? Freya asked. She knew that the royal capital's bounty order must have already been issued, it was definitely too late to stop it now. Not yet, the bartender shook his head. Claire. You're still alive. That's great. Suddenly a familiar voice came from the door. Freya turned and saw Gray appear. Composing herself she stepped forward with a smile. Lord Gray, I heard you went to Water City ahead of time to post the royal capital bounty order. Gray didn't speak, he just came to sit beside Freya and quietly looked at her. Fu Liya turned to the bartender and asked for a glass of water. Why aren't you saying anything? I was just being cautious, worried I wouldn't be able to rescue you in time. Goulet grinned, glancing at the bartender. Give me a whiskey. Oh. Worried about me? I didn't feel that way. Fu Liya shot a look at Goulet and took a sip of water. Claire, why are you alone? Where are your companions? Goulet asked, scanning the room. Oh, the mission ended so they all went back. Fu Liya answered nonchalantly. None of them stayed for a few extra days. They're already gone. Goulet was slightly surprised. I stopped forming parties long ago. I only teamed up this time to eliminate the goblins. Fu Liya shrugged. Goulet grasped the whiskey handed over by the bartender, a faint smirk curling on his lips. What about the Holy Maiden? Did you see her? Fu Lia's expression tensed slightly. She had seen Polly at the Longyan tribe, but at that moment she was anxious to confirm Su Yan's identity, so they didn't talk much. Yet she knew Polly now belonged to Su Yan and could never return to the temple. I saw her. Fu Lia nodded. But the Holy Maiden doesn't trust me. She's still staying in the Goblin tribe. What? Why didn't you bring her out? It would have been easy for someone with your skills. Goulet stared at Fu Lia questioning. The Holy Maiden threatened to kill herself, so I dared not use force. Fu Lia shook her head. Her mind seems a little strained right now, probably from the shock. Goulet furrowed his brow. Indeed. Staying in a Goblin tribe for so long would naturally take a toll on one's state of mind. Let's hurry back and bring the Holy Maiden out. Fu Lia urged. I'm afraid if she stays too long in the Yogu forest she might encounter other dangers. Wait a little longer. Goulet took a sip from his glass. Wait for what? Fu Lia frowned. Wait until everyone has arrived. What if we run into other dangers going in? Goulet shook his head. You go to the Yogu forest first. I have to go to Shueiji capital to recall the royal bounty. Fu Lia slapped her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Her plans had been suddenly disrupted, leaving her slightly flustered. Forget it, the bounty has already been issued. I bet all the major powers in Shueiji capital are already on their way. Goulet drained his glass in one gulp. Even if you recall the royal bounty now, it's too late. Misusing the royal bounty like this is a capital offense. Fu Lia's eyes grew serious. She too realized it was too late. So many adventurers had already appeared in Yueshi town. Other factions were probably already on the move. No worries. It's not my royal bounty, Goulet said with a grin, a hint of smugness in his voice. Fu Lia had originally handed over the royal bounty expecting to face death. She never imagined the goblin they were supposed to kill was Su Yan. This had caused the situation to spiral out of control. No, I absolutely cannot cause trouble for brother Su Yan. Fu Lia gritted her teeth, thinking to herself. Rest well tonight. Once more adventurers arrive, we'll head to the Yogu forest. Let the Holy Maiden stay one more night. Goulet grinned, raising his glass to Fu Lia. Without another word, Fu Lia finished her water and headed upstairs. Goulet stared at Fu Lia's retreating figure, his expression instantly darkening. Full of holes. With your abilities, bringing the Holy Maiden out would have been effortless. And you would never leave the Holy Maiden alone in the Yogu forest. Either she's lying to me or she's an imposter. Imposter is unlikely, but what's her purpose in lying? Too embarrassed about failing the mission. Or does she want to use the Holy Maiden to threaten me and demand more payment? Barkeep. Some beer. A voice came from the doorway. Goulet turned to see a golden-haired youth in silver soft armor enter with a group of swordsmen. A wolf head was engraved on the breastplate of the swordsman. The Woke family. Goulet narrowed his eyes, raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Barkeep. A barrel of beer along with vodka and whiskey. Tonight's tab for this gentleman is on me. Nuasen looked at Goulet with confusion. Don't misunderstand. I have a passing acquaintance with Nora. Seeing that you're from the Woke family, I wanted to show some hospitality. Goulet quickly explained. Oh. You're a friend of my sister's. Hello. Nuasen grinned and relaxed his vigilance. Are you Nuasen, the second son of the Woke family? Goulet pondered for a moment and asked. Yes. Nuasen nodded. I've long heard that young Master Nuasen of the Woke family is the outstanding figure among the younger generation. Seeing you today, it's indeed true. Goulet flattered him directly. Not at all, not at all. Though Nuasen said this, a look of smugness crept onto his face. Clearly the flattery was well received. Are you also here to kill the goblin? Goulet probed. Exactly. Who the hell issued a royal bounty to kill a goblin? Isn't that a joke? Killing that thing is no different from playing around. Just yesterday I brutally killed a few. Noasen drank a glass of beer and opened up. Father thought there was no danger, so he sent me here to gain experience, and also to bring my sister home. Your sister hasn't returned yet. Goulet was somewhat surprised. That's not what Claire said. It seems he was indeed lying. Right. I haven't encountered her along the way, so I guess she hasn't left Ueshi town yet. Noasen nodded. Do you know where my sister went? Oh. Your sister also went to kill the goblin. Her team leader said she had already returned. Goulet shrugged. Impossible. Where is my sister's team leader? I want to ask him clearly. Noasen immediately stood up. Goulet pointed at the ceiling. Should be in room 203. Good. Thanks. Noasen stormed upstairs. Goulet watched him leave, a smirk spreading across his face. He set his glass on the table, wiped his mouth and said, Bill. Lord Goulet, here is the key to your room. As per your instructions, rooms for both you and Claire have been kept. The bartender stepped forward. No need, cancel them for me. I won't be staying here. Goulet finished his whiskey, turned and left the tavern. Not staying here. The bartender was stunned, then put the keys away. Goulet walked out of the tavern, a cool breeze hitting his face, sobering him up. He curled his lips into a sly, unfathomable smile. Trying to trick me. Ha! The Dwarf Mountains. Two dwarves pushed a cart laden with ale barrels along the rugged winding path ascending towards the heights. Here snow lay year-round, making it impossible to cultivate any plants for brewing. To obtain ale the dwarves paid exorbitant prices. Only a few nobles could enjoy fine liquor regularly, the rest craved it. Aside from grand celebrations, they could only take the perilous route, leaving their living domain to seek food in nearby towns. Modi, how much further must we go? Asked a bare-chested dwarf, pulling the cart and wiping sweat from his brow. Obviously your first time out. Modi grumbled from behind as he pushed. Our dwarven settlement is naturally hidden. Coming downhill was easy, now we're climbing uphill, so it's much slower. We won't run into any danger, will we? Frida glanced around. The chieftain said cave monsters have been running rampant lately. Relax, I've been out several times and never encountered danger, just tired. Modi answered with confidence. Stop chattering and save your strength for hauling. If we get back early, maybe we'll get an extra barrel. Hey, you're right. If it weren't for this fine ale I wouldn't have come out. Frida licked his lips and stole a glance at the barrels, then mustered his energy again. Suddenly several enormous spider webs dropped from the sky, trapping them both. Ah! Damn it! What is this? Frida struggled, unable to break free. No. It's a cave demon. Modi's face turned pale as he immediately drew the iron hammer at his waist. Cave demon. What the hell is that? Asked Frida. I don't know either. They say the recent earthquakes awakened them from underground, Modi said, eyeing their surroundings nervously. Soon he spotted a massive shadow emerging from the snow-covered ground all around them. They resembled giant spiders, using four segmented limbs to support their bodies, with two thicker forelimbs raised high like arms. Bloody hell! Why are there so many cave demons? Frida's expression turned despairing. He looked around and saw at least 1,000 cave demons encircling them. Fight to the death. Modi gritted his teeth, though his voice trembled. He knew their chances of survival were slim. Swish swish. The cave demons lunged forward, opening their terrifying, powerful jaws. Clang. Modi raised his massive hammer and a burst of azure light erupted from his body. But it was only temporary. The light around him flickered for a brief moment, then began to tremble violently, on the verge of vanishing. Frida was in the same plight. He held a shield, but his arms shook wildly, clearly unable to hold out much longer. Boom! Suddenly a green figure burst from beneath the ground. A tremendous shockwave radiated outward, blasting all the encircling cave demons away. Frida and Modi were also thrown to the ground. Stunned they stared ahead. With such a commotion, could it be the cave demon chieftain? This was surely the end. Pfft. Su Yen brushed the dirt from his clothes and spat. To reach the dwarves quickly, he had used the 10 directions sword to burrow underground. Being his first time, he wasn't used to it and had swallowed quite a bit of earth. After arriving near the dwarven territory, he decided to surface for air. They say dwarves love ale. Even their soil smells of wine, how peculiar. Su Yen sniffed and soon caught the potent aroma of spirits permeating the air. A goblin. Frida and Modi blinked at Su Yan's appearance, their expressions shifting to a mix of surprise and complexity. Though it wasn't the cave demon leader which would have heightened their peril, the weak goblin couldn't help them escape either. Instead, it only added more prey for the cave demons. Alas friend, you have terrible luck, Frida sighed, picking himself up. Don't bother. No matter how much you say, he won't understand. Modi shook his head and lifted his iron hammer from the ground. Su Yen glanced sideways, spotting the 2 dwarves. He then looked around at the gray spider-like monsters. Cave demons. Since when did these creatures appear in the dwarven lands? But their levels are only between 30 and 40, hardly a threat, Su Yen quickly assessed. Modi, did I hear that right? This goblin says it's no threat. Frida's shield in hand was taken aback. Ha! Even a goblin king would die against so many cave demons, Modi sneered. But goblins are reckless, it's not surprising the fool isn't scared. Su Yen ignored their chatter and drew the 10 directions sword. He hadn't eaten anything on the journey and was starting to feel hungry. Modi. He can use a sword. Frida exclaimed again. And I can't even discern the quality of his blade. What's so special about that? He's probably a goblin king with some intelligence. Knowing a few simple sword moves is nothing odd. His sword is just an ordinary blade, nowhere near a proper rank. That's why you can't tell, Modi said dismissively. The surrounding cave demons flipped themselves upright again, their crimson eyes locking onto Su Yen as they charged at him. Ha, looking for death? Su Yen sneered, gripping the 10 directions sword and advancing. Overlord armament. A black aura surged from his body, swirling like a phantom dragon. Then his skin gleamed with a metallic sheen. In truth, to deal with these cave demons, Su Yen could rely solely on the undying phoenix body to remain unharmed. His main purpose was to increase his proficiency in overlord armament. The cave demon's forelimbs thrust at him like thick, powerful spears, striking his body with piercing metallic clangs. But the attacks failed to breach his defense, leaving only shallow marks that vanished quickly. Swish! Su Yen whirled his sword, cleaving the cave demon cleanly in 2. Green blood splattered across Modi and Frida's faces. Modi. Is this really a goblin? Frida's eyes bulged in disbelief. He seems even stronger than our chieftain. Too damn well don't know either. Modi was clearly stunned as well. The fluid swordplay, the terrifying defense, was this really a goblin? Su Yen casually thrust the Shifang sword into the ground beside him, then sat cross-legged, picking up a limb from a burrowing demon and began to gnaw on it. Fu Lida stood nearby, wiped his face with his hand and nudged Mod with his elbow. Brother, do you think we are saved? Nonsense, can't you see all these burrowing demons are dead? Mod said irritably, but his gaze remained fixed on Su Yan's position. Then should we leave? Fu Lida hesitated and asked. Do you dare to leave? Mod lowered his voice. Fu Lida quickly shook her head. Would you like something to eat? Su Yen casually tossed a few limbs over. Fu Lida glanced at the limbs that rolled to his feet and immediately caught a whiff of a foul stench. He turned away and shook his head hurriedly. Brother, how about we take you back to Chilu Fortress and treat you to a feast? Mod glared at him, frowning. Don't forget the rules of the dwarf clan. Great. Su Yen stood up from the ground and spat out the bone in his mouth. Well. Fu Lida's expression turned troubled. He recalled the rule of the dwarf tribe: outsiders were not allowed inside. Violators or accomplices would be killed without mercy. I am here to find the dwarf princess. Su Yen produced a letter. I have a handwritten letter from Saint Polly. With a letter from the saint it should be acceptable. Mod nodded slightly. Come on, come on. Let's go back together. Fu Lida breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Thanks a lot for earlier. You're welcome. It was nothing. Su Yen nodded lightly. Mod studied Su Yen from the side, realizing that this goblin, apart from his appearance, really resembled a human in manner and speech. Main quest released the Turning of Fate. The Turning of Fate obtained the assistance of the dwarf clan, forge equipment for the Dragonflame tribe and increase the tribe's strength. The main quest has been released. Su Yen narrowed his eyes. He hadn't received news of a main tribe quest for a long time. This time the main quest seemed not too difficult. But as long as he found the dwarf princess and had her intervene, he believed the dwarf clan would surely help. Brother, see that? Up ahead is Jilu Fortress. Fu Lida pointed at the mountaintop structure ahead. Su Yen looked up and saw a massive castle but embedded within the rock. He couldn't help but remark, truly worthy of the dwarf clan to build a castle even here. Alas, we were forced to do so. Fu Lida sighed. Originally the entire Danmoyuo mountains were ours. But these despicable orcs launched a sneak attack on us, forcing us to temporarily reside here. Su Yen also knew something about the orc race. They were monsters living in the western Dudal region. It was said they had migrated from other places. Since this region was connected to the Danmoyuo mountains, the two races often clashed. But Su Yen hadn't expected that the orcs had occupied most of the Danmoyuo mountains. We will surely take back our lost homeland. Mod said through gritted teeth. But why don't I see any orcs around? Su Yen looked around. There was nothing but white snow, no trace of orcs. The orcs are mainly nomadic, they just patrol here without long-term garrison. Mod explained. Su Yen nodded, roughly understanding the situation. We're here. Fu Lida said excitedly. Su Yen looked up at the entrance of Jilu Fortress. It hadn't felt much from afar, but up close he could truly feel its grandeur. This gate stood like an impenetrable wall. The tall castle resembled a lurking giant beast, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. Is there no guard? Su Yen saw no one at the gate. With this impenetrable gate there's no need for guards. Fu Lida stepped forward and seriously patted the wall. If this gate were breached, guarding here would be pointless, Mod added. Reasonable, Su Yen nodded slightly. Let's go inside first. He wasn't particularly impressed by how formidable the gate's defense was. He had to hurry to find the dwarf princess and have her help forge equipment for the Dragonflame tribe. Moon Creek Town, in room 203 door. Knock knock knock. Nuasan angrily pounded on the door. Come out. The person inside, come out right now. I am Nuasan of the Walker family. But there was no response from inside. If you don't open the door I'll smash it down. Nuasan frowned. Don't blame me for being rude. But still no response. Hey. Damn it. Just wait. I'll kill you when I get in. Nuasan kicked open the door. He rushed in with his men, but there was no one inside. Moreover, the windows were shut tight and the bedding showed no signs of use. Master, no one is here. The room was small and the men searched quickly. Nonsense. I'm not blind. Nuasan placed his hands on his hips. Strange. Where is the person? Master, could we have been tricked? A subordinate asked. Nuasan frowned. Would someone go through all that trouble just to trick me? I'll go down and ask again. You few guard the door and arrest any suspicious person immediately. The few guards immediately took their positions at the door. Nuasan directly left the room and hurried downstairs. Fu Leia sat on the bed quietly watching everything. She looked down at the gem shimmering with rainbow colors at her waist. This was the concealment stone left to her by her mother. As long as she wore it and made no sound, she would be ignored like a speck of dust. Noasen. The Walker family certainly knows how to send people. Aren't they afraid of having no heir? Fu Leia narrowed her eyes and looked toward the door. But how did he come to my room? It must be related to Gray. It seems Gray already suspects me. But I can't go back yet. Fu Leiya's expression turned serious. I must stay and help Brother Su Yen gather intelligence. Fu Leia went to the window, gently opened a crack and looked outside. This time Noasen did not bring his proud black riders. It seems the Walker family is just going through the motions. It seems the bounty issued by the royal capital hasn't attracted much attention. That's good news. Fu Leia closed the window again and sat on the bed, a slight smile crossing her face. Moreover, in that content Gray certainly did not explicitly state that the goblin demon god should be killed. Norsen hurried downstairs only to find that Gray had vanished without a trace. Where's the man who was sitting here? He asked the bartender. Oh, you mean Lord Gray? He's already left, the bartender replied. Left? Where to? Norsen asked in surprise. I don't know, the bartender shook his head. Norsen slammed the table in fury. Damn it. I've been played for a fool. Young master, should I go after him? His subordinate asked. Go after him? Do you even know where he went? Norsen snapped. We're strangers here. Well, deal with it tomorrow. Yes, sir. The subordinate immediately withdrew. Norsen narrowed his eyes. Whether Gray's story is true or false, at least it seems Nola might be in danger. He curled his lips and couldn't help but smile. Now that's some good news. Dunmoro Mountains Iron Forge. Su Yen followed Morth and Frida, heading deeper inside. He was wrapped in a large black cloth. Morth said it was to prevent his appearance from drawing too much attention and causing unnecessary trouble. Are you sure this helps? Su Yen looked around and noticed the dwarf staring at him. After all, his height alone still made him quite conspicuous. Don't worry. We're almost at the princess residence, Frida whispered. Su Yen gave a slight nod and said nothing more, instead beginning to observe the surrounding dwarves. Along the way, all the dwarves he saw were thick-bearded, broad-shouldered and stout, none over 1.60 meters in height. He didn't see any dwarf women. Su Yen guessed their appearance probably wasn't much different. In his mind, a picture of a stout dwarf woman picking her nose had already formed. Buddy, we're here. Frida stopped. Su Yen looked up and saw a tavern. He glanced at Frida with confusion. Here. Yeah. At this hour the princess is definitely drinking in the private room. Frida nodded confidently. Just go to the second floor, the very end room, and you'll find her. Su Yen nodded slightly and headed up the stairs. He glanced at the first floor and noticed the tavern seemed to have no business. Hey! Who goes there? You have to pay to enter the tavern. The innkeeper rushed out. Thud. Morth knocked him out with his hammer, then glanced at Su Yan's retreating figure. Letting him meet the princess alone, won't she be in danger? We're both keeping watch, aren't we? It'll be fine, Frida shook his head. Are you sure? Morth countered. Frida's expression froze, neither of them was a match for Su Yen. Then what do we do? Frida asked weakly. Morth gritted his teeth, hesitated for a moment, then looked up at Frida. The boss is out cold, doesn't that mean we can drink as much as we want? Frida's eyes lit up. Right. But what about the money? Charge it to the princess. Morth headed for the liquor cabinet. Right. Frida quickly followed. Su Yen reached the second floor and, finding no one around, pulled off the black cloth. This thing was suffocating me. He walked toward the room at the very end. Soon he could hear a woman's voice from inside. Drink. Drink. Su Yen pushed open the door and stepped into the room. He quickly noticed a girl slumped over the table, drunk. She was nothing like the dwarf woman he had imagined. She had a lowly-like appearance with short pink hair, wearing a white tight top and black hot pants. Her long slender legs were clad in black thigh-high socks paired with brown short boots. Over her back hung a white cape. Name Priscilla, race dwarf, rank ruby, champion level 51, identity princess of the Dark Iron Clan, skills mountains, might SS Stormhammer, S heavy strike, Dark Iron Clan. It seems Ironforge is divided into several factions. Su Yen narrowed his eyes, making a quick judgment. Still, this dwarf woman was a pleasant surprise. Whoa! So big. Priscilla drooled on the table. Indeed quite big, Su Yen observed as he stood beside her, taking in her figure. Her clothes could barely contain her. What a huge mug. This drink is fantastic. Priscilla suddenly stood up, raising the mug high. Princess Priscilla. Su Yen sat down across from her. What are you? Priscilla squinted at the goblin before her. You're not a troll, are you? I'm a goblin, Su Yen answered bluntly, placing a letter on the table. There's a letter from Saint Polly. Read it and you'll understand. Polly. Priscilla's eyes lit up. That little girl finally remembered me. It's been so long. She's finally writing to me. Would you like to sober up? Su Yen asked, looking at her. Sober up? No way. I never get drunk. You're not tricking me, are you? There's not even a single word on this. Priscilla complained. You're holding a mug in your hand, the letter is still on the table, Su Yen said, rubbing his forehead. Oh. Sorry. My bad. Priscilla grinned, showing her cute fangs, and grabbed Su Yan's hand. This should be right now. This time it's my hand. Then what about this? Hey. Stop grabbing. Su Yen pulled his hand away and glanced at the table, only to see the wine barrel labeled Aqua Vitae. 96 proof. Su Yen frowned. Though he'd heard dwarves were heavy drinkers, he never expected them to drink straight alcohol diluted with water. Are you sure this won't kill someone? Kill someone? Don't underestimate me. This little kick can hardly be called liquor. Priscilla suddenly stood up, but she stumbled and fell to her knees. Forget it. Read it after you're sober. Su Yen sighed and put the letter away. Priscilla flashed a smug smile. I told you I'm not drunk. You don't have to tell me, I know. Polly must have remembered my birthday and sent me a gift. A gift? Su Yen frowned. There's no gift. Just read the letter, Polly didn't send you anything. Oh, but you are the gift. She knows I've been single my whole life and never known what a man feels like. Priscilla gave a sly grin, staring at Su Yen, and reached out to lift his chin. And she was thoughtful enough to send the strongest goblin. They say goblins are good at 3 things. Well, today I'm going to find out if the rumors are true. Goblins indeed live up to their reputation. I'm quite satisfied. Su Yen glanced at Priscilla, who lay unconscious on the floor with her eyes rolled back. He didn't know where she lived and couldn't send her back. The streets were still swarming with dwarves. For now he had no choice but to stay here. Su Yan's ears twitched at the commotion outside. He opened the window and looked out, discovering that the tavern was surrounded by armored dwarves. A mutiny. Su Yen frowned and examined the information of these dwarves. Brutal Hammer Tribe. It seemed to be another faction within Ironforge. What were they here for? To capture Priscilla. He saw a dwarf clad in animal skin step out from the crowd and head toward the tavern. This dwarf had braided hair and green paint smeared across his forehead. Name Kamala. Race dwarf. Level bronze warrior 61. Identity general of the Brutal Hammer Tribe. Skills beast taming SS critical strike A. Kamala entered the tavern and glanced at Modi and Frida, who had already drunk themselves unconscious on the floor. What a waste. Can't handle this little wine. Kamala looked at the 4 empty barrels beside them, sneered disdainfully, and made his way upstairs. Who said I'm drunk? Frida immediately staggered to his feet. But after 2 wobbling steps he collapsed, directly landing on top of Modi. Kamala ignored him and ascended to the upper floor. He had received intelligence that the Black Iron Tribe's princess was meeting with a foreigner here in secret. This was the perfect opportunity to threaten the Black Iron Tribe into leaving Ironforge. Creak. Creak. Kamala wielded a massive iron hammer and his footsteps thudded heavily on the stairs. Princess Priscilla. Kamala unhurriedly walked to the door of the innermost room. It was common knowledge that Priscilla enjoyed drinking in this spot. But there was no reply from inside. Drunk. Kamala pushed open the door and peered in, quickly spotting Priscilla lying unconscious on the floor. Strange. Why is she alone? Kamala looked puzzled. Could the intelligence be wrong? You damned goblin. What size is it? Priscilla turned over in her sleep. But even with that size, I won't be afraid. Su Yen used his stealth skill to hide in the shadows. As long as he didn't reveal himself, Kamala wouldn't detect him. He had assumed that Kamala would leave after not finding anyone. He hadn't expected Priscilla to have a habit of talking in her sleep. It seemed that the impression he had made on her earlier was too deep and she was still reliving it in her dreams. A goblin. Kamala hadn't expected Priscilla to actually collude with a foreign race, and a goblin at that. How foolish. Utterly foolish. Kamala fumed with rage. I'll tie you up in the central square and let every dwarf know what you've done. You've conspired with a lowly race like goblins. You've shamed all dwarves. With that, Kamala produced a rope and prepared to bind Priscilla and take her away. You old codger, I don't appreciate hearing that. What's wrong with goblins? Su Yen deactivated stealth and appeared from the side, frowning. He couldn't stand by and let Kamala take Priscilla away. Goblin. Seeing Su Yen, Kamala immediately stepped back and stared at him warily. You won't be taking Priscilla today. Su Yen stepped forward, shielding Priscilla, and looked down at Kamala. Ha! Kamala let out a contemptuous sneer while gripping his hammer. What a joke. Since when did a goblin dare to talk so tough? Su Yen didn't respond. Instead, he instantly unleashed his overbearing aura, imposing an invisible pressure on his opponent. At the same time, he could monitor the movements of his subordinates at will. Kamala frowned slightly as a wave of pressure washed over him, making him deeply uncomfortable. You lowly beast. What filthy trick did you use? Kamala glared viciously at Su Yen and raised his hammer to strike him. I'll smash you into a pulp. Too slow. Su Yen had already predicted his attack trajectory and swiftly drew his 10 directions sword. Nuclear explosion. Instantly unleashing 100 times the power for 5 seconds. Empowering the 10 directions sword. Ah! The next second, Kamala screamed. His right arm holding the hammer was severed cleanly. Impossible. Kamala clutched his right arm, staring at the severed limb on the ground. The physical defense of dwarves was among the best for their level. He hadn't expected the opponent to cut off his arm with a single strike. This goblin was no ordinary one. He quickly reached out with his left hand to grab the hammer. Ah! With another scream, his left arm was also severed. Kamala's face turned pale, his forehead covered in cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and glared at the goblin. This is dwarf territory. If you dare cause trouble here, you're dead. Don't worry. Since I dared to appear before you, I'm prepared to make sure you die. A smile curled on Su Yan's lips. I was going to let you die quickly, a single sword strike to end it. But since you cursed me for no reason, things can't end so easily. My guards are downstairs. If you kill me, you won't escape. Kamala gritted his teeth through the pain. Can't escape. As long as they can't find your corpse, there should be no evidence, right? Su Yen walked over and picked up the severed arm from the ground. Under Kamala's horrified gaze, Su Yen began eating the arm. Experience 1555. Not bad taste. Still warm. Su Yen smirked and picked up the other arm. You savage. Help. Someone. Knowing he was doomed, Kamala tried to shout for help before his death. But before his cries could finish, Su Yen pierced his throat with his sword. Kamala's eyes widened in terror as he lost his life. 10 directions sword kills 1. Kill count 4386 710 0000. Experience 1555. Experience 2333. Experience 999. Congratulations. You have leveled up to 58. Congratulations. You have obtained the skill Basic Hammer Mastery C. Basic Hammer Mastery C. Possessing basic forging art, you can craft simple weapons. Ah, that feels wonderful. It's like my whole body got a massage. Priscilla stretched and sat up from the ground. You're awake. Su Yen sat on the ground and looked at her. What did you do to me? Priscilla exclaimed. More like what you did to me. Su Yen shot her a displeased look. Oh, I was just joking. Priscilla grinned, revealing 2 cute fangs. Don't worry, you'll take responsibility for you. I'll make you my princess consort soon. Su Yen held his forehead and tossed Paul's envelope to her. Read Paul's letter first. Oh. Priscilla tore open the envelope and quickly scanned the contents. Polly actually forgot my birthday. I already told you I'm not your gift. She wrote to ask you to help me. Su Yen sighed. No matter, I got my pleasure, so I'm not at a loss. Priscilla put her hands on her hips, looking unconcerned. She glanced at Su Yen. In that case, don't blame me for being heartless. Stay here. I've got your back. Are you sure? Su Yen looked at Priscilla with a half-smile, recalling the appearance of Kamala from the brutal Hammer tribe just now. The dwarf clan was far from peaceful. Of course. I'm the dwarven princess. Priscilla thumped her chest forcefully. Quick. Surround this place. Soon commotion came from outside. What's going on? Priscilla immediately became alert and instantly hid behind Su Yen. That move is so practiced it's kind of pitiful. Su Yen looked at Priscilla behind him, both amused and exasperated. You don't understand. These are turbulent times. Our Black Iron tribe is too powerful and constantly coveted by other tribes. Priscilla hid behind Su Yen and peeked at the door. The door was kicked open by a dwarf guard. A group of dwarven guards from the brutal Hammer tribe rushed in. Modi and Frida were tied up and thrown onto the ground. What are you doing? Priscilla stuck her head out to question. Where is General Kamala? The dwarf guard demanded. General Kamala? How would I know where he is? Priscilla snapped. What the hell? Even Kamala was involved now. Was this a declaration of war? Impossible. General Kamala came up himself just now and then disappeared. Speak. Did you hide him? The dwarf guard immediately questioned. How the hell would I know? I just had a nice peaceful nap. Priscilla snapped. Are you trying to start a war between tribes? Then where could the general have gone? Unless. The dwarf guard glanced at Su Yen but quickly dismissed the idea. Ridiculous. How could General Kamala not handle a single goblin? He could kill 10 of them without breaking a sweat. Maybe he went home. Priscilla said crossly. If you keep provoking me without reason, I won't be an easy target. The dwarf guards looked around and soon noticed a wine barrel nearby. It's just ordinary wine. With a bit of water added. Priscilla said. A dwarf guard stepped forward and opened the lid with a knife. Su Yen narrowed his eyes. If the dwarf guard discovered anything, he would have no choice but to slaughter them all and eliminate everyone. Humph. Look at this. What is this? The dwarf guard said angrily. What? Priscilla was startled and hurried over to look. Tiger bone wine. Didn't you say it was ordinary wine? The dwarf guard stared at Priscilla. Priscilla pulled out a hammer from her body. Since when do you have the right to control what I drink? Retreat. The dwarf guards failing to find Kamala left in disgrace. The two tribes did not go to war. If the matter escalated, he couldn't bear the consequences. Su Yen could see from the sidelines that Priscilla's status as dwarven princess was quite hollow. Otherwise, how could even a lowly guard dare to show her such disrespect? Humph. Wasn't I impressive? Priscilla lifted her head and placed one foot on the table. Better solve the forging technique problem mentioned in the letter. Su Yen shook his head gently. Before I could have arranged for some dwarves to go back with you to help with forging. But now we're at a critical moment, so I'm afraid I can't spare anyone. Priscilla hesitated before saying. Then just give me the technique. Su Yen pondered for a moment. Although it would be more troublesome, it was better than getting nothing. Priscilla shook her head helplessly. The forging technique is in the hands of the Copperbeard tribe. I can't give it to you. Copperbeard tribe. Your iron forge seems quite divided. Su Yen looked at Priscilla. Alas. Iron Forge is now split into 3 factions. Although my mother's Black Iron tribe is the leading one, the other 2 tribes are not convinced. They're looking for an opportunity to suppress us. Priscilla sighed softly. Su Yen didn't reply. It seemed the main quest was not as simple as he had imagined. Now it appeared that to obtain forging techniques or talents, the dwarves would need to be unified. Enough of that. I'll take you to the castle to see my mother. She might be able to help you, and I'm sure she'll be delighted to see you. Priscilla happily approached Su Yen. She'll be delighted. Don't tell me she also. Su Yen looked at Priscilla puzzled. Yes. She's always hoped I'd find a good match. I think I've found one now. Priscilla answered proudly. Then let's go. Su Yen agreed. He had come here for the forging technique, and since he hadn't obtained it yet, he couldn't leave. Carry me. Priscilla opened her arms. Su Yen stood up and with his left arm around Priscilla's waist lifted her and walked out of the room. Aren't you afraid my appearance will cause a stir? What's there to be afraid of? Priscilla shook her head. You're my princess consort. Princess Priscilla. No more tabs today. The tavern owner stood up from the floor holding his head. Priscilla gave an awkward smile. There are 2 people in the princess room who said they'd cover her expenses. Su Yen reminded from beside. Great. Great. Have a safe trip, princess. The tavern owner immediately rushed upstairs excitedly. You're something else. Priscilla reached out and patted Su Yen's abdomen. Su Yen frowned. Your drool is getting on my hand. Ahem. Sorry. This is the first time I've seen abs like chocolate bars. Priscilla's eyes sparkled as she answered. Hey, where are you putting your hand? Don't panic. I forgot to measure your size just now. This width. This length. So impressive. I've never seen anything like it. Priscilla's eyes sparkled like stars as she reached out to touch the abdominal muscles as if she had found a treasure. Su Yen did not refute if the dwarf men here were almost all pot-bellied. He had not seen a single thin one yet. Where are the women of your dwarf clan? Do they never come to the streets? Su Yen voiced his doubt. So far he had only seen Priscilla as a female dwarf. During this special period all dwarf women are confined to their homes. Priscilla lowered her voice. They are not allowed on the streets. What about you? Su Yen asked. I'm different, I'm a princess, you know. Priscilla said smugly. The passing dwarves upon seeing the tall Su Yen all stopped and began to murmur among themselves. Look, isn't that a goblin? Really? How can this lowly race appear in Iron Forge? I'll get him out. It will defile our dwarf bloodline. Strange. Why is he holding Princess Priscilla? They look very intimate. What's going on? Could Princess Priscilla have some deal with a goblin? Looks like you're quite popular. Priscilla laughed, holding Su Yan's waist. But not in a good way. Su Yan sneered. Don't worry, I've got your back. Priscilla smacked her chest. Listen up, all of you. He is not an ordinary goblin. He will become my princess consort, which means my husband. Anyone who dares to gossip behind his back will be thrown into the dungeon. Hearing Priscilla's words, the surrounding dwarves wisely shut their mouths. But their gazes at Su Yan remained complicated. After they left, the dwarves dared to whisper. It's over. Our Dark Iron clan is finished. Yes. How can Princess Priscilla choose a goblin as her prince consort? This is absurd. No, I'm going to see the chieftain. Right, let's go together. Sign a petition to stop him. Priscilla looked up at Su Yan. Don't worry. You're my husband and I'll pamper you to the end. Where do you live? Su Yan shook his head slightly and asked. Oh. It's the biggest building up ahead. Priscilla pointed ahead. Su Yan looked up and saw a castle in front twice as large as the surrounding houses. Up close, it gave off a sense of oppression. Where did this goblin come from? Get lost. The castle guards saw Su Yan and immediately rushed forward with spears, shouting. Don't you see me here? Get lost. Priscilla scolded irritably. Princess. The guards saw Priscilla and quickly retreated. Let's go inside. Priscilla happily wrapped her arms around Su Yan's abdomen again. Su Yan shook his head gently and carried Priscilla into the castle. The two guards glanced at their backs and whispered. What's going on? Why is the princess with a goblin? No idea. Could the princess be fooled by a goblin? Keep it down. Don't talk nonsense. This is our territory. If that goblin dares to toy with the princess, well, kill him. Inside the castle's main hall, a woman with pink twintails and a black dress sat on the throne. Her long legs were clad in black knee-high socks. Judging by appearance alone, one would think she was barely 20. This was Moira, the chieftain of the Dark Iron clan. Sigh. The Three Hammers trial is coming soon, but there's still no suitable candidate. If we fail, the Dark Iron clan might lose its ruling power over Ironforge. Moira rubbed her temples, looking worried. Mother, I'm back. Priscilla's voice came from outside the hall. So you remember to come back. Moira didn't look up, snorting coldly. As a princess, you should take on some responsibilities. Mother. Look who I brought back. Priscilla got down from Su Yan and hurried over to Moira. Brought who back? Moira instinctively looked up, and upon seeing Su Yan, her expression changed drastically. A goblin. Su Yan glanced at Moira, a little surprised by her lowly-like appearance. He could preliminarily conclude that dwarf women were likely all legal lowless. Mother, this is my husband. Priscilla tugged Moira's arm. Are you sure? Moira tried to calm her emotions. Mother, didn't you tell me that goblins have extraordinary abilities? And the size. Priscilla lowered her voice and whispered in Moira's ear. Have you tried it? Moira asked, glancing at her. How to put it, amazing. Priscilla nodded. All right, I won't dissuade you. Keep him here. Moira shook her head lightly. Things are turbulent lately, don't go out drinking. Fine. Priscilla reluctantly agreed. She glanced at Su Yan and suddenly remembered something. Oh, Mother. Can you get the forging technique? The forging technique has always been in the hands of the Bronzebeard clan. But we Dark Irons also have many blacksmiths. What weapon do you want to forge? Just go to the blacksmith. Moira replied. Su Yan wants to take the forging technique away. Priscilla pointed at Su Yan. What do you mean? This goblin doesn't plan to stay. Moira's face immediately darkened. Mother, don't get excited. He was introduced by Polly. Priscilla quickly grabbed her. Saintess. Moira sized up Su Yen. Getting the forging technique isn't that difficult. Just win tomorrow's 3 hammers trial. The first place will have the right to make one request. 3 hammers trial. Su Yen nodded slightly. Perhaps this was an opportunity. Mother, I heard the 3 hammers trial is terrifying. No more than 10 dwarves in the entire race have ever completed it. Priscilla exclaimed. Isn't this too much for Su Yen? What? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Moira asked sarcastically. Then just treat it as a betrothal gift. Priscilla muttered. Moira was about to explode with anger. Whose side are you on? Fine, I agree. I'll participate in tomorrow's 3 hammers trial. Su Yen spoke up from the side. Really? Moira asked. Really? Su Yen nodded lightly. Good, my daughter didn't misjudge you. Moira nodded slightly. Have the kitchen prepare a feast today. I will drink with my son-in-law until we are both drunk. Soon hurried footsteps came from outside the hall accompanied by a shout. Chieftain. Please reconsider. Moela looked toward the outside of the hall and found a group of dwarves from the Black Iron tribe gathered outside. She frowned, stood up and walked toward the door in her black leather shoes. Hey! What are you doing? Culixala frowned. We want him to leave, but the dwarves outside pointed at Su Yen. Why? He's my husband. Culixala shouted angrily, picking up her iron hammer. Princess, he's a goblin. How can such a lowly race be worthy of our noble dwarf clan? Exactly. What is a goblin? How can he marry into our dwarf clan? I won't allow this. Me too. I disagree. The dwarf princess can only marry a dwarf. After a moment of murmuring, the surrounding dwarves began to discuss. All of you shut up. He's not leaving. Moela's face turned cold. Back when we were selecting candidates for the 3 hammer trial, every single one of you ran faster than anyone else. Now that it's time to bully someone, you're all so eager. Chieftain. Please reconsider, the dwarves exclaimed anxiously. If he leaves, who will participate in the 3 hammer trial? Rely on you turtles hiding in your shells. Moela spoke in an icy voice. The dwarves fell into a brief silence, then glared at Su Yen resentfully. Chieftain. Even if we're not that great, we're definitely stronger than this goblin. Exactly. Such a lowly creature. I could crush it with one finger. Ridiculous. If he represents us, I'd rather forfeit directly. Su Yen stepped outside with a faint smile, looking down at them. If any of you can defeat me, I'll leave this place willingly. Ha, little goblin, don't be so arrogant. A dwarf with his beard braided into a pigtail stepped forward. He bulged with a massive belly, the fat jiggling as he walked. Xiaoan pointed at Su Yen and said, Don't say I'm bullying you on dwarf territory. I'll let you have the first punch. You'll let me? Su Yen was a bit surprised. This dwarf was indeed bold. Ha, what? Already scared? You might as well kneel and surrender now, Xiaoan sneered. I'm afraid I might accidentally kill you, Su Yen smiled. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Come on. Hit me. Xiaoan laughed heartily as if he'd heard the funniest thing. Xiaoan is a ruby brave. His skills rank in the top 10 of the Black Iron tribe. Dealing with a goblin is a piece of cake. I'd say it's overkill. Any random dwarf could handle it. Alas, I was a step too slow, otherwise I'd have gone. What a pity I missed a chance to show off in front of the princess. Mother. These people are too much. They completely disregard us. Culixala looked worriedly at Su Yen. Moela pulled Culixala back and shook her head. Consider it a test for him. If he can't even win this, how can he become your husband? How can he participate in tomorrow's 3 hammer trial? But Culixala was still worried. If Su Yan can't win, I'll step in. I won't let him be in mortal danger. Moela assured her. Fine. Culixala finally nodded. Su Yan glanced at Xiaoan and immediately activated the Overlord armament. His right hand instantly turned from green to dark green, taking on a metallic sheen. He didn't use nuclear blast, worried that the hundredfold power would make the scene too bloody. Boom! Su Yan threw a punch toward Xiaoan. Seeing the punch, Xiaoan immediately puffed out his chest contemptuously. Crack! With the sound of bones shattering, Su Yan's fist directly pierced through Xiaoan's chest. Sorry, I put a bit too much force into it. Su Yan withdrew his fist and licked the blood off it with his tongue. Xiaoan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the gaping bloody hole through his chest. Blood gushed wildly from the hole. No, impossible. Before Xiaoan's voice could fade, his body collapsed to the ground. Xiaoan is dead. The surrounding dwarves' expressions changed slightly at the sight. They had never expected such an outcome. Moela was startled for a moment, then a smile appeared on her face. She hadn't misjudged him. Haha, as expected of the husband I picked. How about that? What do you have to say now? Culixala, seeing Su Yan win with one punch, immediately laughed triumphantly. Anyone else want to challenge? Su Yan glanced at the other dwarves. Feeling his gaze, the surrounding dwarves all instinctively stepped back. They had never expected this goblin to be so powerful. Completely different from what they remembered. Could it be they'd been here too long? Had goblins from the outside world become this strong? If not, then tomorrow's three-hammer trial Su Yan will represent our Black Iron tribe. Moela reminded them. The dwarves of the Black Iron tribe remained silent, not daring to claim they were stronger than Xiaoan. A bunch of cowards. It's just a goblin. Look at how scared you are. A dwarf in black armor with dark skin pushed through the crowd and stepped forward. Su Yan obtained the opponent's information. This was his first time seeing a silver-tier powerhouse. The surrounding dwarves immediately grew excited upon seeing Chersi. Ah! It's General Chersi. He's the strongest in our Black Iron tribe. Right. With him stepping in, it's definitely settled. Haha. Even in Tulubeo he's top tier. No matter how strong this goblin is, he's no match for General Chersi. General Chersi, teach this lowly goblin the might of the dwarves. Chersi. What are you doing here? Moela frowned at Chersi. She hadn't expected him to join the chaos. What's the matter, respected chieftain? Can't I make a move? Chersi grinned. You're bullying the weak. Culixala shouted anxiously. She was well aware of Chersi's strength and worried for Su Yan. Ha! He said it himself. Whoever can defeat him, hell leave willingly. That doesn't exclude me, does it? Chersi fixed his gaze on Su Yan and curled his lips. Am I wrong, you disgusting little green worm? Of course I'm not wrong, little black monkey. Su Yan grinned. Facing a silver rank warrior, he wasn't certain he could defeat him. He had to provoke him and win through trickery. What did you say? Charla's face instantly darkened, making his already swarthy complexion look even worse. Nothing. For fairness, I suggest we settle this with a single punch together. Su Yan asked with a smile. Of course, if you're afraid or if you have a better suggestion, feel free to propose it. Afraid? What a joke. Charles snorted coldly. I'm just worried he'll kill you with one punch and make the princess worry. Don't worry, this is a contest of skill, the princess won't blame you. Su Yan said, glancing back at Priscilla. Priscilla met Su Yan's gaze and saw the calm confidence in his eyes. Moira patted Priscilla on the shoulder and nodded slightly. What's there to fear? The man I fancy is the strongest in the world. Priscilla immediately smiled. That's right, Charles. If you truly have the skill to kill Su Yan, then he'll have to count his own bad luck. Good, with the princess word him at ease. Charles smirked and cracked his knuckles loudly. The surrounding dwarves of the Black Iron tribe grew excited. I can't believe we get to see Commander Charles in action. Worth it. Ha ha ha, tear that pathetic worm apart and avenge Sean. Don't be too careless. Remember what happened to Sean earlier. Hey. Are you serious? This is Lord Charles, how could he fail to kill a mere goblin? Yeah. If Charles loses, I'll do a handstand and drink my own piss. Charles, hearing the murmurs around him, was brimming with pride. You can still back out now. When I strike, I may not know my own strength, you could die. Su Yen casually picked his ear. I'm ready. Let's strike together, little black monkey. Fine, very well. You asked for it. Charles, enraged, raised his right hand and gathered all his strength. Though his words were dismissive, he dared not take this punch lightly. After all, his pride was at stake, he could allow no accidents. Charles trained his strength daily. In this regard he was highly confident. His fist tore through the air with a sharp crackling sound. Priscilla gripped her iron hammer tightly, biting her lip as she worriedly watched Su Yen. Moira walked to her side and placed a hand on her shoulder. Though she said nothing, the gradually tightening fingers betrayed her fear. Nuclear explosion. Su Yen held nothing back, directly unleashing 100-fold power. Invincible golden body. Ignores any damage below level 100, double strength. Strength increased 200-fold. Facing a silver rank warrior, he withheld nothing, using his strongest attack directly. Protected by the invincible golden body, his punch was already invincible. With 200 times the strength, even though 2 realms apart in pure power, he had far surpassed Charles. Thud. Su Yan's fist collided with Charles. An invisible energy erupted into a shockwave that spread in all directions. The surrounding dwarves instinctively stepped back. Moira held Priscilla steady so they wouldn't move. Crack. The sound of a bone breaking rang out. The dwarves immediately looked forward excitedly. Crack, crack. The sound of breaking came one after another. Charles' right fist along with his entire right arm was shattered by Su Yan's punch. Hiss. Charles gritted his teeth, clutching his wound as he stepped back. His face was pale, waves of intense pain shot from the injury. The surrounding Black Iron tribe dwarves were all dumbfounded. Damn. What the hell? This is too insane. What? Charles lost. Am I dreaming? So terrifying. That goblin's punch is horrifying. His entire arm is shattered into pieces. Is this really a goblin? I wouldn't dare take that punch. Don't talk about taking it, hurry up and do the handstand and drink piss. Everyone come help. Priscilla clenched her fists excitedly. Ha ha ha, as expected of my man. So cool. Moira glanced at Su Yen and showed a satisfied smile. She stepped forward and looked at the pale-faced Charles. Charles, do you still have any objections? No. None. Charles' eyes were vacant. He staggered into the crowd and left. What a shame. Su Yen stared at his back, a hint of regret in his eyes. He had used too much force, otherwise eating his arm would have earned quite a bit of experience. Anyone else wishes to challenge? Moira asked symbolically. She knew Su Yan's punch had delivered such a visual impact that no one would dare step forward. Sure enough, the surrounding dwarves all stepped back. If not, then all of you get lost. And you, the one who promised to do a handstand and drink piss, go outside and do it. Don't dirty the castle here. Priscilla called out angrily, then re-entered the main hall. I didn't expect you to have such strength. Moira entered the hall, her eyes tracing Su Yan's muscles before settling on his abs. Of course. His waist is incredible. Priscilla blurted out. Moira glanced at her, then said to Su Yan, you probably don't know the rules of the three-hammer trial yet. Su Yan nodded. Very well, it's getting late. Go take a bath and rest, he'll tell you later. Moira averted her gaze and replied. Sounds good. Su Yen gave Moira a deep look. "I'll show you to your room." Priscilla immediately grabbed Su Yen and walked out. "Priscilla, come back. Let the servant take Su Yen." Moira promptly called Priscilla back. "Oh." Priscilla pouted and returned. Su Yen smiled and followed the approaching dwarf. "Mom, what are you doing?" Priscilla came over and asked. "Here, fine wine prepared for you." Moira walked to the side and removed a black cloth covering something. Beneath it were rows of enormous wine barrels. "Wow! So much fine wine." Priscilla excitedly rushed forward. "Drink up." Moira smiled. "Consider it a celebration for you." "Thank you, mother." Priscilla immediately went to pop open a barrel lid, lifted it and began drinking. "Drink slowly, no rush," Moira said beside her. Priscilla set the barrel down, wiped her mouth with satisfaction and said, "Ah, good wine." "Mother, join me." "No, I have important matters to attend to." "I can't stay with you." Moira smiled gently. "What do you mean?" Priscilla blinked in confusion, but the next moment she went limp and fell to the floor. Moira looked down at Priscilla, her voice tinged with apology. "Priscilla, I'm sorry. I hope you can forgive me. I truly have no choice. It's been 10 years. I haven't been able to for 10 years. Under the steward's guidance, Su Yen ascended to the 3rd floor. The chamber was vast, occupying the entire floor. A bathtub filled with warm water awaited him in the bathroom. "It feels like being back before my rebirth." Su Yen stepped directly into the tub and sat down, the warm vapor embracing every inch of his skin. He closed his eyes, leaned back against the tub and felt his entire body fully relax. Suddenly he sensed a pleasant kneading sensation on his shoulders. The pressure was gentle and just right. "Don't open your eyes," a voice whispered in his ear. Though he couldn't see Ayla's image, with her twin tails and black knee-high socks, materialized in his mind. "Keep your eyes closed and enjoy. I'll explain the rules of tomorrow's 3-hammer trial." Ayla's voice was soft as her fingers lightly pressed forward. "All right," Su Yen nodded, adjusting his position. The 3-hammer trial actually consists of 3 stages. The first stage is the Gate of Black Iron. There you'll face the 7 sages of Black Iron. Defeating them will lead you to the second stage, the Gate of Barbarian Hammer. There you'll encounter griffins. You must tame a griffin and defeat the invading trolls. The number of kills will determine your final score. Once you decide to leave, you can ride a griffin to the 3rd stage, the Gate of Copperbeard. There you'll find a divine weapon forged by the dwarf ancestors, the Hammer of Thunder. Just go up and grasp it, don't try to lift it. Legend says only those acknowledged by the Hammer of Thunder can raise it. Simply by holding it, the Hammer of Thunder will evaluate your potential and grant you a final score. Whoever earns the highest score will gain the right to rule Ironforge for the next 10 years. Su Yen nodded slightly after listening to Ayla's explanation. Now he had a certain understanding of the rules. He felt somewhat curious about the Hammer of Thunder. Legend had it that after the Thunder God's death he merged into the hammer. He wondered if he'd get to see it this time. "What do you think? If you're scared, you can still back out now. I'll figure something else out for the forging technique." Ayla's voice came close to his ear, carrying a faint warmth. Her lips seemed to be right next to his earlobe. "Since I agreed, I won't back out. Don't worry." Su Yen replied carelessly. For him these 3 stages boiled down to one word: fight. This was something he excelled at, so there was nothing to worry about. Ayla seemed to sigh with relief, her fingers lightly traced across Su Yen's abs. "Then tonight I'll give you a reward." "Is it you?" "In Moonstream Town at the tavern." Freyna stretched and yawned. After watching all night, aside from the Walker family, the first arrivals in Moonstream Town were all small fries. Those old foxes. They must have deliberately slowed down, wanting to see how things play out. Freya sneered. If someone has already dealt with the goblins, they can just head back, saving time. If no one has dealt with them, they'll take their time coming over. For them, fighting goblins, the weakest race, was beneath their dignity. Norsun probably wouldn't have come so quickly either if not for the trial. But their actions are buying time for brother Su Yen. Freya got off the bed and glanced toward the door. Then he'll take care of this Norsun of the Walker family first. Gray arrived at the tavern in the morning. Good morning, Master Gray, but the bartender greeted with a wave. How was it here last night? Any trouble? Gray looked around to make sure no one was there before asking. No trouble. Everything went smoothly. The bartender replied while wiping a glass. Everything went smoothly. Gray looked up toward the upper floor. That shouldn't be right. Given Norsun's temper, shouldn't there have been a big fight? Could it be that Claire was so weak he got killed outright? But Master Norsun did come downstairs pretty angry last night, the bartender recalled, lowering his voice. Very angry. About what? Gray asked hastily. Because of you. Me? Gray looked bewildered. Didn't I leave a long time ago? He seemed to say you tricked him and that he'd kill you, the bartender answered after thinking. Gray's face changed color. What happened? Wasn't he supposed to take it out on Claire? Wait. Could it be he didn't even find Claire? That shouldn't be possible. The upper floor was only so big and had given the exact room number. Better leave now. Gray had come to watch the show but ended up being the clown. Master Gray, wait a moment, the bartender called out. What's wrong? Your clothes are dirty. The bartender reached out and brushed his shoulder. Thanks. Gray glanced toward the stairway and hurried out of the tavern. Nice work. Freya emerged from the side and tossed a money pouch to the bartender. Thank you, Miss Claire. If anything like this comes up again, just call on me. The bartender caught the pouch, weighed it and beamed. Freya nodded, holding a fist-sized crystal ball in her hand. This was a paired crystal ball. The mother crystal could sense the location of the child crystal. And the child crystal had been placed on Gray's person when the bartender brushed his shoulder. Give me a glass of water, Freya said as she sat at the bar. Miss Claire, you haven't been drinking lately, the bartender asked curiously. I need to keep a clear head these days. Freya grinned and glanced toward the stairway. Ironforge Blackiron Clan Castle bathroom, Indeed, goblins are the strongest. I am willing to offer the entire Blackiron clan and follow you henceforth. Thank you for your blessing. Su Yen released the pink twintail he held. He stretched, glanced out the window at the brightening sky. When does the three-hammer trial start? But Mo Ayla didn't answer. He turned to look at her and found she had fainted. I'll go ask Priscilla, she should know. Su Yen left the room and headed downstairs. He arrived at the grand hall where he saw Priscilla sleeping soundly on the floor. This mother and daughter really aren't reliable. Better wake her up first. Su Yen stepped forward, grabbed Priscilla by her thigh, clad in white stockings, and dragged her directly off the floor. Splash! A basin of cold water was mercilessly splashed onto Puli Shila's face. Who dared ruin my sweet dream? I was about to take my husband for a ride. Puli Shila jumped up from the ground, looked up and saw Su Yen. Husband! It's you. Hee hee. When does the Three Hammers trial begin? Su Yen asked. Don't worry, we won't be late, Puli Shila patted her chest confidently. What time is it now? Almost noon. Su Yen looked up at the sun. Puli Shila wiped her face, her smile stiffening. Oh no. We're already late. Su Yen didn't speak but directly grabbed Puli Shila and burrowed into the earth. The urgent matter now was to get to the assessment site. Tielu Fort Square. A dwarf with long brown beard, wearing a silver helmet studded with gems on his forehead and clad in battle armor. In his left hand he held the heavy strike axe, in his right the storm war hammer. He was Mullah Ding, chieftain of the Tungshu tribe. Beside him stood a dwarf bare-chested adorned with tattoos. He wore armor on his waist, arms and legs appearing exceptionally robust. In his right hand he held a war hammer that flashed with golden light. He was Fu Si Tada, chieftain of the Manchue tribe. Moai time's up, why hasn't she come yet? Mullah Ding looked up at the sun and frowned. Wasn't she very concerned about this Three Hammers trial? Ha! Probably she's already degenerated, Fu Si Tada sneered. What do you mean? Mullah Ding turned to Fu Si Tada. Her daughter has actually colluded with goblins. Fu Si Tada said with contempt. Goblins? Are you sure? Her daughter, though usually frivolous, wouldn't be so unreliable, right? Mullah Ding was somewhat surprised. Heh. How could I be mistaken? She announced it publicly on the street yesterday. Fu Si Tada's eyes were filled with deep disdain. She has utterly disgraced our dwarven race. Mullah Ding frowned. Moai should not let her daughter act recklessly. Maybe not. I reckon this woman is no better than her daughter. Just declare the Haiti tribe's withdrawal. Fu Si Tada said nonchalantly, anyway, time's up now. They haven't sent anyone, have they? Boom. Suddenly a loud crash rang out. The ground beneath Fu Si Tada's feet exploded. A 10 directions sword burst from underground, striking squarely into Fu Si Tada's rear. What the hell? Fu Si Tada yelped, clutching his backside as he flew off. The position should be correct. Su Yen set down Pu Li Shila with his left hand and sheathed the 10 directions sword with his right. He definitely did not use the 10 directions sword to pave the way just to wound someone's rear. It was mainly to save time. Right. Right. Husband, this burrowing was so thrilling. I want to do it again. Pu Li Shila looked at Su Yen with excitement. After the trial they'll let you enjoy it again, Su Yen soothed her, seeing she was not satisfied. Fine, Pu Li Shila nodded. I'll hold back for now. Listen to yourselves, what kind of lewd talk is this? Mullah Ding interjected with a face full of black lines. Hello Uncle Mullah Ding, Pu Li Shila quickly greeted. She blinked suddenly, a bit cheerful. Husband, see. I told you we wouldn't be late. Uncle Fu Si Tada hasn't arrived yet. He's already here. Mullah Ding turned to look aside. Hey, are you okay? Fu Si Tada stood up from the ground, walking over with both hands clutching his backside. His face was filled with pain, nearly fainting from the agony. Seeing his state, Mullah Ding inexplicably felt a tightening in his own rear. Uncle Fu Si Tada, are you all right? Pu Li Shila asked. No, I'm fine. Fu Si Tada gritted his teeth. But blood is seeping through your fingers, Pu Li Shila frowned. I said I'm fine. Since you're here, let's start the trial, Fu Si Tada said in a low voice. He knew he couldn't get angry now or the bleeding might not stop. Pu Li Shila, the Three Hammers trial has already begun. The contestants from our two tribes have already entered. You need to go in quickly. Mullah Ding urged. Oh husband, the trial has started, hurry in, Pu Li Shila turned to Su Yen. Su Yen saw a 5-meter black gate in the center of the square. Behind it should be the Haiti gate of the first hammer trial. Wait. Mullah Ding was a bit taken aback. Pu Li Shila. Do you mean the trial contestant you're sending is this goblin? Yes. Any problem? Pu Li Shila asked. Nonsense. Big problem. Fu Si Tada approached with fury but accidentally reopened his wound. He lowered his voice. Have you lost your mind? Letting a goblin participate in the dwarven trial. And such a lowly race taking the trial is just asking for death, isn't it? If you want to concede directly, just say so. Don't disgust us here. Pu Li Shila, does your mother know about this? Mullah Ding asked. Of course. Mother approved it. And this is my husband, not an outsider, why can't he participate in the dwarven trial? Pu Li Shila pouted. I oppose it anyway. This is a trial watched by the entire Tielu fort. I can't afford that shame. Fu Si Tada retorted. Are you afraid your tribe will lose to me? Su Yen glanced at Fu Si Tada. Vile creature, who gave you the right to speak here? Fu Si Tada glared at Su Yen angrily. Su Yan's gaze turned cold and without a word he walked directly toward the Heidi gate. Fu Si Tada's heart trembled, he had actually felt a sense of threat from that look. Damn it! How dare he glare at me? Fu Si Tada roared. Mullah Ding! Why didn't you stop him? Fu Si Tada, if the Heidi tribe agrees we have no right to stop him, Mullah Ding shook his head. And you should stop the bleeding quickly. ACH. Damn, that hurts. Fu Si Tada felt another piercing pain, the wound reopening, blood spraying again. Mullah Ding raised his war hammer and soon a massive curtain was projected into the sky. All the dwarves in Tielu Fort could look up and watch this three hammers trial. The situation of each tribe's trial contestants would also be displayed here. Soon dwarves from other tribes in Tielu Fort began to murmur. My God, what is this? Am I seeing things? The Dark Iron tribe actually sent a goblin. Isn't that against the rules? You don't know yet. Yesterday Princess Priscilla brought back a goblin and proclaimed him as her husband. What? How absurd. A goblin, such a lowly race, how could it be worthy of us dwarves? This is an utter disgrace to dwarves. If I were a member of the Dark Iron tribe, I'd probably want to die right now. How many rounds do you think he can get through? How need we guess? The first sage will kill him. The dwarves from other tribes, seeing Su Yen on the celestial screen participating in the trial, immediately erupted into uproar. None of the dwarves favored Su Yen, they assumed he would soon die at the hands of the Dark Iron 7 sages. The Dark Iron tribe also looked at the screen. This guy defeated Charles, so this trial should be stable, right? Not necessarily. The three-hammer trial isn't something one can pass with brute force. Regardless, he now represents our Dark Iron tribe. Exactly. Our honor is tied to his now. Hope this goblin can deliver. The Dark Iron Gate. After Su Yen entered, he found himself in a long passage. On both sides were towering cliffs, their tops invisible. The dim environment gave an oppressive feeling. Aren't there torches here? Why aren't they lit? Su Yen suddenly noticed torches hanging on the rock walls. He snapped his fingers. Balls of flame flew from his fingertips and landed on the torches. As the torches ignited, the area was illuminated. After the firelight spread, Su Yen realized this place was more like an underground palace. The ground was paved with stone slabs. At the end of the path stood a lone platform surrounded by emptiness. He stepped onto the platform and soon felt waves of scorching heat rushing toward him. Su Yen approached the edge and found churning magma below. Roar! The surging magma occasionally leaped up like mad beasts. Su Yen suddenly saw a mass of magma transform into a fire dragon rising from the depths and charging at him. Seeing this, the dwarves from other tribes burst into gleeful laughter. Ha ha ha, what a fool. He actually dared to gaze into the abyss. What's that supposed to mean? Is there some trick? If you stare into the magma abyss too long, it will fully awaken. Awaken? How terrifying. That magma looks extremely hot. Nonsense. This is magma from the abyss. We dwarves use this magma to forge weapons. Do you think it's not hot enough? One touch and you'll melt away to nothing. Whoa. Look, the magma's come alive. It's turned into a fire dragon. Haha. This goblin is as good as dead. In the square, Muradin frowned as he watched Su Yan's movements. Seeing the fire dragon appear, he sighed helplessly. He knew the Dark Iron tribe's trial was over. Ha ha ha. Frostad laughed triumphantly. I knew this lowly creature would just be throwing his life away. No. My husband will be fine. Though worried, Priscilla spoke firmly with faith in Su Yen. I'll consider allowing the Dark Iron tribe to keep their residence here. Muradin patted Priscilla's shoulder. After all, Moira was his brother's daughter, he couldn't be too harsh. No. My husband is fine. I knew it. Priscilla suddenly broke into a smile. What? Muradin turned and stared, his eyes wide as bells. Hiss. Frostad's wound split open again from excitement, but he refused to believe what he saw on the celestial screen. The fire dragon burst from the magma and swallowed Su Yen whole. But the next second the fire dragon's body exploded and fell back into the magma. Su Yen stood there completely unharmed. Even his hair hadn't been singed. Impossible. How is this possible? Frostad pointed at the screen and turned to Muradin. Did you rig it? Isn't that the real abyss magma? Are you insane? The three-hammer trial was set by our ancestors. We only have the right to activate it. Who has the power to change it? Muradin replied coldly. Frostad gritted his teeth and glared at the screen. It must be a fluke. This goblin just got lucky. That magma was probably just testing him. The dwarves from other tribes were also dumbfounded. What the hell? That goblin didn't die. Not only did he not die, he's completely fine. Is this magma even real? The rumors about the magma must be wrong. Otherwise, how could the goblin have survived? The dwarf who had explained earlier found himself unable to defend his words, and no one believed him. He could only sigh and continue watching the trial. People only believe what they want to believe, regardless of whether it's true or false. Su Yen withdrew his gaze, returned to the center of the platform and smiled slightly. With the undying phoenix body, magma of this temperature can't harm me at all. Suddenly a figure descended from above. Su Yen looked up and saw a dwarf in a red mage robe. His skin was grayish-white, making his blood-red eyes even more eerie. On his hands were a pair of blood-red gloves embedded with magic stones. Name Doom, race dwarf. Level silver, brave 80. Identity Dark Iron tribe sage. Skills void summon SS banishment S weakness curse A magic armor A sacrifice S. Using his heaven's eye, Su Yen saw the information and frowned slightly. He hadn't expected to encounter a silver brave right away. Judging by his attire, he was likely a mage. If he could launch a melee sneak attack, he might have a chance. Oh. A goblin appearing in the dwarven trial. Doom squinted at Su Yen. Has the dwarven race fallen so low? Su Yen replied with a smile, no, on the contrary, the dwarves will thrive because of my arrival. Doom's eyes flashed with bloodlust. Damned goblin. I'll show you the might of the Dark Iron 7 sages. Enraged by Su Yan's words, he raised his hands high. Void summon. 6 magic arrays appeared around him. The next moment 6 dwarf figures materialized. Seeing this, Frostad burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, hilarious. I never thought Doom would actively increase the difficulty. Other trials have them come one by one, but here they're all 7 at once. Let's see how you survive this time.